calling itself like the world's kingdom, or apologize, I probably don't find the proper translation. Is trying to adapt the history, serving its purpose of just of its not only existence but its like through historical roots and all of the rest. You're the how to call it, one of the if we can call the state of China being empire, so saying let the first one of the empires who never lost in the modern history its imperial wars, because that country, that state or empire, is on the way to seeking for its expansion, still dreaming about this colonial imperial stuff, like for instance Russia. What would you say on that? What would be your thoughts on that? Thank you so much.
Okay, let me give you some ideas to how to understand the situation. Okay, so China occupied the eastern Turkestan, right? Do you know why? Because eastern Turkestan was part of the communist revolution. Okay, they are more aligned with Russia. Okay, but Joseph Stalin gave eastern Turkestan to communist China. Do you know why? The reason is the communists in eastern Turkestan, they actually respect Russia a lot more than China. So Joseph Stalin, by giving, quote unquote, giving eastern Turkestan to China, really set himself up as the ultimate arbiter for any potential conflict between China and eastern Turkestan. It's his own calculation. If you look at the history, China never governed effectively eastern Turkestan. Never. Okay, eastern Turkestan in many ways is more advanced. Let me give you one example. Eastern Turkestan basically changed its school system to make the modern public school system uh, prevalent in the entire region in the 80s. China did not catch up until like 1920s. Okay, Eastern Turkestan was 40 years ahead, and there are many other ways you look at it. Okay, so therefore, China's rule over Eastern Turkestan is a bit like, India somehow was forcing the Australia or Canada to plead allegiance to New Delhi. It's never such an instability. It sets both parties up to go to Moscow for arbitration. That's actually the root of all the conflicts over there. So therefore, if you go to, for example, the history, right? Ukrainian, as a Ukrainian, you will know the Russian history teaching, it pretty much wiped out everything except for Russia. It's an entirely Russified education, right? The Chinese education is a lot worse. Okay, whatever being taught in the Chinese history only applied to like 25% to 30% of the region under Beijing's control. The rest of the place, their history is completely wiped out. Not a single kid was allowed to learn what's going on. And it has been going on like this since 1949. Okay. So therefore, that's what I keep saying. If you think about the China and Russia, you should not think about China as a one step up. You should think about China most likely as a one step down compared to Russia. It's more brutal. Don't look at the facade, okay? It's GDP, whatever. It's more brutal. It's less inclined to accept the Western style thinking. Of course, yes, you see many people who I would call the bankers, they probably are thinking more like we are, right? We need the economic growth. And yesterday I heard people were talking about economic colonialism. Well, if they buy economic colonialism, that's an upgrade to where they are today. No, people around Xi Jinping not going to think like that. So just wait for the month of March. You probably would see that China is going to be together with the Russia in many, many ways. And maybe the West will seek sanctions over China, right? I've been all along saying I would be very, very surprised. She did not end up in the same bed with Putin. So many people are saying that she is smart and China is smart. China wants a profit, economic gain. Baloney. If China wants that, it's already a lot better country than what it is today. At least than the country I know. Does that make sense?
Does it mean that the history is repeating and we are again going to see something similar as Korean Peninsula in the modern history?
You should be prepared for that. Now, the good news is this time the United Nations and the world is not going to be taken by surprise like MacArthur did in the 1950. However, like I said, if you think China is smart, it's going to substitute, let's say, economic colonialism with, let's say, the 1950 Mao Zedong thinking. You're going to be disappointed. It's not going to happen. Okay, because the other one thing to understand is who is Xi's role model? Who is the communist leader Xi look up to? That's Mao Zedong, and he will try to outdo Mao Zedong. So I think China together with Putin, you should take that as granted. If you see that China is like backing out or calling for peace and calling for no nuclear, whatever, think that as it's not caught yet. Okay, China is a lot more vulnerable than Russia. China is going to be much more sensitive to sanction, not because of the reason you think, right? Economy can go to hell. China is very sensitive because it relies on the world oil and grain import, and China is very sensitive to that. And also, economic disruptions and so on will create massive social unrest. And also, the other thing is to put Uyghurs, Tibetans under control, under the thumb. You need a lot of foreign imports of, let's say, the chips, all kinds of things, right? So that's the reason it's going to be very cautious. But the economy is the thing, it can let it go to the hell in a heartbeat if not for these reasons.
Thank you so much, Jingu. Oh, that's my computer. And good morning, Tim.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Jingu. Very nice to see you up. I've not seen you for ages. You've been busy.
Nice to see you, Tim. I've been reading your journey to Ukraine. Quite inspiring.
Thank you very much. It was a long one, but hopefully next time we'll all be on a beach in Odessa, toasting Ukraine's victory. How about that?
That's awesome. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Jingu. Always a pleasure to have you up, my friend. Mockers, I understand a bit of a milestone has been reached on Russian casualties in Ukraine this morning.
Yes, we have over 150,000. In fact, I believe it's 150,860, and that is quite the milestone indeed. But also, we have 20 armored personnel carriers. 20. That's quite a few. I'm of the thought that they either caught a cluster of them together or there's been some sort of mechanized push without any tanks. War Doggo, go ahead.
I don't know why, but I have this kind of weird feeling like you have a birthday today, you know? You have a birthday and you've got a birthday present with the cake, and the cake is like 150 candles. No, there was the beautiful masterpiece of Sweden writer about the guy with the propeller behind his back, and he was always saying is good 150 cakes and one candle.
Excellent. And yes, no matter what this milestone means to anybody else, I think a lot of people prepared a drink for today, and so feel free to have your drink.
I've seen a number of people have a series of bottles of champagne that they open at different points. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Ming the Merciless fella, our regular speaker, who had a bottle for the failure of the 3-day operation to take Kiev. He had a bottle for Kherson, had a bottle for Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, and he's opening them progressively, which I think is rather charming. But I see Frank has his hand up. Frank.
Oh, hi, Tim. Thanks for calling me up. I
don't hear Frank.
Oh, do you hear me now?
I hear Frank.
Need
Carry on,
recycle,
Frank.
Tim.
Oh, crap.
Righto.
Hi, Tim. Bye, Tim.
Yeah, it's Tim's fault. You carry on.
I believe it was Bloke, actually, who had an interesting question for Colonel Spencer. This is going back, what, 3 hours ago now? Something like that. But it's a question that I think we've all pondered, which is, should Crimea be attempted to be liberated first or last or somewhere in between? And I think the obvious answer is, well, depends on whatever the Ukrainian military, views as the best target, in terms of most vulnerable and most strategic, and where they would lose the least amount of men and equipment in order to make that move. But Colonel Spencer actually gave an interesting answer, which was not what I've heard elsewhere, along the lines of there's definitely some good reasons to do Crimea first, which is that generally the more, what would you call them, complacent Western powers, might view Crimea as sort of like the bargaining chip, so to speak, and so therefore, you want to take that bargaining chip off the table and actually take it first, so to speak. And of course, but Colonel Spencer actually had an interesting point, which was that a lot of Western powers might actually view it as, perhaps even a bridge too far, and it might. He was hinting that it might curtail Western support for Ukraine, and so therefore that was the political sort of reason why you might want to hold off on Crimea. I just wanted to know what you guys thought about that, or about the pros and cons of going to Crimea first or last. I think the obvious first move for any counteroffensive in the spring is likely to go from say Kramatorsk and Zaporizhia down south to Melitopol and Berdyansk, and to sever the Russian army in two right off the hop, and then also to put Kerch Bridge back into range and all this kind of thing. So that seems to be the most likely, tactical goal. But anyways, I'm just curious what you guys think.
Yeah, that's interesting point. Hang on, I'm just getting myself re-co-hosted. I couldn't hear most of that, Frank, but I understand your question was, why, why aren't they going after Crimea straight away, right?
Well, I'm just curious about the pros and cons about going. I mean, about going to Crimea straight away, basically.
Sure. My take on that would be that my take on that would be their priority, as well as military victory. Protecting Ukrainian civilians has to be up there somewhere, right? And there aren't very many Ukrainian civilians living in Crimea. The vast bulk of the population are Russian colonists, as I understand it. So that kind of slightly deprioritizes it. On the military side, it seems likely to me, you think about how vulnerable Crimea is. It's quite a tough nut to crack. It does host a lot of Russian forces, so it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a military difficulty to take it. It's going to be fiercely opposed by the Russians. However, it is very, very easy just to cut it off. And if you can cut it off, so you take the isthmus in southern Kherson Oblast, you destroy the Kerch Bridge completely, you deny access to the sea with mines and missiles, and then there's not a lot Crimea can do, right? They won't even have water at that point, because there are no sources of fresh water on the Crimean Peninsula. So it seems to me that, excuse me, rather than taking it with military force, they can clean up the rest of Ukraine first, and then they can basically force it to surrender. And that would give them a lot of leverage as well. If they had a large number of Russian prisoners, then that would give them leverage to get their own people back, both prisoners and civilians. But I would like to hear from Wardogo about that. Wardogo.
Look, first I would mention that I recommend people who are on the space retweeting the space, letting others that interesting discussion in the morning here happening, or in the evening, depending which part of the globe you are. For me, this morning discussion is even more refreshing than the coffee. I really enjoy. Thank you for that. Before to free up Crimea, you need to get to Crimea, and to get to Crimea, you need to free up other places. And there isn't always a trouble of one country scaring away the others using its nuclear power while doing horrible things. That's really a challenge for the modern how to call it in the modern history. And with that, I actually would like to ask Mr. Jing on what his idea is. Look, we get to the point when without using the nuclear weapon, the nuclear weapon was actually used, because the one who decides to unprovokedly attack, rape, murder, massacre, and genocide its neighbors, and fearing away those who decide to step in with nuclear weapon, is actually in some sense usage of nuclear weapon, which is not horrific as you don't see the mushroom on the horizon, yes, but its consequence of such usage can be even more horrible, because the one put a precedent that I do whatever I want, and here is the nuclear stick that I fear away the others from helping the victim. What do you think about that? What are your thoughts on that, if I may? Thanks. Hagenla from Ukraine.
Yeah, I think the nuclear will be a remote factor, which is the likelihood. I don't think you need to right now think too much of it. However, this is actually whenever people are getting very comfortable about thinking China, this is what I want to caution. I think in the long term, Ukraine will win for sure. There's no doubt in my mind. However, we need to be a bit careful as to sometimes paint a too rosy picture as to, China is going to be smart and so on. You need to look at it from a Chinese lens, Chinese Communist Party's lens, okay? So let's take a look at the Korean War. So what happened? The United Nations, right, had Air Force, Ground Force, Naval Force involved, right? 16 countries sent tanks and troops on the ground with air power, overwhelming air power to counter North Korean invasion. Then eventually China was on the North Korean side. What's the end result? It's a demilitarized zone. Have you ever heard one single Kim family member or his cabal being prosecuted for war crime? No. Okay. Now let's think about the Vietnam War, right? So in the Vietnam War, we have self-imposed restrictions, right? Because of that, there's not never a control on the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which is pretty much a trail in the jungles. People just use the manpower to transport ammunition and supplies. Guess what's happened after that? Fall of Saigon. So therefore, China is going to look at this and say, gee, the Western power has no commitment to put in any ground force, air force on the Ukrainian side. So therefore, the best case scenario for Ukraine is probably demilitarized.
Tim, I think it's
Tim,
your
your
mic.
mic's hot.
Tim, you're hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, the best case scenario is a demilitarized zone. The worst case scenario is the fall of Saigon, but we're going to make sure, we're going to help Russia to make sure, right? The fall of Saigon happens to the West, not to the Russia. So therefore, China's looking at this saying, gee, there's quite a bit of room for us. And the other thing is, you need to look at the history of communist China, right? So when the Vietnam War didn't go well, what happened? Nixon flew to China, right? When Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, there's a mess. The West did not want to handle by itself. China stepped up and say, yeah, we can help you, but you need to look the other way when we are doing crazy things, right? Then there's 9/11. Then there's subprime. So to China, on its side, it sees that there's quite a bit of room. It could get itself involved to prolong the war, to create more chaos. Therefore, the West would pull China back into the negotiation table. Then communist China can get what it wants. That's how China sees it. I haven't seen there's enough convincing reason for China to think otherwise, right? So therefore, to think that China would back away, to be on the side, the right side of the history at this point, is still a bit premature. Instead, I think China very little sign and think, yeah, this is probably more like Korean War, right? By involving ourselves in the Korean War and the Vietnam War, what happened? Nixon eventually flew to China. China got into conflict with the Soviet Union, with Khrushchev, not because China was seeking reform. In fact, Mao Zedong's communist China was crazier than Khrushchev. So by out crazy Khrushchev and by creating a mess, undermining what's going on, we actually got everything we wanted. What's the point to stop? Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and back we are getting to the point that we discussed many times with Yehuda about the militarized zone. And the negotiation point will be how deep in Russia will be the demilitarized zone. 50 kilometers, 70 kilometers, 100 kilometers. That's the point to negotiate. My point on nuclear was a little bit different, saying that the nuclear now is used weapon to limit others' help being scared by that weapon, and that's actually in some sense a user uh, modern
I think we're losing you, Doggo.
Yeah, War Doggo fella, your audio is terrible. You're cutting in and out. I'm hoping it's not mine. I think that's a very good point you made. I think it was Victoria Wojtycka who was up on the space who made the same point. Who said just a few months ago, who said that fundamentally, weapons of mass destruction are psychological weapons. They're not military weapons. They're not for delivering an effect on the battlefield. That's not something they can really do. But what they are there for is to scare people. And that's a tactic Russia is certainly attempting to use in this case. Let's go to Prince Heather. Prince Heather.
Gotta find the microphone. And then I gotta find my note. Today, it appears that the representatives of Saudi Arabia are not frequent guests, are frequent guests in Moscow, but are very rarely seen in Kyiv. So the visit of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of this kingdom being in Ukraine today is a fairly extraordinary event. I mean, we know, thanks to Anda, who reminded me, that they were very critically involved in some prisoner exchange negotiations, and they are still actually, I believe, keeping some former Ukrainian prisoners of war in Saudi Arabia until the war ends. They're giving them refuge there, but that was part of the deal. But what are the other possible reasons? I'm wondering if there could be any possible connection to Iran and the drones that Iran is supplying, and possible other ammunition and weapons such as missiles and things such as that. So I was just thinking that might be a good thing to chew on first thing in the morning with a little bit of interesting news that I saw, because I was surprised that he is visiting Kyiv today. So just was looking for some input. Might be something for when Doman and Axel wakes up if nobody has any input now.
This is not something I've been following, and I won't pretend that I understand Arab politics, particularly, or Middle Eastern politics in general. Mockers, Jingu, anything on this?
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to understand it either, I'm afraid. I do know that they have had some involvement in negotiations with prisoner exchanges, but I don't know on what level. Aidan Aslin, I believe, was part of one of those prisoner exchanges. That's Cossack Gundy. He came and spoke to us about it, that he had absolutely no idea
Yeah,
what was going on.
based on the very limited
What's
information,
that, sorry?
Iran. Based on the very limited information we got, it probably has quite to do with Iran. Because one thing is, China's right now standing behind Iran, and also is making Saudi Arabia very, very uncomfortable.
It's not just me, is it?
And not only it's the diplomatic relationship between Iran and the Saudi Arabia, and this is a good sign that Saudi is probably breaking away from the dreaded authoritarian coalition.
Well, I mean, can we reliably say that Saudi Arabia has never been in that dreaded authoritarian coalition? I mean, I know it's an authoritarian country, but my understanding of the politics of that region is that Iran and Saudi Arabia don't like each other very much.
Yes, China has always been hoping to bring Saudi Arabia in. However, this is what's happening. China's understanding of the Islamic world and if everything it did in the eastern Turkestan was backfiring. And also the other thing is, yes, the Iranian, the Mullah regime is right now close to China, However, down to its heart, many people are saying it actually despises the Beijing regime for what it's doing in eastern Turkestan. It's not going to be a stable coalition.
Thank you. I'm glad you have more knowledge than I do on this one. I think Tim was getting himself a coffee earlier while you were talking. Was that the coffee machine I heard, Tim?
While I was hot micing, you mean?
Yes.
No, that was me getting off the tram to a busy road. I just said something to Jingu, then the mic unmuted itself, or I unmuted it, or something like that. Anyway, so no, I wasn't getting a coffee. I was getting off a tram.
Oh well, all sounds the same to me. I'm going to go to War Doggo.
Beautiful sound of birds on the background reminding us that the spring has come, and luckily nobody is frozen to death apart some Ruskies on the front lines. I hope my mic is better now, because like
Much better.
moving here and there, unfortunately internet is not that cool, and from time to time it's falling off and have to reconnect. What I was mentioning about the nuclear weapon was actually the thing that, like, not many focus, but just being scared of the nuclear bomb being used. We are going to see the mushroom on the horizon, and so far and so on. In fact, not understanding that the nuclear weapon, in some sense, being already used, because they have the fear of that being used. And one country raping, murdering, genociding another country, and fearing away the others who decide to step in to protect with the nuclear weapon, is exactly some sense of the use of the nuclear weapon. And with that, actually, we are coming to the point, if that kind of challenge will not be mitigated, and the mechanism how to prevent such a situation will not be found, actually, we're entering to the point where everybody can do whatever he wants, threatening others to nuke if they get in. And guess what? The consequence can be even worse than just a mushroom on the horizon. Uh, so I really truly believe that kind of kind of kind of prevention of such thing will be found, and the world will get stronger from that, having this kind of as a vaccine from the disease that nobody likes, because the current situation is like, yeah, I got nuclear, what you gonna do me? I want to genocide, and that's it. That's the thing I was meaning about the nuclear weapons. Because today morning I got a message from one tanky lady, and she was like, yeah, about nuclear weapon, uh, Russia have adopted some legislation. I was not really disputing with the lady. I sent her the ostrich back with his head on the ground, mentioning that this is the perfect position to be bonked from the back. And that's exactly how many tankies are like peddling current nuclear topic and fear about nuclear topic, in fact don't realizing that they're close to be bonked from the back. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you, War Doggo fella. I don't think I'll ever get used to this bonking terminology. I mean, it's I'm not sure it's just in British English that it sounds slightly salacious, especially bonking from the back. I mean, on the nuclear thing, I mean, there's a risk and it's never zero, right? I think is probably the strongest thing I can say about that. The Western powers have made it very, very clear what the consequences are for that sort of thing. And for example, His Majesty put Ukraine under the British nuclear umbrella very, very early in the war. Hopefully, we've got these to fuck around and find out, was the message from Ben Wallace. We also had, I think it was General Sir Mark Hertling, the former SACEUR, the former Supreme Allied Commander Europe, come on the space and say, well, the price of that sort of thing from Russia is the complete destruction of the Russian army in Ukraine, right, in an afternoon, which is very much within NATO's capability, very much within specifically the United States' capability. And as for the threats, they're propagandists. What's his name, the Sokoloviev guy. They make these on an almost weekly basis. It's and the thing about a threat is the more you make it, and without carrying it out, or at least without moving further towards carrying it out, the more hollow it rings, right? And so, I don't know. I see it as a non-issue. I see it as a total non-issue. John, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. It's a non-issue, but I understand what Wardogo is saying. He's saying that Ukraine is not getting the help they need because people don't see it as nonsense. That's what he's saying. Russia is using this threat, and it's effective, actually. Otherwise, this war would have been over a long time ago. But I think all of us here are in agreement that this it's nonsense. Even if it's not nonsense, it's dangerous to let them have their way using this threat. That's my opinion. We should just smash them down and be done with it.
Thank you, John. Florian.
Good morning. Good night, wherever you are. I think the question was, should they go for Crimea or not? On if it's military feasible, I cannot speak about that. But bringing Crimea into play, meaning there's a serious threat that it gets retaken, or as you argued before, it's cut off, is actually politically the best weapon Ukraine has. Because that will bring Mr. Putin and his regime in serious survival troubles in Russia. Because Crimea is so important to them. If you can take it militarily, there's far more competent people to argue or not argue about it. But I think there's another factor in what is politically very important. And I always think if Ukraine would manage to retake Mariupol and show what happened, that would help to rally the West in another push again. Really showing the devastation of Mariupol, the fields of death, the probably 100,000 people who died there. If Western television crews and reporters would run around and see it on their own eyes, and whatever Western politicians would show up in Mariupol, they would have to rally probably by summer waning public support. And I think this is as important as taking a specific point of land. Cutting off the land bridge is very important, but also if they would reach Mariupol and show what happened in Mariupol, it would tremendously help Ukraine to rally again, or re-rally a good deal of Western society, because they would see by their own eyes what happened. Because there's still this statistics floating around, there's 7,000 civilian deaths, which is total nonsense. The United Nations publishes numbers are utterly unbelievable. Instead of that, we talk something, there's at least 25,000 civilians who have died just in Mariupol. And that's why I think cutting the land bridge, showing what happens in Mariupol is politically very important, but its biggest political weapon of Ukraine is bringing Crimea in play. Not meaning really taking it, but bringing it seriously under threat.
Yeah, sorry, Mockers, would you mind taking over? I'm just in a really windy place for the next 5 minutes.
Of course, no problem. I apologise, but I was not listening to what you just said there, Florian. So
I'll shortly summarize it in one sentence. I think retaking Mariupol it's very important to show the West what really happened, because that will rally Western support. If you see the war crimes that happened in Mariupol, there's probably 100,000 civilians who died. And the second point is, if Crimea comes into play, being cut off or militarily retaken, not even happening, but at the point of that, the Russian regime comes politically internally under huge strains, because Crimea is such an important symbolic prize for them.
Yes, there is certainly that. I mean, we can see already the graves around Madrid and continued to expand. And so,
but this doesn't go to our mass media. The mass media, if you look to my newspapers around, the television in Germany always talks about the United Nations figures of 6,000 or 7,000 civilian deaths. It doesn't get there. You know it, I know it, because we follow closely. 95% of the Germans don't even know that. They know the city has fallen. I mean, maybe 50% know, but they have no clue about the atrocities that happened in Mariupol. It needs, like in Bucha, the pictures of journalists showing the graves and standing there and talking live to the television hosts. I think so.
needs to be more sensational. Yes, I get it. Yeah, you're right. It will be at some point on every news channel, because of how horrific it's going to be. They are indeed making some headway by blowing a few things up in Mariupol at the moment. So I would say there is definitely scope for Mariupol to be on the menu for the Ukrainian armed forces in the near future, or at least when they can move through the mud. I think that's going to be their only limiting factor really at the moment. Once they get all their gear and training, they're going to be stuck in the mud for a little bit before they can actually do anything. In one way, that's nature's blessing, because it gives the Ukrainians time and space to get themselves ready for what's to come. So yes, you're absolutely right, Florian, that there will be a time where the absolute awfulness of what's happened and is probably still happening in Mariupol comes to light. I mean, you don't tell a Russian TV team specifically not to take food from the locals because they will poison you unless you've got a good reason. So obviously it would appear that the locals still aren't very happy with their liberation there, and who can blame them? I have a little update for you folks, just a general bits and bobs. So I will just go through them. So there was another attempt to firebomb a military enlistment office in Russia. This was carried out by a schoolboy using Molotov cocktails in the Kirovsky district of Leningrad. It was actually caught on camera, and it was also a milestone of 70. There have been 70 of these attacks recorded. Seems to be a bit of a pattern, that. I wonder why. I can only imagine there's some reason why these buildings are especially flammable. I also have a little bit of additional news about what's been happening. So 2 nights ago, Russians reported that there were explosions on Russian territory. This was Yeysk Airport that I'm speaking about, which is across the water from Mariupol. Now, the Russians have stated that these were training exercises, of course, but training exercises don't usually cause large fires, unless maybe you're a fireman and you want to put them out. But satellite photos prove there have been large-scale fires, although it's not too obvious as to what was hit at the moment. But let's just say the lady protested too much, and yeah, that was probably not what the Russians said it was. But let's have them. Let's let them have that. Overnight, Russia has struck another apartment block, this time in Zaporizhia. I apologise for how noisy my cats are this morning. They seem to be just bouncing off the walls. So in Zaporizhia, the 5-story building is basically destroyed. Rescue workers are still trying to decide if there's anybody still stuck under the rubble. And again, they were these S-300 missiles, which are air defence, I believe. So defending from residential housing there, those air defence. Sorry. Some good news. Let's cheer ourselves up. Some good news. Slovakia are hinting that they may be able to send a number of Soviet-era MiG-29 planes to Kyiv. They have 11, and they want to keep one for posterity by the sounds of things, or probably because it's broken. And so the other 10 are a possibility of being given to Kyiv. And, well, any additional aircraft, I'm sure they will be really glad of, and something that they can already fly and service is, well, it's just perfect. It doesn't give them any new capabilities, but it does mean that there's more to go around, and we know they have more pilots than craft. So I would say that Ukraine would be very happy. What do you think, Tim? New fixed wing. I'm pretty sure Ukraine will snatch the hand off.
Well, hardly new, I would say. MiG-29 is the workhorse of the Ukrainian Air Force, as I understand it. But I see Will's hand went straight up. Will, good morning.
Hey, Tim. Hey, Mockers. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a great deal, but when are we going to quit hearing about these things that might happen and just have somebody tell us? We've decided we're going to keep one for posterity, but we've flown the rest to Kiev. Love and mung beans. When are we going to see that? I mean, because just talk is cheap, and any more talk of any more jets from any other location seems to be slowing down progress towards just get them the F-16s already, guys. I mean, we know we're on there. MiG-29 is great. I don't mean to belittle that, because that's a thing that they can put into play immediately, just as Tim said, and could definitely do some good, provided they do the calculation for themselves on survivability, right? They don't just get 10 new and just, we know we got the control of the skies, because they could lose 10 good pilots that could eventually transfer into a better aircraft if people would pull their finger out on the other end.
Something interesting you said, Mockers. Do we know that they have more pilots than aircraft? Is this a known problem in the Ukrainian Air Force?
It is indeed, yes. They apparently have many more trained pilots than they do aircraft, and that has been an issue for them. That they basically say, look, we've got these pilots. They're not able to fly because we don't have enough aircraft to put them in. So we could be training them, and you know, so that is, I believe, one of the reasons why they've already selected pilots that could be trained on F-16s, because they've got plenty of them at the moment.
Well, I think it's a bold assumption that we're not training pilots on Western airframes already, right? The way, I mean, I think I've noticed a pattern. This might just be pareidolia here, but this is something I brought up before. The way these things seem to go is Ukraine requests a major military system from the West, be it, you know, I don't know, Marder or Bradley or main battle tanks. the West sticks about for months on end, saying, giving pretty weak reasons why these systems can't be delivered, or it's not the right time for them to be delivered. All the while, the West is quietly training Ukrainians on these systems, and then eventually these systems just get given. So perhaps that's what's happening with the aeroplanes.
I don't doubt that for 1 second. In fact, I would 100% agree that that's absolutely happening. And there was indication from a pilot, I think CJ or somebody, a couple of months even ago, who said there's actually a civilian training facility in Florida that you can train to fly an F-16 on. An actual F-16. There's a privatized sort of version of it. Now, won't have any weapon systems on it, but of course you could get all that out of the way, right? And then be hot and ready for weapons training as soon as the log jam was broken. I don't know if there's any similar analog for the tornado, but yeah, I would think they'd be taking at least a couple squadrons of guys. If you got them sitting around doing nothing, cherry pick some and send them off for training, even if they don't use it. Because it's the critical path thing, isn't it, Tim? I mean, it's, as they said, even an experienced pilot who they limit the combat training they give them to the roles they're exactly going to play in this war in Ukraine. 9 months minimum, they said, if it was an experienced pilot on a MiG-29. So, boy, I hope they were doing that with a couple dozen of them in each direction, right? Eurofighter, Tranche 1, and F-16, because Tyner laid it out pretty well ages ago that one of those two airframes was the way to go, and I don't think anybody who said anything since then has really changed the weight of his opinion at that time.
Absolutely. I didn't hear the Tyner take on this one, but I'm sure he had some very interesting things to say. Perhaps we can go into that if you heard the segment. I can't speak for the Ukrainian. I can't speak for the Ukrainian Air Force or even the United States Air Force. But in my own country, the Royal Air Force takes 2 years to train a fast air pilot from start to finish. So from a bloke walking in the door to a bloke being a pilot qualified to fly fast air takes 2 years. It takes 8 months to familiarize pilots on an entirely new modern system, specifically F-35. So if you're already a Eurofighter pilot or Harrier pilot or whatever, and you're being trained onto F-35, that is an 8-month course. An 8-month course. Now, I don't know a huge amount about aeroplanes. I would imagine F-35 is a more sophisticated system than F-16. But even if the skills are broadly transferable, but even still, this is almost a year-long training effort to get pilots up to scratch. Okay, so it can be condensed, it can be, for want of a better term, rushed for the sake of Ukraine. But this is a pretty gargantuan familiarization effort to get pilots who are trained and qualified on Soviet-era equipment. I believe MiG-29s from the late 60s, early 70s, up to being able to operate a modern-ish Western system effectively. That seems like a gargantuan training effort to me.
So, yes, gargantuan, but here again, the MiG-29 actually came out not so long in time from the F-16. So it's in that same range, and the equipment to fly the planes. See, the key to these things is they're both jet airplanes, and they're not vertical takeoff and landing jet airplanes. They're just straight jet airplane fighter type things, either the Eurofighter Tranche 1 or the F-16. So moving from the airframe to the airframe should be no longer or more difficult than going from an Harrier or a Tornado to an F-35, really. And yes, massively more complicated when the equipment goes in. But remember, the system was also technologically more advanced and does a lot of things for the pilots that they also then have to do. So probably getting your head around it is the biggest thing. I don't know if you have, but I went and sat in a guy's Tesla for the first time about a month ago, and there was so much distracting shit going on. I thought I would have to sit here and take a training course for 30 minutes before I even pulled out of this car place with this thing, because there's literally a full-size monitor looking at you, and you're supposed to do stuff on that thing. There's just way too many distractions, and I'm pretty certain that would be the same reaction from a person who's used to flying the plane more, if you will, and going into one of these more modern avionics type things. So I would actually think that if CJ and the others said that moving from an MiG-29 to an F-16 took 9 months, that seems to be sort of what you're talking about, in the same sort of range for the British pilots to go to the F-35. So reasonable. And knowing that, I certainly hope these folks, even before they were discussing it, had any extra pilots that were sitting around in Ukraine waiting for an aircraft off doing training on the new planes, because the key is, it doesn't matter if they show up in 6 months or 9 months or a year and a half. Ukraine is going to need modern advanced fighter aircraft to defend itself going forward regardless. So they should be thinking about the medium and long term capability that they need to fend off to defend Ukraine's skies after they've driven Russia out of past its borders, because that's the mandate, right? As soon as Ukraine pushes them out past their borders, they're supposed to basically stop and go, there, that's over. Now, would you like to sue for hostilities, to end hostilities? But I've got to have a credible and powerful defense at that point. So I just no excuse. I think when I was talking to the colonel the other night about this, Tim, I think very possibly this hemming and hawing has to do with political and economic issues that are behind these things, because there's a long supply chain and you don't make many of them in reality for fighter aircraft, and they need to decide whether or not the long-term supply of jet aircraft to cover Ukraine and other parts of Europe is it going to come out of that the Eurofighter consortium, or is the U.S. going to stick its big unit into everything like it always does? Because that's the thing, when the Yanks decide to get into something, Tim, they just totally take it over, right? So if Ukraine says, oh, we're going to go to the F-16s, they'll already have lined up a program for them on when they're going to take over the F-35s, because the U.S. defense industry would love, I'm sure, to own the skies over Europe as well. And I'm sure Germany, Schultz said, well, no, we can't provide Eurofighter Tranche 1. It would be escalatory. And the Yanks might have said, well, we'll do it. We'll give them F-16s. And here we come. But they ain't going to go on to Eurofighters later. They're going to go on to our stuff forever. And the Germans probably went, oh, but we need to maintain our, you know how the arguments would go. So I reckon it's got caught up in a lot of diplomatic and economic things that don't have anything to do with what the best fighter for the job is, because Tyner laid that out, as I say, pretty clearly down one or two paths a month ago, at least, I reckon. And yeah, so, but these MiG-29s are interesting to me only in that they're plug and play right now to fill that gap until such time as whichever fighter they're going to get into medium and long term, whatever that is, they could fill that gap right now today with any Su-24s, Su-25s, or MiG-29s, or even Su-27s that were hanging around without anything to do. But yeah, I just get frustrated because I just like to see somebody say, we've sent them, not we're thinking about doing it.
Absolutely. And by way of further anecdote on that, I drive a 15-year-old Mazda. It's a good car, but it is basic as shit. So, it doesn't really, it just goes, it doesn't really do anything else. And I was on a business trip to the UK a couple of months ago, and my hire car was a brand spanking new Audi. Now, it took me about 20 minutes how to work out how to switch that thing on, right? I just, it was like being, the radio was easy to turn on, but turning it off, Christ on a bike. So yeah, anyway, I don't envy these poor pilots if they're having to go through a familiarization system on the Western equivalent of an Audi A3, which I guess is probably a Eurofighter. But Mokas.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I have seen evidence of Ukrainian pilots setting up like a VR simulation so that they can actually, have some idea of flying new aircraft without having to even leave the country. That we know that there are these big simulators which have all the buttons and what have you, and they're like a big machine that's virtually a cockpit. However, they've set up areas where they can do VR simulations of flying these planes, and they apparently set it all out, so that the cockpit is pretty much as it would be in front of you, and give them some actual experience of doing it in VR. So I have seen that there are projects to train Ukrainian pilots, and it's just because there's there's no point them doing nothing while they're unable to be flying aircraft. I'm sure that's not part of the official training, but they're doing it.
No, but that's also very important because helicopter pilots and jet air pilots, even if they're part of the training component for people like we do, helicopter pilots all the time, and they have to go spend time on the simulator every year or two to maintain their certification, because you don't practice emergency procedures on a real aircraft. There's some things you actually can train better on a simulator than you can in real life, because if you try to do all the emergency procedures in a helicopter or a plane in real life, and some of that stuff is critical, that it can actually crash the thing, so they have to train on simulators, and there are many simulators around, but the most of them that are around are also, again, they're set up this way. They can set them up for any plane, but I think they're they're a little beefier than your standard home PC system, if you will, and the software on them so complicated and restricted and all that. So I don't think they'd set one just up anywhere, but they could set multiple up. But right now, the most training simulators that are available are for the F-16 and the Eurofighter. And they should have been doing all the training they possibly could, either in country or in real life on jets all year, you'd hope.
Thank you very much. It's been pointed out in my DMs by a couple of kind listeners that training on US airframes has been of Ukrainian pilots has been ongoing since June 2022, and that another listener comments that about 24 Ukrainian pilots have received some training on F-16. So it does look like these efforts are at least ongoing, already started. But I see Eric is up, and Eric has his hand up. Eric, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Tim. And I just want to continue with the example you just gave of switching cars to a newer one. But maybe my point is a little bit different, because I did the same thing. I switched from a 15-year-old French car to a spank new Volvo. And of course, it took me 20 minutes to realize everything worked out. But then, after I worked that out, oh my God, it was easy to drive. I mean, in comparison, it was just, all the support systems that more or less did everything for you. It's incredible. And I wonder if that to some extent also translates over to fighter jets to some extent. Because, if you went into jet in the 60s and 70s, you were literally strapping yourself to a rocket with not that many support systems. And today, you have, you're more or less flying a computer that does so much for you. And I wonder if that makes it much easier to translate, or much easier to relearn. 8 months to to learn a completely new aircraft, as you stated, to learn F-35. I wonder if that was much, much longer back in the days when there wasn't all these support systems that actually helped the pilot fly by wire. So I wonder if it's actually easier today to transition from a 60s or 70s jet to a modern fighter than it would be to do the opposite, transitioning from F-35 down to, I don't know, old MiG, for example, because then you literally, again, you're strapping yourself to rocket with not that many support systems. So it might actually be much, much easier to switch up than to switch down. Here's a thought. Thank you.
Sure. This puts me in mind of a Twitter thread I read a few months ago about the different design philosophies behind Soviet versus Western pieces of military equipment, especially complicated pieces of equipment. Now, the way the West designs things and always has designed things since the end of the Cold War is very much in line with your Volvo or my temporary Audi, in that they're highly computerized, they're highly automated. The system does an awful lot of work for you, but it does take a long time to learn how to use that system to its fullest capability. Now, the way the Soviet Union designed things was far less forgiving, but involving learning individual tasks in more detail. So say you have the crew of a tank. The Western tank is highly computerized, highly automated. The crew receive trade-specific training, but they also receive general training. So if you have, say, a tank gunner, he will be able to transition fairly easily to being a tank driver, simply because the system does a lot of his job for him. When you have a Soviet tank, you have a gunner, a driver, and a commander. They are very, very well trained in their individual roles, but the system doesn't allow them to transition to a different role very easily. They have to learn that role again, because the way the tank is designed, it's not designed to be very forgiving of its operators. So perhaps that's a relevant consideration here, though perhaps with a highly specialized, and the reasoning behind this is because fundamentally NATO was made up of professional armies. The Soviet Union was designed to be a conscript army, so it relied on individual people being very well drilled in a particular, very, very specific job. But the training doctrine and the training schedule was not such that it could train capable, the kind of generalists who are capable of operating a complex system. So perhaps there's some relevance there in the design philosophies between Soviet and Western military aircraft. I'm not sure, but that seems like the kind of highly specialist role where this sort of thing doesn't apply. So maybe I'm talking rubbish. I don't know.
Tim, if
So that's plausible, I'd say. Sorry, Doman. I think it's plausible, Tim, that's the case, but I don't really reckon that's going to be the determining factor. Once you get to a jet aircraft is kind of a jet aircraft, and it has to be able to do all the things. So it'll have all the fundamental systems that you'd recognize, even though they might not be as sophisticated. So I think that's a factor, but I'm not sure it's a determining factor.
Thank you, Will. Doman, good morning.
Good morning. All I wanted to say is, what does a temporary Audi mean? No, but seriously, there's a big difference in flying a jet situation, right? So the difference between those two, I think, is what really needs to be underlined. And also for other Soviet things, be it air defenses or whatnot, one of the things that was being said is, no, they're much more of an art rather than a procedure. So yes, when you have the best practice, best trained, best plugged in operator, they might be similar in effectiveness compared to what Western equivalents are, but that's just nowhere near actually good enough. So I think that's an interesting comparison as well. I don't know how well that extends to fighter jets, but judging by what we've seen from the Ukrainian Air Force still flying, it probably holds up as well.
Dom, and I have to say I'm slightly disappointed. You know, as a Swede, just admitting that I own a Volvo, I'm expecting some kind of joke or jibe, but I get nothing.
You get no praise. I'm sorry. Unless you assembled it yourself from flatback.
Of course I did. That's the Swedish way.
Is this how the Gripen aircraft are delivered as well? Do you get an Allen key and you have to work it out for yourself?
But it's very efficient. And you can get 6 on one truck.
Actually, it's outsourced to Denmark in that case. We get it's a Lego piece and we just plug it together. It's really easy.
So you're saying the difference is whether you use tools or not?
Exactly. And I mean, the whole point is we have a conscript army, so we expected to. So when it's wartime, we discussed this before. We are expected to have conscript been able to train up to support the Griffins and make it airworthy after a sortie in less than an hour. Then you can't use any tools, and it has to all be in plastics.
Very silly, but at least we're one step ahead of the Russians as always. Well, several hundred yards ahead of the Russians as always. One of my favorite pictures of the largely fictional aircraft, the Su-57, is of it without its radar deflecting or radar absorbing skin on, and it does appear that this airframe has been assembled with Phillips head plasterboard screws. Which is very interesting. You can see pictures on the internet of this, and I mean they are literally those Parkerized black screws you use for putting drywall up. It's very silly. It's like they just nipped down to B&Q to buy those rather than having anything vaguely specialized. They're also not in line and they're badly countersunk, and that aircraft just looks like I made it, and I'm not good at making aircraft or anything for that matter. Yeah, it's all very silly. Eric,
I have a completely different question, if you don't mind my changing the subject.
Of course.
Because during the last 2 or 3 weeks, there's been these attacks with drones and cruise missiles that has been extremely ineffective, but also using DADs or non-armed missiles. And the comments I'm reading is that that's because they want to prod the Ukrainian air defense for a bigger air push a little later. But I don't understand that. I hope maybe someone can explain it to me. As I understood it, the Ukrainian air defense is extremely mobile. It's extremely easy to, after one of these prodding attacks, you just relayer it in a different fashion and move the assets around. So I don't understand what the point would be to waste all these missiles just to find out where the SAM sites are. Or am I missing something? Thank you.
Well, the uncharitable take on this would be that the Russians are working on the assumption that the Ukrainians tend to fight the way they do, and this would be, with very limited adaptability. In terms of spoofing air defense, I mean, this is something the Russians do. They do this as both a military tactic and as a terror tactic. So something that's very, very common in Ukraine is for the Russians to put air assets up on their side of the border, fly them around a bit, just to trigger the Ukrainian civil alarm system, and just mess people about, make people's phone apps go off, make the alarms go off, cost people sleep, and just generally demoralize the population. So this is very much something they do. In terms of how you actually map enemy air defense, I'm honestly not sure. And whether it is a worthwhile exercise to expend assets to find out where mobile systems are, not sure. But there are a number of other reasons why they might do this. They could be testing capabilities, etc. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm skeptical of any claim that the Russian Air Force is about to come to the rescue. simply because it's been so notable by its absence so far in the escalation. You know, this was something that surprised basically everybody. This was supposed to be a war in which Russia, with its declared capabilities, established air supremacy very, very quickly, and that simply did not happen. And this is a war where neither side has air supremacy. Both sides struggle with local air superiority. So yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Doman? What Russian Air Force doing?
I think it's very interesting what Russian Air Force is doing. Sorry, give me a second.
If only we had the Doolittle Air Wing up to discuss this, because this is a very interesting topic and I lack a lot of background knowledge on it. But yeah, it's an interesting point, Eric. These air defense systems, they do tend to be highly mobile. They are fairly readily deployable, redeployable. However, I would say that the distances in Ukraine are quite unfathomably large, right? So if you're having to be busy moving air defense assets around, for a start, you're making them vulnerable by moving them along roads. You know, it is springtime now, so cross-country mobility is being is reducing, and if you're it's like playing tennis, right? It's like hitting the ball into opposite corners of the tennis court to make your opponent run around. You know, if you're forcing them to do that, then you're going to be you're going to be exhausting and demoralizing your enemy, keeping your enemy guessing. I can see a situation where this is a valuable use of missile power. I can kind of see that. What do you reckon, Eric? Terminator.
Sorry about that, Tim. I tried to pick up a co-host invite, but then it ruined my unmute button. So what I wanted to say is I am continuously fascinated by the suggestions that come out of certain corners saying, but Russians have barely started using strategic bombers because look at all of these dumb munitions that they have, all these gravity bombs that they have for the big strategic bombers. Just imagine when they, really pull all the stops out and start flying those over Kiev and Odessa and wherever else. You know what? Do they have any conception of what air defenses are? Strategic bombers dropping gravity bombs in Kiev would end up looking like strategic bombers dropping themselves all over the Ukrainian countryside 100 kilometers before they got to Kiev. Because they are large, slow, unwieldy, up in the sky, and very slow and very unmaneuverable. So good luck with any of that. I mean, obviously not actual good luck, but they would need obscene amounts of luck to get anywhere with it.
Absolutely, and this is important because Ukraine operates a number of systems that are specifically designed to deal with this threat. One of them is S-300, which is a heavy air defense system. I think they now have Patriot as well. Am I correct, Owen?
They will soon, yes. The training on the first battery will be done, I don't know, maybe later this month, maybe early next month, but yeah.
Right, and they also have the German thingy, but I understand that is what is it called, Iris-T?
Yes.
But I understand that's more of a point defense system than a strategic system, right?
I don't know. Ask Axel. He has one in his backyard. He would know.
I know, but yeah, and these, as Doman says, these strategic bombers will be extremely vulnerable to air defense, and also I've heard it estimated that the Russians don't actually have that many bombers. The Bears, the Tupolovs from the 50s. I've heard it estimated that they have about 80 of them, which are serviceable. 80. That's really not that many airframes, right?
No, and they have those, and they have the Blackjacks, and they have the Tu-22 M3 or whatever they're called. They have a bunch, but they have not so many that even if they flew all of them at once, the various NASAMS and IRIS-T batteries scattered across Ukraine, not to mention the S-300s, wouldn't take them all down. I think they could refill re-ammunition just about quickly enough. But luckily, again, they're quite slow. You know, they fly like an airliner flies. They're not a small, agile, maneuverable, whatever, fighter jet. So it's really, really not. It's really, really not something they can manage. So it has a altitude range of 15 kilometers or something. NASAMS is similar. They would take all of these down relatively straightforwardly. Maybe even more than that, actually. Maybe more than 50, maybe 20 kilometers, something like that. Anyway, high enough to take down all the strategic bombers Russia might hypothetically put forward. Russia has used strategic bombers for two things: cruise missile launches, which we're all very familiar with, and in a few cases, crucially in Mariupol, after Mariupol was already 70 kilometers behind the front lines and cut off from Ukraine, right? From Ukrainian controlled territory, other Ukrainian controlled territory. They actually used them to drop gravity munitions on Azovstal, right? But that's where Ukraine wasn't covering it with air defenses. I believe they might have used them in some border areas as well, very early on in the push for Chernihiv, especially. I might be wrong on that, and Kharkiv as well, when Kharkiv was being pressured. But at the time, the air picture was completely different. If they decided now to suddenly fly it over Kiev or Odessa or Dnipro, it would just not. It would end for them. It wouldn't end well, but it would end quickly.
Now, bombing Azovstal seems a very curious way to deploy a strategic bomber to me. Was that like a capability demonstration, or was there some tactical need for that?
I don't know. I think they had those, 1-ton munitions or some such, or 500 kilo bombs, maybe 1,000 kilo bombs that they were trying to drop on Azovstal because it's such a, heavy duty building. Apparently, you can use lots of steel in construction when you make steel in the place where you're building the thing already. Much easier than when you have to move it around somewhere else.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the advantages of fighting in a steelworks is there's going to be plenty of steel kicking about. So yeah, it just makes me wonder if this was a kind of quiet reminder that these assets are in play. Symbolic bombing runs do happen. You think about the Black Buck raids during the Falklands War. The purpose of those was, okay, to destroy Port Stanley Airfield, but the secondary and arguably more important, more symbolically important purpose of the Black Buck raids was to tell Buenos Aires that, yeah, we have these things. Yes, we can touch you with them. You'd better pull your air force back to defend your defend your mainland. Otherwise, it's going to get bombed. And that absolutely did work. So it makes me wonder whether such events as bombing Azovstal were kind of a quiet reminder to Kiev that yes, we have these things, and yes, they work, and yes, they're dangerous. So you better watch out. But here comes Axel, who will talk about aeroplanes. Axel, good morning.
Hi there. Yeah, they needed the ordnance. The strategic bombers were the only ones with which they could unload that amount of ordnance on Mariupol after they had eliminated the air defenses.
So this was the only delivery system they had?
For that amount of ordnance, yes. They were dropping bombs on Mariupol and specifically Azovstal in an amount unseen since carpet bombing in the Second World War.
Crikey, that must have caused a few headaches. Okay.
But I think the bigger point here being, Tim, right, that they have no ability to do that anywhere where the surrounding tens of kilometers aren't totally controlled by Russia, and that scenario just isn't going to be forthcoming. Right? It just really isn't going to be forthcoming anymore. So if they do use them, it will be one-way trips.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so now we've been joined by Doman, shall we have a look at the MOD report? What do we reckon?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. So, as I don't think Mockers did it this morning, so apologies if we are repeating ourselves, but I don't think we are. The British Ministry of Defence, UK MOD Defence Intelligence, releases a daily report with a snippet of what's going on in Russia's aggression against Ukraine on a particular theme. This morning, the theme is very much Bakhmut. So the MOD reports today, the 2nd of March 2023, day 370.
71, I think.
72. According to The Guardian, at least, it's 372 of Russia's escalation of their aggression against Ukraine. As Ukrainian forces continue their defense of Bakhmut in Donetsk Oblast, rising temperatures are now creating the muddy conditions known in Ukrainian as bezdorozhye, limiting cross-country movement, CCM. Poor CCM typically provides some military advantage to defending forces. Daytime soil temperatures have risen and are now largely above freezing. As experienced since mid-February 2023, overnight freeze and daytime thaw remain likely until next week. Forecast warmer than average conditions for the remainder of winter and spring will further reduce cross-country movement. It is almost certain that by late March, cross-country movement will be at its worst following the final thaw. This will add further friction to ground operations and hamper off-road movement of heavier armored vehicles, especially over the churned up ground in the Bakhmut sector. So, a few things to unpack here. Bakhmut, Doman, are the Ukrainians attacking or defending?
I think they're doing fundamentally the same as they were doing, ever since June last year, which is delaying, and attriting Russians until at some point they'll decide that it's no longer, a tenable proposition, no longer workable. Now, we've had from people like Yehuda say many months ago already, yeah, this might come soon, this might come soon, this might come soon. It's kind of been on the table for a very long time, except Ukrainians clearly keep making the assessment that it's not necessary to retreat quite yet, it's not necessary to go to build out positions a little bit further west quite yet. And until then, Bakhmut holds. And then at some point, if it doesn't anymore, it will have taken the Russians 8 months and tens of thousands of soldiers, many hundreds of pieces of heavy equipment to take what used to be before the full-scale invasion, the 100th most populous place in Ukraine, something along those lines. At an absolutely at a pace that would be envied by many glaciers.
Absolutely. And this comes after an advisor to President Zelensky has suggested, just hinted on CNN, that they may pull back from Bakhmut, they may not, right? So this is obviously not being considered absolutely vital ground by the Ukrainians. I mean, I've heard its importance assessed differently by different people. I had a conversation with Natalia Andreeva, the journalist who was on the Space for Our Freedom Marathon. She's based out of Zaporizhia, and she takes regular trips to Bakhmut to report. She seemed to be of the view that it was quite important because it does protect roads out to Kramatorsk. I've heard other people assess it to be militarily not particularly important, except to the Russians, to the extent that the Ukrainians can threaten Lysychansk and Sperodonetsk from Bakhmut. So I've heard various takes on that. The Ukrainians don't seem to think it's particularly vital, simply because there's some very muted signals that they might just pull back from it anyway. But what is important is that the Russians are losing a heck of a lot of men trying to take it. Dermot, sorry.
And the importance of it was very different before Ukraine liberated Izium and Liman in that big push in eastern Kharkiv Oblast. But since then, the threatedness level of Kramatorsk and Slavyansk has been much lower, and any gains by Russians would genuinely be just, well, good job. Now you have, another 10 square kilometers of Ukraine under your control, which you had to basically rubbleize in order to be able to take in the first place, and it only took you 8 months.
Absolutely. I think the symbolism of this is probably the most important thing. This is the world's second land army allegedly failing to take this little scrap for months. How long have they been trying to take it? It is about 8 months, isn't it?
Since June.
Since June.
May even.
Since May or June, and completely failing to take it and losing so many men. The symbolism of that, I think, is quite powerful. Chris, good morning to you.
It was a truly Sisyphean effort, right, Chris?
If I knew what that meant, I'd probably agree, Damon. But
Chris,
good
it's
morning.
about Sisyphus and the chap who had to roll up a stone towards the top of a hill. And every morning when he managed to attain that feat, he found himself waking up at the foot of the hill with a stone to roll up.
Oh, okay. I've got it. I definitely agree then. So, gentlemen, ladies, I have news. It's important news. Today, the day of 150,000 dead Russians, Chris Windley has been allowed back on LinkedIn. So,
did you get yourself banned again, Chris?
Well, I don't know when the last time you knew I was banned was, Tim, but according to LinkedIn, I was permanently banned forever, would never be allowed to come back, etc., etc., etc. Right? But actually, I'd sort of given up. I'd sort of got into, well, FU type mode. But I don't care, and instead now I'll be, I'll be the biggest LinkedIn critic ever. But anyway, then somebody kindly sent me all the email addresses of the LinkedIn senior management. So I pointed out to them that I was a first million LinkedIn member and had 35,000 followers and had dutifully paid premium and sales navigator all my life and got my sales and marketing teams to do the same, blah, 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 blah. And they came back and said, okay, you're not restricted anymore. Funnily enough. So you'll also hopefully be proud to know that the first thing I did was I posted an article about MriyaReport and Dr. Biljana Lilly and what she said in a somewhat act of defiance, and it's got a lot of views already too. So anyway,
excellent.
I know
and later today you'll be able to follow it up with the link to the podcast episode, which I trust we'll have very soon.
Brilliant. Okay, yeah. Well, make sure that I know about that. I mean, obviously, I'll keep an eye out for it, but it was very kind of her to say those words, wasn't it?
If you like,
yeah.
You can, for example, post the Spotify links all the time there.
Oh, listen. Yeah. Well, I was doing that a lot, Axel. But I was there was a lot of coverage that MriyaReport was getting on LinkedIn. Trust me.
I'm just saying that Spotify
But,
might actually help people of LinkedIn taking this seriously. And many people there seem to be geared towards listening to podcasts. That at least struck me in the past years, albeit that I've stopped using it. And
okay. I can't. Well, I don't know whether it's a mistaken impression, right? But I'm on a little or in a little, signal banned from LinkedIn group, right? So there's a crowd of us, that have been banned, and actually that new members join all the time, and there's just a bit of a feeling that maybe LinkedIn senior management might have woken up a bit, Axel.
it might just be yet another info operation.
You go on.
Just saying. Be careful. Be careful out
Yeah,
there.
it could be. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah. Well, anyway, so like I noticed that Colonel Spencer was back as well on Twitter and that. So it must be. I'll be back. No, I'm back, Dave.
Well, we had
So,
him yesterday.
anyway, I'm happy in my.
For 5 minutes when he came through and said that things might now be working as Twitter Spaces told him. So I said, okay, why not try it out now? So we did try it out now. And whilst Tim and I were picking up Oscar Domesticated in Tallinn for a little farewell drink, John came on and it worked perfectly fine. And then he even during the evening dropped by for another few minutes. And then we had a segment on Rangers and Seals with John Spencer and Chuck Farrer during the night, which will be on Spotify soon.
Yeah, I did see that. Unfortunately, I fell asleep last night. But there you go.
I fell asleep before. I set myself an alarm to wake up to listen in at least.
Oh, okay, very good. Well, I'll have to have more cats of nine tails, I guess. But anyway, so I'm sort of a happy bunny anyway today.
At the yard arm.
Were you allowed the pre-lash?
Training sessions by monkeys.
You want me to have pre-lashes as well as actual lashes now, David? Do you? What are you? Some sort of masochist, sadist, whatever?
No, I was being kind, Chris. I was asking whether you were allowed a drink of little something to numb your pain receptors a bit before.
I decided to wait till we were over the 150k before I spoiled good whiskey with Stone's ginger. That'll upset you all, won't it? Yeah, so I shall be doing that tonight.
I think later tonight definitely is a moment where Gunny and I will have a dram.
Shall we have a look at some headlines, Doman?
Let's do that then. Your pick of order.
Okay, so some news this morning. There has been an update in the New York Times on the Battle of Vuhledar, which I understood to have ended. But a town in southern Ukraine. It has been the focus of very concerted Russian attacks over the last 3 weeks. Now, about 2 weeks ago, we had news reported of a brigade-level assault on Vuhledar by Russian forces. This was their attempt at a proper combined arms assault, which was an absolute disaster. So the Russians effectively lost an entire brigade and totally failed to take the town of Vuhledar. This brigade lost all of its vehicles and about half of its men, and it was competently commanded. This is the interesting thing. The guy who was in charge on the Russian side was Lieutenant General Muradov, who has had a long and glittering career in the Russian armed forces. He is a multi-theater veteran of Russia's professional military. He is a colonel general, which I believe is equivalent to lieutenant general in real armies. I mean, Western armies. And he did Chechnya 1 and 2. He did Syria. He did Georgia, and now he's doing Ukraine. So he's also had a series of prestigious commands in Russia's elaborately named military academies. He's also had his own train set a number of times. So he's been a unit and a formation commander at all levels of the Russian army. So this is a chap who theoretically knows what he's doing. His first attack on Vuhledar was an absolute disaster for the Russian army. As I said, they lost basically an entire brigade. Now the New York Times reports that this is actually a 3-week battle, has been ongoing, and Russia have lost at least 130 tanks and armored vehicles in Vuhledar.
And thousands of men.
And thousands of men.
And do you know how many square kilometers they have gained net in the area around Vuhledar?
I don't know.
Less than 0. Because yes, they have gained a couple of square kilometers in one bit, but they lost slightly more in the bit slightly next to it. So they've managed to progress backwards in an offensive where they have lost the equivalent of a small European country's entire armed forces. I mean, men, equipment, just in totality. Just an entire, small European country's worth of army.
That's absolutely extraordinary. I mean, yeah, perhaps we shouldn't sneer at battles where very little ground is gained and lost, right? Because I'm reminded of the Battle of Kohima during World War II, which was fought in India between the British Empire and the Japanese. There was a particular sideshow of that action known as the Battle of the Tennis Court, in which basically the Battle of Kohima was a battle between 2 British divisions, rather one Indian division, 1 British division, and 1 Japanese division. And it was fought in a somewhat hilly region, and it was very, very wet, and the roads were not particularly passable. And one of the only places where you could put a gun was on the tennis court of one of the local officials' houses. So this was the only concreted, the only hard standing on basically the whole battlefield. So it was the only place where you could operate guns effectively. And so surprisingly large formations faced each other across this tennis court and attacked each other across this tennis court. And this tennis court changed hands several times a day. And it was the absolute focus of this battle because it was the only, it was the vital ground of this battle. If you could hold the tennis court, you could bring guns into play, and therefore you would win the battle, which the British Empire eventually did. Do you think that's this sort of situation? Is there anything particularly special or vital about Vuhledar that makes it the focus of so much Russian aggression?
Not like the tennis court. There is no tennis court in Vuhledar. No proverbial tennis court. There is some rationale for why the Russians really won Vuhledar. It is to better secure their logistics routes behind Vuhledar, running east to west or running west to east, either way. And that's why. That's why they want to kind of increase the buffer there. But they've basically decided that, yes, heavy mud is good ground on which to conduct an armored attack, as are minefields. And just driving through minefields is the preferred method of advancing. Driving through minefields, just because, really. And that's why they're doing it. And they're doing it very well. And long may they continue. And I just hope Ukrainians don't run out of RAM remote deployable anti-tank mines.
Righty-ho. So the New York Times further reports that one of the reasons for the Russian failures has been the lack of experienced tank commanders, and also the weakness of the newly conscripted soldiers who have not been trained. Basically, they've not been trained how to react to effective enemy fire. Now, this is an important thing in small unit tactics: is what to do if you're advancing or you're moving across the battlefield and suddenly somebody starts shooting at you. Your reaction to that is known as reaction to effective enemy fire. Now, the drills vary depending on exactly what you're doing, but the basic principle of it is you shoot back for a bit, you take cover, and then you start shooting back in earnest, and then you make a decision as to whether to withdraw or whether to advance and close with the enemy. Now, this is something at a very small unit level. It's a question of drills, right? It's always very, very stressful. It's very difficult to think when someone is shooting at you. So the way this is taught to infantry is, the way it's instructed is very, very heavy drilling. So you do this over and over and over again until it becomes second nature to you, because that's what you're going to need when someone's actually shooting at you, because it's really, really horrible when people are shooting at you. This is an area where inexperienced units will very, very quickly go to pieces. If they panic and forget their drills, or they've never been trained in how to do this, and you start shooting at them, then that unit will collapse very, very quickly because they don't know what to do. This is doubly true if they're ineffectively led. So when you do your reaction to effective enemy fire, you take cover, you form a line of battle, you form a firing line toward the enemy. It is then up to your officers and senior NCOs to basically come up with a plan off the cuff on how to deal with that particular situation you're in. They can either withdraw you, which requires a great deal of organization, or they can organize an assault on the enemy position that is shooting at you, which also requires a great deal of organization. If you don't have somebody in your unit who is capable of doing that, so you don't have a well-trained / well-experienced officer or senior NCO who has that cool head, who can basically unfuck your unit to make it militarily effective again, then you're going to stay there for a long time and probably die. Or stay there for a very short time and probably die. And this is apparently a problem that the Russians are facing in Volodar in particular, but obviously in Ukraine in general, is that when they advance and they are then shot at, they don't seem to be able to react to that effectively. They don't seem to be able to organize a battle after the shooting starts, or organize a withdrawal after the shooting starts. And that is down, according to the New York Times, to poor training and almost non-existent leadership at the junior level. Another thing we have seen in this battle is stupendously incompetent use of vehicles. So we've all seen the videos, there's dozens of them now, of Russian vehicles just driving across minefields. And this is an absolutely extraordinary thing, because minefields, they're not an ambush, right? Minefields are marked. Minefields are there to deny ground to the enemy. That's their fundamental purpose. And so you mark them. And so if you're driving across a minefield, you know it's a minefield and you're driving across it anyway. This will be the case 9 times out of 10. And yet there are all these videos of Russian BMPs and T-72s just driving across minefields, getting blown up. Then the vehicle behind them drives across the minefield. That one gets blown up. And it's really just, it's an extraordinary sight. What was it the French general said? C'est magnifique, mais ce n'est pas la guerre. I think we're in that sort of territory. Waypoint.
Before Waypoint goes, because I won't be able to hear him yet for glitch reasons, give me a second. I just want to quickly note that, Tim, it's very amusing how you described the ineptitude of Russian forces being the cause for a lot of these problems, where the main thrust of the forces was the 155th Guards Naval Infantry Brigade and the 40th Twice Red Banner Naval Infantry Brigade, which is named both after Krasnodar, which fine is legally in Russia, and Harbin, which isn't, and some people should have some questions over that, which were some of the highest trained forces in the Russian military, and they have performed admirably in that they got blown up on the minefields. Lovely, isn't it?
Well, this is the thing, right? You talked about the 155th Naval Infantry Brigade. How many times has that been destroyed? It's 3 or 4 times now, isn't it?
No, it was a little bit destroyed in the autumn, and now it was completely destroyed.
Oh, right. Okay, I must be thinking of another another Russian unit, because from what I gather of the state of the Russian armed forces, a lot of their best men are now pushing up the daisies, and so whatever their formations once were, they are very plainly not anymore.
Waypoint.
Yeah, hi everybody. A quick question here. I haven't actually heard anybody speaking about it, but I was on another space, and I heard that the Ukrainian MLRS, the Vilka M, range about 90 kilometers, 60 something plus miles, double the size warhead of HIMARS, similar GPS guided. That could possibly have been the weapon used that hit various places further behind the enemy lines recently. Have you spoken about that? Does anybody know anything about it? Thanks a lot.
We've not spoken about it, but luckily this morning I have read the article, which I bet whomever it was, and I feel betrayed, but frankly, whomever it was spoke about. It's an article on The Drive by Howard Altman. It was published in the last 24 hours sometime. And they quote, give me 1 second. And they quote a Ukrainian high-ranking officer about these things. So what they've done is they've taken, I think they've taken a Smerch, which is a Russian multiple rocket launch system, which is kind of like a Grad, but bigger rockets, bigger diameter, much longer range, and they kind of point it in a general direction, and then it flies a long distance and then falls into the ground and explodes. What they've done is they've figured out how to make rockets that can fit those, that are based loosely on those. However, also have them precision guided. Now, it's not clear how precise they are. They won't have the vertical final phase of descent that, for example, Gimlers or TACMs do. So they might be, I don't know, a little bit less precise as well. They're probably a little bit less precise than the Gimlers. It's not clear how precise or imprecise exactly they are, but they're pretty precise for all that could be said. And indeed, right now they have a range of about 110 kilometers. They're working on an even extended range version that would be about 150 kilometers. As you said, double-sized the warheads to a Gimler, about half or a third that of an ATACMS. That's pretty much it. That's possibly what the Ukrainians have been using to hit Mariupol with over the last week or so.
Yeah, and somebody when they were speaking about it, somebody said that they think they've got something like 90 of the vehicles are actually capable of firing. I mean, these Smerch, the vehicles, the base that they put it on. This is really interesting. I'm just reading up a little bit on it. They've already done a test of 120 kilometers, and like you said, they're talking about extending it and maybe changing it even slightly again, that it's more accurate. I mean, accuracy, we don't know. The distance we know varies. Sometimes they don't tell you everything that they can do with a weapon like that and how accurate. I mean, let's face it, if it's within 5 to 10 meters accurate in comparison with the Gimlers, and they send it to a rather large a target like obviously in like an airbase or something like that to in the middle of a load of planes. I mean, that would do a lot of nice damage.
Absolutely. Yeah, they do have a lot of these old Smerch launchers, these older Smerch launchers. So I think last time I checked, they were operating 80 of them. And I don't know how intercompatible these things are with Vilka. But Vilka is theoretically at least a very different and newer system. The range extension seems to be something that a number of countries are working on with Smerch. So the Chinese have an extended range version as well. And India have been working on extending the strike range. They have a rocket that can go out to 100 kilometers launched from the same system. So yeah, this does seem to be a capability that a system that a number of countries are basing significant capability on, for sure.
Yeah, that one. I think the Indian one. I think that's the Panaka or something like that. It's called. It's got an unusual name. Yeah, it's Panaka. And well, Russia. When I was reading up on it, I read a couple of other things. There's Russia working on like a Smerch 2 as well, which is going to be called the Tornado. That's basically basically the same sort of thing. You know, they're all obviously delving into other options and how they can get more out of it. But if they're already in theatre from the Ukrainians, then that's a really cool thing. Over.
Absolutely. I mean, as with all of these things, you know, it's all about the missile, right? The launcher is a bit of a sideshow. I mean, I know we like to fetishize HIMARS on here because it's a cool looking thing, and Ukraine has it. But really, it is a lighter version of the what is it, the M270, the tracked multiple launch rocket system, which carries twice as many rockets. It's not as light, so it can't be transported in tactical airframes. But it is a heavier and more capable system, as I understand it, than HIMARS, simply because it can launch more things, and it launches the same rockets as well. So you think about GIMLRs, you think about ATACMS. The M270 can launch 12 of those, or 2 ATACMS, whereas the HIMARS can only launch 6 and 1. So the launcher, in many ways, is a bit of a distraction. It is all about the stuff you put in it. And if the Ukrainians are massively up-gunning, up-missiling Smerch, then this is surely a positive development. Chris?
Yeah, Tim, I was just going back to Vuhledar, you know, and I caught, you know, part of the comment that you made about how much armor has been destroyed there, and I don't know if that was the place where they've got this guy that they're talking about, this Ukrainian that's like taken out 5 tanks and was it 3 IFVs or something like that with javelins. But what do you think is like the top destructor, if you like? What do you think is the thing that's taking out the armor the most? Is it artillery? Is it HIMARS? Is it mortars? Is it javelins? What do you think?
Remote deployed mines, I think, on the basis of the videos we've seen on how they behave. I might be wrong, but that's certainly the most theatrical performance of taking out tanks.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, yeah, I did hear you mention that before, right? So that could be the top destroyer at the minute, then.
Tim, do you have an alternate view?
Vuhledar specific, that's certainly what I've heard as well. These remote detonated anti-tank mines. In terms of the shoulder-launched anti-tank weapons, such as NLAW, such as Javelin, these are something that have been the beginning of the escalation. I talked beginning of the escalation. Met up with our friend James Vasquez in Ukraine a couple of weeks ago. One of the discussions we had was around what he'd done so far fighting the Ukrainian forces, and his first post was to I think it was an NLAW unit. So it was with a small, highly mobile anti-tank light roll unit. And he talked about they took out, I think it was 70 72s in a single 20-minute engagement. So these weapons are proving themselves very, very effective. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they're taking a heck of a lot of tank casualties due to them in Vuhledar. One thing I would say is, it's my understanding, one of the advantages of armor is that artillery is not desperately effective against it, because when you use artillery, a great deal of the a great deal of the destruction the destruction it wreaks is the fragmentation, right? So you put a fragmenting artillery shell on an enemy infantry position, it'll make tomato soup out of everybody in that position by the fragmentation. Whereas tanks are armored, IFVs are armored, and so unless you directly hit a tank with one, or you hit it very, very close, then it's probably not going to do the same amount of, it's not going to damage the tank. Is my understanding of one of the advantages of armor. You can advance while under some pretty concentrated artillery fire and basically get to your objective in more or less one piece. So I'd be surprised if it was artillery, because this is one of the things that tanks are able to deal with. But yeah, anti-tank mines, shoulder-launched weapons, they are proving very, very effective in Ukrainian hands against Russian armor.
So Tim, sort of if you did a comparison of like top 10 destroyers, if you like, in this war versus say, Iraq or something like that, or Afghanistan, the picture would be completely different, do you think?
Sure. I mean, these are very, very different wars, right? So my understanding is heavy armor was not used extensively in Afghanistan because the terrain and the dynamics of the conflict there didn't really lend itself well. Heavy armor was used extensively in Iraq, especially the early stages of the invasion, when Iraq still had a credible army to speak of. The Iraqi tanks were mostly dealt with by air power. There were tank battles. The Soviet tanks, the T-55 and T-72, operated by the Iraqi army and the Republican Guard, they did not fare well against Western tanks. I believe there was, among Challenger and Abrams, there was not a single combat loss due to enemy tank fire. Challenger 2 particularly has never been lost in combat, so they are incredibly survivable. They are incredibly survivable against Russian armor.
May I read?
Yes, of course.
So this is, what I'm going to read, right? You've heard this passage before, as is Chris, but it's a wonderful passage. This is from Wikipedia Challenger 2 Operational History. During the 2003 invasion of Iraq, the Challenger 2 tanks suffered no tank losses to Iraqi fire. In one encounter within an urban area, a Challenger 2 came under attack from irregular forces with machine guns and RPGs. The driver's sight was damaged, and while attempting to back away under the commander's directions, the other sights were damaged and the tank threw its tracks, entering a ditch. It was hit by 14 RPG-7s from close range and a Milan anti-tank guided missile. The crew survived, safe within the tank until it was recovered for repairs, the worst damage being done to the sighting system. It was back in operation 6 hours later. According to the British Army, one Challenger 2 operating near Basra survived being hit by 70 RPGs in another incident.
That's amazing.
So yes, these are big, horrible bastards. They have proven themselves extremely survivable. I believe. Oh, sorry, I just banged my head. I believe Abrams has suffered combat losses, but there's just more of them, right? There's more of them, and they've done more. So we shouldn't be surprised like that about that in terms of their survivability and their gunnery and their size, their weight, their speed. They are very similar tanks. They also have the same fundamental armor technology that was developed by the UK throughout the Cold War and sold to a very, very select group of friends, including Uncle Sam. So I don't think we can make a direct comparison here, simply because in the Gulf Wars, the main destroyer of tanks was Western air power, and to a lesser extent, Western tanks. The main destroyer of Western tanks there wasn't one, because I don't believe we lost very many, or any, not least to enemy armor. Is that kind of your question?
Certainly is, Tim. Thank you.
Point.
Thanks, both of you. The Cornet, the Russian anti-tank missile. Does anybody know if any of the Western tanks have taken a Cornet hit, or is it just not? Is maybe just behind in testing that we've actually done, that they know anything about it, whether it would actually survive like a Cornet hit, like an N-law type hit. Thanks.
Now, I've heard mixed things about Cornet. I did see it reported that they have been used by ISIS to destroy Leopard 2 tanks operated by the Turkish armed forces in Syria. I'm not sure if that was true because that did come from an ISIS source. They have been operated against Ukrainian armored vehicles. I've not seen it reported that they've been used against Challenger or Abrams. They have apparently been used against Leopard in the Middle East. Leopard is a lighter tank than Challenger and Abrams, so it's designed more with speed in mind than protection. It's still a well protected tank, but I believe it's a good 20 tons heavier. A good 20 tons lighter than a fully armored Challenger or Abrams.
It's not that much of a difference. So no? Fully armored, it's heaviest Challenger to heaviest Leopard is about 10 tons, 8 tons difference.
That's still quite a lot of tank, though. That seems,
of course,
like a very large difference.
Yeah, about 10 tons, I think, is the difference between the heaviest, 8 to 10 tons.
10 tons of armor is that's a hell of a lot of armor. That is a lot of armor, 10 tons.
But of course, the difference is not just armor. So, if you have a tank that's as heavy as Challenger or Abrams, you've got to have a bigger engine. You've got to have more fuel. It's got to be a physically larger vehicle. So, yeah, I mean, it's not all going to be extra steel bolted on the side, right, Waypoint?
Most probably not. I mean, you've got the sights. How many rounds are in the vehicle? How many is transporting? All sorts of stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's still a hell of a big difference in the actual weight. And I would have thought a lot of that is actually the armor when you look at the size of the two of the vehicles. Yeah, and I'm not sure I know that Leopard 2 has got more power. It's like 300 horsepower more than the Charlie. I think the Abrams is about 1,500 horsepower as well. It is 1,200 with the Charlie. The engines obviously must be bigger on both of those as well as the Challenger. I would have thought so, but you never really know how much horsepower you can get out of an engine. Is not the size of the actual motor itself, and the weight of it isn't the main thing, is it?
I mean, Waypoint, if you look at a German car or an American car, and you'll see an engine half the size developing more power, right?
Well, exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at. Well, you see some of these when they put a chip in there, they can do wonderful things with the chip. I mean, I don't think a tank's got a very sensitive chip inside it there doing like chip tuning or anything, but yeah, it's a hell of a big difference. I mean, when I've seen them side by side, there is a difference in size there. But the Leopard 2 is an awesome vehicle. When you see that, we stand in front of it, it takes your breath away.
I was lucky enough to see two of those systems up close here at the recent Estonian Independence Day parade on Friday. And there was a Leopard 2, courtesy of our friends, the Danish army, driving through central Tallinn, generally being splendid. And they parked them up afterwards so the children could have a play around with them. So that was good fun. They are massive, and they are very, very scary. Although I posted a video of the Leopard 2 And our friend George, our armored warfare specialist George, said it sounded like they needed to tighten the tracks because it was rattling a bit. So somebody needs to give our Danish friends a kick up the arse when it comes to tightening their tank tracks.
You know, Tim, you found it amusing during the parade. You found it, fun during the parade to look at these tanks roll through Tallinn. Then you will be cursing them when you're stuck in traffic jams as they're conducting road repairs for the next 5 years.
Well, I've got a fun story about that. In the build-up to the Iraq invasion, my family was living in I was about 12 or 13, and my family was living in a small town in the middle of Wales called Bilth Wells, which is a lovely little place, but shall we say not exactly tank country. And somebody decided that it would be a good idea to drive what I think was basically an entire armored brigade through this town in the middle of the night, because they were moving from somewhere to somewhere. I'm not sure what they were doing in Wales, but there were quite a few Challenger 2 tanks.
Were they beached?
No, they weren't. But they had to drive through this town for some reason. And apparently, somebody in the General Staff Good Ideas Club decided that rather to avoid interrupting traffic and alarming people, they would drive these vehicles through these villages in the middle of the night instead of the middle of the day. And so we were woken at about 2:30 in the morning by this whole town shaking, and it was shaking. It felt like an earthquake. And all of these enormous tanks drove through it, and there were loads of them. There were dozens of them driving through this tiny little town. And of course, they then drove across a medieval bridge, which they quite severely damaged in the process. So I think somebody had their mess bill cut over that. I think their mess budget cut over that. I think because that was an absolute disaster. But anyway, that was fun. So it felt like living in a war zone for about an hour while they drove these preposterous vehicles through this tiny little village. But there we go. Kerry, good morning to you. Welcome up.
Hello, everybody. Tim, Doman, you may not want me to speak now. I wanted to say something about a post I've seen on Dimitri's site of a teacher roasting a kid, so I can come in at a more suitable point, because obviously, my profession is teaching, but now I've done lots of other things. I just wanted to comment on that at a suitable point, because they are proving themselves to be utterly effing useless at everything. So when it's
are they good pedagogues? You're saying.
So is it okay for me?
Dmitry is revealing. Go for it.
Yeah. So basically, I don't know if you guys seen this video. It's a kid who rocked up late for Putin's some other celebration or whatever. I don't know if he was meant to be in the crowd of the big speech. But I just watched the video of this teacher roasting this child, and I was partly laughing, but actually then I stopped laughing, because it is my profession. And so then I was looking at it in a different way, and it was interesting to me because obviously there's a lot of military people on here and talk with expertise, because it's their profession, about just how embarrassingly bad the Russian forces are. And I was watching this teacher and I felt the same thing, because I've not had that experience before. Like I say, it's someone else's professional ways and I'm trying to understand it. And every single thing she did disgusted me, absolutely disgusted me. So, she was demeaning, she was attacking, she was humiliating. The way she spoke to this child, I found abhorrent, and it made me realize just how that they're pieces of shit. They're absolute pieces of shit. This is how they are treating their children. With me, and with all teachers who are worth their title, the kids that you spend the most time with and that you take the greatest care over are the kids who get things wrong, and they're the children who become the most hardworking and the most loyal and the most productive, and who you have the greatest impact on when you get it right. And that is why I'm a teacher. That's why I stopped doing the jobs that were, I did I had national roles in creative industries and education, but I missed that one-to-one contact with children and that, that daily interaction with them and enjoying their company and enjoying helping and guiding them. And so, I have my favourites who are an absolute nightmare in other situations, but I focus on building really good relationships with them.
How far have we come? Tim, how far have we come that a teacher can't even call a 15-year-old a bastard, a traitor, and enter that into his official record anymore? I mean, what has become of the world?
I'm laughing silently.
It's an absolute disgrace. It's political correctness gone mad. As a 13-year veteran of the British public school system, being called a bastard and a traitor was daily fare for us. No, I'm teasing. I think it's interesting what you say, Kerry, and I would add to that. Right? Perhaps a ray of sunlight is that you remember the good teachers, but you don't remember the bad ones. In my experience, right? So I've got like maybe 6 teachers who were just amazing and just had a really formative impact on me, and I still remember their names, and I still remember why I thought they were so great. I had maybe the same number of teachers who I really hated. I can't remember their names. I can't remember why I hated them. I can't remember their faces. They're kind of they have no impact on my current mindset, but the good ones do, and you always remember them fondly. And so the teachers who are behaving like this are the ones who are going to be forgotten, right, Kerry?
100%. And Tim, thank you very much for your feedback. I was hoping to get that sort of rise from Axel yesterday, but it didn't work. You've just given me exactly what I wanted. And I've got parents' evening tonight. So since COVID, we had to learn how to use technology to interact with our classes. So I was literally teaching all my classes during that lockdown period from my home, and so we had to become really, really savvy with the technology. So I would literally have my whole class in front of me, and I'd be teaching them from my home and like using all the resources in my home to help to teach them still. It was, you never lose that contact with your children. You always make that effort to have those relationships, because that's the basis of them wanting to learn and feeling safe to make mistakes and to screw up, because we all make mistakes, and you learn best when you feel you can have the courage to experiment. But so tonight, because we then have that technology, I will be doing, you can choose now. So I'm going to be doing the parents' evening from my house, and there's fantastic software that will just roll through all the families. And it'll be nice because instead of them fighting to get round to find you in school, I get to see the families like sitting in their own homes on screen, with their kids. And it's another way of getting that in, of building that relationship. We are serious professionals. We are really serious professionals. And today is my day off, which is why I'm here with you. I'm not lazy. I work my socks off. And yesterday was a strike day. So I've got 2 days in a row.
Let's talk about massive mistakes and errors. Since Kerry, it's your fault, you brought it up. Tim, earlier I did it as a throwaway comment, but I would love your extended commentary on the 40th Naval Infantry Brigade, the 40th Independent Krasnodar Harbin, twice red banner Naval Infantry Brigade. Of all of the places, because the Russian, and this is for a historian here, Tim, with the Russians going around claiming everything that once was the Russian Empire clearly has to be Russia, right? And naming their units after cities in other countries. Do you think that those in said other countries should take notice and take heed and maybe adjust their attitudes towards Russia accordingly?
What you mean? I'm not entirely sure what you mean, and just adjust their attitudes according to what.
Well, if the Russians are still naming one of their naval infantry brigades, admittedly one that they have dispensed with more or less after Harbin, which while it was under somewhat the control of the Russian Empire for a while, is a city in China, right, in Manchuria, in the north of Manchuria. It's almost as though they're still staking a claim to it. And with all of this talk about, are the Chinese supporting Russia, to what degree they are, what degree they aren't, wouldn't you think that this would be a good indicator for the Chinese government to adjust their attitudes to Russia accordingly, and not very thoroughly, very obviously not, as opposed to being in this sort of intermediate scale at all time?
Two minds about this. In my own military tradition, our military tradition of the UK and the former British Empire, there is a long tradition of giving battle honours to particular regiments. So I would guess the Russian equivalent is naming these brigades and after particular battles. In the Commonwealth tradition, you get a battle honour which you attach to your colours if you have performed well enough in a particular battle to be given that battle honour. And in the UK, as we know, the United Kingdom has invaded over 80% of the countries in the world at some stage. There are a lot of battle honours in foreign places, and they are still used. And they're also still used in imperial units as well. So, for example, the Indian Army takes its British military tradition very, very seriously, and so all of the regiments in the Indian Army that have British heritage, which is basically all of them, they still use the battle honours awarded by the King Emperor in their regimental tradition, their regimental livery. They also tend to keep the titles that were given to them by the King Emperor. So there is this kind of naming regiments and giving regiments battle honours. I don't think it suggests any imperial ambitions. I think it just suggests that it's just an honorific given to a unit that has performed particularly well in a particular place. I'm not sure we can read any kind of imperial ambition into this.
Nah, you're right. This is from I think from when they were fighting the Japanese in Manchuria at some point around the Second World War, before, after, during, whenever it was. Yeah, I just thought it was a very interesting naming with where they are, and how they're really not anymore. And that's the other interesting component, of course, because it was one of the two naval infantry brigades that, was sent into a tank battle in Vuhledar, even though they're both attached to the Pacific Fleet, which of course makes eminent sense.
Absolutely, and this is another curious thing about the Russian armed forces: the extent to which they use naval infantry for non-naval infantry things. It seems to be just kind of a pool of manpower, right? I guess they're not unique in this. A lot of countries operate, marine forces that have an amphibious specialization, and they use them in kind of elite infantry roles. But for a country that allegedly operates, an entire service devoted to amphibious operations, they don't seem to be particularly good at it. I mean, witness their attempt to take Odessa, for example.
I mean, Odessa witnessed their attempt to withdraw over a half-mile wide river.
Go on.
Well, it's the interaction between a land and the water, right? It's kind of like an amphibious operation. Well, I mean, they've done it perfectly, of course. They didn't lose a single piece of equipment or a single man over it. Of course, that I don't think anybody really believes that, especially not people who've seen any pictures of what all was left on the right bank in Kherson afterwards. But at least the official line was, it was executed perfectly.
Absolutely. But I suppose we must be charitable and point out that amphibious operations, especially large ones, are some of the most difficult military maneuvers to execute. In recent decades, only two powers have demonstrated the ability to execute a brigade-level amphibious attack, and those are the United States and the United Kingdom. Not even the French can do this, and the Russians most certainly can't, as proven on the battlefield. So it is rather difficult. It is a style of warfare whose history is fraught with disaster. Thinking particularly Gallipoli, thinking Dieppe, and of course Russia's shall we say, efforts in the Black Sea against Ukraine. This is not a style of warfare that has an unalloyed record of success, even among competent military powers.
Well, it's very difficult, Tim, isn't it, to engage in amphibious warfare when you're always in the middle of it.
In the middle of the what? I think I've lost audio. Mic check.
Did you not hear my quip about the French?
I could hear Tim and Domin cut out.
Yeah, you cut out, Domin. Could you say that again, please?
Oh, well, I was saying it's difficult to engage or practice amphibious operations when you're always in the middle of a desert.
Are you talking about the French?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I think France has a coastline, no?
Yeah, but the only fighting that's done there is on the football pitch.
And on the picket line.
Well, yeah, France has a fairly well-known, I would say, coast for amphibious warfare. Wouldn't you, Tim?
Yeah, but they're not the ones going there, are they? They're already there.
Well,
they're already
true.
on the ground side of it.
But they've got a good example on their own beach. They take a lesson.
They've got several very good examples, Dieppe included. Yes.
But your point about amphibious warfare, in all seriousness, is incredibly important because, the amphibious landings in the Pacific done by the U.S. Pacific Fleet in the Second World War and the amphibious landings at D-Day by the combined forces are, considered.
And Sicily.
Really the only successful ones, I think, Tim. And the loss rate in doing that sort of attack was, overall very high, very costly attempt, which is why I was once again, very excited about the fact that Russia was not able to get up and take Mykolaiv early in the war, because had they taken that, they would have done an amphibious landing at the beaches outside Odessa. And, but who knows, given how shit they are and everything, maybe they should have let them try to land there, because then all their naval infantry and all their amphibious tractors and everything would be sunk by now. But because I can't imagine they're good at it.
Well, they're not. And, this is the point about this capability, is that only two powers really have it who've used it recently. The UK, the Royal Marines did it in Basra in Gulf 2. When was the last US amphibious landing? Will, you might know this.
The Marines landed in Kuwait in the first Gulf War. Some of them.
And Grenada as well, right? That was an amphibious jobby.
Yeah, part of that was amphibious too. You're right. Yeah.
Whereas Russia have not, I don't think, in their history, let alone recently.
Right, and both of those operations that you just cited were also locations where an incredible amount of air mobile people were landed, much like Russia tried to do at Hostomel, but got pantsed.
Yes, and here Will speaks just to add a bit to this of the wanted VDV of forces which have been primarily used to put down rebellion across Russia and some places outside of Russia, including Kazakhstan. And then they've managed to lose in the first 2.5 months of the war. For Hristo Grozev, they've managed to lose 90% of their best trained units, and they've lost over half, by Russian admission, by Russian Milblogger admission, by September, October last year in total. So now they seem to be reconstituting some of those with Mobix, because that's how you make sure that your most quality units get quickly stood up and quickly back into action, by just putting anyone and everyone in there, giving them 3 months training, and here they are. They're an elite unit.
Do you know who else has executed a successful brigade-level amphibious landing?
The Japanese.
Estonia. This is fun. Now, this was during the Estonian War of Independence, at the Battle of Utria, which was in January 1919. Finnish volunteers under the command of Estonian Admiral Johan Pitka executed a fully opposed landing on a beach in Utria, which is in eastern Estonia. It's kind of near the border, so near Narva and Ivangorod. And it was fully opposed by the 6th Rifle Division of the Red Army, although only about 2,700 men of the Red Army were able to were actually brought to bear in the battle. But nevertheless, Admiral Pitka and his Finnish volunteers, they managed to get 2,000 men onto the beach, with only 32 killed. The opposing force lost 300 men killed. So it was a vastly outnumbered short brigade of mainly Finnish soldiers under Estonian command, opposed by elements of an entire division of the Red Army, and it was an outstanding military victory and an outstandingly successful amphibious landing by the forces of newly independent Estonia. Just a fun fact.
It is. And is there anything those Finns can't do? I reckon you put a company of Finns out on the battlefield against the Russians and they'd flee just from the sight of them.
I think they would flee just from the overpowering smell of alcohol and fermented fish that would wash over them as soon as the Finnish fleet was seen on the horizon. I think that's really the main weapon there. Softens them up a bit. The rest of it's just mopping up.
They say you can't see them, but you can smell them.
Exactly, and this was really the biggest disadvantage that Finnish snipers had during the Winter War, was they could be smelled at 3 miles.
Well, no, because in the winter, your things volatilize a lot less, right? Because it's colder, and it was very cold, and maybe that's why they were so successful then.
I don't know. You'd have to ask a chemist.
I think that probably the fact that you couldn't see them was the big deal, and that you could smell them and knew they were there just added to the fear and anxiety that they instilled in people before they pierced them with hot lead.
Oh dear, very silly. Okay, so most countries are crap at amphibious warfare. Honourable exceptions: the United Kingdom, the United States, and Estonia. Those are the only 3 who can do it, and Estonia haven't done it for over 100 years. But anyway, we're being silly. So, in other news, Mr. Prigozhin, he is the head of Russia's PMC Wagner. I use PMC with air quotes. Private military company is typically a force of privately contracted soldiers who undertake to protect high-value civilian targets and personnel in dodgy, usually sandy and dusty places. Private military companies are comprised of mainly retired members of Western Special Forces outfits, such as the SAS, Green Berets, GSG-9, KSK, etc. They are very well remunerated, and they're very, very effective, and they're very, very personally gallant. That is a private military contractor. If you are an oil company doing things in Iraq or somewhere fairly dodgy, let's say Libya, and you want to protect your blokes, you hire a private military company to protect them. PMC Wagner, on the other hand, is an entirely different beast. It is the Russian answer to PMC. It doesn't really do the same role. It is mostly an organization of jobbing genocidaires who destabilize African countries, kill and rape a lot of people, and steal all of their shit. So the Wagner mercenary group, they are playing a role in the Russian aggression against Ukraine, particularly around the Bakhmut area. Now, PMC Wagner is owned by Evgeny Prigozhin, who comes from the murky world of the St. Petersburg Vorizakonye, so the St. Petersburg organized crime world. He's been a mate of Putin's for an awfully long time. He's also a chef. He owns a catering company, and he's been a member of an atypical member of Putin's court, in that he is not Siloviki. He doesn't come from the security apparatus of the Russian state. He is just a straight up retired gangster, and I'm not sure he's even retired. So his Wagner forces have been expending an awful lot of cannon fodder trying to take Bakhmut, and Prigozhin has been moaning about it an awful lot. So first, he was stripped of his right to recruit directly from prisons. Excuse me. Sorry, first he was stripped of his right to recruit directly from prisons. The Russian prison system has about 450,000 men in it, so it is and they are all men. They will mostly be, I would say, fairly young men, given that criminals tend to be young men. So it does seem to be a fairly ripe ground for military recruitment. So PMC Wagner had a recruitment drive in there in kind of the second half of 2022, trying to get more chaps for the Wagner group. Prigozhin was stripped of this right earlier on this year, or sorry, later on last year, perhaps. And he's been moaning ever since. A couple of weeks ago, he was moaning about Wagner group being undersupplied. So Wagner group used to have privileged access to ammunition and equipment and other materiel. Now they've been put on the same level as the rest of the Russian armed forces, meaning they now have a shortage. He has just come out with some fresh moans about apparently how poorly he's doing in Bakhmut. He has come out and said that he has so far seen no signs of Ukrainian withdrawal, and that the Ukrainian forces are putting up furious resistance, were his exact words. Now, this is the famous Bakhmut, the scene of very, very fierce fighting, where the Ukrainian armed forces are rather gallantly holding this medium-sized, militarily irrelevant town in Donetsk Oblast. And the Russians are absolutely determined to take it for reasons that are best known to the Russians. I think it would be largely a symbolic victory for them, but I have, if they won it, which they may or may not, but I've heard it argued both ways. We did have an advisor to President Zelensky come on CNN yesterday, saying that it was a bit of a nothing burger for the Ukrainians. They may withdraw, they may not withdraw. They seem very, very they seem somewhat non-committal about its significance. So I guess we should take that signaling at face value. So Prigozhin is having a moan again about how furious and gallant the resistance of the Ukrainians in Bakhmut is. It's cost him a heck of a lot of men. Do we actually have detailed casualty figures for the Russians in Bakhmut, Derman?
No.
Is this something we know?
No, at some point, you know, in Blackadder, when Blackadder tries to teach Baldric how to do mathematics.
Do go on.
No, if I have two beans and I have two more beans, how many beans do I have? Some beans. Well, I'm not quite Baldric level, but at some point, it just becomes so many that it's just a lot. Is the only thing that I can say of how many they lost. Tens of thousands, whatever it was. It was quadruple digits. Sorry, quintuple digits.
I see the standard of mathematics teaching at Cambridge has gone downhill.
Yeah, it's completely. I mean, it's completely unnecessary. A ridiculous number is what's important. But the other thing that's important, not just Prigozhin's having a moan. He was stripped of the privilege of recruiting in prisons in order for the army to be able to. And secondly, the army is blaming him for the failure in Vuhledar because they said that all of his previous moaning about the Wagnerites not having enough shells in Bakhmut diverted shells that were supposed to go to Vuhledar, and that's why their attack in Vuhledar failed, because they couldn't do it the one way that they can, which is with vast quantities of artillery shells, which is great. Now, it is all just court intrigue. It is all completely irrelevant. It is all just infighting for like personal causes and whatnot. But nevertheless, it's it's nice to sit back and just watch as Russians destroy each other and themselves internally. So that's okay as well. Well, did you have something to add in this, or did I take the thing?
I was going to add the estimate number. Tim, I've never seen independent numbers from Bakhmut itself. So the later arriving reinforcing troops from VDV and the other units that are now there from the Russian side wouldn't know how many they've added. I think the rate might have slowed down, but over that period when Wagner had the first, they first took their prisoners in to the point when they then had a full complement. Months of quote unquote training in they then got stuck into Bakhmut and were the major force attacking during that 6-7 week period, something like that. And then they were going to go back to the prisons in the late autumn, as Doman or you had identified, when they weren't allowed to. Well, they were going back because the estimates at that time of the number of troops that Wagner had lost from the 50,000 they intook was 40,000. And that was a fairly credible estimate because they looked at the incidence of AIDS and hepatitis and the other things in the prisoners that they were taking in, because that's a known quantity. And you could see in the numbers of those folks that were showing up at a hospital later in an incident where all of them were identified as being from Wagner, and there were all these special color bands wearing in there. The number of wounded that were in that time, and of those folks, the tiny percentage of them still that had hepatitis and HIV allowed them to extrapolate a number that was very similar to 40,000. So he went back to go get more, and Wagner alone may have lost 40,000 troops over something like an 7 or 8 week period, I think.
Thank you very
So
much.
tens of thousands.
Yes. Easily tens of thousands. And in the battle for headed to have lost almost 20,000 in that incident, alone.
There you go. Okay, let's go to Tommy and then to Hundrush. Tommy, go ahead.
Dolan, you can skip me if somebody else has something to say on the subject.
Thank you, not thank you.
Good morning. Hope you're all doing good. Yes, Doman, you had a great point there. I just wanted to emphasize it about the Vuhledar area where they redistributed artillery shells to Bakhmut. I'm not saying this is the main reason why the Ukrainians are holding on so dearly to Bakhmut, but it could be one of the reasons. They're taking the edge off other front lines, even though this front line, the Bakhmut one, might be still bloody. It allows other front lines, it makes other front lines less threatening, so to speak. So even though it's a cost, it might be a lesser cost than the overall strategic objective to hold every front, so to speak. So I know you also create infighting amongst the Russians like this, since they're so split up into different groups, divisions, etc. So you create a lot of, oh, they got this, no, they didn't, all this, which also creates great dissent. bringing down morale this way as well. So I think this might be one of the reasons why Ukrainians might be holding on to Bakhmut. So they're taking the edge off the Russian offensive quite heavily by doing this, allowing them to hold and concentrate their troops to more favorable positions. I've seen a lot of people questioning the Bakhmut decision. I could do it too, but I think they have a well thought out calculus. How strange that might sound when we're talking about human lives, but yeah. So great point there. Just to say that.
Dermot, please go ahead.
I think we were doing the thing where we were both tripping over each other and ourselves to open the door. Yes, quite wanted to. And the tactics that we've seen since, right, with the wanton destruction of their own units, and then promotions for the officers who ensured the destruction of their own units, I think speaks volumes. Now there's rumors about Russians preparing to mobilize college students as well, which is undoubtedly going to go very well. But there's a reason why they haven't previously, and I think this might be something that might be kind of threatened, suggested, and then withheld as a gesture of just how wonderful the supreme leader is, right, and how kind and how considerate for not doing it after it was considered. But at the end of the day, they will very happily dispense with ever more of their own population and continue doing that. Okay, let's.
Sorry, Dermot.
I
Sorry to
have a
interrupt.
question.
Sorry to interrupt. While we've got 122 up, we talked earlier on about the relative protection levels of NATO main battle tanks. I've seen it reported that ISIS claimed to have destroyed a number of Leopard 2s operated by the Turkish army in Syria. Do you know if this is true?
It's. I think it's true. I think you're specifically referring to one battle where there was a lot of Turkish casualties, at least Leopard 2 tanks. All I can say about that is they were not used anywhere near to how they're supposed to be used. They got very exposed, very caught out in the open. A lot of those ATGM teams that you see out of that region, those videos where they fire a missile a long way ago and they scream, their god's name, and they hit the tank. A lot of those things happened. A Leopard is not an invincible machine. It is not. It's not these Wunderwaffen, as the Germans would have said during World War II. It's not going to charge alone through the Russian lines. It's not going to, knock out 50 tanks versus itself alone. It's part of a larger cohesion, which, when deployed correctly, can and will cause a lot of havoc. There will still be some degree of destruction of Leopard 2 tanks. Let's just get that clear. Ukraine will, with most probability, lose Leopard 2 tanks. In what capacity, I do not know, but they will. I can almost promise this, unfortunately. So the thing with the Leopard 2 tank, it gives you much higher probability to survive. If you compare like a hit on a Soviet era tank, if you get hit in that, at least one or two of the crew dies pretty much instantly due to a lot of factors. There's this thing called a spoiler, which is when the interior and metal flies around after you get hit, you get nasty wounds. There's penetration where you get a lot of let's say hot stuff inside the tank where you burn alive, and there might be the occasional turret toss where obviously pretty much everything in the tank is obliterated. A lot of these things the Western style tanks have protection against, or improved protection against, increasing the survivability. The same goes with the fire control systems, the guns, the ammo. It's all better. It's all improved, but it's not like you can type in like a game where you get the God mode sheet on. It's not that way. You still have to be mindful about your weak points. You still have to be mindful about where the enemy is. So what's the problem with the Turks there, what they did, they got a bit overconfident in their own capabilities and underestimated the threat of their enemy. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, that's pretty much, I think, what happened.
I think, yeah, thank you very much for that, 122. I think one of the things that interested us was that these tanks were said to have been destroyed by Russian Kornet missiles. What do you know about the effectiveness of that system versus modern armor?
I don't know too much, but from what I've heard, it's still quite capable. From what I can tell, I think it's still, when troops, captured tanks, from what I've seen, some Ukrainian videos from the Kharkiv offensive, they got a Kornet, let's use that. That's good. I think someone said in the video. So I would assume it's rated quite decently, on par with the Stugna probably, or close to it at least. Those systems usually pack quite a punch. If you compare it to a Carl Gustav is great too, and the 84 is great, but this is a step up. And especially since they're used in ambush positions, where they generally tend to catch the tank in the side, where it's weaker, and generally not used like a hit the front. It happens, but yeah. So I as a Ukrainian tanker, I would still keep that as in mind as a very high threat.
Thank you very much, 122. Okay, I believe the order was UC first.
Hey guys, thanks for letting me talk. Tim, I just came around when you were talking about the Finnish snipers. Where is the idea behind that? You could smell the Finnish sniper from 3 miles away. That doesn't add up.
Because they smell of vodka and Baltic Sprouts.
Oh no. This is where you may get confused by the Estonian guys, because in Finland we don't, and those guys, they never had dried fish with them. And what they actually used, all the guys who were basically on a long haul mission or whatever, when Germany came along with Finland to attack the Russians, the Germans actually gave the Finnish army methamphetamine, and this was one of the biggest, let's say, biggest things that these snipers and all these guys used, because, and secondly, coming back to the dried fish, it's something that they never used in Finland, because they used more like dried moose or dried beef or whatever. So the Finnish snipers, they were actually like Simo Häyhä, for example. They were from the countryside, and they were from a farmhouse, etc. So they didn't have the habit of drinking alcohol, to be quite honest. But what they used, and quite a lot, and there is actually quite a lot of literature of the facts that they used a lot of methamphetamine during that time. The marketing name for that was pervitin, and that was something that the Germans uh, gave to the Finns when they came up to Finland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to Laughing Tommy and then Amelia, Norway has lutefisk. Sweden has surströmming. Estonia has kilud. What is the Finnish terrifying fish?
To be quite honest, the Finnish don't eat the mostly that we eat is fresh fish like herring or salmon, or because we've got the waters to get fresh fish. We don't do it like the Estonians and all the other guys do, that they dry it up. And Estonians, like the Russians, they dry up a lot of fish. But what we do is we dry a lot of meat, like moose and beef. But we don't have a terrifying fish. I'm sorry.
How disappointing. I guess a lot of these
By
preservation
the way,
techniques.
can we just
Yeah.
save the honor of the Estonians? It's not like the Russians, it's the other way around. It's called Baltic dry fish. And it's a technique which actually was developed in the Middle Ages all along the coastline from Reval down to Königsberg. And it's a specific way of drying fish from a less salty sea, meaning the Baltic Sea. That's how it comes. And but the Russians took it over as no surprise because they were dependent on supplies from Livonia.
But this should come as no surprise. This is kind of somewhat redundant now because these fish preservation techniques. Because after 80 years of the Soviet Union emptying toxic waste into the Baltic Sea, these fish come pre-preserved. So they're already pickled when you take them out of the water. Thanks to all
Oh,
these
come
fish.
on, Tim.
Oh, that was a little rough.
Where's
This
the
is a
line?
little bit too much, don't you think? It's like
Emilia, we will get to you in a second. If you would please stick your hand up. I know you have a question. I know you've been waiting patiently. But first, we will go to Laughing Tommy. Laughing Tommy.
No, Tim, go to a minute, please.
Okay, we'll go to Emilia instead. Emilia, welcome to the panel.
welcome. I have a question. What virus, hepatitis A and B, all of it, and HIV has with the Battle of Bakhmut? Because I didn't catch up. It's really late. Could you explain it to me? Because I didn't really.
I can do that. So when Wagner organization was recruiting from prisons, they did so irrespective of the health status of prisoners. They also put bracelets on, differently colored for various infections that said prisoners were carrying, and medics would refuse to treat them if they saw any of these bracelets on them, because they didn't want to get hepatitis or HIV themselves. Simple as that. All right, Tim, I think we're ready for Tommy.
I would add a slight note to that, that the service of HIV positive individuals in the armed forces is something that Western armies are recently starting to allow, simply because the treatment regimens for some of these diseases are now so advanced that they have ceased to be communicable if the proper treatment protocols are in place. I don't imagine the Russian prison system is particularly good at treating HIV patients. So I think we can be reasonably sure that these people are not in a particularly good state of health, and that their medics will genuinely be at risk if they attempt to treat them, would be my take on that. But let's go to Laughing Tommy.
So I just wanted to share some, to me at least, exciting news from Central Asia, because I like to track the different tentacles of the Russian octopus and how they're withering due to the current geopolitical situation and the war in Ukraine. And in the last couple of weeks, there's been positive news. So, for example, Kazakhstan has for a while now that they will be and Kyrgyzstan wanted to introduced a law, I think last week or a couple of weeks ago, to have all the official state activities, so any contracts, forms, etc., everything would be conducted in Kyrgyz and not in Russian. And those are moves that, of course, are regarded by Russia as hostile and, how should I say, nationalistic, you know, as in Nazi. And in the last couple of days, there's been news from Astana, the capital of Kazakhstan. As some people might know, Anthony Blinken has visited Kazakhstan and is negotiating what they call a C5+1 diplomatic summit. So it's the US and the 5 Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, which are all former Soviet maybe satellite states as the Soviets used to refer to them. And there has been an official statement that Kazakhstan and wants to strengthen its strategic partnership with the US. And they have concluded what might be considered a symbolic deal for $25 million worth of new investment to support the diversification of trade routes and job creation. And this is very important, actually, even though it's such a small sum given the totality of Kazakhstan's foreign trade, because Kazakhstan is of great strategic value to Russia, and they have been, the Russians have been showing a lot of interest in swinging their baton of power around Kazakhstan, even right before the current Ukraine invasion. They were showing off by providing military aid with controlling the riots that were happening in January of 2022. And what was very beautiful from the Kazakhs is that they basically, after the Russians left, they sort of changed the locks on them and are now pursuing very rapidly a multilateral strategy to basically move away from Russia. And the beautiful bit about it is that Kazakhstan is a main source of nuclear fuel for Russia, and also where the, how should I say, the Russian space program and Roscosmos are using the Baikonur cosmodrome to launch their space vehicles. So all of this and the current positive news and moves from all the Central Asian countries speak to the greatly diminishing power of Russia in the region. And if you look, for example, at the CSTO, even the Armenians, after the last CSTO meeting, the Armenians refused to sign it, and now a bunch of the Central Asian partners are also actively negotiating with the West. And even, I don't know if people know this, but Kazakhstan has an individual partnership action plan with NATO. So things are not looking good for Russia's ability to project power on the geopolitical chessboard. And
as I understand it, Kazakhstan has been wobbling for some time, right?
yes, they are, because Kazakhstan's first president since the receding of the Soviet Union. That was a Mr. called Nursultan Nazarbayev. Was pretty much not totally a pawn, but pretty much a pawn for Russia in the country. But the new president Tokayev has been pursuing a more of a multi-sector policy, so binding himself to China, to Europe, to Turkey, to the US in order to diversify the sources of power in the country. And even though he was president, the previous president, who was president for 20 years almost, no, even more, so 1990 to 2019, so that's almost 30 years, he still had great powers, even though he was not president anymore. He was part of the Constitutional Council and so on. But what Tokayev has done in the last year is move Nazarbayev away from any sort of function. He was kicked off the Constitutional Council in 2023 in January, and so on. So basically, yes, they have been wobbling, but they have accelerated the wobbling. They have, for example, banned the northernmost provinces where they have a significant Russian population. So Kazakhstan is the second highest Russian population outside of Russia. And the northernmost provinces banned Russian media at the beginning of the invasion, and now they have banned it as a country. So the same way that you can't get Russia Today and stupid propaganda channels in Estonia and so on, for example, it's the same in Kazakhstan. A couple of channels have been removed. So it's getting better and better for those countries, and they're robustly moving away to the great displeasure of Russians who now, given that they have committed to one country, they can't keep threatening 10 countries. So that's a great blow that has come to Russia, apart from the Finland and Sweden joining NATO and so on. They keep, how should I say, they keep gathering the fruits of their labor in Ukraine.
Now, as I understand it, Kazakhstan, they have been very, very naughty boys because there have been RAF C-17 flights bouncing between Kazakhstan, Pakistan, Cyprus, and Romania. So one assumes that Kazakhstan is selling something naughty to His Majesty, who His Majesty is then delivering to Ukraine. Do we have any more background on that?
Nothing naughty whatsoever. Perfectly nice, pleasant things, just like the ones that Serbia is selling to Canada via Turkey and Slovakia.
Yes, so basically Kazakhstan has been instrumental in curbing some of the effects of the sanctions for Russia, but at the same time, this is sort of expected because their economy is tightly wound with both China and Russia. And in order for them to be able to pivot away from Russia, they need to have some economic power. So it's sort of a position where they can at least leverage some influence to move away. So that's positive in my book, even though it's not perfect, it's a solution we can work with. I would love it if tomorrow they declared democratic constitution and so on, but I think we shouldn't let the perfect become the enemy of the necessary and the good.
And on a bigger picture, Tommy, right? This is one really big example, one really fantastic example of Russian soft power withering away ever since they invaded Ukraine at a full scale last year. Step after step, the soft power across Caucasus and Central Asia has been slipping and slipping and slipping. There's ever less of it, and there's a reason why Blinken went to Central Asia this week, right? It wasn't just for courtesy visit. There are moves well beyond that happening. Tokayev was the only, let's say, serious foreign government representative at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum last summer. He only went to tell Putin to his face that no, he's definitely not going to be recognizing any of these, made up republics that Russians claim to have set up in various occupied zones across what used to be the Soviet Union, right? Be it in Georgia, in Ukraine, or in Moldova. And ever since then, it's been going from bad to worse for the Russians, even if the Russian Sauron tried to distribute the rings of power off to bind everyone else to him. He only managed Lukashenko in the end, of course.
Well, you can only look at basically, if you keep track on sort of a scoreboard, you can look at what has happened within the last year for Russia, and their major geopolitical victories have been conducting a military exercise with South Africa and coming to an agreement with Sudan to have a small port there. I mean, a small base next to Port Sudan. So that's the degree of expanding of official state power, and then you have the other sort of more covert vectors, such as destabilizing the regime in Mali and Burkina Faso and some economic operations in Ghana. But Russia had such basically by committing to Ukraine, Russia lost the ability to project power in so many places because it was keeping a lot of places under threat. So in chess, you can threaten a bunch of pieces with one piece, but when you take one, you may lose that position. So all those other countries that are now feeling less threatened by Russia are taking every action possible to make their position more robust before the next time Russia is able to regain strength. And in this way, they are also limiting the degree to which Russia will be able to regain strength. So I think it's very important for the West to keep doing what it's doing and basically try to form as many economic and security links with countries such as Kazakhstan in order to counteract the ability of Russia to restore itself after punching itself in the face so much with the current invasion, because that will curb their ability to invade other countries in the future and possibly leads to, if not complete, at least partial decolonization of the current Muscovite Empire.
Exactly, and also, don't just let countries as they're, resting themselves away from Russian influence. Don't just let them pick up and jump on in with China instead. If better options are possible. Now, Tim, remember in the summer we were talking an awful lot about visa ban this, visa ban that, how it's a bad idea to have necessarily lots more Russians in your surroundings. And people say, nah, but they won't do anything. They'll just be happy to have gotten out. I said, no, look at all the large chunks of the diaspora. For example, say in Germany, who were only this past week, bringing carnations and roses and whatnot to the burnt out Russian tank, which the Ukrainians have destroyed in the battle for Kiev. which was parked out there in front of the Brandenburg Gate. Well, today, if you want to see something truly disgusting, you can check out the Nest and see one of the more appalling pictures you could possibly imagine, Tim. The Little Mermaid off in Copenhagen, the statue of the Little Mermaid, titled featured character of Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tale, vandalized by painting the whole Russian flag on the pedestal, so to speak, of the statue. Now, of course, this isn't the first time the Little Mermaid has been vandalized. It's been afflicted by all manner of things before, including its head having been cut off previously. But nevertheless, this is what happens when you have genocide cheerleaders in your countries, and that's why you shouldn't want that. I think we can all quite happily agree. I'm sure it's going to be rectified quite quickly, hopefully within the course of the day. But just the sheer goal to have done it in the first place, I find thoroughly and fully and comprehensively disgusting.
Are we sure it wasn't the Norwegians?
Yes, the Norwegian flag looks completely different.
But same colours?
I mean, you can say the same about the Icelandic flag.
I've always had my doubts about the Icelanders.
Did they exist, or?
Well, a bit of both. You know, are they real? I mean, we know Finland doesn't exist. But no, I'm teasing. No, this is a particularly revolting act, especially given the statue is of a children's fairy tale character, especially given the toll this Russian aggression is taking on the children of Ukraine, who, the ones who aren't dying and being maimed, are frequently being kidnapped and deported to Russia, where they're being very heavily propagandized. Yes, this is a thoroughly unpleasant thing to do, as Doman says. So please do like and share. I noticed the original tweet comes from my friend Peter Skrid, who is a gallant helper of Ukraine. He is a regular participant in aid convoys to the east of Ukraine, as well as to Kiev and Dnipro. So please do give him a like and a follow as well. He does tend to blog his journeys too, and he's a thoroughly decent and interesting Danish chap. With that, let's go to Laughing Tommy.
Yes, just one thing that you reminded me by mentioning visas regarding Kazakhstan. Russians used to be able to basically go to Kazakhstan, stay there, and then go back to Russia. So you have to go there you could stay in Kazakhstan visa free for 90 days, and then you had to go back to Russia for 90 days. And you could do that indefinitely, and now it's no longer the case. That regime has been cancelled by Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much. Decoding Trolls, good morning.
Good morning. I love that expression. Kazakhstan changed the locks after they the air what do you call them, paratroopers, the 2,000 Russian paratroopers left in January to meet their fate as it goes north of Kyiv. So I think those paratroopers who went to Kazakhstan and when 20th of December 2021, was it something like that, are probably mostly dead, alas, RIP. Yeah, I just posted a few things from that was a great summary of Kazakhstan. A couple of things I remember noting since February 2022. I've just posted in the messages here. One, President Xi offered what was described as security guarantees to Kazakhstan when he visited earlier last year, which was very interesting. Not a peep from the Russians officially, except, and I noted a few of them, quite a number of threats to invade those two regions. That laughing is it Laughing Buddha? no, Laughing Tommy, that Laughing Tommy mentioned. So that was very interesting. And they keep on, even the other week, there was a poll last week which found that a majority of Russians wanted to end the war in Ukraine, but then wanted to invade either Kazakhstan or the Baltics. So take your pick on those. So they've really got Kazakhstan on their sights. But it was great to hear Laughing Tommy's analysis of Tokayev's. He seems to be playing quite a masterful game, if quite difficult to interpret as an outsider at times, not least when he invited in those paratroopers. But yeah, I suspect, given our conversation the other day, that this could be a Dutch operation against the Little Mermaid. Given the flags, and they're probably it's literally a false flag operation, or either that or the Dutch, because as we know, there's millennia-old tensions between the boy with the finger in the dike and the Little Mermaid situation, and these kind of intercultural battles often bubble up in unseemly places. This is a perfect advertisement for my Disinfolklore project, and Tim, hopefully you'll read some of them and you'll understand then that the association between fairy tales as identity forming cultural artifacts, which I noticed in Eastern Ukraine, were immanent in all of the Russist Disinfolklore in occupied Ukraine. The coincidence between us reading these tales as children or to our children and not really thinking about them otherwise helps disarm us to their power and actually these are evidence of, and they provide the structure of our thinking. So I'll give you an example. The one of the main tropes throughout all, and this goes back thousands of years, we just see it in the form of folklore, is this inner outer realm. So Russia claims a monopoly on defining the inner realm for their fake identity Russian. And people in Eastern Ukraine who speak the Russian language, one moment they are inside the inner realm, and therefore Russia has to save them from the outer realm, the Nazis, the Westerners, the Europeans. And you can use this inner outer realm dialectic to parse most Russist Disinfolklore. And as we've seen, Russia then will kill the Russian-speaking Ukrainians. They'll annihilate them and claim they're Nazis or that they didn't exist, say, in the MriyaReport theater. And then the definition of the inner realm moves on. But all fairy tales, and this is really deep structure stuff, contain this inner outer realm dialectic. And this is really core. It's not the childlike element of, say, calling the little green men who invaded Crimea is a disarming. It's used as a rhetorical disarming. It makes people think of children. It makes people think of Ukrainians as children. You know, they're such children, they can be overtaken by little green men. So the power of using my Disinfolklore perspective on interpreting Disinfolklore is advertised by this use of the Little Mermaid as an identity forming, cultural forming object for people in Denmark, as a way of pissing on that for Muscovy, and as an illustration of how Muscovy is obsessed with what I call Disinfolklore. And this is my original concept built on my original research and parsing apart and living in this genocidal zone. And I just wanted to throw that in there. So the childlike thing, let's not, we get disarmed by that. But these folk tales and fairy tales are really there. they define and determine the structure of our, as Indo-Europeans, our cognition, the kinds of stories that appeal to us, the kind of stories which hack our emotions. And Muscovy understood this intuitively, sometimes consciously, but intuitively, very early on. And I'm on to them. And I'll be publishing episode 10 today, and there's 90 more planned out.
Thank you very much, Decoding. I mean, never mind the Netherlands. I see the occult hand of Belgium behind everything. This is, such a malign force.
With all the talk of peeing on it.
Exactly. They're everywhere. They're everywhere, and they're always causing problems. Laughing Tommy.
Yes, Tim, I just wanted to put something Decoding said into question, because I know for a fact that China and Russia have a friendship and relationship without limits. And I would want to ask how it was possible for China to give Kazakhstan security guarantees. I mean, when has China ever treated a relationship, a geopolitical relationship, in a utilitarian way? I mean, it stands against everything they are. Obviously, they will support Russia in everything.
Yeah, I found it absolutely shocking. What, China could be playing a double game? Amazing. The exact words she used, which were interpreted as security guarantees. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be. Well, they clearly did disturb the Russians, because they, the propaganda came out against them. But he, what did he say? I've got it here. I just posted it here. He said, "Oh, I've just posted in the box. Oh yeah, we will continue to resolutely support." Split infinitive there, but probably in Chinese it's not a split infinitive. "We will continue to resolutely support Kazakhstan in protecting its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity." That was in August 2022. So yeah, watch that space. Out.
Yes, of course, what they meant is they will hold back Kyrgyzstan from invading Kazakhstan. Right? That was really the thrust of the story, and that's how the logic holds out.
Quite so. Out.
So, Tim, what can we do in free societies of Europe to limit expressions of cheerleading for genocide, such as the one which I at least interpreted as such, undoubtedly, in Copenhagen this morning, as well as those perhaps who were adorning the burned out Russian tank with carnations and other Soviet memorabilia. I will say that was the mayor of Vilnius in Lithuania who definitely had the right idea by next to the monument, next to a similar monument, positioning a very large bin with the sign, all Soviet crap in here, please. Beyond providing such easy solutions to any such things as a bin of history, even, is there anything else that we can do?
Well, I mean, beyond the hard practical measures, I see absolutely no reason why any Russian citizen should be given a visa to enter a civilized country. I see absolutely no reason why those who already have visas should continue to enjoy those visas. So beyond the hard practical measures like that, I think the kind of work that Bellingcat does is very powerful. I think investigating and exposing the links between these so-called pro-Russian / pro-peace / anti-NATO nonsense. You see a lot of that in the UK. It's never quite overtly pro-Russian. You probably won't see modern Russian flags there in the same way as you would do at a fake demonstration in, say, Germany or Poland. But you know, it's usually even stupider than that. You know, there's usually the flags of the Soviet Union and for some reason Palestine. But I think I think the kind of thing Bellingcat does, the investigative website that's definitely not run by MI6, in exposing the links between these people and the Russian state, exposing the political links, exposing the financial links. I think that goes a long way towards discrediting these individuals. So I think the use of open source intelligence and perhaps some timely and well-aimed leaks by Western intelligence organizations exposing these fools would go a long way towards discrediting them. That would be my take.
And of course, cleaning up their messes as soon as possible, right? As quickly as possible. That's why I've said, you know, hopefully by sunset or some such, the pedestal there will have been nicely scrubbed, nice and clean, and no permanent residue of the Russia's flag remaining on it.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Hopefully, the mayor of Copenhagen is well across this. Let's go to Rosemary. Rosemary, good morning.
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to let you guys know, the last time I was on one of these, someone blocked me off that I could not get in, I could not speak. So in case anything happens and I get lost, you'll know why. So hopefully, as this is being recorded, this is Rosemary Neidlinger. I have been on these spaces before, and I'm not sure exactly what part of the conversation I've missed so far, but all I can tell you is I'm an American. I believe in what America stands for. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I do not believe in the blue and the red states. I do not think America should be separated. I believe in the Ukrainian war. I am just recently spoken to my Ukrainian soldier over there, so he's requesting that I talk to him, and I will do that when I get off the line. So if you guys don't want me here, that's fine. Just let me know. I don't want to cause any disruption. All I wanted to do is let you know where I stand.
Okay. Thank you very much for that introduction, Rosemary. We are the MriyaReport. We are a 24-hour Ukrainian information space, rather pro-Ukrainian information space. We provide up-to-date news, comment, and analysis on Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We go 24 hours a day. We are manned by a core team of around 40 volunteers. So we have people across North America, people across Europe. We've even got a chap in Australia. We've got a chap in Egypt. So we are well international and well manned. Today you are being hosted by me. I'm joining you from Tallinn, and Doman, who is joining us from Bratislava. So that's us. Thank you for coming up. And if you have any questions or comments, please do stick your hand up, and we'll be very glad to talk to you. In the meantime, let's go to Laughing Tommy. Laughing Tommy.
Hey, Tim. I just saw something from the Belarusian Hayun project. They are reporting that the A-50, the command and control plane that got hit a couple of days ago, has flown from the airport and has crossed the border between Belarus and Russia. And it's supposedly flying towards Taganrog, where it will be in for repairs, since Taganrog is the place where the repair plant for such aircraft is in Russia. It will be interesting, given the range between the front line and Taganrog, and given the distance of recent strikes, how it will fare in Taganrog.
I think it's fantastic that that A-50 was hit. I do wonder if they're merely flying it out to get repairs somewhere else. Frankly, Laughing Tommy, because obviously the way the report went about the strike on that said A50 was something along the lines of, well, there's a small drone that dropped some bombs and whatnot on the radar, right? And of course, that would still make the plane probably flyable, even if the radar is inoperable. And my guess is they're probably getting rid of moving the plane somewhere where they might be able to fix the radar. Just a guess. If anybody else has any thoughts.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. You know, if the repair site, given that it's within range of, they're basically moving it from a place where Ukraine wouldn't be willing to strike it to a place where they definitely would be willing to strike it. So that's fun.
I did think, could they have two? Could they have two of these in Belarus, right? And maybe could it be a different one? I don't know. I think they might have only had one in Belarus. Axel would be the one to actually know these things off the top of his head. But
I think they're quoting the same tail number.
Yeah, probably the one and the only, right? Tim?
Yes. Let's go back to Rosemary. Rosemary.
Hi, can you do me a favor? Since I have missed probably most of the conversation, just drop me back down to the listener. I could not seem to get my hand down.
Not a problem
Right.
at all. Dropping you as we speak. How do I do that? Yeah, I do that. There we go. There we go. So not every day somebody asks to be booted off the panel, is it? That's a first.
I get about once a week. Somebody's glitching and can't get the buttons to work.
So they just can't stand being in your company so much that they ask you to remove them.
Well, I think it's just because they can't get the button to work and don't want to accidentally, unmute themselves while doing something that they might not want to broadcast to the world. That's quite a common one, I think, Tim.
I think Tim is correct, though.
Well, fine. I'll bid my adieu then.
Oh dear. Would you like some good news, Doman?
I would love some good news.
So, yesterday, the Parliament of Finland approved the accession of Finland to NATO by an overwhelming majority. So Finland has a parliament with 200 members. 184 of them voted in favor of joining NATO, and one abstained, and 7 voted against. I'm not sure who the ones who abstained and voted against were. The Guardian is reporting that it was mainly a procedural thing.
I can tell you who voted against.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it was 6 tankies and 1 vatnik.
How do those two things differ?
No, so tankies say it's okay, it's reasonable, it's whatever, right, to have tanks in the streets of Prague. Vatnik say it's a good thing to have tanks in the streets of Prague, and the only thing they did wrong is have not enough tanks.
Ah, right. Okay, so it's like these people who think that Stalin's biggest mistake was not killing enough people.
It is the difference between people looking away and people cheerleading.
All right. Okay. So there is this tendency even in the Finnish parliament.
Again, 7 out of 200. And the one is a straight out Vatnik, straight out Putin supporter. He's now recruiting others. We had this yesterday morning, 2 days ago in the morning, a little chat with Nala about this. He's now trying to get another guy to run with him who says that MH17 was shot down by the Americans, that everything is the fault of the Americans, that Anna Politkovskaya, whom you might remember, ordered a hit on herself to smear Putin. That just takes the cake there. I think really does.
Well, I for one admire and respect her sacrifice.
Just astounding.
What a bunch! What a bunch! Did we get to the bottom of what happened with Daria Dugina? I mean, my understanding was it was meant to be a hit on Alexander Dugin, and she got in the Land Rover by mistake, and they killed her, and it was supposed to be him. That was my take, but the Kremlin did it. That was what I understood. Do we know anything better?
No, I think that's probably it. And whomever it was had previously visited a Spirit Halloween and raided the pirate section.
Oh yes, this was the one with the pirate hat, wasn't it? That's just amazing. 122.
122.
Did you guys see the video where they took the video from the crash site and they put Katy Perry's fireworks on it? It's quite, macabre, but still quite funny in some way.
NAFO have done wonderful things with this one. I'm particularly keen on the memes of Alexander Dugin, doing the Edvard Munch face as his Land Rover evaporates in front of him with his daughter in it. That's a particularly good one.
In other cases, I probably wouldn't be, this happy about someone, going out like this. But this person really, deserved this, and he deserved this as well. So, awful people.
Absolutely. And the delicious cherry on top is he still has to shill for the man who murdered his daughter. Amazing. These people, they get what they deserve on so many complex and wonderful levels.
So I haven't spoken to Tim since you were in Ukraine. Did you by any chance get to speak to any Ukrainian tankers? Or did you perhaps speak to soldiers? Because I'm really, really curious, and I want Ukrainian tankers, if they can and want to come on here and share their experiences being in combat, real combat, in a real war scenario, to share their experience. I can only imagine what it's like. I've been on exercises, but I can't really imagine and know what they've been through, because being in a tank when things are hitting you is special. Sort of like submariners are special. Going into a thing that sinks.
Yes, I will never quite understand what makes people want to do their fighting in a kind of giant submarine floating missile target with a half an inch of aluminium or whatever they make them with between you and certain death. It does take a certain testicular mass to do that. Unfortunately, 122, I did not speak to any Ukrainian tank soldiers, armored soldiers, cavaliers, whatever you want to call them. The trip wasn't particularly militarily focused. We were kind of centering it around railways and government administration and that sort of thing. So I spent a lot of time hanging out with Alexander Kamyshin of Uga Zalesnitsa and his deputy Alexander Pepsovsky. They all seem to be called Alexander at Uga Zalesnitsa. It's very confusing. Spent time with a number of politicians, including the very, very impressive Ivana Klimpuch, who was formerly the Minister for European and NATO integration, and now she chairs the committee of the Parliament for the same purpose. We met Mr. Goncharenko, another member of Parliament, who I'm sure needs no introduction. But the closest thing I met to a Ukrainian tanker, don't want to say Ukrainian tanky, was an American anti-tanker, or at least a former one, who needs no introduction on the space, Mr. James Vasquez. So we spent a couple of days hanging out One of his early roles, as I mentioned earlier on, was as a member of an anti-tank unit, where he was involved in the early battles of the 3-day special military operation against Kiev, and he and his compadres took out a number of Russian tanks with various weapons, including Javelin and Enrul. So no, unfortunate balls. Sorry, 122. I didn't get there. Klaus.
Oh, good. I thought I lost audio.
Hi, thank you. I saw that the Russian flag was painted on the statue of the Little Mermaid. Maybe we should form a new coalition of the willing with the Netherlands, where they sent the little boy with the finger preventing the dam from getting destroyed, and the boy who is peeing. So the boy that is peeing can pee on the flag so it goes away, and the boy that holding the dam can prevent the Russians from breaching. So that's just an idea. Thank you.
Yes, there is all manner of kind of Heligoland folklore that you can weave into this, I suppose. Is Heligoland the right term? That's in the general Heligoland. That's what they call it on the
It's on
shipping.
the other side.
It's called.
It's on the other side.
Is it on
Heligoland
the other
is,
side?
yeah.
Isn't it Helgoland?
Either depends on whether you're Danish or British, and of course the whole place is
Well,
supposed to be
Helgoland
German.
is German, so it's simple.
But they call that area, they call it Heligoland Bight, don't they? That's what they call it on the shipping land, on the shipping forecast.
On British shipping maps, mate. On British shipping maps. On proper German and American maps, it's called Helgoland. Thank you. Read your maps, mate.
It was
Get
British.
it straight.
It was
It's
British
the-
for a bit.
It's called the German. No, you occupied it. It's the German Bay. It's our island. It's a Frisian island, by the way. It's originally a Frisian island. Some British Navy chaps thought it's a good idea to occupy it. We fucked them off, and there you go. Go home, babe. Helgoland. Simple. Learn it.
Helgoland.
The Royal Navy also attempted to destroy the whole island as a strategic liability.
Yeah, it didn't quite
They
work.
tried
did
to
it?
blow it up.
Didn't quite work,
which is-
did it?
It didn't work, but it is an interesting study. You know, surely this is the first time a power has tried to destroy a whole island.
Yeah, and a
Can't
power
happen
would
very
fail to destroy the whole island because the Frisians they bombarded are the ones who contributed to the development of the English language more than many Picts and Celts.
Okay.
So thank you very much for bombing your own people.
Yes, I'm sure we can all agree that Germans and Englishmen fighting each other is a gigantic waste of time.
Yeah, and in the meantime, fighting the Frisians in the bloody middle between yourselves, Germans and British people, thank you very much. That is the most annoying bit.
I couldn't agree more. Chris?
We're not going to stand for that, are we, Tim? We're going to stand that. Bloody Vikings invaded the UK or Britain and that.
Frisians, not Vikings. We have nothing to do with the Vikings. Zip, zilch, zero.
But far be it from me to say so, but you're all effing Vikings up that way, right? You know.
No, we're not Vikings. The Frisians made come from what is currently still the lowlands, meaning the Netherlands. And then upon invitation of the Danish kings, because the Danish kings, as always, had no money, had no capacity to deal with anything engineering or anything commercial, and couldn't do work for shit with their people because they were Vikings and they didn't like to do some work. I'm sorry, the Frisians went up there in the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th century to fix up what is northern Frisia. All right? And Helgoland had been occupied by Frisians way before any Vikings traveled anywhere, because the Frisians were navigating these fucking islands a lot earlier than any Vikings, because the Vikings learned how to ship and navigate from people who were dealing with the Phoenicians, meaning the Frisians. Thank you very much. Learn your history, English people. Oh,
And,
sorry,
but it's way too close to be criticising Celts and Picts, to St David's Day. So
shut it! Come on, Celts and
Celts, Frisian were not Celts. Frisian had one king that was Red Bat. He wasn't king, but he presented himself as king, and the biggest part of Netherlands then was all Frisian. Afterwards, there came the Franks, and that's another story.
Mr. M is completely correct. And by the way, the Frisians voted their king. They voted on their king.
Exactly. He first came there, and he made them presents and made bondages with the free Frisians, because Frisians aren't having a normal king. They were always free people. But because he made them presents, they accepted him as their king.
all I know is us
Frisian,
Celts
Chris,
were
Frisian
fine. Sorry.
Frisian, you know what it means? Free.
Exactly.
What do you think that means in English and in German?
Frisian, but it means, if you translate it, be free.
Exactly. Those who shall be free from rule, Frisians, the ultimate republicans on the European continent.
Us Celts were free before we were invaded by the Vikings.
You didn't even exist when we already roamed the seas.
Now, whatever it is, strange women lying in ponds distributing swords is no basis for a system of government, right?
I live in ancient Mercia. We were fine here before the Vikings came up the Trent. We were absolutely cool.
We brought you civilization. What is this?
In what way was Mercia Celtic?
What was it then, Tim?
It was a Saxon kingdom, no?
100%,
yeah, you're right.
Tim is correct.
Yeah, you're right, Tim. I stand corrected. Yeah.
Eddie.
I wanted to go on a whole tirade about us Vikings settling the entire northern Europe.
And then you
but I
opened the
won't.
history book and found out that the Vikings came after the Frisians.
Yeah,
Well done.
I know you're right, of course. But I have a completely different questions. Have you seen these reports of Ukrainian soldiers crossing the border and going into Bryansk? It's all over Twitter now.
Isn't that beautiful? The Russian narrative, which manages to spread everywhere and go everywhere because some crazy dude, War Gonzo, spreads it. Yoo-hoo. Of course. No, this is exactly what Fox News will be opening up later with. Don't you know?
So what happened? Is this just propaganda, or is this something?
Exactly. Exactly that.
Okay, thanks.
They have a lot of yellow tape in those videos, like a lot. They've used a whole roll of tape on each of the chaps there to film them. They must have had a lot extra. Also, the clothes are awfully clean. So it's kind of two options. Either it's what Axel says, a propaganda stunt, or they'd literally just could drive straight across the border into Bryansk Oblast, to the first town, completely unmolested, untouched, and manage to preserve their white clothes perfectly clean in a very muddy environment. So. it is timed well for an emergency meeting of the Security Council by the Russians, or is it was it caused by causing the Security Council meeting? Whatever it was, it's very amusing, and if you end up seeing many more pictures from there with various things, dead civilians, whatnot, then it is the Russians trying to stir something up and do yet another mass mobilization, this one without protests. And if not, it's going to be a damp squib that Solovyov will shout about. And I don't know. It depends on how many Sims cartridges, game cartridges, they manage to find, I guess.
I still have my doubts about that Sims thing. I think
No.
I
That
don't
one's
see how that
perfectly
could
legit.
possibly have gone down like that.
No, that was perfectly legit because Solovyov talked about it, that these were people who were coming to assassinate him. So there was this whole tirade on his TV show, and they showed the images on his TV. It actually did happen. It's fantastic. That's the real beauty of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt the veracity of the pictures. What I do doubt is that somebody said, "Oh, put some Sims in the picture," and they bought the game The Sims and put them in the picture. That's the part I think is a bit daft.
It's just stunning, really. Klaus, please.
You mentioned clean uniforms, and I do know that what Ukrainians have is washing machines, and Russians don't. So that might be something. Thank you.
No, I agree. That's very plausible. That makes perfect sense. The Russians tried to take everything from the Ukrainians, from washing machines to vestibular. But they couldn't in the end succeed thoroughly enough to deprive Ukrainians entirely of capacity to wash clothes. But regardless, right? If you're a soldier, Tim, when you were doing trainings in the ravines of Wales, did you get quite muddy quite quickly?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, you'd. Well, the good thing about army uniforms is they're often quite close to the color of mud anyway.
Except the white winter ones that are just straight white.
Yeah, I would imagine they get dirty fairly quickly, but they are quite light and easy to clean.
But let's say that whatever you were doing, how many minutes would it take in a muddy environment for there to be mud somewhere on your uniform that we could observe in a picture, and say if you wore a pristinely white uniform, how many minutes would it take just doing regular soldiery stuff in a muddy environment before there will be some mud on it?
Well, when you're soldering, you do spend an awful lot of time crawling around on the ground, and even if you're just moving, you will get down on one knee quite a lot, because that's how you stop, right? You don't just stand around. Even if you're wearing a white uniform, you get down on one knee in order to reduce your profile, make you look to the target. It's also a better firing position than standing. So yeah, I mean, that's if you go for a walk and then you stop walking, you're immediately going to have at least one muddy knee.
Exactly, and this is kind of my point, right? If it isn't the Russians staging it, then Russians just don't have any semblance of defenses on the border with Bryansk Oblast, and these guys just drove across the border, parked up in front of the house in which they were filming, and shot their video. Like that's kind of what I'm getting at here. Is there's no way that the guy wouldn't have been muddy immediately, unless they just managed to get there without any trouble whatsoever, any semblance of any trouble.
That sounds about right, yes.
And that's also why they're wearing yellow tape on about 7, 8, 9 parts of their body, because of course that makes perfect sense. Make yourself super visible just to make it really drive it home. Even on the battlefield, you only see like one tape on like one arm usually, or maybe both arms. You don't see it on both arms twice, both legs twice. Just to make it perfectly clear that your yellow tape stands nicely out against the pure white background, just so you can really be extra possibly visible, especially if you're not encountering.
Good morning, David.
Good morning, or good afternoon even. Yeah, I jumped in. I'm apologising because I jumped in yesterday kind of half-cocked, and I'm jumping in again half-cocked, having had my attention diverted elsewhere. Yesterday I jumped in half-cocked on the topic of this being all a pretext for further internal repression. So the first part of my question is related to that. What happened yesterday? Are we any closer to knowing whether it was actually a Ukrainian attack on various parts of civilian infrastructure, as far as I could gather, air defense and so forth? And also there was an oil terminal, I believe, in the south that was hit by a similar kind of drone activity, which was most likely Ukrainian action, I think. And the second part, I'll come back to the second part in a second. Just can you bring me up to date with where we are on the attacks at some length in Russia, and whether they're Ukrainian driven or part of internal repression measures?
Where did Tim go? Anyway, David, I don't know. I'll say there are only two possibilities. Either the Russians are the ones staging them, or Bryansk Oblast is completely undefended, and because in pristine white uniforms and pristine white camo in a very muddy environment, these Ukrainians will have just driven up in front of the house where they were eventually filming, stepped out, and immediately started filming again.
Yeah,
so it's one or the other, which is quite meaningful.
No, the latest one in Bryansk, I think. So there's no debate about that whatsoever, from my perspective, anyway. They can barely keep a straight face themselves. I mean, it's just lamentable, at least from the point of view of people who should be much more professional about these things, employed by the Russian state. My question was really yesterday. So yesterday there was a series of things where they closed down the airspace, and my initial reaction, as you know, was around about the same time yesterday that I came on, and I said, this is basically kind of just for the television, and I'm wondering if there's anything since that's given us more grounds to consider that as being Ukrainian action rather than something internally generated.
Sorry, which bit was that, David? I missed it a little bit. Is there a
all of the stuff
you said flights.
Exactly, all of the stuff yesterday when they closed down airspace around St. Petersburg and I think around Moscow as well. Or I think it was yesterday, wasn't
it? 2 days ago, maybe. But yes, I recall, and the diversions from Murmansk and whatnot. Nothing ended up coming of that, except that apparently a drone of sorts was found near a near a Gazprom pump station somewhere on the outskirts of Moscow.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it looked like a Ukrainian drone, but it also looked like a Ukrainian drone in very good condition that had just mysteriously been placed there and broken up a little bit to make it look like it had crashed, if you ask me. But so my gut reaction either yesterday or the day before, I would say seems pretty untarnished. So maybe I wasn't, because I came on and I said, basically this is all for the television. This is all part of the Russian propaganda kind of misinformation, Tsar 2.0 psyops. And, you know, as a consequence of our discussion, whenever it was, I went away and thought maybe there's more to this from the Ukrainian side, but there's nothing that's come out in between that gives us more of an idea that there was Ukrainian action at length or at distance.
Oh, for sure, David. It's a. I'll put it this way: the way, as Gunny says, warfare is all about deception, and deception. And I think that there might be a lot of that going on here in this context. I think that's a very big component here.
Yeah. Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask about was the post about the missile. So a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was last week, there was some shots of HIMARS firing missiles that I thought looked much bigger than Gimle's, and I kind of asked, responded to a Twitter about with the footage of the HIMARS firing something, and no one really seemed to know whether this was a Gimle's or something else. But there was some information that came up, and I think you pointed to about a possible modification of the Soviet missile. Is there anything more you can tell us about that?
No, I mean, all I know is what's in the Drive article. I don't really know anything beyond that because, unlike the chap at the Drive, I don't really have connections with the Ukrainian officers in charge of this program. So
Right.
I wouldn't know anything more than that. But I think this is this is probably as good as it gets.
Okay.
All right, thank you, David. Let's go to Laughing Tommy, and then I think Colonel Jeff is going to take us flying. Laughing Tommy, please.
Yeah, so just quickly, first off, regarding the Tuapse oil depots are legitimate targets, and blowing up one is actually a very good thing, given that it's on the coast of the Black Sea, and it's near Novorossiysk. So basically, it was a protected position that could supply the Novorossiysk harbor, and it's pretty much essential because that's one of the two bases used by the Russian Navy on the Black Sea. So that's one. Regarding the drone that landed between Moscow and Ryazan, there's a lot of possibilities for what that was. If it was knocked down by electronic warfare, that's one thing. Also, if it's a soft kill and basically flew. I don't know if they can land automatically, but some drones have that functionality. I don't know. But there's a myriad of possibilities. It could have been, as David says, captured and then knocked about. And as far as the current Bryansk sabotage group, that's the typical ridiculousness of Russian information operations. If you look at how many versions there are, I love that every time when they conduct a Russian information operation, they have like 15 versions of what has happened come out in rapid succession. Same thing here. There were 300 hostages, then 100 hostages, then 6 hostages, then no hostages, then a school bus was held hostage, then there was no school bus. It's the same idea. Basically, if something doesn't make sense at all, it's probably not real. I would just like people to think about how dependent the Ukrainians are on Western aid, and how many times it has been made clear that that aid is provided to guarantee the sovereignty of Ukraine and not to be used for invasive action into Russia. So imagine how likely it would be to risk all that, and then not only risk it, but not do it covertly and take selfies and videos and so on in full kit. It's insane on so many levels that it doesn't make sense.
Quite. You know, if it doesn't make sense, again, it's one of the two extremes. Either the Russians did it, or anyone could just drive over into Bryansk Oblast and, you know, do a piece to camera just so, without any trouble whatsoever. So square that circle. There isn't really any options in between those two. All right. Thank you, Laughing Tommy. Thank you all, and good afternoon, Colonel Jack.
Yeah, can you give me like 2 minutes? I just realized my tweet's messed up. Sorry, I gotta fix it.
All right, you take it. Take care of that. I will again say the absolutely despicable defiling of the Little Mermaid's statue with the Russian flag is wow, just beyond reproach, revolting and repulsive, as Tim said previously. And again, hopefully it will be cleaned up soon. It was, of course, a gift from the Carlsberg Brewery to the city of Copenhagen. It was one of the better things that ever came out of the brewery, if I can say so. It's a silly joke, but you know.
No, it's absolutely true, because if they were to brew a proper beer according to German purity law, we could talk.
No, I agree with that. The problem is they do quite a lot of good stuff with the proceeds that they get for the beer, investing in both cultural and scientific endeavors.
Absolutely.
So that's where, you know, that's
the best thing that ever came out of the brewery. You mean.
Exactly, right. So I had to stop myself in my tracks. The beer, not so good. The other stuff, fantastic. Interesting business model. Tim, I hear that it does go well with fermented fish of various sorts.
What about beans?
I am sure that you will find untold number of people on your home island who would probably enjoy that on a daily basis. I don't know if it's a good pairing. It's definitely a common one. Tim, would you prefer your pickled fish or whatnot with beans on them? Would that help?
No, I don't think so. I think the only fish that can be acceptably paired with beans are fish fingers. I think other fish just seems wrong. Or maybe you could have kippers followed by beans as a kind of multi-course breakfast. But I don't think you can combine the two. What do you think, David?
Fish and beans, definitely not. Boudin noir is the reason I put my hand up. You raised the thorny issue of black pudding, and yeah, one input on that is that the French black pudding is Boudin noir, and the Boudin part is actually the root of the word pudding, which I think, well, is one of those things that causes endless amusement for me. The fact that in the face of any attempt at nationalism in the United Kingdom, you're able to point to things which apparently are as British as the gymkhana or the bungalow or the what's the other thing, jodhpurs or pajamas.
Pajamas, indeed.
Or black pudding.
Well, Boudin noir is not quite black pudding. Black pudding is slightly spicier than Boudin noir. It's also less coarse.
If it doesn't have suet in it, it's not pudding in my mind.
I think you'll find that there are many different varieties of Boudin noir.
Because something of an Estonian tradition is on Christmas Eve they will eat verivurst, which is blood sausage. It's not unlike black pudding, but it is less spicy than black pudding. It's also coarser, so it kind of has whole groats in it rather than ground up oatmeal, and you can't get it in the United Kingdom. So when we were living in London, I used to go to a French butcher and buy Boudin Noir instead, because it's a closer approximation of Verrywurst than black pudding is.
So not verging towards haggis.
It's probably, yeah, it's quite a lot like haggis. It's not the same flavor as haggis. It's a lot less spicy than haggis, but it is a similar consistency when you open the sausage.
Nick?
I find these discussions interesting to watch as we get into confusion between the evolution of the item, the evolution of the name. People have been eating blood sausage all over Europe, certainly for many, many centuries, probably many millennia. And at some point in the last 1,000 years, in the British Isles, the French word came along and bumped the presumably Saxon or Viking word out of the way. But the product won't. The product will have evolved on an entirely different trajectory. So just the map is not the territory. The vocabulary is not the item. The vocabulary can become the item with contemporary marketing, which is quite interesting. But I think the debate here is a little bit. If you want to have this debate, you have to keep the pudding thing separate from the sausage thing, from the blood thing. It is what, if you're going to go down that road, of course, what's interesting is how the Boudin became pudding, which then became the English word for dessert, which I would humbly suggest black pudding is anything but. So yeah, interesting discussions and interesting things also to keep at the back of our mind when we look at the related issues to do with Ukraine and Russia, where language is sometimes important. The thing that is being described by the language is sometimes important. But let's, I'm being your sort of lecturer in semantics here. Let's try and remember that the item itself and the name of it evolve in two separate ways, both of them due to political, cultural, and invasion-related reasons. So I just found that a fascinating little micro discussion. I quite like a little bit of almost any blood sausage, but about once or twice a year max. For the Americans here, can you even buy blood sausage in an American regular supermarket, or do you have to go to a kind of specialist immigrant community grocery store? I can't imagine it appearing on the menu at Chili's anytime soon.
You say that a lot of American supermarkets have a British section. It is quite small, but I've seen it in pictures. It's got HP sauce, baked beans, all of the classics of British cuisine. But you did inspire me a bit there, Nick. I think something we should start doing on the Maria Report is we should have a pedant's corner. So we should have at least one hour a week where we have a panel. We've got most of the panel up here today. We've got obviously we've got Nick, we've got David, we've got Axel. So Pedant's Corner is kind of it's almost constituted. I think we need a few people up. We probably need Tom Zimbardo up. Maybe we get Decoding Trolls up again, but we get the nitty-gritty details people up, and we can discuss black pudding, Heligoland, all sorts of things that we can violently disagree about the tiny details of. What do you think?
The ironic thing is we already always are the Pedant's Corner.
Yeah, I was going to say what's new. What's new? Yeah, no change.
What are we supposed to do the other 167 hours at that rate? Now, Colonel Jeff, black pudding or suet pudding? Which would you prefer?
I don't do black blood, and I don't do any of those puddings. I do Jello pudding.
You should try it. It's very.
No way.
It is delicious.
I stayed at the look. Here's the deal. I stayed at the Victory Services Club in London for a couple nights, and they had a wonderful full English breakfast set out. And so I went down and had my beans and everything, and I saw the sausage and the blood pudding, and I put it on my plate, and I had one bite, and then the rest of it stayed on my plate and was taken away because that stuff is just absolutely nasty. You people do not know how to do sausage very well.
You
I
should
will bring you.
bake it.
I will.
You should bake it and then bake some apples in pieces and some onions, and put some syrup on it. Stroop. We call it stroop.
So basically, mask the horrible taste is what you're saying.
No, not mask the horrible taste.
Enhance, complement.
Exactly.
Compliment.
Yeah,
the
that's what
taste.
it's. The combination is.
Look, if I'm gonna eat sausage, I just want to taste the sausage. So I'll when we all get together, I'll bring you a big old slab of andouille sausage, Cajun sausage from New Orleans. You don't need to put apples or maple syrup or horse crap or rabbit droppings on it. You just eat it. I mean, you put some onions and peppers on it if you want, and we can actually mix it up in some jambalaya if you want too. But yeah, I ain't doing that stuff no more.
You see, this is moral as well as physical weakness from you, Colonel Jeff. I expected more.
Tim, is there a Welsh breakfast ingredient that you could introduce the panel, the listeners to?
Do you mean lava bread?
I might just do so. Which involves neither bread nor lava.
Yeah, lava bread's an interesting one. It's a Pembrokeshire thing, I believe, originally. So it's the southwest coast of Wales. It is a boiled seaweed. So it's a bit like creamed spinach, but it's made from seaweed and it's traditionally served with cockles. But it has made its way onto the breakfast menu, and it's now served with bacon and eggs and things like that.
Sounds
it's rather
nice.
good. On that note, shall we talk about aeroplanes?
Can we just say
Colonel Jeff?
that, Tim? Can we just say that Colonel Jeff was right? Because the origin, the etymology of condiment should already tell you everything. It's the changes the state of something. That is masking. No, you don't need it. Good old Austrian, German, Czech sausage. Thank you very much. Or whatever you do there in New Orleans because of your French influence. Wonderful, great. Stop doing this condimenty thingy. Stop doing the ketchup. You don't need it. It's nice to have, but if the sausage ain't right, you can't improve it by condiments.
I don't know what goes into an American andouillette, but in a French andouillette sausage,
it's lovely.
It's I'm afraid I believe one of the alternative names for it is chitterlings, and I'm afraid sometimes it tastes of chit.
Yeah. Well, of course it does, because you guys aren't even pronouncing it right. It's andouille. It's an andouille sausage.
All right. Is that better than eating kale?
Probably not. I mean, andouillette is lovely, but I was surprised that Colonel Jeff would be a fan of andouillette, and then
You didn't catch my drift, Omen.
I googled the American one, and it just looks like a very boring sausage.
No, from kale to Carl, the
But
lower.
the boiled ones, yes.
But it's not
Kale
a boiled
is-
sausage. I mean, to be fair, some of the best food you're ever going to eat in your life comes from New Orleans. And one of the cool things about New Orleans, and one of the really, really awesome things that exists, is New Orleans was actually not settled by the British. It was settled by the French, which is why a lot of the Louisiana law is based on French heritage and culture. But New Orleans was kind of this, mishmash of grounds. It's where the Mississippi River fed out into the Gulf of Mexico. So you had the French, you had the Spanish, you had Native American Indians, you had the South growing with its, the southern cooking of the South, and you had a lot of slaves when they were freed. So you had this mishmash of amazing foods coming in. So when you talk about jambalaya, or all jumbled up and all this, supposedly that the history goes that was actually the Spanish trying to make paella, but they couldn't find all the ingredients that they needed, and kind of started morphing into just starting mixing a bunch of stuff together. We had crayfish down in the Gulf, and you got tons of shrimp, and so it's a great place to go eat.
Kale is an interesting one. Mr. M, I think, will confirm, because I'd never eaten kale until I got to the Netherlands in the early 80s, where I discovered that it was pretty much the staple vegetable. and it's were made mashed up with potatoes and with a rather dull smoked sausage is like the sort of #1 Dutch working class dinner.
Okay.
And through the 80s and 90s and the 2000s, the Netherlands, like much of Northern Europe, underwent quite a revolution in how people ate, both in terms of how they cooked at home and the restaurant food. And it was round about 2011, I think, that kale, which the Dutch call boerenkool, finally got kind of eliminated, and people breathed a sigh of relief, and they didn't have to eat this kind of granny food that, from the war and everything. And that was when Gwyneth Paltrow and the superfood people launched kale as the great hipster vegetable, and the Dutch did the world's biggest face palm at that point. And I don't know in the last couple of 2 or 3 years whether it's made a comeback as because the hipsters have forgotten that their parents' generation couldn't stand the stuff. But it's very funny. I remember it being round about that time talking to a Dutch person going, they made what? They made what into the trendiest food in the world?
Speaking of the Dutch and making something very trendy indeed, Colonel Jeff, what do the Dutch have, which could be incredibly trendy very soon, even overtaking HIMARS,
Vipers,
javelins,
F-16s.
Aha!
I love it. I love it. That was a great segue there, Doman. So for those who are following me on Twitter, you probably know that I'm still really seething about the ABC News Sunday morning talk show in which the Undersecretary for Defense, Colin Kahl, a politically appointed person into DOD, went on ABC and said it would take up to 18 months to train a Ukrainian pilot on how to fly an F-16 or a Western jet, making, of course, this a kind of a mute point because everyone expects the war to be over by that. So I did a little homework today, and I'm like, okay, so if you were gonna guess, if you wanted, okay, so he is the OSD policy, right? So he's the Secretary of Defense policy. So you want to kind of go, okay, well, he's got some street cred, right? He's served in foreign policy. He's never served in the military. I'm reading through his. He served for President Obama on all matters related to U.S. foreign policy and national security. So he's got a fairly good resume. But I'm like, if you really wanted someone who would know how long it would take, who would you start guessing? I'm like, well, you know what? I would guess the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, right? Because the Air Force is a training thing. And it just so happens that the current Chief of Staff of the Air Force is a guy by the name of General C.Q. Brown, right? And General Brown, actually, I applied to come work for him. I had sent him notes and we had some discussion. He actually picked somebody else, but he was actually the commander of the United States Air Force Fighter Weapons School, which is our equivalent of the Navy's Top Gun School. So he was the commander of the U.S. Air Force Weapons School. And Air Force Weapons School is where all the best of the best from all the different types of airframes go to train. Ironically, guess which airplane General, at the time, Colonel Brown, was assigned to the weapons school as an instructor pilot to fly. Just guess which airplane he flew.
Was it an F-16?
It was an F-16. And the guy magically has 3,000 hours in an F-16. So I'm like, wow, that guy probably knows F-16s pretty well. He was an instructor pilot at the Air Force's equivalent Top Gun School, so he probably knows how to teach people. He's got over 130 combat hours, and he was also the Air Force's lead general officer during all the incidents that were happening in Syria. He's very familiar with the F-16. He was an instructor. So I'm going to say, wow, perhaps there's something out there where General Brown gave a quote on how long it might take to train Ukrainian pilots. Because, geez, He's the chief of staff of the Air Force. Someone probably asked him that. And guess what? In July of last year, he came forward and said it would take somewhere between 2 to 6 months to train a Ukrainian pilot in F-16s. He also reiterated it again on February 13th at a Brookings Institute VTC. So you now have a situation where the ABC News has put forward the OSD policy guy to say 18 months, which I'd love to know where he gets that information. I have no idea. Or we have the guy who's literally the chief of staff of the Air Force saying 2 to 6. So, I think we all should draw our conclusions. If you want to listen to OSD policy, that's great. I would argue that if you want that decision, you probably had a predisposed position that you don't want F-16s to go, and that's fine. You're allowed to have that. My whole argument is I think the American people deserve a little bit more transparency from the President of the United States and the White House. He has every right to say he's not going to send F-16s. He's the President of the United States. I just wish he would stop using operational limb facts and operational excuses as why he's not sending it. There is clearly a reason he's not doing it. He doesn't have a magic 8-ball and lifts it and turns it over every day, but it's not an operational limb fact. It's not an operational challenge that he's not sending these things. There's another reason, and the American people deserve to know what that is.
So let's highlight as to why this specific individual in the administration, since more than 1.5 decades, is always creating issues, and why we should trust such a sturdy academic with impeccable credentials in his flight training. I presume he has folded paper or papier-mâché airplanes in class whilst getting his BA, and prior to his 7-year PhD with a short stint at Harvard, prior to then engaging in public service for the Democrat Party until he finally entered the DoD policy regime properly, having directed students beforehand from the podest of a professor rather than flight school. Jeff, how is it that we have to suffer all these fools? Sorry, how do we have to suffer all these wonderful erudite people?
Yeah, so, if I was a mole in the Pentagon, I would tell you that to be fair, I'm sure Mr. Dr. Call is actually a nice guy, right? He probably is a very nice guy. I think he is a patsy, right? ABC News wanted someone to go on, and he's getting direction from that we can't see from the White House, because he is appointed by the White House, right? He is a politically appointed individual to say, dude, I need reasons to not send F-16s, and I need you to come up with them, right? So then he goes down to the joint staff and the actual military guys who are the professionals and says, okay, I need you guys to start talking to me and tell me, what are some of the challenges associated? How long is training? What's the logistics support that's going to be supported for this? Blah, blah, blah. And he probably heard from someone, right, that training a Ukrainian pilot on the F-16 could take up to 18 months. And to be, again, I'm trying to be as fair as possible, right? If you took just average Joe Nugget, like the dude off the street, and you started training him, okay, yeah, it could take 18 months, because it's about a year for your initial flight qualification to be able to learn how to fly, and then for another 6 months in type rating. So you're going to go to specific F-16 type rating, and then you're going to go fly. So yeah, in the future, when if the Ukrainians get Western jets, whether it's a Eurofighter or whatever, taking a guy straight out of the military academy and pushing him into fighters it will take up to 18 months, perhaps even more, right? I mean, because they're not at war, and this guy's not transitioning from one type of airframe to the other. So is his statement false? No. Is his statement completely misleading? 100%, right? Because it says up to 18 months. Where was the ABC interviewer to say, okay, it could take up to 18 months? How fast could it happen? Right? Where was that question? And you know, I'm not going to get into the mainstream media and their biases and stuff like that, but and who they support, because it will just devolve into other challenges. But I would argue, if you were a good reporter, that's a worthy question, right? That's a valid question to ask. And he clearly didn't have to answer it, and they ran with the headline that it could take up to 18 months. Again, it's not a lie. He's met the intent by the Biden administration to make it look like F-16s aren't the correct answer. This is the talking point that probably socialized around a bunch of bars on Sunday afternoon, saying, dude, they can't get F-16. It's 18 months, the world will be over by then. This is fucking stupid. But the problem is it's completely founded in falsehoods, right? And that's the problem.
Now, why would someone spread such complete falsehoods at this point in time? Would it be helpful to sway the mainstream Sunday talk show audience, which still believes, I'm sorry, Democrat operators on Sunday talk shows more easily than any hardcore, boring center-right remaining officer, someone with knowledge? Oh, sorry, they don't ask them because they're supposedly not allowed to talk. Come on. I mean, this is not worthy. This is not worthy of this administration.
Yeah,
it really isn't.
Yeah, it's somewhat funny. Axel, I chuckle at this, right? Because you know, from our back channel, I was on TRT World last night, and I was on last week, and I have I post this on my social media, and I posted on my Facebook, and TRT World is becoming I'm slowly making TRT World a viable output in the United States, because Americans are just fed up with the extremely polarizing left and right, perspectives. When I was on TRT World, I was asked directly, what do you think about this warming of China and Russia? And I'm like, well, yeah, China could give them weapons, but I don't think that they really want the capabilities of their weapons to be fully exposed. They're based on the same structures as the Russians. I was also asked, hey, do you think the attack on the 24th of February is going to come? And I said, no. Of course, these don't play very well in the U.S. media because the drama is completely, you've taken the air out of the balloon. But I think I would like to believe that perhaps Americans are starting to come around to go, all right, dude, I don't need high blood pressure for my entire life. Maybe I could actually just get some grounded truth, and I think that's a good thing, right? Yeah, there's still people in America who think TRT World is basically Erdogan's mouthpiece. It very well may be. I refuse to have a discussion about Erdogan and Turkish politics. I'm not there as an analyst to do that, but when my segments are on, perhaps they're worth watching.
So, but that still begs the question: why is no one at ABC or CBS or NBC, for that matter, for their vaunted Sunday cattle drive, bringing up sensible, hardcore U.S. Air Force personnel?
Look, Axel, I get your point, right? But as a guy who's relatively conservative, or a centrist conservative, I would tell you that ABC, CBS, NBC, these news outlets that you're talking about are the same ones that a month before the last presidential election buried the Hunter Biden laptop story. 50 intelligence experts came out and said that it completely was Russian propaganda. And not only that, they had it's almost comical, right? They took the White House spokesperson's Twitter account, and it was frozen because she was talking about this laptop. And the New York Post was banned from its Twitter account as well. And here we are 2 years later, and like, oh my God, it really was. It's not hard to figure out which camp those Sunday morning talk shows are in. And it's always been that way. It's probably not going to change. There is a cultural bias towards our mainstream media like that. To be fair, look, I'm a completely fair guy. Fox News is on the other side, right? And it's one against many, and I think it's that and they have a large video following because they don't have any competition. If you're ultra conservative and you want to watch the news, your only option without having high blood pressure is going to be to watch Fox News. So they've got their tinfoil hat people on their side. And unfortunately, the news is just becoming more and more polarized. That we tried to have NPR, which kind of was the marrying between or trying to do something like the BBC, where there's some level of government funded, so we can find some balance. The left, my friends in the left told me, oh yeah, the NPR is completely balanced, and I chuckle, right? If you listen to it, it's not, and it is what it is. So I'm trying to escape and skirt the issue of this devolving into a political thing, but ABC definitely supports the Biden administration. So does NBC and CBS, and that's the way it is. That's why you didn't hear the question of what's the minimal amount of time, right? Those are my 2 cents.
No, you can support the Biden administration, and that's fine. But the question is, what are you supporting, and what message does the Biden administration actually bring forward? Is it the message that yes, we can, or yes, oh, well, this will take a lot of time, or is this just one part, one stream within the Biden administration's polity, where essentially some operators in the DoD are very political and some are rather more military? Because it seems to be like in the German SPD, it seems to be the everlasting fight between pacifist left procrastinating and the rather, pragmatic center Democrats on the other hand, and the definitely everlasting military chaps who simply want to get the job done. Or am I wrong?
No, you're right. When I was at the OSCE, I as the senior military guy, and I had to escort in. We had a guest speaker coming in from the United States, and her name was Dr. Celeste Wallander, who I actually like. She's a very nice lady, extremely smart, and she was on the National Security Council under the Obama administration. And we brought her in, and she was talking, and she was actually this was one of her last events, and she was talking in a capacity that was in line with the Obama administration, right? And then she was asked a question, and it said, in your personal opinion, do you think X, Y, or Z? And she kind of chuckled, and she said, look, I'm going to go take the chair as a dean in a university here in about a month and a half. If you want my answer on that, invite me back, and I'd be happy to tell you everything that's on my mind. But I'm not going to do it while I'm in this, in this position. And it was clear, right? I mean, she did not necessarily agree, but she was smart enough. Again, she's a brilliant lady to shape her answers in a way that support the administration. Celeste Wallander, ironically, at the link that I put into this thread that I sent out, right? Celeste Wallander is quoted in there as well. And one of the things that she says there is, she says, look, fighters are not off the table, right? Because she's actually working for the National Security Council. She's back in the Biden administration. She is a Democrat. She's politically appointed. She said, for now, fighters are off the table. That we have what she's calling tranches of weapons. And right now, she says that Ukraine has to get good at the current types of weapons that are out there, that they're being offered, and we really don't. They don't need air power at this point. They really need to focus on the ones that we're giving them. And I was like, okay, well, are you saying that the Ukrainian Air Force is completely incompetent and incapable, and they should just ground their fighter force because they don't know how to fly and fight in the air? And then maybe someday these Neanderthals will be able to somehow get into a cockpit and fly. I think that's a little disingenuous, but it's completely in line with the Biden administration. And of course, in this event that she was at, and if you read the article, it was airandairspaceforces.com. Again, no one pushed back, and of course, at events like that where you have the panel, and it's no one is really going to push back, right? So again, she's a nice lady. I don't take umbrage with her. I completely understand what she's doing. I just at some point, as a military guy, I've just seen too many times in my life. It's become too politically expedient for our politicians to make military decisions and answers based on falsehoods and excuses that aren't realistic, right? That just, it infuriates me. If there's a reason that you don't want to do something and it's either politically motivated or diplomatically motivated, you should have the wherewithal to tell the people that. And that's all I'm asking.
Still doesn't quite answer one question as to why don't we have more proper US Air Force, US Army serving experts being called upon, because that happens. For example, even the BBC does this, ITV does it. They ask for permission from the MOD, and then statements can be made. They get official statements. They talk to people at the MOD, and not that it's always perfect, but radio interviews, if you listen to BBC Radio, you will find that they are actually quite specific, and that is surprisingly positive. It's not always totally satisfactory, but it's a matter of, shall we say, journalistic culture. And I'm wondering how on earth it is impossible at a time of war that Americans, who are amongst the most pragmatic, the most decisive, the most supportive, and ultimately national security conservative people, because that's the funny part, that's why the center holds. They are the people themselves wish to win. They wish to defend freedom. Why on earth can't these bloody bastards, and I include Fox in this, actually simply ask a few people who know their shit? There are a few highlights, don't get me wrong. I mean, John Spencer has been on CNN, thank you very much. And a few others here, left and right and center. And whenever Ben Hodges appears on any of those channels, I'm delighted. But how on earth is it possible that you have the single biggest set of armed forces with expeditionary capacity and experience? You have fantastic generals. You have absolutely smashing chaps, left, right, and center.
The reporters.
And why not? Why, Jeff? Why does it happen that none of them are called up? What is the producer's end at all these media outlets that they can't get this right?
Look, when the Sunday talk shows go out, Saturday night, there's tons of meetings that happen in DC. And it's all about building the narrative and the message to support the White House, whether you like it or not. When there's a Republican in office, the Sunday morning talk shows are very heated, and there's tons of pushback, and you see some outstanding journalistic investigations. Right? When we have Democrats, it's not necessarily the same case. I mean, look at Dr. Colin Kahl, right? Look at his pedigree. How do you? He spent a lifetime building a resume of academics and employment that no military guy, I don't care who you are, is going to be able to compete with that, right? And I think that it is what it is. So he gets to be in these positions and do what he does. And by the way, one of the things that you'll notice about Dr. Kahl is when he makes such decisions like this, and he says things like it's up to 18 months, he's really taken no risk, right? He's like a mugwump, right? And the way that you advance in situations like this is to not make decisions. Right, the best decision is no decision for anyone in high levels in the U.S. government. I was always this is perhaps a great example, right? I was always amazed that Hillary Clinton took the job as a Secretary of State, not because I didn't think she was qualified; she was eminently qualified, right? She's a very smart woman, but the problem is in Secretary of State. Theoretically, you're supposed to make decisions, right? that are gonna polarize people, whether they're foreign relation decisions or this and that. And I kind of chuckled because one of my friends asked me after she left. He said, "Okay, let me ask you this. Our secretary," and I was actually working at an embassy, right? And he was a Democrat. He's like, "Let me ask you this. What's that?" He goes, "Name one thing that Hillary Clinton will be remembered for as a Secretary of State." From a positive aspect, not Benghazi, not anything else. What's the one thing that she did as a benchmark on foreign policy that she can hang her hat on moving forward? And the truth is man, you really got to. You might come up with one, but man, you really got to think. But if you think about Condoleezza Rice or you think about Colin Powell, I mean, these people you can actually rattle off 2 or 3 relatively fast. and that's because they weren't going to run for office, right? so I think Hillary Clinton always knew she was going to run for office, and that's why she didn't make any decision. And to be fair, I think our foreign policy kind of suffered for a while for that. But it's part of the game. I mean, Axel, and you know that. I know you're playing with me a little bit, and that's fine. We can be pejorative and push around each other. But that's the America we live in, and you fight in the America you live in. You don't get to have the one that you want, right?
But you can still strive by means of arguing for the America we all want, because the shining city on the hill has been a guiding light for everyone, including and especially Europeans.
It's kind of funny. As I was speaking, I think I watched, like, I can't tell you how many people started following me because I was talking about Hillary Clinton. And I wasn't trying to be mean to Hillary Clinton. I was just trying to state facts. But with all the new people that came in to like me, I went back and checked, and I'm like, I think I lost just as many people who didn't like me just because I said her name. And that, if nothing else, is probably a perfect indicator of how U.S. politics works, right? Like, you can't even say the name. You can't even be in an academic, kind of perspective, just kind of talk about things. It's unfortunate.
And this is after you highlighted that actually she is a very smart woman, and she has been working exceptionally hard. And despite things which probably you and I wouldn't agree with her, and despite misgivings which we may have about her, say for various bits and pieces, it doesn't matter. She definitely has been serving her country, and with an utter dedication.
I got a message from someone, and I'll apologize to them. I'm sorry, but I have a DM that says, "You are polarizing people. Please stop." And that wasn't my intent. But I didn't think I was polarizing people, so I will stop. Okay.
Okay, but let's then come back to the facts, polarizing or not, because we have always been arguing here that the center is based on facts, and that we have to be mindful of them. And the fact is that if a political operative and a political appointee in the DoD says something, it has meaning to the media, and unfortunately it's being transported, whilst he has absolutely no qualification whatsoever in opining as to what flight training under accelerated, intensified conditions might take, and what it would be, and how such conversion were to occur, how the, say, weapon system training could be condensed or not, how it impacts the pilots, and when the training has begun, and how it should be conducted, because that is what we have real experts for. Maybe we can turn this once back, at least again, before you turn off, Colonel Jeff. Could you turn it back to the quality and the underlying, say, foundation of why General Brown is so qualified to talk about it?
Yeah. See. Yeah. So I knew him back long ago. I want to say it was probably around 2006-ish that I was applying to be to become a squadron commander at the fighter weapons school. And I was, one of four. And to be fair, that this is like the coup d'etat kind of assignment, right? Like, you're going to be in charge of your unit, your type airframe at Top Gun. I mean, that to even be considered in that, I was blessed, right? And I knew him at the Pentagon. He's a very smart guy. He's extremely calculating. His bio is actually online. You can go to airforce.mil and look up biographies. You can find it. The guy's got an amazing pedigree, and he's one of the people that I get truly angry at. Other folks talking about him, saying the only reason he's the chief of staff of the United States Air Force is because he's black. That is completely bullshit. He's one of the best qualified chiefs of staff of the Air Force we have had in a while, and he pulls no punches. A couple of my friends worked for him when he was a 4-star. I think he was out at Paycom was where he was at, and the guy's, he's just a rock star, right? I mean, can you imagine being the guy that both President Obama and President Trump tasked to go to be the air component commander in Syria with a hotline to your Russian equivalent to ensure that no U.S. or Russian jets were inadvertently shot down by each other, with the potential spark for World War III, right? When you have both Obama and Trump willing to say, yeah, that's my guy that I want to go do that. It should, and when we're talking about that, right? Generals are usually policy guys, they're strategy guys, they're the guys who have the big picture, the long range thing. General Brown not only has that as a 4-star, but he's the kind of guy who can crawl right back into a cockpit and kick your ass in the skies, right? He still gets operations and tactics and employment and those types of things, which is why he was selected to go do that job. He's an unbelievably amazing aviator and airman, and our nation's extremely lucky to have him.
So what did General Brown say, and how did he outline this, and why did he outline it in this fashion?
Yeah, I can't listen to the entire Brookings thing, but according to the article that I shared, it says that, let me pull up his exact words for you. Give me a second. Yeah, here we go. In a February 13th virtual event hosted by the Brookings Institute, Air Force Chief of Staff General Charles CQ Brown said it would theoretically take 2 to 6 months to train Ukrainian pilots on Western fighters. And then if you go back and you look at what he said back in July or June of last year, he also said that in a AFA event, which is the Association of the Air Force, he said that it would, for a pilot who is qualified in a fighter aircraft, in other words, qualified in an F-15 or something, right, in a MiG-29, conversion training from that airplane into another in the United States takes on average 2 to 4 months, right? For someone who is foreign, it would take a little bit longer, which is where you get, CQ to the point where he is today, where he says, look, it's going to be 2 to 6 months. Why the press isn't asking? To be fair, I think CQ probably wants to keep his job. He doesn't want to get fired, right? But I'm wondering why, the news agencies aren't going to the Secretary of the Air Force or to the Chief of Staff of the Air Force's Public Affairs Office and saying, hey, we would like an interview with the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. He's probably turning those down, right? Because he wants to keep his job. But like he's the guy that you would theoretically want to ask this question to. And I believe that he's the right guy, but we'll see. So
thank you for that. Nick, take it away.
Questions? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just handing it to Nick, so.
My hand was up when I was a speaker, so thanks to Tim for co-hosting. Good morning / afternoon, everybody. My hand was up when I was hosting, so to raise a different topic. So Lie Sniper had his hand up, and then George, and I think maybe if we can wind up this particular topic over the next couple of speakers, and I have a new, fairly directly related Ukraine topic to bring up.
Lie Sniper, things that fly.
Yeah, thank you. When I listened to these topics about these pilots and training and so on, I completely agree with what was said and what was not asked, that the 18 months might be the longest if you take someone from the street. But I think it's might be quite irrelevant, because I don't think that the Ukrainian Air Force would put some complete newbies, which have been pulled from the street 18 months earlier, and give them the most precious and powerful weapons in air combat. So I'd rather or assume that they would pick the best pilots they have to use the best planes they will get. And the question is then, how many experienced fighter pilots are there in Ukrainian Air Force? And whether this, the question is, would the unlearning of flying with MiGs and Sukhois and so on, would that be an issue? But I don't think so, because the pilots who are experienced, they probably have been certified for the different airframes. So I think the question is how many experienced pilots do Ukrainian air forces have, which can be trained to fly with F-16 in, let's say, reasonable amount of months, whatever, 3, 4, 5, even. But I think that the 18 months is really, really a lame excuse for not delivering the F-16s, because I think that if you have an experienced fighter pilot, then it will definitely not. If it takes 18 months to train them to fly F-16, then I wouldn't give the F-16 in their hands. I think that well-qualified pilots would definitely learn it faster. Thank you.
Yeah, Sniper, so you bring up a great point, right? That Ukraine's not going to just pull people off the street and send them to flight school, right? First of all, they don't have the time, resources, or money to make that happen. So, one of the things that I think we all got to keep in mind is the Ukrainian Air Force has already come forward and said that they have 40 pilots, 40, that are qualified in English speaking and are currently qualified or were recently qualified in fighter aircraft such as the MiG-29, the Su-27, or the Su-25 Frogfoot. And the reason that those guys all exist is because as there's been attrition and airplanes have been taken out, the Ukrainians just have more pilots than they have cockpits, right? So and the sad part is no one's talking about this, but the longer that you wait to get these guys trained and get them flying again, their skills will atrophy, right? So one of the counter arguments to the training's going to take too long is, okay, yeah, if you think it's going to take too long, that's great, but what are we doing to keep these guys flying, right? Because you don't want to let the skills atrophy. I want to say in the United States Air Force, right, that if you are a flyer, I have to go look at the exact regs, but so don't hold me to the exact numbers. But if you're an aviator and you go away to a staff job for 3 years and come back to the cockpit, you're qualified to go through a B course. In other words, the B course is the course that'll get you kind of spun back up in your type airframe, right? But if you go away for 4 years or longer, you've got to go all the way back to the A course, which is the long course of training, right? Because aviation skills atrophy. And it's really, really sad because there's Ukrainian pilots that are losing their skill set, right? Because there's a political decision or a diplomatic decision that we don't know what the true answer is, right?
Colonel, in this situation, we've heard of a number of Ukrainian
Doman, did you
commercial.
raise your hand? Doman, did you raise your hand?
I didn't. But I have the magic. What is it? Kolgazda in Romanian? I forget what it is. Anyway, under my name, which helps me in doing this. But Colonel, we heard before, at the start of the full-scale invasion, that a lot of Ukrainian pilots who were already in commercial aviation returning back to the Air Force. So former Air Force pilots who went out into commercial and then returned back to the Air Force. That's part of the reason why Ukraine has so many pilots. Now, obviously, all of those would be very well attuned to operating in an English-speaking environment, right? They would, on average, be older, of course. But between the ones who are already older and serving as commercial aviators and those who are younger and probably naturally more attuned to English anyway, I really doubt that Ukraine would be short of pilots who would possess that particular skill set. But what I'm curious about is, you said this B course, A course. If you had someone who was flying just very other things, very different from fighter jets, would that help stretch that 3 years to something a little bit longer? Or would they just need to unlearn so many things, even if they've been flying some other fighter jets in the meantime for the last year or so? Anyway.
Yeah, no. So an A course, right? So I think I need to clarify this a little bit. An A course is for like a brand new guy who has his wings already. In other words, he's already qualified to be an aviator. He's graduated from undergraduate pilot training, right? But he's not been qualified on a combat jet or a cargo airlift jet or anything like that, right? So he would go through an A course, right? So he goes through the whole long program, and it takes whatever. A B course is a guy who's transitioning from another cockpit. and that doesn't necessarily mean that he can't go from a cockpit of like of a C-130 into an EA-6B, or you know, that in some cases they'll say no, that guy can do a B course. Sometimes they might say, hey, no, that's too much of a stretch, right? We're going to get the guy into an A course, right? I would argue that if you're staying in type, right, you're staying fighter aircraft to fighter aircraft, you're going to do a B course. And the truth of the matter is if a guy's kept his currency by flying for the airlines, there's an argument that he could also do a B course. Yeah, I'd have to know a little bit more about the background of these guys who went to start flying for the commercial airlines. I can't imagine. I mean, it takes thousands of hours of flying to get picked up to be an airline pilot. You know, it's not just like they go out and go, hey, dude, you got 500 hours. Come on over, right? So, so these guys had to be flying something else, right? They most likely were flying for the Ukrainian Air Force at one point and were qualified and current on MiG-29s, Su-27s, MiG-21s, right? The old school stuff, or maybe even Frogfoots, right? They're getting, you know, multi-engine, multi-jet engine rated time, which is, you know, very, very attractive to the airlines. Asymmetrical jet engines, right? So left wing, right wing. These are really important for the airlines. So I'd have to know a little bit more. And who knows if these guys were flying on the side, and some, you know, when you're an airline pilot, you got a lot of money. A lot of these guys actually have their own private airplanes, and on the weekends they go out and fly around and have a lot of fun, because airline flying is really, really, really boring, right? No, you don't want to make the people in the back sick as much as you want to, you know, yank the airplane around and have a blast. Unfortunately, your passengers usually don't like that. That's why it's such a, by the way, inside baseball for anyone who ever wants to go be a pilot, the companies you want to get picked up for to go fly are FedEx and UPS. Right, because you have no passengers, right? So you can fly that thing any way you want and have a blast, and nobody in the back's going to complain about getting sick. So the boxes don't have mouths, so it's good to go.
Got it. Self-loading cargo, less preferable. George.
Yeah, Doman, I just wanted to clarify something that you guys were discussing earlier, because I think it needs clarification. The reason why you don't get the questions from reporters, the hardball ones, is what we discussed really quick was the political polarization. So you have somebody from a network that's pro-administration. They're going to send the softy questions. They're going to, you know, not push hard, because that's they don't want to put the that current administration in a negative light. And with the current situation on the other side, you know, you've got the other network, and some of their smaller networks. You've got you know, networks that have a peanut, you know, like Tucker Carlson, the penis Putin buffer, on there, you know, for an hour every night, spewing his Kremlin propaganda. So the answer would be, let's find out. Let's go ask the guys that actually trained with Ukrainian pilots. Wasn't there a California Air National Guard unit that trained with them? Why don't we go ask those guys? But you see, if you do that, and you're on the extreme of this political spectrum, if they're actually pro-Biden, then that would embarrass them, because those guys might say 2 to 3 months. And if you're going to the extreme other side, you know, where you've got the Kremlin propagandists, you don't want to help Ukraine, so you don't want to put them, you know, and say, oh my God, they can actually fly this stuff. Maybe we should get the planes to Ukraine. That's the problem. And I just wanted to explain that for our European friends.
Yeah, I mean, I get your point. I think actually it's human nature to want to gravitate to the answer that you want to find versus the answer that is the truth sometimes. And I see it also here in Austria, right? Austrians have become, I want to say, they have a PhD level of not not telling you the real reason why they're why they want to make a decision, or why they want to gravitate to an outcome. They, that if it has anything to do with military, their immediate answer is yes, but we're neutral. and the truth of the matter is that's irrelevant, right? It's a true point, but it has nothing to do with the answer, right? And they really, really like good roads, and they like good healthcare, and they like great social programs and social service programs. And they know if they were not to be neutral, they'd have to probably spend a lot of money on a military and upgrade the one that they have. And they don't want to do that. And they don't want to take positions. So they're completely okay. I also find it chuckle though. I'm like, hey, dude, you're neutral. You're not allowed to talk about this war right now, right? So because they want to have their opinions about the war, I don't want to talk about it. But at the same time, you're like, no, dude, you've decided to isolate yourself in your little neutrality bubble. So please don't. Yeah, I'd rather just not have your inputs on that until you want to be part of the solution. Don't keep telling me about being part of the problem.
Speaking of solutions, Colonel, in Ulyanovsk, or Ulyanovsk, sorry, up on the middle Volga, there's an airplane hangar which has had a bit of an event in it. Apparently, they were testing a new modernized Ilyushin 76 MD-90A, whatever that is. It's a transport aircraft. It's an Ilyushin 76. And it exploded in the hangar during testing, according to local reporting. So I guess one fewer Russian plane that is ever going to fly. But Colonel, what needs to happen for a transport aircraft to explode in a hangar? What could that possibly mean? Because I can't really wrap my head around it. What is there that could possibly lead to an explosion?
Yeah, so airplanes don't just normally blow up. Probably get the record straight here, right? So
yeah, that fits with my experience as well. Hence the confusion.
Yeah. So and it's somewhat funny, right? The first few times that you get someone out near an airplane and excuse my language, but sometimes when you start your airplanes, the maintenance guys didn't tighten down some fittings, and your airplane will what we call piss some fuel on the ramp, right? It's like, hey, we're pissing out of the saber drain on the right engine, right? and nobody in the airplane or anyone who's qualified in the aviation even really cares. Like, oh yeah, but someone who so we're leaking fuel on the ramp, and everyone starts to freak out, which is probably why we don't really tell everybody who's on the airplane, just tell the aviators. If you have fuel on the ramp, I mean a good sized puddle, like nice and let's say it's an inch deep of fuel. So we're talking about a good puddle, right? And you took a match and you threw the match into the puddle of fuel, it just goes out. JP4 and JP8, jet engine fuel, aviation fuel, avgas, right, has an extremely high flash point, right? So it's not like kerosene. It's not like unleaded or octane 89 or 98. It's nothing like automotive fuel. It has a ridiculously high flash point, which means it won't ignite at lower temperatures. So yeah, you can't. I mean, you really have to try to get an airplane to blow up. An airplane can be full of gas, right? And it's not going to blow up. Now, I will tell you this, though, on the counter to that is, if the airplane catches fire and it starts getting warm and the temperature starts to rise to where the JP8 or JP4 splash points are, then you've got some good fireworks, right? But it takes a little bit of time to get there. And that's one of the reasons that, you do everything you can to try and put out an aviation, an aircraft fire. You asked the question about a cargo airplane, right? So I will caveat airplanes don't normally combust with the sense of, if you have an aircraft that is a fighter jet or an attack aircraft that is loaded with munitions, then yeah, there's the potential that this can happen. And if maybe some of the people recall in history, there was a tragic event on the USS Forstall where one missile started cooking off, shot an airplane, and then his missiles and bomb rockets started cooking off, and it basically became almost like a fighter aircraft engagement on top of the carrier deck, and a lot of people lost their lives. It was very, very tragic. But again, Doman, you'd mentioned that this is a cargo airplane, which again makes me scratch my head, because unless it was hauling munitions in its cargo bay, which I think there's probably regulations of actually having munitions in your cargo bay while you're in the hangar for that very reason, right? So you don't just load ammunition into an airplane and then just leave it there. Like, as soon as you put it in, you go fly, and then you get it out. It's not something that you leave in the
wasn't even loaded with anything. They were just wasn't even loaded with anything. Let's carry on. Klaus, Aaron, and then USAF vet. Fantastic. Klaus, go ahead.
Thank you. In 1 or 2 months, we'll start to see NATO standard equipment fighting against former Soviet standard equipment, and that will be the first real test on instruments, on design, on something that decisions that were made 1, 2 decades ago, 3 decades ago. And I think that putting Western-made fighter jets to Ukraine will also give valuable. We can validate whether those decisions made 10, 20 years ago hold up. So I think that if we don't do that, we are missing a big chance on to see how it fares against the Russians. Thank you.
Fernand, do you want to pick up on any of that, or should we go on to Aaron?
I'm good.
Okay, Aaron.
Hi. I found that number of 40 pilots quite interesting. From podcast, I tried looking up who it was. There was a pretty high-level American diplomat, and he was being asked, why haven't we sent F-16s? And he said, look, there's no point sending 8 over. It just wouldn't have any effect. You'd need to send 3 squadrons. Is 12 a squadron? 3 sets of 12. You'd need to send 36. That would be the number that would make a difference on the battlefield. Now, to send 36, he said that would be $11 billion. And then, I'm not saying I agree with any of this, but this is what this high-ranking American diplomat was saying. He said it cost $11 billion, and it probably sounds like an excuse, but there's things that the Ukrainians need more now, and that we can supply them with than the planes, and that the drawdown or what is available financially, that would just about, it's never going to break the American bank, of course, but what has been allocated in this next maybe tranche of bunnies, and that they think they've decided it's better spent elsewhere. So it just sounds like there's no reason not to be training them or whatever, because you could bring probably planes in from somewhere else, but it was a different excuse than the length of pilot training. I'll just step down. Thanks.
Yeah, so aviation's not cheap. It's my first answer, right? It's not a poor man's game, and it is expensive. I would argue that I learned long ago from one of my college professors that statistics don't lie, only statisticians. So if you play hard enough with numbers, you can make them say whatever you want them to say. I don't dismiss his numbers. I would probably get into them and go into the weeds and say, okay, so if you're saying that you want to provide 36 brand new F-16s off the line, and you're using the quote the cost of a brand new F-16 off the line, then maybe you're going to get to $11 billion. However, if you want to talk about maybe the Dutch actually surrendering their F-16s for the Lend-Lease program, or other nations who want to give F-16s, or you take a F-16 National Guard unit that is in the process of transitioning to the F-35, and you choose to send those over at the cost of maybe 1/3 of what the true cost of or the brand new cost of an F-16 is. Maybe you and I come up with different numbers. Does that mean that either one of us have lied? Nope. It just means that we're trying to find numbers that advocate our position, right? So, I have an article out. Unfortunately, I'm a little busy, so I can't throw it in the nest. But maybe Axel or someone else can throw it in the nest. And it talks about a plan, which is a hybrid plan to actually get F-16s into Ukraine. And that hybrid plan basically would say, look, there's 4,500 F-16s that have been built throughout the 80s until today. And because of that, there are tens of thousands of people who are qualified or who were qualified at operating on F-16s. For $15 million, 15, you could take a 6-month rapid training program where you do on-the-job training, where you get these guys into Ukraine. They do 12 on, 12 off shifts, and they train Ukrainian maintenance ground personnel on how to operate, fix, repair, and service F-16s, right? So for, if you took 100 guys, that's 10 million. You leave 5 million for overhead and 5 million for, you got to have some relatively good leadership. So you're going to have to pay a little bit for that. But that's in 15 million, and in 6 months, you've got an F-16 ground-based maintenance support system, that structure that can keep them going. Now, yes, you still have to talk about training the pilots and stuff like that. But as General Brown had said, I believe him, right? I mean, dude, he's got more hours in an F-16 than I do. I only got 1.2. So I'm gonna have to go with his knowledge, right? But yeah, in 2 to 4 months. So imagine where we'd be today if they just started training them back in November, right?
Thank you, Colonel. Let's go to U.S. Air Force vet, who I see also lives in Austria. It's like Colonel Jeff's alter ego, it seems.
Oh, no. He was a front ender. I work in the back of the planes, or at least I used to. Just to back up, I guess a couple of things. Can you guys hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I was at the end of my career, I was a load master in the back of C-17. So, but before that, I did maintenance on B-52s, and I worked even at the formal training unit down in Oklahoma for a bit. So I've got a couple of hands in a bunch of different baskets to back up really just a lot of what the Colonel said. He touched on it here at the very end of his last bit, but maintenance is also something that takes a lot of time to build up competent maintenance guys. And you're talking about completely new aircraft that these guys don't have experience with. The training, Colonel, it was in months, actually. It was 36 months, which does mean a whole year worth of difference if you're looking at 11 months. And what was the other piece of information? You guys kind of caught my interest. I was just been listening in the background. Planes combusting. My initial time in planes, I got in just at the very tail end of an investigation for C-135 or KC-135 that had spontaneously combusted. And it comes down to people doing it. And what this particular one, and the Colonel's probably heard this story also, is they were draining the fuel out of a fuel tank, and you pop all the circuit breakers for all the various fuel pumps within the tank, except the lowest one in the fuel tank, because the tanks have a slope to them, and it by itself slowly pumps all the fuel out. Well, when these fuel, and this is just an example of why planes can blow up, but when these fuel pumps, they are cooled and lubricated by fuel, and when they're unsubmerged and not cooled and lubricated by fuel, they get hot. And well, this was why this one particular KC-135 burned down to the ground and took a couple maintenance guys with it. Is they were essentially operating pumps in in an enclosed fuel tank, trying to pump the fuel out without lubricant and without coolant on them. But it all comes down to people, and sometimes the age equipment, as we call it, the generators and the different things that those can also burn planes down. Planes on their own, they hardly ever burn up.
Yeah, you're right. And by the way, I do know about that story. So that thanks for reminding me. But yeah, but by and large, we don't see airplanes usually catching fire. You know, I have a very good friend who was he was a maintenance officer and is going to General Command and Staff College right now. So he's a pretty sharp kid. He did B-52 maintenance. He did fighter for F-15s and A-10s, and he was also selected to be a maintenance guy on Air Force One. Right. So before I published my article, I kind of ran it past him. Right, and his argument was the same way. Right, as you're correct. Learning how to do maintenance on aircraft is a long, arduous process. But much like pilots who can go through B courses, as long as you have someone who's, let's say, an avionics guy, or a guy who's a hydro guy, or an engine guy, or an electronics guy, if they've already been performing that task on another airplane, like the MiG-29 or the Su-27, transitioning them is on an order of months, not on an order of years. So that's what I was getting at. Just like Ukraine has 40 to 50 pilots who are ready to go for training, and I just looked at the Guardian and the Guardian article, and it says 50 pilots, so I was wrong. They've got 50 guys who are formally qualified in the Su-27, MiG-29, ready to go to training. They also would have maintainers as well. So you could take a lot of those maintainers and you could start transitioning them. So, but no, you're 100% correct. It takes a very, very long time, sometimes up to 3 years, to train a guy on how to actually do maintenance on different airframes. I was talking more about a transition.
And Colonel, actually, to tie it in with your initial plan that got publicity in quite a number of outlets, you were talking about a mercenary air force, a volunteer air force, whatnot. I think there's obviously difficulties with that and whatnot, but you know what there really aren't difficulties with? Some volunteer maintainers way back, far away from the front lines, 150, 200 kilometers, maybe more. Making sure that airplanes are airworthy. That's probably a lot easier to arrange still without really almost any of those problems, right? So if there was a need, at least, and there was sufficient political will, that would be a lot easier to achieve than even pilots.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's look this. I mean, I'm very happy that Newsweek and The Hill and everyone find this to be some kind of really cool, edgy, creative, innovative, idea. But the simple truth is, and U.S. Air Force vet probably knows this as well, right? When the United States Air Force bought the MQ-1 and the MQ-9, they kind of went in half pregnant, right? They didn't really want to buy the airplanes. They were pushed by the administration at the time to buy them. So they said, okay, well, we'll pay for the pilots and we'll pay for the sensor operators, but we're going to do what they called CLS, or contracted logistics support, for the maintenance, right? So General Atomics, the builder, actually provided the maintenance for the MQ-1 and the MQ-9, which is somewhat ironic, right? Here's the completely reverse situation. You've got a pilot and a sensor operator sitting somewhere in Nevada, right, flying these things in a forward deployed location, Iraq, Afghanistan, wherever it be, and the ground maintainers recovering it, refueling it, fixing, changing tires, putting a new propeller on or doing whatever. These are all contracted guys. So they're the dudes in the battle space, right? And the pilots, the dudes flying it, are sitting, back, a couple miles, 20 miles north of Las Vegas, ripping it up on the weekends, which is somewhat ironic, right? So this isn't a critically new kind of idea. CLS, to be fair, is very, very expensive, right? It's extremely expensive because it's in the U.S. military. When you get orders to go to Afghanistan, they're called orders for a reason. They're not suggestions. You have to go to Afghanistan. General Atomics can't order their employees to go to Afghanistan, so they have to find incentives to send them, as in money, right? So if you try to send a contracted logistics support guy to Afghanistan and he's needed to be there, then he kind of gets to set the price tag, unless you want to go find somebody else. And for many years, there weren't too many folks that really, really wanted to go live in Afghanistan. It's nowhere near as fun as living in San Diego, where the headquarters of General Atomics is. So the idea isn't relatively all that new. We've done this before, and it is completely doable. Doman, what it really boils down to, right? What it all boils down to is political will, right? If the president today said, "I need to send F-16s to Ukraine," then the Defense Department and everyone would come together and they would go, "Okay, how many do you want to send, boss? I want to send 50. Okay. So, sir, we send them in like units of 12. So how about 48? You good? I'm good. Okay. So we're going to do 48. Let's find out where we can source 48 F-16s, right? So you're going to take the ones from the Netherlands or from the Dutch and say, "Hey, dude, can we have those?" And then you're going to say, "Hey, Alabama Guard," and I want to say it's Washington State Guard. I can't remember which one it is. I know you guys are transitioning out of the F-16. You're going to the F-35. We're just going to stand you guys down for a couple months. We're going to take your jets. We're going to freaking send them over there. I know it sucks. Some of your guys are going to go non-current. We're going to have to do a little bit more training on the F-35, but it is what it is. And, the boss says we fucking need to do this, right? So then you're going to come up with a way to get your maintenance plan. I mean, it all boils down to political will, right? It is easy for the president to say no and blame it on some operational thing, or there's not enough tails, or the training's going to take too long, or the airbase infrastructure in Ukraine can't support it. That was one of my favorite ones, by the way, right? Like, hey, the runways just they can't support this. And then, someone showed a picture of an F-16 taxiing down a Ukrainian ramp, and like, oh shit, we can't use that one anymore, right? So that one went away. but if the president of the United States said today, F-16s need to go to Ukraine, everyone would get in line and they would find a way to make it happen. Right? There'd be no more no. This shouldn't shock anyone. This is exactly what happened with Abrams tanks, right? This is what happened with HIMARS, right? Oh, we can't send HIMARS. There's so many reasons, like, and they were all operational reasons, right up until there was political will to send HIMARS, and then all those operational reasons went away. There were numerous operational reasons why we couldn't send Abrams. I was actually I was kind of part of the crowd saying, dude, I would rather see them get Leopard 2, right? Because the Abrams is just a maintenance hog, right? It's got tons of parts, and the logistics tails are ridiculously big. I want them to have tanks, but I think the Abrams is a really challenging one. Lo and behold, the president says they're getting Abrams, and all these challenges go away, right? Because he had the political will to do it. It is literally no difference with the F-16. As soon as he says we're sending F-16s, everyone will fall in line. There's no operational limit. No one's going to go back to the president and say, "Hey, sir, I know you want to send F-16s, but the training pipeline is just going to be too long." I mean, that's comical. That guy's going to lose his job, and someone else will come in and figure out how to do it faster and funnier.
All down to political will. George.
And you guys just said the key phrase, political will. So my question is, how do we change it? One suggestion would be, I know that there was a gentleman here who was also from Austria and was a maintenance guy. When we were pushing for the Leopards and any tanks, any modern tanks into Ukraine, I know there was a lot of people I served with and officers that are now retired that we served together that were calling their congressmen and their senators on a regular and having actual conversations with them and saying, "Hey, listen, what you're hearing from some people about the no-goes and the so-called challenges and stuff like that is, they're not real, because a lot of these political people haven't served in the U.S. military. So maybe that's the route we take, Colonel Jeff, is retired Air Force personnel start making the rounds on the phones and calling these guys and pushing, saying, "Hey, talk to those guys in California, talk to the guys that have been with them, and maybe we can we're seeing a group prominent political figures to start pushing the administration to get this done. You know, we need a groundswell. And, you know, the Free the Falcons campaign can be, you know, can take flight. No pun intended.
Yeah. So when you ask how to do that, right? Here's the dilemma that we face as people who want to support getting any kind of Western fighter in, right? I don't care. I give them Euro fighters. I really don't care, right? As long as you give them a full capability and they can fly them, it doesn't really matter to me. I've argued in my writings in Newsweek and The Hill that you know the fourth generation fighters are relatively the same. It's not from a capabilities perspective of the asset, right? It's the logistics, sales, and other things that make it different. But anyway, I digress. Here's the challenge we have. We're fighting a ghost to a degree, right? We if we don't know the real reason, and we can debunk all the operational reasons, right? Then the only thing that remains is the political rationale or the diplomatic rationale that President Biden is basing his decision on. And to be fair, there could be numerous different ones, right? If you're
But
willing to,
we don't care. We don't.
no, we do. Please let me finish. We do care. We do care, right? We do care, right? And because I want to address, and my point is that I do care only because I want to be able to address it, right? So for example, let's say that the issue is he's too worried that the United States people wouldn't support it because it's too much money and this and that. Okay, well that's great. Then if I knew that as an answer, then I could actually build an information campaign to actually go out and let people know why this could happen. It could be that he's worried that this would truly fracture the NATO alliance, and and he doesn't want to do that because NATO is the most important thing, and he's got political advisors telling him, dude, as much as you want to send F-16s, and maybe he does in his heart, right? You can't fracture the alliance because this would be just too much for Germany, it'd be too much for the others, and they're leveraging hey, we can't send anything until the big bad United States does it. That could be a potential case. I'm not read into intelligence anymore, but they might have actionable or realistic intelligence that says that the risk of nuclear war, should you send airplanes in, is significant. That they truly believe, and again, they have way more information than us. So you might not think that Putin would use nukes. I don't know, but even if that information is relatively actionable, the last thing that you want to do is give anybody the scare in the United States that, hey, nukes are becoming a realistic potential outcome in this if we send F-16s or if any Western aircraft are sent, and we're not willing to take that risk. I could keep going on. My point is I could keep going on and on and on and on and on and on with all these different reasons and chase ourselves down 7,000 rabbit holes, and that does us no good, right? At the end of the day, I started speaking 2.5 minutes ago, and we are no closer to knowing the actual reason on why he's saying no. And I can't build an information campaign against each one of these, potential reasons. All I want to know is I want to know the actual one. I pay my taxes. I just got done doing my taxes today, thank God. And I pay my taxes, and I just want to know the real reason, because I don't believe, as a 30-year professional combat aviator, that the excuses that you're giving me are valid. I just want to know the actual answer, and I don't think I'm asking too much.
But okay, I understand your point, Carl. What I'm saying is, we didn't know the actual damn reason about the tanks either. What I'm saying is, when push comes to shove, we got to push. So when you can get a bunch of congressmen saying, "Hey, the excuses you guys are giving are bullshit," tell me behind closed doors what the hell's really going on. Once you get that push, once you can get that political push, then either it's going to be make it or break it. But right now, I'm not hearing that. Once in a while, you hear, a couple of senators or some congressmen saying, but if we can get a group of them pushing for this, then maybe the truth will come to light. But for me, I know that F-16s in Ukraine help shorten this war. That's what I know.
So that's my goal, is to get those in there for Ukraine. And whatever I have to do, that's what I'm going to do. Obviously, there's people for whatever, and some may be for nefarious reasons. I'm not going to go there. For whatever reason, they don't want them in Ukraine. Well, they're going to do whatever they can do, and they're pulling out one excuse after the other. So we have to combat that. We have to counter that. What the overall reason is mute to most of us, because it didn't matter with HIMARS. Remember, he sent HIMARS, nuclear escalation. Oh, we're going to destroy this, Russia. I mean, it's all been nonsense. So get on the phone, people, especially people in the know, and start pushing in Congress and senators and say, hey, ask the right questions when you're in those meetings. Why the hell are we not sending them? And don't give us the BS about training and all that nonsense. That's what I'm saying. Just like we did with the tanks, Colonel. I was on here, many of us were on here, and we were all pushing that. There's no way that a seasoned armored crew is going to take 6 months or 5 months to learn our Leopard. That's what we did. And we made phone calls and we pushed. That's what I'm talking about. Till we started getting, other politicians to say, hey, these guys got a point. What the hell are we doing? They started making phone calls to the White House. Those are the calls that matter, because they have other agenda they want to get through Congress, right? So they need votes. And that's how it works. You got to work it from the ground up. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get that, and yeah, I'm on board, and I mean, my articles that I'm writing about this, I'd like to think I'm a fairly decent writer, and they're getting picked up by The Hill, and they're getting picked up by Newsweek, and I know we have a Warriors and the NAFTO and MriyaReport that are pushing them out and socializing them on Twitter, and trying to advocate for these things. So I'm doing all I can. Just as the guy who's attacked all the operational reasons, I'd like to be able to also attack the actual reason, right? So that's all I'm getting at.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I understand. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm saying us, the rest of us, the people that like. I was in the Air Force, but some of our Air Force veterans, especially some of our ex pilots, whether it be Navy, Air Force, or Marine Corps, we need to start, manning those phones and calling people and saying, hey, what gives? What gives? Like, the excuses. That's what I'm gonna say. We've heard so far. They're just not working for us. They're not working, just like they weren't working for the M1s and the Leopards. So that's the way we have to tackle it. The people. You're writing, but we need to give you supporting fires, and that's what I'm talking about right here.
Well, I've got another article that's about ready to come out, and if I'd like to find another outlet. So if anyone knows the editor, or Washington Post or Washington Examiner, feel free to link me up with that individual, because this next one's going to be a pretty good one. So I'd take that. Hey, I don't mean to change the subject too much, but I can't. I'm on pins and needles right now. I can't tell you how excited I am. One of our listeners out there, his son named Gibson, is literally about ready to go fly for the first time in a small Cessna, and it was something that we arranged here long ago on a MriyaReport. Unfortunately, last time they walked out, it was going to break. But his Gibson loves aviation, right, and is such an aviation enthusiast, and Forrest had reached out to me in a private email and said, hey, my kid kind of got bullied a little bit at school. He's a good kid, great grades, this and that, and he loves aviation. So, Forrest, I know you're listening. I see you down there. Actually, you just dropped because I think I chased you away. But I just wanted everyone to know that Gibson's about ready to go fly for the first time. I haven't flown in about 3 months, so I'm jealous as hell. And I hope he has a great time. It's going to be really, really cool.
Thank you, Colonel. It's a really great story, isn't it? Shall we go to Clyde?
any comment about the Andrea Mitchell interview yesterday with the reporter that was the Russians led into Sevastopol? I think I sent it to Doman and Nick. I was really disgusted by it. I mean, it was basically talking about how everybody in Crimea that he talked to was Russian, and anyway, did anybody see that interview? It was in my view, it was much more effective than Tucker Carlson for parroting sort of the Russian talking points, because it was in a station that you wouldn't expect it. Not that I watch NBC very much, but I was very surprised. Basically,
I thought he seemed rather clueless and rather naive. I don't know how long he's been in that part of the world. I mean, maybe he's been there a while, but I just had the feeling I was listening to someone who was, reporting domestic political events about 4 days ago and got sent out to Ukraine and is sent out to that part of the world, and has been not especially well briefed. I mean, I personally think that it will be difficult for Ukraine. I think it will be difficult for Ukraine to militarily beat Russia out of Crimea in the current state of affairs. And I think it's a far more likely scenario that a Russian collapse would lead to a withdrawal from Crimea, because I think militarily it's probably quite difficult to attack and force people out. But I mean, some of the things he said, it's like, oh my God, how are we going to get them out? This place is full of military people. It's just like, well, yeah, you're standing on a naval base. Of course it's full of military people. So I just, I just thought he was clueless. And once you get someone who's clueless, it's and being taken around by all these nice Russian people showing him this stuff and telling him stories. So I don't know who the guy is. If he's an experienced foreign war correspondent, with a background in these sort of things, then I would be a lot more upset. I mean, I don't know. So, but if we just find out that, like I say, he's on his, he only landed about 3 days ago. I mean, the network should have probably briefed him a bit better, but he just seemed clueless. He just seemed, it's like, oh my God, how will we ever get rid of it? There must be thousands of military personnel here. And it's like, yeah, dude, wars involve thousands of military personnel and people still manage to lose them. So I thought that was just, it was like I don't know, it's like a 12-year-old boy or something. It was very strange. But I'm always a supporter of the theory of incompetence over malice, and he certainly seemed to have plenty of incompetence.
Yeah, I wasn't. I don't know if there's malice anywhere on that show. That wasn't my point, but I get him. I mean, basically, the Russians let him in to Sevastopol to film that report for a reason. I mean, he was, standing there with Russian ships in the bay and to his back, talking about how everybody he talked to was Russian and how important Crimea was to Russia. But so there's that aspect of it. But then there's, Andrea Mitchell, who basically has hung out in DC for 50 years. I mean, the only thing she does is for a living is talk to people in DC and then go say whatever they say on TV once in a while. I mean, she isn't, that prominent, but she's been around NBC for a long time. And she got to talking about how Jake Sullivan is really concerned about this and what this could mean for escalation and yada, 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 yada. And it just gets to the point where you can talk about F-16s till you're blue in the face, but it seems to me like the risk of when you talk about the risk of escalation, it's basically anything that allows Ukraine to win the war. I'm just really frustrated. It seemed, but by win the war, I mean win the war to 1991 borders. I'm just really frustrated about, I can, write my senator, write my other senator, and do all that and keep pushing and pushing. But it just seems I'm sorry, I'm being kind of a downer here, and it's not what you want to hear. But the Andrea Mitchell thing was just, I mean, Tucker Carlson, rightfully so, gets a lot of heat in this space, and he should. But the Andrea Mitchell thing was, in my view, way more effective as far as for Putin than Tucker, because Tucker's crazy and most people know it, even the people that watch him.
We can maybe have a discussion one day as to whether talking heads on television actually influence people, or whether they're just catering to what people want to hear. I wonder how many people's minds are made up on any subject by repeatedly listening to the same news outlet and political stream that they themselves have already chosen to listen to.
Well,
people aren't randomly assigned to watch MSNBC or Fox News. So I think I would say, we see these channels. We all have favorite outlets, and within those outlets, when we feel particularly passionately about an issue, we will tend to notice where their views diverge a little bit from ours, whereas normally we wouldn't tend to do that. So I think there is an element in these discussions of selective observation. So I don't think this kind of thing makes a huge difference. The people who are watching that channel are getting their kind of dose of tum-ti-tum in the background while they make their morning coffee. And I think it's these people are in the entertainment industry. I mean, Tucker Carlson had to actually explicitly say so in order to avoid defeat in some lawsuit or other, and so did Alex Jones. But really, they're all in the entertainment industry. The instant that reviewer from Sevastopol went off the air, the anchor will have cut to some story about some other bill in Congress, and that's what they're there for. They're part of the entertainment industry, and I think understanding that and realizing that particularly TV news is essentially entertainment with a notional informative theme right across the spectrum. And that you're always going to get something that's filtered by a combination of politics and incompetence is why I don't worry too much about these kind of situations, because we here know that it's entertainment, and the people watching it, if they're going to have their opinions changed by something like that, then they aren't necessarily the people we want on board. So it struck me as kind of but most of TV news does. So I find it difficult to get too excited about it. What about you, Doman?
I don't know, frankly. I didn't see that clip. I don't really particularly care to. I will note there's a chap on CNN Portugal, or CNN Portuguese, however it's done, who's been embedded with the Russians for like almost a year now. And I keep wondering, Portugal being one of the most overtly Ukraine-supporting countries in Europe, clearly it hasn't, that sort of reporting hasn't harmed the public opinion in Portugal one bit. I don't know how much we can extrapolate, of course, but there's this utter and complete vatnik of a reporter embedded with the Russians who reports from occupied territories.
We lose everybody?
More or less daily basis. I don't know, Nick, can you hear me still?
You can hear Doman.
I can hear Doman. I can hear Mr. M, and I heard Colonel
Clyde's intervention.
I heard whoever just said, can we hear me? So whoever just doesn't, whoever that was, I think maybe Colonel Jeff, it's you.
Yeah, Clyde, it was Clyde.
Well, I'll take myself down then and just listen. Okay, good.
Right. So all I wanted to say, Nick, is that clearly doesn't influence Portuguese public opinion, which is well over 90%, in favor of complete Ukrainian success, despite having that vatnik of a reporter embedded with the Russian forces for, reporting from there on more or less a daily basis. So I wouldn't give it too much of an effect necessarily. I do think that's probably because CNN Portugal is probably aimed not just to the Portuguese market, but other Lusophone communities around the world, especially in Brazil, Angola, Mozambique as well. And that's probably why they keep him on. But as disruptive as he tries to be, and as revolting as his reporting is, clearly in Portugal has had next to no effect, if any. If anything, it might have had the opposite effect. Perhaps even looking at the polling by what's it, Eurobarometer.
Good, solid, rational country, Portugal.
Lovely place.
All right,
Delicious.
Polly. Pauli?
I am here. Aye. So I think this might be a bit off topic or off the rails, but has anyone seen the map or the chart where they had listed the refugee numbers in Europe for the war refugees in Europe? Because I think that was like insightful data.
Can I just ask if Big Papa was your point on what we've just been talking about? We can maybe then wrap up and then move on to Pauli's topic.
This was completely off topic and off the
No,
rails.
no, it's not. A new topic is not off topic, but I just wanted to make sure if it frustrates me sometimes. I'm on the panel, the topic changes, and I come back and three. So just 1 second, Big Papa, if you want to finish off that previous topic about the reporting, and otherwise we'll go to Pauli.
Well, it might have been too far long ago. It was about the F-16s and the other equipment. I was just going to say real quick. I'll be real quick. We not only need to hold their feet to the fire, the F-16s. I'm okay with that, but we seem to have just moved off the other equipment. I think a good point would be to hold their feet to the fire and say, well, if you're not going to give F-16s, then why are you not giving more of the other equipment, like 100 Bradleys? Why not 500 Bradleys? James Vasquez just posted a picture where he's moving to the front line with some Ukrainian troops, and they're still using pickup trucks and vans. Why not send 4,000 armored Humvees? I mean, if you're telling me the F-16 is a step too far, then let's win this thing. Let's push them to give everything that they need now, and there's no reason not to do it now. That doesn't mean they have to get it in country right away. There's no reason we can't mass all this equipment in Poland and have enough for them to have mass and actually have an advantage on the ground. And that's all I had to say. We can push them that way too. Thank you.
I think it's a good point, and I think outlets, including this space, sometimes select a little bit for the top of the shop items because they're the sort of the whiz bang stuff, and an F-16 is kind of more impressive visually than a Bradley. Whereas, and not only are there questions about politically supplying one weapon or another, but there's always the question of budget envelopes, and frankly, there's also the question of Ukraine's ability to absorb new stuff. So that's an important thing, I think, to consider. It's a good point, Big Papa, that we talk about the F-16s, but in the meantime, we're not at this stage trying to build a balanced Ukrainian armed force. We're trying to give them everything they need to get the Russians out. And then once the war is over, we can discuss whether they've actually got too many Bradleys versus not enough fighter aircraft. Okay, Pauli, bring your topic, please, refugees.
Yeah, so I think this is like on a general note. I saw this chart or a map on the amount of the total war refugees in each country in Europe, and of course the numbers are quite horrendous. I mean that so many Ukrainians had to flee, and I think we really haven't discussed the scale of war refugees, and by this I mean that Europe must do everything they can help Ukraine, including war refugees, judicial processes, and everything we can. But at the same time, I mean, these amounts, in my opinion, have impact on European countries in a way that, in my opinion, the war is not easily forgotten, and that's a really good thing, in my opinion. It means that these amounts will have million inhabitants, and I think our number was about 50,000 war refugees. I would not like to call these people immigrants, because I guess because usually immigration, they have different purposes. So I use the term war refugees, and I think I would like to just hear the panel's views. What kind of impacts does these numbers have, and maybe are there any concerns, and what Europe can do better, and are there any upsides regarding the war effort and the support effort we are having? I think there was lengthy question and lengthy comment, but I think this is something we haven't really discussed, and I think this is quite important because the total amount was something like 11.4 million or so, if I remember correct.
Yeah, half internally displaced and then half in other countries of Europe. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, in my opinion, big topic, and I would just like to highlight that I think my country, we can do more. Of course, the cost and living standards in Finland are high. We just had a press conference with our ministry this morning that Finland provides all the rights that a normal citizen has, including the children's schooling. So that's of course a good thing. But I just want to highlight that we should do more, and we can do more. And I think this is the minimum standard we aim for. Thank you.
Well, I mean, it's been a really interesting. We've had the words war refugees almost redefined, because up till now, last few years, raw refugees were turning up at your border with just the clothes, and in some cases not even the shoes that they were walking in. And we saw one or two things like that on the first 3-4 days of the war. But basically now, Ukrainian refugees are, someone will correct me if I'm wrong here, but they are mostly, they have roofs over their heads. They are, I think, still mostly living with host families, but many of them, I mean, most cases it's women with, in some cases, children, and particularly smaller children. But many of them are working. The EU has given them work permits, and I learned the other day that Austria apparently makes them jump through a few more hoops. But the reaction, I think, has been overwhelmingly positive. These are people. There's no kind of these are people who look like other Europeans. So there's been less of the sort of implicit xenophobia that we've seen, and racism, frankly, that we've seen in with other refugee crises. I think Europe at the European Union level has done pretty much what it can, giving work permits, etc. Individual countries, it will have varied. I think the thing in Finland is it's quite hard for a Ukrainian refugee to get to Finland. They're not going to be crossing the border. I think where we can possibly be doing more is at an EU level, is in support financially for the countries that are taking the refugees in the first instance, and many of them don't go that much further on. So Ireland, I think, has something like 70,000, which is like 1.5% increase in the population. But 70,000 is not a lot in the context of Ukraine, because it's a long way to Ireland. You've got to get on a plane or two. We have Ukrainian refugees here on the island of Mallorca. You don't get here. You don't get here by overnight train from Lviv. So I think we're seeing, those of us here in Western Europe are seeing the Ukrainians in our communities mostly in a positive light. We have a labor shortage. Last summer we had a labor shortage of English speakers in the tourist industry in Spain, and many of these Ukrainian people speak a decent amount of English. I think there are other problems though further east, just because of the sheer numbers, because the requirements of like the education requirements will slightly distort local situations, even if everyone is of the best will in the world. And I think there is mostly still support for that, but you can find Polish Facebook pages where people rant on about how the Ukrainians don't have to pay on the bus and stuff like that. So from where I'm looking, the Ukrainian, well, yeah, refugees they are. It's just, as again, when I use that word, when I use the word refugee and I close my eyes, I don't necessarily see the kind of people that we see, going to local schools now, learning local languages, but still overwhelmingly intending to return home as soon as possible. And it was interesting, that number you quoted. I wonder how many of those are double counted because they maybe traveled twice, because we had the initial exodus, but then a lot of people went back. And I don't know, do we have any figures on that? Do you know if people are keeping track, Doman, of how many are inside or outside Ukraine at any given moment? Because
it's difficult. There was something of a return during the summer and autumn last year, but then there was again a slight increase during the winter. So it's about the same as it was previously.
And the Ukrainian government actually asked people not to return because everyone who comes back is consuming electricity and things like that. So, but I don't have the impression that there's a major humanitarian crisis in the countries where the refugees are as a result of this. There's surely a little bit, Ukraine is under fire. There is, if not a humanitarian crisis, there's certainly obvious humanitarian concerns within Ukraine. But I'm not reading in the media of the kind of humanitarian issues, either with the welfare of the individuals or with, incidents of racism or xenophobia. I'm just not seeing that at the moment. And I think in some cases, I'm also not hearing of Ukrainians having much trouble getting a job. We have a labor shortage in Europe right now, and these people are hardworking, want to feel they're contributing. No Ukrainian is looking for a handout when they come to Europe, and so this situation is not positive, but it's a whole lot less negative than I think it could have been. So, Pauli, I'll come back to you maybe. What kind of things were you thinking of concretely? And then we'll go to the rest of the hands.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I think, well, I personally have really positive views on Ukrainian people, and I agree they are hardworking, and in my opinion, they're also smart, and they have nowadays good schooling backgrounds also, and they're like skilled labor on the real estate side. I think in Finland we have unfortunately have few occasions where some of the not so well-known and renowned operators have tried to somehow benefit on using war refugees as a workforce. So I think this is something, when you have a massive amount of either immigration or war refugees coming in, the government should monitor and inspect the labor conditions and just really put a lot of effort on giving language support, and then also monitoring on the work environments, because these situations in every country, also in Finland, are open for exploitation, in my opinion, and we shouldn't be like too gullible on thinking that it wouldn't happen in the Nordics or in Slovenia, for example. Yeah,
I know in the Netherlands there have been cases of exploitation of refugee workers, not necessarily Ukrainian, but from other countries. And yeah, it's an important thing to consider. In terms of language, learning a local language can be hard, and I wonder if for the average Ukrainian who intends to move back to Ukraine, and they come to work in Finland. I think I actually saw an interview. I think it was actually in Finland, the Ukrainian guy, and basically he was speaking English at work, and the language support he might have needed would have been improvement in English rather than trying to learn Finnish from scratch. You know, if you're a new immigrant with a path to permanent residency and citizenship, then language lessons are one thing. If you're there for a year, then in many smaller European countries, if you have the right set of skills for the job, English is going to be more important. And I want that. That's an interesting question, I think, for some countries. Is what kind of language support should be given, and whether learning Dutch or Finnish is the best way to go about it. I don't have an answer to that. In addition, of course, their kids may be going to local schools, and so they will very, very quickly pick up the language, but then they'll be speaking Finnish. Their parents will be speaking English, and they won't be helping much with the homework. My kids grew up in a country that wasn't the one of my native language, so I've got some experience with that. All right, the hands. Who was? I think War Doggo, and you are in Ukraine, so and after that, I think George, but there had to be going up and down. So War Doggo, and then George, and then maybe Doman can help me with the rest of the hands.
Hi, dears. Yes, Axenlov from Ukraine. Nick, the points that just you've been raising, it really makes me understanding that isn't important why this space 24/7 speaking about Ukraine. So don't forget to retweet the space, by the way, letting others know that these discussions are ongoing. So despite the space 24/7 speaking about Ukraine, some people really don't understand Ukraine a lot, unfortunately, because those people who are living Ukraine, being the forced replaced, or as you call refugees, they are not looking for profits. They are not looking for any kind of benefits. They are looking for safety, first of all, with their homes having the roofs above them. Like, is a tiny particular situation that fighting against Russia, today you may have a house, but tomorrow the rocket comes during this night to Zaporizhia, and you no longer have a house or a home or a place that you called home yesterday. And speaking with many friends here, I always have a feeling that there is a certain limit one human can situate himself in this kind of Cooper traffic light, if you know what I mean, between red alert, yellow might alert, and green safe. Being 24 in this red alert, it's psychologically something that breaks people a lot, and therefore you can imagine that is exactly why Russia is conducting a genocide and terror, this kind of attacks with the rockets that are falling in the peaceful cities during the nights, intending to break people's will to resist and people's will to fight back. So just being myself an average, as you mentioned, Ukrainian, I don't know, I travel a lot in Eastern Europe, Western Europe, all over the globe, and I truly believe that the person needs to be an idiot if in 1 year locating in one country he doesn't speak basically the language of the country he is living. To me, having some basic roots from oral church Slavonic language in many languages, I can speak Polish. I can pretty well understand Czech, Slovak language, like 80%, 99% of Belarusian language. I don't know, Croatian language is not a problem at all, listening and hearing. You just need to locate yourself in that linguistic environment, let's call it like this, and then you simply get this kind of vocabulary and phonetics as this sponge. Don't think of Ukrainians like some weird people that come to work in Europe, which is not actually the case. They are not coming there for profit, they're coming there for safety. And the great help of many friends in Europe who help Ukrainians in the moment of the best and the most need is something that the world and Ukrainians in particular will remember always, same as many remember Ukrainians coming and helping when there was a time of a strong need. For instance, Croatians remembering Ukrainian peacekeepers during the crisis in Adriatic former Yugoslavia countries, when Ukrainians didn't let Serbia to come in certain villages, while other peacekeepers simply were coming away when Serbians were coming, and not letting continue massacres in some area of Ukrainian how would call it, responsibility in that area. Georgians in 1993, when Russians were blocking many refugees in the top of the mountains and many people were freezing to death, and Ukrainian pilots were saving Georgians from far high in the mountains in the environment that really are not that particular, making those flights available because of the height in the mountains that doesn't allow helicopters to fly in the proper way, making these saving operations. Ukrainians will remember, the world will remember the courage and kindness of those who opened their houses for those who were seeking for peace. This is something that differs humans from non-humans. 21st century people who understand those who are in need, and somebody who simply considers that is not his business and like pretends to say that nothing is happening. One day when in Mariupol, free media will arrive and make the screening of the things happening. I believe with the level of the destruction over there, many will see that the city of 100,000 of people, hundreds of thousands of people being ruined to the ground is similar to actually a nuclear destruction that everybody is pretty much afraid of happening. In fact, it's something similar, but just happening slowly every day. Bloody 24/7 live show of 40 million country being destructed behind our windows, and tiny flow stream of military help that Ukraine is obtaining versus the obligations that many countries have took is something that we are really grateful for, but is something that does not allow us to stop the war immediately, which we would like to. In fact, many mistakes Ukraine have done in 30 years of its independence, not treating properly the threat, but so did the West as well. And the situation we are happening today is actually kind of the vaccine that the world is getting. A horrible learning point that the world has to go through and to find the mechanism that one country obtaining the nuclear weapon cannot threaten the world of using the nuke, doing horrible genocide against its neighbors, because in fact the nuclear weapon have been used. Many countries are afraid to help Ukraine because they're afraid of nuclear weapon. That's exactly the usage of nuclear weapon. I hope I'm making myself clear. Thanks, Hagenla from Ukraine.
Thanks, Wardago. That was I cannot improve on that. I would just on the language question. We certainly where I grew up, there was a map of Europe on the wall, and in Britain people spoke English, and in France people spoke French, and in Germany people spoke German. And Wardago said, it's easy to pick up other languages. I think it depends on your attitude to languages. Most people in Ukraine are fully aware that there are at least 2 languages going around, because they are, I imagine, most of them exposed to Ukrainian and Russian every day. and also Ukraine has registered more languages with the European Charter for the Protection of Minority and Regional Languages, I think, than any other country. It can be difficult, I think, for those of us who come from monoglot countries to understand what it's like living in a country where there are multiple languages. Oh, well, that's just normal. I live on an island where everything's either in Catalan or Spanish, and people switch between the two, sometimes in the middle of sentences. But if you don't come from that world, if you come from England, or, and I say England carefully, or most of France, the center of France, or the area around Madrid, or the area around Moscow, you are, or much of China, you're going to have this view of the world as a country equals a language, and that's another thing about the people of those other countries that we don't understand. And also, your exposure to languages will have been as an academic subject at school. And so when Wardogo said, you know, if you put someone in another country for a year and they haven't acquired the language, let me come to Mallorca and let me take you down to some bars where there are and Dutch, but particularly the British, who have been here 25 years and cannot interact with the person in the supermarket other than to sort of hand over their card, because they do not understand the words that the person in the supermarket is saying. That's something. Yep. Sorry.
Apologize if I interrupt. That's, by the way, something why Ukraine is much closer to Europe than many think, because being the symbiosis of different civilizations historically, from Greece, from Greeks, from Bulgars, from different, even Germans, Italians, and other different nations and civilizations.
And having a president whose native language is Russian, whose first language is Russian.
I mean, language is actually not something that doesn't make you, but you are the one who makes the language. Language is just the communication key to find the common words speaking with someone. We know many examples when even people speaking the same language don't understand each other. I mean, that's particular.
Very much. And so but for many countries, the language is kind of synonymous with the country. When you're in a tourist location, if you're a Dutch speaking Belgian, or a French speaking Belgian, or an English speaking Irish person, and you're looking for the menu, and you have to go and look for another country's flag, you know, there's a British flag or a Dutch flag, or you're Austrian and there's a German flag. You must get that little reminder every so often. So yeah, language is a big complex thing. I could go on about it endlessly, but I'm going to hand over to the next hand, which I believe was George.
Yeah, I was just going to chime in on what Paulie was referring to with the refugees. I was looking at the map, and the one thing that jumped out to me was all the neighboring countries. All the other countries that neighbor Ukraine. How many people do they have? How many refugees they've taken in. And then you look at Hungary and you see 34,000. That's a very low number compared to the other countries that border Ukraine, except for obviously Belarus.
I wonder if that is because of explicit unfriendliness towards Ukrainian refugees from the Hungarian government, or careful selection by the Ukrainians of where they want to stay.
Yeah, Nick, I think it might be a little bit of both, because the reporting, I can say from family members that we have, in Ukraine that had to transit through Hungary. They said they were absolutely horrible. They were treated absolutely horrible when they arrived by train in Hungary. So yeah, that might be a little bit of both. Word gets around that you don't want to be there. Remember, and you know, remember this is also Orban's doing. He's done for years now. He's painted the Ukrainians as these evildoers. Himself, he's done a very good job with the propaganda in Hungary. With that region that borders Ukraine, and how there's Hungarian minorities are being mistreated in Ukraine, and how they're horrible people. So he's poisoned his people against the Ukrainians. I think it's a bit of both.
Doman, did you see who was next out of Ioana and Field Marshal? Field
Let's
Field.
please
Yeah,
go
Field Marshal.
to let's please go to Adam, and then we'll go to Ivana for a change of things. I think a little bit. We shall see. Adam, please.
Hello, everybody. Firstly, I would like to say a huge congratulations to Ukraine for liquidating more than 150,000 Russian war criminal genocidal invaders. I think that's an outstanding milestone. And I have a question that might be best put to the Colonel or anyone who could speak on aircraft. So, given that the USA is retiring just over 20 A-10 Warthog tank busters this year, followed by several hundred next year, they're very useful at destroying armor and entrenched positions and even fortifications. Do you see a place for them in Ukraine? I understand they operate best with close air support. However, this war has been unconventional, to say the least, in many ways. So, if Ukraine do have some aircraft, but yeah, do you see a place for the A-10s in Ukraine?
Yeah, so a lot of people ask about that, and to be fair, in another universe, the A-10 would be a monster in Ukraine, right? It would be absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
The problem is reality is butting up with fantasy, and that is the A-10's old. Their wing roots are in really bad shape. There's maintenance challenges with them. There's a massive drawdown. The Air Force is phasing them out, and as you build a strategy to phase out an airplane, you slowly start, stop your supply, right? Your supply of tires and ammunition and hydraulic lines and this and that. And, so those kind of support structures, those tail aspects of keeping that tooth out into the fight are somewhat gone. And sadly, yeah, they'd probably have an A-10 capability for a little bit, but we would end up in a situation where, or Ukraine, excuse me, could end up in a situation where they are right now, right? They want more MiG-29s, they want more Su-27s, they want more Frogfoots, but there's just none available. There's no parts for them, and they just can't get them, right? So they'll end up with an A-10, they'll end up in the same situation, and the West will have to come up with another plan that can sustain them in a situation where no matter how long this war goes, we know we're in a sustainable situation. It would be tragic in a sense to actually teach all the Ukrainian aviators how to fly A-10s and get all their guys spun up on maintaining an A-10, only to find out 6 months down the road that now we've got to do it again to another platform. And so look, I love the A-10. I was stationed at Davis Mountain, which is the home of the A-10 Warthog, right? That's where the training is. 354th Bulldogs are there. I've got tons of friends who are A10 dudes. As a matter of fact, I've been talking to one of them. His call sign's Mouth. I'm trying to get him to come on the show and talk about the A10, right? He was a squadron commander in the A10. He flies for the commercial airlines right now, but unfortunately, Mouth is relatively junior in the aviation industry as a newer pilot, and he's getting slaughtered. So he's flying like every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday on short legs. Got to get some seniority so he can get a longer flights and to be able to come on. So that look, I love the A10. I wish it could be the answer, but unfortunately, it's just not the right answer. And to be fair, Ukraine's not asking for him, right? Because I think Ukraine knows it's not the right answer.
Yeah, that's understood, and that's a really good answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam. Good question there. Ioana, if you wish to go ahead. Otherwise, we shall go to Jerome.
Yes, I wanted to add some things about the refugee crisis from Ukraine, but we changed the topic. So
No, please do, because I have a little something to add to that as well, and I was holding back until now. So Ioana, please.
Okay, so right now we don't really know the total number of refugees that are in Europe. It is estimated between 6 million and 8 million, depends by whom. From these, almost 5 millions are registered for temporary protection or something similar, depending on the country. And I just wanted to underline the fact that, as the previous speaker said, there is no real humanitarian crisis because the European Union took measures. So there are specific measures for accommodation and for other types of help. And of course, there are national measures that were taken in order to just help the Ukrainian refugees and also help the children, for example, to enroll in the school system and so on. There are a lot of NGOs involved. I can talk about what is happening in Romania if you want more details, but I think that's about it. So that was my point, that indeed there is no humanitarian crisis on one hand because the Ukrainians managed to integrate quite well and find jobs and work with the system and with those who help them in order to improve their situation, and there was a lot of help, and that's a good thing.
Thank you, Ioana. And I think this is a good way of putting it, right? The reason why there isn't a humanitarian crisis is because many people in countries stepped up very decidedly to make sure that there isn't one, and that is a big deal. What I wanted to add a little bit to is saying, look, at the end of the day, the same people who are now refugees from Ukraine and other European countries in a few years down the line will be citizens of the European Union, just like any of those in most of the countries where they fled to because they had to, because they didn't have a choice, right? Because they left simply because the Russians invaded their country, destroyed their homes, were bombing their cities, and they couldn't stay where they were. But looking down the road, and I think this is something that Nick tried to touch upon, Pauli, sort of hinted at as well. Down the road, those who went through this and are going right now through this undesirable, unwanted experience, they never wanted to leave Kharkiv in the first place. They never wanted to leave Melitopol in the first place. They fled from an invasion. But what I think we shouldn't forget at the same time, that there will be what you can consider as positive effects for them down the line, simply because they will have learned the language, lived in a different country. And frankly, it's one more reason to believe that Ukraine will be exceedingly quickly and exceedingly well integrated, legally, formally, societally, into the European Union going forward, in large part because
No, there will be people who say, no, look, I was 13 years old. Mother packed us up, took us off because we couldn't stay in Kharkiv. Father went off to war. We went off to Poland, Germany, Spain, Portugal, Ireland, Finland, wherever, right? And people were generally nice to us, because I think that in most cases, most refugees across Europe will have had mostly positive experience in those countries. There are, of course, negative ones. We heard about the really horrible one in Portugal around Setúbal last year, but also how that was resolved and how strongly the government sorted that out very quickly. And I think, if anything, it's going to tie them closer to the rest of Europe, which is a good thing. And it will also tie the many people who will say, well, I hosted Ukrainian refugees. They went to, or there were Ukrainian refugees who went to school with my kid, and they were really lovely kids. And this will lessen the distance, the psychological distance as well, and it will help the rebuild, help Ukraine going forward. Does this matter right now? Not really. It's not really the thing. The thing right now is that they're safe because they're not in the line of Russian fire. But nevertheless, that doesn't mean that those downstream effects don't exist or won't exist, because they will. And we kind of saw similar things from previous examples, and I think this one is now just kind of on steroids. But I think it's a good thing to comment on as well, a good thing to include in all of this as well. What's important now is perhaps saying, look, maybe some places, some populations, some governments fell slightly asleep, saying, oh, we did what we could, we did what we had, we took care of those who came here, and are sleeping a little bit on the military questions. Because at the end of the day, what Ukrainians need now is lots of arms to beat back the Russians back into Russia. And this should be a much clearer, much bigger, flashing priority for those in positions of power across Europe. There's a lot more that still has to be done. Really, really has to be done. Right, Jerome, please.
Good morning, Domin. And I'm looking more at the language side of this. I know you wanted to change topics, but if I could just interject, and in a weird intersection, coincidence, I just had a thought of a book that I came across, and I just wanted to have it intellectually vetted. Are you familiar with Ants Virus, the Red Book? Is that a common book that people know of? Okay. So anyway, I wanted to humbly request to maybe post it in the Nest, but I don't know how. But first,
what is this? Can you get to the point of things rather than the form?
Yes, it just is a great resource that shows the scope of Russian. It just traces the languages through the Russian spread, I want to call it. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. It just kind of triggered me, but maybe no one's familiar with it. I wasn't until maybe 4 months ago or so. Just very interesting book. Again, the title, Ants Virus. But again, I wanted to have someone maybe look at it. Maybe I'm reading it incorrectly. So I'll keep looking at it on my own. And if anybody has any thoughts, thank you. With that, thanks again. I posted it in my timeline anyway, if anybody could help me with that. All right, thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Jerome. I don't know what book this is, and if neither Nick or I have heard of a book, that's kind of a new one, I think. But yeah, I'll have a look later when I have that. I see of the Red Book of the Peoples of the Russian Empire. This sounds awfully old. This sounds very, very old. I don't know who'd express themselves in quite this way anymore.
I just wanted to have any input back from anyone. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Cheers,
Jerome. I guess we can have a look into that at some point. But one thing that I would maybe shy away from are overly anthropological interpretations of peoples. It's complicated, and maybe I think we're slowly learning that this from the outside described, prescribed setup of what our peoples are is I don't know, maybe not the best one.
Well, if I could just add,
either way,
I believe he is Estonian, so he is coming from. Just so I could put that out there, and with that, I'll drop. Thank you.
No, I know, I see that, but I'm just saying that I think slowly the way that things are set up is being changed, right? This isn't the most current thing around. Doesn't really matter because I've not had a chance to read it. I've never heard of it until a minute ago.
Okay, appreciate you.
Let's turn to something very here and now. Thank you, Jerome. Let's turn to something very here and now. I know Nick wants to go to Bryansk, and we'll go to Bryansk in a minute. I just want to share some positive news. For the Romanian president signed into law, allowed to be withdrawn from said Romanian army, reserves in order to be donated. What other countries could this possibly be? I ask.
I suppose there are two, aren't there?
Indeed, there are two. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
One is Moldova, and the other one is Ukraine. I think that's probably the extent of it here, which is probably quite amusing, isn't it?
What's the kit?
It doesn't say. It's just a general authorization for stuff. There's a lot of stuff.
I love to imagine that it contains the word stuff. Kit.
I don't know, Ivana, if you maybe you can do us the favor and go check it out, and go check out the original text if it says anything along the lines of stuff, kit, or whatnot.
If it was French, it would be dispositif. So I presume there's a Romanian word that is very similar to that, dispositiva or something. Apologies for the.
There is dispositive. It's pronounced almost in the same way as.
I thought there would be between the Latin languages, the Romance languages. Once you get over about 3 syllables, they're all extremely similar.
Yes, I will check the text of the law. I didn't see it yet, just the news about it. What I wanted to say is that in June 2022 there was a governmental decision to do the same thing, but I guess it was a temporary measure, and right now they put it in a law. There is a legal difference between the two. So I'll check and come back.
So Romania sometimes get slighted a little bit, saying, "Oh, but why isn't Romania giving Ukraine any stuff?" It's like Romania is giving Ukraine lots of stuff. They just don't say what they're giving ever. They're even more tight-lipped than the Finns. Romanian kid just appears in Ukraine from time to time, from armored personnel carriers to heavy machine guns to grenades to ammunition for all sorts of things to just about anything else, which is pretty cool. This is kind of where it comes from, which I think is good to know. All right, George, do you want to say something about what you'd really like to see that's in Romanian stocks that you'd like to see in Ukraine, and then we can ship ourselves off to Bryansk?
Yeah, I don't know what's in Romanian stocks, but it's everybody's been fretting about this thing with the situation in Moldova, and I know Moldova's army is not large, not has a lot of older kit. All someone's got to do is drop about 200 javelins, NLAWs, or 100 of each in that country. And if the Russians try something, that'll be it. Because the Russians only have about, 3,000 men there? Is that what we're hearing, Doma?
What, in Transnistria? Maybe half that.
So how many?
Do they have any tanks at all there, though?
They have some very imaginative vehicles.
Yes,
Carry on, George.
Yes. So, and you're talking about these things can hit from 2-3 kilometers out,
you train a unit with these things, and have them man the areas that they think the Russians would push through. Whatever attack the Russians try will be stopped cold, because that's a forested area too. So, just ship about 200 in-laws or javelins, and things will sort themselves out. I mean, seriously. Or we could do what you see. That's what the other thing is. We try to fight. We try to fight things cleanly. All they got to do is, the Romanians. All they got to do is take about 2,000 guys, or even the Moldovans, and just give them some weapons and send them into Transnistria, and say, "Oh, we're the Transnistria Liberation Front." That's how Russians do it. We don't know where they came from. That's another solution too. But we try to play clean. I don't understand why.
Well, the continued existence of Transnistria is because there was a bit of a war about it, and both sides decided that they weren't going to win across that river, I think. I have a question, George, or the other military people here.
True.
Does Russia have standoff, for example, weapons that they could launch from their territory, or perhaps Belarusian airspace, that can hit Moldova? I'm looking at the map, and in a straight line, it's about 350 kilometers from the Belarusian border to Chisinau.
Very easily. They can also launch them from the Black Sea. They can launch it from above the Caspian and still reach Moldova. They can, frankly, some cruise missiles they can launch from almost the Urals and hit Moldova.
Yes. The answer is a definite affirmative. But
I think that's probably more of a threat than the Keystone Cops on the left bank of the
yes,
Dniester.
Nick. But you see, if you get rid of the Keystone Cops, then what are you fighting for? If the Moldovans get rid of the Russians and liberate Transnistria from the Russians, then okay, then the Russians are just lobbing missiles at Moldova for terrorism. Because if there's no Transnistria, right?
As opposed to their normal.
Yes.
You're saying that like it's the kind of thing they don't enjoy doing very much.
No, Nick, yes, we jest here, but yes, you are 1,000% true. But now you also might get some of the fence sitters to say, "Oh, see, there was Nazis supposedly in Ukraine. What the hell's going on in Moldova?" You see, it's the Russians are screwed any way any action they take. Let's just put it that way with this situation, because they just don't have the force projection. They're not going to send planes over Ukraine to swoop into the airport there in Transnistria. You get blasted out of the sky. I mean, that's the problem. So yeah, the only thing they'll resort to is more terrorist attacks, which is what we've been saying. Russia is a terrorist country. It just reinforces, what we all know.
Yes, some things just tend not to change an awful lot. 122.
So wouldn't it be great if some stuff magically just became deemed to be too unusable, so they would have to be put in storage, and then magically they're usable again? That would be lovely. One way to get around things to send the weaponry that maybe you cannot send otherwise. So just a small little thought there. On the other hand, I was just gonna ask if anyone has heard anything else about the leopards on a different note. I saw the what is he? Is it the defense minister of Ukraine? When he said that the leopards were here, and then you saw leopards rumor about them being around Bakhmut. I just found it quite odd announcing them and then all quiet. So if anyone had heard anything else.
It's a trap.
Yeah, most likely.
No, there you go. Freight Monkey, shoot away, and then I swear we're gonna go to Bryansk. Last call for Bryansk. Freight Monkey.
Yes. Liberation Front of Transnistria. Just let's not confuse that with the Transnistrian Liberation Front, which would be our enemies in this case. And it was quite funny because immediately after that leopard was, what would you call it, announced around Bakhmut, the Russians immediately reported to have captured it. We still haven't seen any photographic evidence.
I was losing audio a little bit for that. So, Ioana, if you heard everything, please.
Yeah, so it was about a leopard tank that was allegedly captured near Bakhmut, if I understood it right. But yes, I've seen the photographic evidence. It's very nicely done. They managed to put a flag on a picture because the picture is from an exercise in Germany a few years ago. So it's not around Bakhmut. It's an old picture. And because they are doing this so good, I have a proposition. Russia, go home, and there you can play nicely with Photoshop and put the flags that you want on the pictures that you want. We won't mind. Go home and do this.
I think it's a fair exchange. Free MS Paint licenses for everybody. Nick, George, will you let Nick please go to Bryansk? Because Nick's been wanting to go to Bryansk for 2 hours now.
Really quick on that photo, that was on mud training, but in Germany, and what they were doing was trying to see if their recovery equipment and how they would recover a tank that would get itself in that type of situation. So it's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I think it's something that the Russians don't even consider doing. All right, Bryansk. Shall we flesh out what we know about Bryansk? Nick?
It's up to you and tell the story. Basically, there's all kinds of things going on various Twitter channels of various reliability, including some highly reliable ones. There are pictures emerging of people who are variously allegedly Ukrainian special forces, local partisans, anti-Putin partisans, pro-Putin, but anti-Putin, but actually even more Putin than Putin, Russian nationalists, etc., carrying out some kind of operation in Bryansk, which seems to vary between holding up a banner in front of what looks like an abandoned house while wearing lots of yellow stickers, up to and including taking hundreds of people hostages. There may or may not be a Russian National Security Council meeting in progress. It may have been called, it may have been cancelled. Putin may or may not be calling it a terrorist operation. And the French have a useful phrase for such situations: il est urgent d'attendre. Basically, let's wait until the dust settles, because this is generating. There is a great deal of heat and very little light being generated. And now I will hand that over to Domin in what I believe is known in rugby playing circles as a hospital pass.
Look, as long as there are no hookers around. Nick, all I'll say is we know a little bit more about all of this. And that was a rugby joke, to be clear. It's a rugby position. There is a little bit more that's clear. so the pictures have been identified by various people whom probably should be trusted on the internet as being members of the Russian volunteer corps, I guess, or Russian volunteer corps. Now, corps is probably a bit of an overstatement, seeing that there's about 50 of them. So I don't know. Of course, supposed to be like many thousands, isn't it? And it is definitely them. They are not the nicest of people. Let's leave it at that. They have some very sketchy political beliefs, and they're all Russians. And their interests aren't exactly fully aligned with Ukraine, beyond the idea that but probably both Ukraine and them think that somebody else should be in charge of Russia. And it's definitely them in the picture. Now, it's not yet been confirmed that they are actually in Bryansk in that picture, although it seems like it. The question is, would this have been sanctioned by Ukraine? I don't think so. This to me seems very much like the Russian people. I don't know how to describe them very well. Going off, doing something completely of their own accord, of their own designs, and now everybody else is making lemonade out of the lemons that they've served up. Ukrainians I don't think have sanctioned this because there's no real benefit for Ukraine out of this, and maybe they're just sitting back and now saying, well, it's Russians fighting Russians. How bad could it be, right? And the chap eating popcorn while the world around him burns, or while watching the neighbor's house burn, whatever it is. It looks a little bit like that, which is probably good. On the other hand, there was this Russian government response, which to me seems very much like Russians doing something, putting some wheels into motion. So it looks like they're responding ferociously to this Ukrainian provocation, which isn't actually Ukrainian because it's Russians doing it. And they might be amplifying things somewhat, making up additional facts, ideas around it, and we'll see where it all leads. But they might use it as an excuse for another mobilization or whatnot that they would have done in a week's time or whatnot. Now, one thing that I'll highlight is that when this first came out 4 hours ago, I said there's two possibilities here. Either it's a straight Russian false flag, or it's it was very easy for these chaps, if they were coming across the border, to come across the border, because look at how clean all of their clothes are, and look at just how much yellow reflective tape they're wearing. They're half camel, half tape. Some were also wearing completely white clothing. I mean, really completely white. And with the rather muddy surroundings, I would have surmised that they didn't have to walk very far to get from the vehicle that they arrived in to the photo shooting location. At most, maybe 30, 40 meters without getting that pristine white, without even a fleck of mud on it. So if they did get across the border, maybe they had a buddy at the border who provided them with a time and place to go across. They went to the first village, which was largely empty, and took a silly picture. And now everybody else is having to make lemonade out of those lemons. Whatever it is, it's not meaningful in itself. What might be meaningful is what the reactions will be. But whatever the Russian reaction will be, remember that A, these are Russians doing it, and actual Russian neo-Nazis, seemingly, self-avowed ones. And B, they would probably have done this anyway, and there probably isn't a real causality. There might have been a shifting up on the timeline by a few days or maybe even a few weeks, but probably that's probably the extent of whatever comes out of it. There will be a lot of noise. There will be a lot of side spurs of various Russian propaganda narratives coming out of this. Who knows? We shall see. Ioana?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there are reports that vary a lot between, the picture with the flag in front of a building and them saying, like, we want to prove that Russians have agency and they can do something, from reports that they took hostages and a lot of killing and things like this. So it's very difficult to understand what happened. And one crazy idea that I have, so they are anti-Putin, okay? But you know, wireless phone, maybe they were given this idea by somebody, and finally it serves the purposes of, you know, Putin. I don't know. What do you think?
I think it appears the photos have been geolocated to it isn't Bryansk city, which is at least 100 kilometers from the Ukrainian border. I think it's the sort of just inside in Bryansk Oblast. I haven't been able to find out if anybody has actually fired any shots, or whether the only thing that's happened is that these people have been walking down the street taking photos themselves. I don't know whether we have any reports of actually anything, anything kinetic going on at all. But I have this picture in my mind of Zelensky phoning Putin this morning and going, "Is that your guys?" And Putin going, "No, I thought it was your guys." It's one of these. It seems to be one of these really weird things that are happening on the periphery of this war, and probably both sides will try and turn it to their advantage, obviously. But all the pundits seem to be split. We've got Mesa Gifford, the British guy who volunteer, saying the international volunteer program was always open to abuse, both as a way for foreign fantasists and loons to get into a uniform, and as a way for Russian agents to infiltrate Ukraine. So he's associating it with the international volunteer program, which, as you said, Doman, the Russian volunteer corps is not part of. About 2 hours ago, when I pitched this to you as a topic, I was going, we need to get this up, and I am very rapidly coming to the conclusion that actually we need to just not talk about it for 4, 6, or 8 hours, and maybe come back and say, do you remember that day when there were the crazy photos and the mixed camo and the yellow tape? What the hell was that about? Because I suspect that nobody knows, and I suspect that Putin and Zelensky don't know either. It's just one of those. I'm currently filing it under weird shit.
Yeah, that's probably fair. Thanos, morning.
Good morning, everybody. So I'd just like to concur with my friend Nick for a second on this. The story is rapidly becoming the reaction to the photos, and instead of what is actually happening on the ground itself. And when you have that kind of inertia built up around reacting and third order reactions, it's probably a good time to impose an embargo until more facts are generated on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple that we know, right? The people in pictures are not pleasant characters by really anybody's assessment, probably not even their own. And they're definitely Russian. They're definitely not Ukrainians. But whatever it is, it's I presume more for their own designs than anything else.
Perhaps we need to perhaps we need to find a subcategory of the useful idiot, which is the useless idiot.
I like that. There's another interesting thing. So a lot of times when you're looking at information operations, and of course misinformation falls into that category, you will see trial balloons. There are, the internet, besides being a battleground, social media networks are also laboratories. And oftentimes you will see different, especially, Russian intel agencies pull the pin on a grenade, roll it out onto Twitter, see what happens. And it provides them information to help them plan future campaigns and or operations. So never put anything past them, even if they don't know what the exact effect is going to be of this. This is not out of the realm of something that even the FSB might do. I mean, this is a group of people who, after all, will false flag operation, a terrorist attack on one of their own theaters, and then kill a bunch of their own folks. So nothing surprises me anymore.
An alert listener has just DM'd me to suggest that Hogan's Heroes are behind it.
So that means at least there was one token Brit involved, and the rest was done by tireless Americans.
Oh my. Trash Panda, how are you?
That being said, it will be my goal today to get Axel to do his best Colonel Schultz impression. But in all actuality, good morning from sunny North America here. So I've been getting a lot of DMs. You know, what does this mean? Oh my God, what are the Russians doing? Okay. For the North American listeners, let's put it this way. It'd be like if Canada and the United States went to war. Okay, and the United States is invading Canada, and the Michigan militia showed up in Sault Ste. Marie and decided to take the city. That's what this is tantamount to. You know, these like your local chapter of the NRA just took up arms and walked across the border and said, we're doing this, boys. And it wouldn't surprise me if they walked across the border in plain clothes and then got dressed in the city, because they don't strike me as battle-hardened soldiers, and I would be surprised what they would do when they come under fire. So yeah, I agree with Nick and the other Thanos that was and Doman. We shouldn't give this oxygen. They probably did their little TikTok stunt and ran merrily across the border again, and then giggled to all their friends. Look what we did. We're famous.
Let me add just a touch to this, Trash Panda. I quite like the Ukrainian response, which is along the lines of, "Well, you know, this is it's Russians, citizens of Russia, doing stuff in Russia. I mean, Ukraine doesn't really have anything with the civil war within Russia, does it?" I think this is really the right attitude to have for all that.
Yeah, it harkens back to their tongue-in-cheek narrative of you know, I guess they shouldn't be smoking there when the stuff you know, blows up. I really don't think, I agree with you. I really don't think that Ukraine has a hand in this. I think this was pretty organic. And yeah, because there's a lot of crazy people in Russia, lots of crazy and like levels of crazy.
Oh yeah, be shocking if they weren't, wouldn't it? Ming, how are you?
Good. Thanks, Darren. No, I was just speculating, and I was just watched the video. I've been tied up doing something else this morning, but these guys in the video in front of the post box. I noticed they've got very full beards. Now, that's typically a signifier of, in a Russian context, it's a signifier of potentially them being quite very much old school Slavophile, even old believers. So under Peter the Great, Patriarch Nikon instituted some reforms and made everybody shave their beards off. And then there were a bunch of people who didn't accept the reforms and ran away to live in Siberia, and those are the old believers. But then again, I've noticed that beards are quite keen. That the Ukrainians themselves seem to be quite keen on beards, I guess, because for them it's a signifier of identifying with the Kievan Rus. So I don't know. I'm just offering that out there.
But frankly, I think Ukrainians are probably quite fond of beards, because the ones that you see are relatively young, and beards are in the last decade or so.
You think they're all? Okay, you think it's a fashionable thing?
I wouldn't describe a decision to either wear a beard or be clean shaven much more than that necessarily, unless it's for very clear purposes.
Well, no, but if you notice, for instance, the Russian troops in general don't have beards, right? You see hardly any of them with beards, but the Ukrainians, an awful lot of them do.
That might actually.
It's funny. I know what George is going to say, and as a rule, troops not given orders to shave will grow beards. It's like a natural order of things. Like left unto its own, a soldier will just grow a beard.
That's true, but I also wanted to say in Ukraine, I don't think people know this, but in Ukraine and the Balkan regions, and especially in Greece, growing a beard in wartime was a sign of resisting the invader. So take that into account. But that's a tradition in Ukraine. It was a tradition in Greece, and I'm pretty sure in other countries along that area.
The picture I'm looking at of the guy in front of the blue house, he's got a very long, I think it's a very long beard, unless it's some kind of scarf, but he seems to have shaved his moustache off, which is a look I occasionally associate with the Kadyrov mob. But I'm thinking if the Russians don't have beards, I wonder if that isn't standing orders. I was always taught, and I don't know if this has been reformed since my father taught it me, but I was always taught that in the British Army, only a moustache is allowed, and beards are absolutely forbidden. Whereas in the Royal Navy, and of course in the RAF, a moustache is obligatory. Whereas in the Royal Navy, the only facial hair allowed is what is called a full set, and that you go to your petty officer and request permission to stop shaving. I don't know whether that's changed in the British Army, but it might well be. I think it was something very historical to do with the enemy being able to grab your beard and hence insert a sharp metal object into you more easily. But that is my understanding of the tradition of the British Army, and it might well, I can imagine that might well be just standing orders in other armies. You will shave. So well, obviously the Kadyrovites will get an exception, as they do on most other things.
And it's really quick though. SAS, those guys wear beards.
They have a number of exceptions, I think, to various regimental standing orders.
Waypoint?
Yeah, I agree, because in Northern Ireland, the sneaky beakies, a lot of them, those guys used to have longer hair, wore a beard, sometimes hash. Sometimes they look like they'd come from Cheshire. Yeah, but I was actually thinking something completely different. I mean, the way they were dressed, they looked like they were doing a retake of Monty Python film, like not The Life of Brian, but The Lie of Ivan or something like that. I mean, the way they were, it's unbelievable. I mean, I've never ever seen. It looked like they were getting ready for CO's muster in 8 o'clock Monday morning. All of their best gear, all freshly ironed with all these tape around their arms. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And suggesting to the world that they're taking part in some sort of an invasion of Russia. Absolutely wonderful stuff. It's really, I mean, it's actually comical, really, isn't it? Yeah, I'll step down.
Cheers, Waypoint. The primness of their clothing, bar the exceeding the quantities of yellow tape, I think is quite obviously significant in that, they haven't just folded their way to wherever they were standing. They more had a leisurely drive followed by a very, very short walk. All right, Darrow and then David. Darrow.
Yeah, just going to say, perhaps in a couple of months we'll be looking back to, or in a couple of years we'll be remembering the yellow tape revolution of March 2023.
Morning, Domin, everyone. Afternoon to you guys. Just a real quick note on the beards in the U.S. They weren't allowed in the U.S. and largely because for the surface forces, as far as Army, Marines, it was due to gas masks. You cannot properly fit a gas mask with a beard on. and that was the main reason why you could not wear anything other than a mustache. Our Navy got away from the beards, and then I think you had to be above chief petty officer to be able to wear a beard to begin with. I mean, as that's the way tradition was. You had to be a petty officer and above to be able to wear one. But here in the U.S. now, you have to have what they call a no shave chit, and that was due to a lot of the African American soldiers getting the razor bumps, and that was where that came from. So just a quick note of what it is here in the U.S. And the beards were not allowed in the U.S. until they went to Iraq and found out you got a little bit less respect without a beard in some cases.
David.
So I was going to reiterate the same thing, right? So the beards, etc., were just because gas masks. You can't make a seal if you put a gas mask on. It's not stopping anything, right? But equally, some units in the British Army had a drum major who was allowed to have a beard, right? And they pretty much all did. The SAS and their beards and their I mean, if you wanted to spot someone who you thought was SF was, oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh right, yeah,
carry on.
yeah. Oh, right, okay, no. So I say, if you wanted to spot someone who was SF, you just looked at their stupid handlebarred beards, right? No one else had them. All right, there you are. So they weren't hiding any in plain sight at all. But I suspect that have seen quite a few Russians with beards, though. So I'm just putting it out there. Other than the Kadrovs, by the way. I've seen quite a few with Russians with beards, but shaving it's just a cleanliness thing as well, isn't it? Really, why they're interested in that as opposed to getting everything else right, I have no idea.
I remember teaching basic, and it's in the PAM that part of shaving is to raise the morale of the troops. And you know what? When you're all field gungy and you're doing your bird bath, and you especially at winter when you're shaving at night, you're going to bed. It does feel good. Yeah. I'm a big proponent. Although I got a big gangly beard now, I'm not in an NBCW environment, so I don't shave. I served with a dude that was a Sikh, and he was allowed to grow his beard. And when we went out in the field, he had to Vaseline that bad boy just in case he had to put his gas mask on. And what unholy. Oh, that was awful. Like, and the bugs would get mashed up in it, and it was horrible.
Yeah, I had the same discussion with the Sikh in our unit, because obviously even if you Vaseline it up, it doesn't make a difference. You go, in a real war, would you shave it off? Sorry, I was just adding more mayhem to the conversation about shaving. Right, no one likes shaving. It's an absolute pain in the ass.
Our sergeant major had called called India and the Ministry of Defense, and he got piped through to some general there, and he questioning, you traditionally you grow beards when you get out. Oh yes we do. And do your soldiers when they go out in the field, do they shave their beard? Well, yeah, absolutely. How are you going to get your gas mask on?
But the Sikhs never do.
The Sikhs don't. No, I gotta say, out in the field, it's a miserable existence for them.
But push to shove, though, Dr. Nick, if there was a real nuclear or a biological attack, what do you think people are going to do?
I don't know. I guess that's a question for them. There might be some sort of circumstance where they might make an exception for their, something like that, but I don't know.
I mean, there are clean-shaven Sikhs, so.
Yeah, but then they probably aren't really practicing. That's the thing, though. because like I know some Sikhs, and like according to their religion, they part of their religious beliefs are that they are not to touch their hair at all, and that it's that God gave them that hair and they don't touch it. And you know, that includes, unfortunately, women who might have hormonal problems where they grow beards. Like, that's how serious they are about it.
I mean, if there's a Sikh listening, maybe you could come up and let us
Right.
know what would happen, right? We're putting it out there. Any Sikhs listening, come up and let us know what would happen. Is there a dispensation that I'm afraid I don't know what a Sikh religious leader is that they may be able to give to their soldiers? That would be an interesting question.
Yeah. If anybody knows one or is one, yeah, let us know, because we're quite interested in that. You know, because out in the field, you got 3 shots of atropine.
Oh, I'm being stupid. My corner shop is owned by a Sikh. When I go and get some more tea a little bit later, I will ask him. There you
Yeah,
are.
maybe they'll know. But anyway, could I ask a question or make a comment?
Yeah, go for it, and I'll add a little bit
Oh, well, go ahead,
more, because the
Dom.
full video is now
Go
out.
ahead. Why don't you do that first?
No, you go ahead.
Well, if it's about Sikhs, I don't want to, you know, go ahead.
No, it's not about Sikhs.
Oh, okay.
I know what you're gonna raise, and I have more.
Oh, yeah, the Belarus thing about the A50. We talked about this last night, and I had a feeling it was partisans. Just because you know, I've been feeling that a lot of that activity that's been going on behind Belarusian borders has been a result of partisan activity. You know, like railroads. You know, getting, you know, missing some ties and getting all splody and various things like that. And this one I thought probably was too. And it turns out that they released actual drone footage of the incident. So
I will. This will sound really bad, but I kind of knew it was partisans because they said it was. I mean, they came out and said, "Yeah,
oh
we
no
did
no
it.
no
This is
yeah
what we
yeah
did. This is how we did it."
right.
So it wasn't like it was a mystery at any point, because the first I heard of it 2 days ago was when Belarusian partisans came out and said, "Yeah, we did this. This is what happened. We took that out of commission, and that's it."
Right,
The
but
full
then other
video,
people were still saying like, "Oh, well, maybe they're just saying that."
yeah, but other people were, you know, kind of. Let's put it this way: the Belarusian Hayum project, that they now call themselves BRIPOL, are very reliable. I don't think they've been unreliable at any point. So there was no real reason to doubt them, except for some people just saying, "Well, I'm just not sure." Okay, great. So the full video now came out. I've put it up in the nest. Several people put it through, including a very nice translation that Bellingcat also provided in the tweet following it. That's why I picked the Bellingcat option. And the statement that the Belarusian partisans put next to it says, "Not so long ago, the dictator once again told his propagandists that he had the best air defense and means against drones. Therefore, all military installations are in complete safety. What the situation really is clearly demonstrated by the video from this combat group of Belarusian partisans. For 2 weeks, they conducted aerial reconnaissance at the Machulishchi military airfield with the help of civilian drones purchased commercially. During one of the successful reconnaissance operations, the drones not only flew into the protected area of the airfield, flew near it, but also landed on the dish. Then, you know, on the last go, they actually went and damaged it. Earlier this morning, the A50 was seen to have flown off, or maybe it was around noon local time, to have flown off from Machulishchi and flew towards Taganrog. This was done apparently to both say, "Ha, see, the plane hasn't been destroyed; it still flies," and also to take it to repair so it can actually be useful as opposed to just flying around. Because, as you well know, the radar dish isn't actually necessary for the jet to fly. It's just necessary for the jet to do anything useful. So it seems that the radar's down, the jet is up, and there you go. I said I had more, Dr. Nick.
You're crushing my dreams of the thought of like Belarusian special forces trying to do a black operation and just take a couple of the snowplows out, and they go to blow up the snowplows, and the blade of the snowplow is flying through the air, and the blood drained from their faces as they watch this thing, and the blade lands right in the middle of the radar dish. And that would be like a Spies Like Us movie.
That'd be pretty cool. Lusitanian fella.
Hi, your anthropologist at your service here. Just a piece of information regarding the Sikhs going to the army with their turbans and their beards. Well, they've been fighting for that, and they are not obliged to cut their hairs nor fight or go to the armies without their turban. So there have been some clashes regarding, namely the U.S. Army and the British Army, but they are exempted from removing their turbans and cutting their hair. So they are allowed to keep their hair long and their turbans. Just a quick question. Any news about Kadyrov's health? I saw somewhere that he was not well. Thanks.
I don't know about his health, but he just came out on Telegram after a little bit of a pause. So maybe he was feeling a little bit ill. Maybe he ate something funny and it didn't agree with him. But he was very, very annoyed with whatever it was that happened in Bryansk Oblast, and says he wants martial law everywhere. You know, other bits where he's kind of pushing the Overton window further to the authoritarian, much like Zhirinovsky did until his death 11 months ago. So I think that's all that he's doing. I don't know what health condition he's in, but ever since his Prigozhin's and Surovikin's attempt at supplanting Gerasimov and Shoigu failed, he's just been a little bit more quiet. So who knows? Might have been some seafood. Who knows? Right, Daniel.
Give me a moment.
Okay, David.
Okay, so the first one I'm going to address what I think it's Lusitania said. Right there, as far as I'm aware, there have never been any clashes about Sikhs and beards. It's never been a problem at all. We've had Sikhs in the British Army for literally hundreds of years. Right, and if you see any photographs, they always have beards. There were a couple in my unit. No one ever complained. There were a lot of people who were rather jealous to the fact that they didn't have to shave, but that's a separate thing. In my knowledge, maybe occasional an issue, but that's just maybe occasional an issue, but that's just. But I was going to go back to the drone. When I watched the drone, so there are a couple of things. I was quite proud of myself. I was quite at first. I confirmed to myself. I thought, if I was flying a drone, where would I fly the drone from? Which is what they're doing. But it appears to me that they're trolling everyone, aren't they? That drone, because he flies to the plane and then flies back again. Right, takes a little video, couple of selfies. Right? And then goes back, and then they go back to do the damage. If that's not trolling the Russians, I don't know what is. It would probably have been better if they could have got dropped an MP3 player that had left a little message and they'd recorded that as well. Just my 2 cents.
If I read it, I was reading very quickly, but from the transcription that Bellingcat posted, I got the impression they'd been flying up and down the airfield for a couple of weeks.
I mean, it's an airfield. That's what you're supposed to do at an airfield, right? Fly up and down.
I'm remembering do you remember the incident about probably 3 years ago in the UK, and Gatwick Airport was getting shut for days at a time because of reports of drones, and they arrested some poor guy who had nothing to do with it. But I don't think we ever established whether there, I don't think it was ever formally established whether there ever even was a drone. These things are pretty small. They're annoying when you're kind of walking around a park and someone's flying one over your head. But in the context of an airfield, which is a pretty noisy place, I would imagine that a fairly small one could go unnoticed for an enormous amount of time.
It did. There you are. It did. The evidence is right in front of you. Now, I'm still laughing about this. It's very funny.
It's excellent, isn't it? All right. I think Daniel is just about ready looking at the clock.
Oh, it's okay. It's all okay. There's nobody. I saw this incident and I judged them very interesting. First, if you look at the footage with the drone, look at the dish. You see all the paint is bubbling. All the paint is oxidizing underneath. Also, you can see where the aluminum sheets are together. Again, dirt, a lot of dirt. You know, guys like Ghani or other military experts explain to us about clutter on the land. You know, false information this is. Because any small thing can affect your image. They have probably some filters, but it looks awful. And also, is a very busy civilian airport. That military airport, I don't see any movement there. Was nothing. No guard, nothing. And that's why they can move for weeks. They tried, and they said, look, we can do it this. Let's make some artisanal bombs, can attach, and do it. In fact, I think Belarusians need ammunition. I think I had this theory some months ago, and I said, we need to drop them some things. Hello, Poland, how are you? They need, if they have a, I don't know, loitering munition from Americans delivered to Ukrainians, they can make huge damage. And the guards, there are no guards there. There's no patrol, there's nothing. And second, let's go back to Bryansk. What does it mean, Bryansk? The Finnish can walk the border and invade Russia. I think if Sanna Marin drank too much vodka someday and say, let's take St. Petersburg back, would be funny. Nobody will defend St. Petersburg. There are no soldiers there. And also, where they are crap. Totally crap. That's why they fail. And they will fail continuously. Look at what is in Crimea. We are so normalized to see a drop in Crimea every night. This is normal. This is the Russian Air Force, air defense. Imagine what Erdogan betted on S-400, right? He bet on S-400 and discovered, maybe was a good idea to ask NATO when we drop a Russian plane over Syria, and we ask very, very insistent, give us some patriots to defend ourselves. You know, I came back to Orban and say, look, your horse is not winning. Not winning, is losing so bad. It's the fun and the troll of a damaged dogs on Twitter. It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. I cannot imagine how can be so bad. And What is most important in all these things, including beyond? Russians hate to be made on shame, to make fun of them, not taking them seriously, because they are very, 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 very proud. Yeah? What did incidents make? Look like a fool, right? Like the fools of the world. Everybody make fun of them. You can destroy an army just using intelligence. Look at your resources and use them well. You using better tactics, using better the truck delivering the ammunition, not dropping the mines from the back of a truck like dirt. Just using smart. What they do? Let's take some data you need to fight. I will not be shocked if I see teenagers put in uniform and take a rifle and stop the Ukrainians. It's ridiculous what is happening. This is not an army. This is a shiny palace, golden bows on the churches, and inside is nothing. It's cardboard. It's nothing. This is the Russian culture. Everybody talks about Russian culture. This is the Russian culture. Fraud. A lot of fraud. I remember someone explained to me, when you make deals, business deals with Russia, they always are the bullies. They act not like trolls who know to negotiate, just like bullies. And after this, if they need very, very hard, they will not ask anything because they are proud. They're very easy to beat. They act like mobsters. Sorry, for me, this country is a fraud. It's a criminal organization. And their leader is a clown. So, like Gordoga said, alcoholic Disneyland.
Nick?
Me or other next? Which next?
I meant my dear co-host,
Oh, okay.
but he seems to have stepped away. Because he was the only one with a hand up of anyone. First I waited. And then,
Sorry. Sorry. Just to say, I put in the nest a still from that video of the, excuse me, I've just been given some delicious Mallorcan chocolate. I was given, I went through the video in response to Daniel's observation about the dirty radar dish, and I freeze framed it and put it in the, tweeted it, put it in the nest if people want to see. It looks pretty horrid. It looks pretty chipped. You wouldn't, if that was your car, you wouldn't be particularly proud driving around to show off to your friends what a well-maintained car you had. I don't know whether anyone here can speak to what the average AWACS dome looks like, but I like to imagine that it gets a good polish every couple of 100 hours.
yeah, it's one of those things with radars, right? You don't want an uneven surface around it. There's a reason why sort of ground-based radars often you see like a golf ball, like a giant golf ball on top of on a tower, and the radar's actually inside it, right? And that's not just so that people can't see which way it's pointing. A lot of that is to keep a roughly constant environment around it that interferes with it, so it can be kind of calculated out. And rust, not a good thing. Rust modifying in certain paints as well, but they wouldn't be using such paints on it intentionally. But this is going to modify the picture somewhat and get a slightly distorted stuff on one end, which I think is kind of interesting. George?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we know when this video, what day this video was taken?
No, it was in the days before they blew it up, I guess.
So, so here's my question. I ask, I wish we had Raver here or somebody. Is it possible that this drone, right? This reconnaissance drone, did it put a targeting device on the plane?
No, what looks like happened, George, is literally they flew the little drone, dropped a little bit of a C4 or something on top of the radar dish with a timer, flew away, and then detonated it. That seems to be what the case here is.
Okay.
Because it doesn't take a lot to take the radar out of commission, right? They're famously very resilient and resistant. Oh, no, wait, not the other thing.
And that same Beriev, I think, flew off yesterday or today, headed back to Russia?
To Taganrog, yeah, for repairs.
For repairs. Okay, yeah. So I was gonna say, because sometimes and I forget what they are. I saw David's hand fly up, but there are little like little designators that you can put on a target, and that you can send another weapon to hit it. But
you can, but what's even easier is to just blow it up in the first place, right?
Oh yeah. But you know what? Can you imagine if they had if they would have had 10 drones out there, they could have taken out half that base.
Oh my. Yes, quite right. I see that I have an Alex who's had his hand up for a while, and then we'll go to Dr. Nick, to David, and to Daniel. Alex.
Good morning or good time of the day, everyone. I'm enjoying listening to this space every time I have a chance. And I wasn't able to listen to the whole thing.
Hey, Alex.
Yes.
we can hardly hear you because there's an awful hum in your background, and I don't know if it's your background or your mic, but whatever it is, it's very, very difficult to hear you.
Hold on just a second. Okay, can you hear me now?
Somewhat, but it's as though you are trapped in some sort of a ventilation system or
a radar
maybe
dish.
quite windy, or a radar dish. In fact, yes.
I'm not on the radar dish. You know what? I will try to fix that, and I'll try to call you guys back again.
Good plan. Cheers, Alex. Dr. Nick. Dr. Nick.
Dr. Nick, can you hear Doman or anyone? No, I think she's a ghost.
No, my Nicks ignore me. There we go.
I'm here. Okay. Sorry. So, what Kadyrov was talking about, I happened to be up in the middle of the night because I couldn't sleep. And I saw this first pop up on Twitter. I mean, not Twitter, on Telegram. Was this so in the oblast in Russia? It's in southwestern Russia that sort of bumps up against key, like the oblast that's
Chernihiv.
Yeah, well, it's called what is it again? It's gosh, why can't I think of the name of it again? It's Bryansk. Bryansk Oblast, and Ukraine. So it's in that sort of crick. Ukraine. So it's in that sort of crick there, like that little corner. Anyway, a group of 50 armed men.
Sorry, we went through this for like an hour already.
Oh, you did? Well,
Yes.
okay. Well, then that's what Kadyrov was talking about, and you guys said you didn't know.
No, we said that's what he was talking about. He was talking
you
about
did?
what happened in Bryansk. We just didn't went and rehash it because we already all knew what this was about.
Oh, well, I thought you said you didn't know. Okay, well, I guess I misheard you. Then never mind. I'm sorry. Then I won't go through it.
No, we know what happened. It was a bunch of unpleasant Russians doing weird stuff in Russia that makes no sense for anyone, and they were probably doing it for their own intentions, and now everybody's making lemonade out of the lemons that they delivered. That's all there is. Simple. David.
Oh yeah, I was just going to go with what George was saying. Yes, it's a real shame they didn't have a whole load there and take all the planes out. Right, that would have been wonderful, or do more. And I guess what it really leads to is that this was just partisans, because it's taken them so long to do it, and they had so little explosives. Right, whereas if it had been some SOF type operation, they would have had all the necessary that they needed. But I'm a little bit sad that they didn't take them all out.
And they would have needed a lot more. Also, note how the AWACS was parked far away from everything else at that Malachishchi airfield. It was probably very easy to kind of get to it. Nobody was nearby, whereas the rest were probably somewhere in clustered together, where there might have been people around who could have noticed the presence of the drone.
I think there's a resources issue here. I mean, this is a pretty small drone, and what they're hitting, if they're hitting the radar dome, is a very, very thin target. I think to do damage to an airframe that way, you'd probably need possibly need something, to the point of it not flying. Then you'd probably need something a lot bigger and vastly more of them.
It's a scouting drone, Nick.
Yeah, it's how big are these things? So it would be great if Belarusian partisans had 50 heavily armed drones, but we are where we are.
Except that there was no need to take the airframe out. It's the electronics that you just want to take out, isn't it? So it didn't really matter, I would guess.
Yeah, this was a quadcopter scouting drone. You could see this quite easily. You can see the setup. This was not a heavy lift drone, and therefore this one is not the one which attacked.
I'm not so sure, because if you're only trying to take that thing
sure.
out,
I am
how?
100% sure.
Do we know how big the hole was?
Okay, and how many hundreds of grams of explosive would you need to make that hole, David?
I don't know how big the hole is. That's what I'm saying. Do we know how big the hole was?
I don't think so, but I think it's also quite a fragile thing that you don't need a very big boom to take out.
You would to make a hole in something like that. You could do it just with a detonator, right? Would make a big hole. Would still make a big hole. A detonator is enough to take your fingers off. So you don't need a lot. Depends on where. If anyone knows how far the radar dish down is, etc., and what that electronics is, but not a lot of explosives at all. 250 grams. There you are.
I was going to say a learning moment here. If you're sitting in your house, just imagine a sort of single family home, and someone was to let off 100 grams of C4 on the living room table. So not inside any particularly, not inside any particular shrapnel generating. 100 grams of C4, a detonator in a cardboard box on the living room table. What would be the effect of 100 grams in the rest of the house? Would people upstairs have their eardrums affected? Would you want a structural inspection of the house afterwards, or would it just kind of splatter the walls? 100 grams.
Oh, and how close are you? If you're next to it, you would be pretty unhealthy, right?
No, let's assume you're not in the room with it, but in your living room, 100 grams of C4 on the living room table. What does the living room look like, and what does the rest of the house look? I have no idea. I have literally no idea. So
you need to think of it a little bit about like a grenade, but without obviously the frag that goes with it.
Well, yes, but let's assume that I'm not particularly familiar with grenades, other than having watched war movies. Let's keep it nice and simple. Or, for example, if we look at that radar dome, let's imagine 100 grams of C4 in a little cardboard box, such as an Amazon delivery comes from. Put it on top of your car. Put it on top of the metal roof of your car and set it up. What kind of hole would you be getting in the roof of the car?
Okay, this thing needs to fly. It's ordnance, please, David. The thing has to fly. It has to, preferably, in order to make real damage, like hash glue itself to the side, and therefore then probably have a double charge, penetrate first, dip down further, explode within the aircraft. For that, you need to have a specific set of explosives, which normally is not just the 250 gram you just refer to. And don't forget, in this instance, that thing had 2 holes. So let's assume you have 2 of them. You need to carry them across. This takes a bit. The stuff needs to penetrate. So double charge. And what kind of ammunition does work? I think Gorman knows.
Anyway, we've already said this. I mean, look, I'm just saying what can be done, right? So, look, if it was me, I'd just go. A VOG being dropped would have been ideal. Right? We did everything you needed. Just one VOG. Obviously, there's 2 holes. That would be 2 VOGs, right?
Thank you.
It depends on what they've got, right? So, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, the aircraft is 2024 aluminum. So you can penetrate that with harsh language.
Anyway, yes, exactly what I was saying. So, I mean, to go to your answer, with 100 grams of C4, you put it on your engine block, Nick. You're not going to have an engine that's going to be usable. Just 100 grams. And to go further, 500 grams of C4 and a 50-gallon drum of diesel, right, which we used to use for firepower demonstrations, you will feel the heat blast standing 1 kilometer away.
Okay. No, I'm just thinking more in terms of making. My mental model is a car, a little explosion, bashing that in. Will the radio still work? That's kind of what I'm thinking of in terms. Although, of course, I mean, I imagine the electronics inside one of those domes are a bit more vulnerable than a car radio.
And things are directional, and there's so many things about it, right? So look, right. So the whole point is, if you were going to do something, the ideal solution would be a VOG, right? Because that is penetrating and all the other bits and pieces that Axel was saying, right? But you don't need. It wouldn't be a lot you would need, right? And I think that's the point I was trying to say. You don't need huge amounts of explosives to make holes in thin materials.
For the listeners, what's a VOG?
Oh, it's it's an anti-tank. It's a very old anti-tank grenade, isn't it?
Are those the grenades that we've been seeing?
They were being dropped by onto tanks. Yes,
with the 3D printed fins attached to them. Okay.
What you could use is a directional anti-tank mine. That you could use.
Or any anti-tank mine.
That's really overdoing it. An anti-tank mine supposed. I mean, this is thin aluminium. You just need to get rid of the radar, not destroy the airframe.
No,
the airframe is useless without the radar.
No. You need to destroy the whole electrics. You need to destroy all the cabling. Otherwise, they can just replace the module of the radar. You want to destroy the plane, its connectivity, all its setup. You want to rip the thing internally to shreds. Otherwise, it makes no sense. You want to disable it. And
but that's what you want to do. But it's not clear that is what they have actually accomplished. What they have accomplished is take it out of service for now. Do we know that they have destroyed it forever and ever? Because I don't think that information ever came out.
There is an image that's a comparison, isn't it? Where it looks like someone's done a fiberglass repair job to the top of it or something like that. There's an image from 10 days before where it's all looking, I wouldn't say spick and span because we saw the condition of it looking better. And then there's an image where there's bits where it looks like someone's done a repair job so it can fly away. It still has taken, regardless, it's still taken this thing out of operation for a number of days, at which point they will be down an asset that they 100% needed.
And even then, there, even if the damage done is less than we would have liked, the number of the number of angry phone calls and general interviews without coffee that will be being dished out, and the dawning realization in certain parts of the world that first of all that there are Belarusian partisans. So I think if we've totally destroyed the aircraft, then maybe the military value of the operation was greater than the morale value. But the morale value of this is really excellent. It's a great piece of news, and it's the embarrassment. In fact, I think it's even more embarrassing because it's happened in Belarus and not in Russia. It's Lukashenko gets to look weak, even weaker again.
And I might even, I might even suggest that as I said, that video, which I just go, that's a perfect piece of trolling, isn't it? Look, we just flew back, and he wobbles when the thing's going along. The quadcopter is wobbling, so it almost looks like it's a novice pilot. Right? I think it's absolute genius.
Do we have anything after the Tyler Roggaway article? Do we have anything after?
No, we have videos that show it even earlier, but no, nothing after. And that's why I'm saying it doesn't look like this.
We have a satellite image of the plane where it's burned. Why do you say we don't have anything? Look, 24 hours ago.
But that was in the Roggaway. Yeah, but that was in the Roggaway article, right? There wasn't an image
I
after
don't know.
that.
I saw on Telegram. In Telegram, I saw. And
yes,
they saw affected the front and the dish. Well, what I saw on my phone was something like some blackening on the area. But why we go and think so about effectiveness, munitions? Why we don't talk about the important thing in this? Because this is an incident with other incidents, with another one, and another one, and another one. And we miss the real book in front of our eyes. Not is about projecting weakness or estimating how powerful is the regime, how the trust in the regime, how military is satisfying their missions. What is the image, the general image? It's not just ineffective, non-professional, missing because we drunk like shit, we love to drunk. It's not just that. It's something like, look, if you have a problem, now is the time to shoot them assholes. No, that is the message. It is a subliminal message. You ask why the Russian neo-Nazis go in Russia to be accused to be terrorists because they are citizens of Russia. The message is very simple. Not only they are weak, you have your shock at this moment. The reassurance of Kadyrov where he is in gold, treating his kidney from pee. This is the message. The regime is so weak now, if you stick a finger, you'll crush them. That is the message. They have how many soldiers in Lugansk, Donetsk, and Zaporizhia? And what they do? What is the military success? That is the whole image. If someone open mouth in Paris or Washington and say escalation, it's time to say, shut up. They are dead. Zombie. We can crush them at this moment. Easy. If Russians have some guts, some level, some circle, and want to take the head of Putin, now is the time. They are over. But we need to read the press and to take the sermon seriously, because we need to put a cross on Russian Federation and Putin regime. That is the general image which escapes us. I think it's more important than even the war. They are dead.
See, this is why I wanted to go to Goman first, because I wanted to draw further in the details. Now we need to go back to the details. Goman,
as an aeronautical engineer, how much effort does it take for aircraft aluminium like that to be penetrated and for stuff on the inside to be completely useless very quickly?
Yeah, I mean, to me, in this case, there's two different problems the Russians have. One, the skin. If it's I presume it's a pressurized fuselage, so it'll have a relatively thick skin, actually, for aluminum.
But the radar dish doesn't have to be pressurized.
The radar
right?
dish, that's what I'm getting to. So I don't think the radar dish can be repaired, right? So I know, or at least I'm 90% sure, like with our AWACS radar, that radome is like one piece. The top of it is one piece. It's what's called a frequency selective surface that allows radar waves to exit and return, and it's very meticulously designed. There aren't joints that are meticulously placed in it, and that whole it's a clam. It's a truly upper and lower piece, and it's very difficult to repair a radar without making it affect the radar underneath. So I suspect any significant damage to the radome will require replacement of the radome itself, because repair of a frequency selective surface is very, very difficult to do without affecting the radar characteristics of the structure. It's just not a structural repair, right? You can repair it structurally, the material, and doing both a structural repair while not degrading the transmissivity of radar waves is very, very difficult, if not impossible, in something that large. So I suspect at a minimum, the whole radome structure will need to be replaced. Obviously, you'd like to have blown a hole in the side of the airplane to take out some electronics also. But the radome is an important part of the electronics, tailored to the underlying radar underneath.
See, this is what I'm kind of getting at it, right? Is if they were limited in what they were able to do, they went for the soft underbelly of the beast, which in this case is right on top of it. And it's very easy to make it inoperable for a while without a whole lot, with very, very little effort. And whatever small quantity of explosives they could either make or procure from wherever.
Yeah, I don't know like I said, I don't know what their goal was, but I can tell you that any significant damage to that radome will take replacing the radar. And if they don't have a spare sitting on the shelf somewhere, how big is the damn thing? 30 foot, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. If it hits the radar, that's good, but it needs to penetrate into the radar so that the damage spreads. So it needs a proper explosive.
Yeah, you'd hope you'd do, but at a minimum, if you get the radome, you've taken it. Like I said, the radome can't be, in my estimation, the radome itself can't be repaired. It needs to be replaced. You can patch structure. Yeah. You can patch structure. It's not unusual because the patch ends up being structurally, more rigorous than the underlying. When you do a repair, you're always overdoing it because you don't have as much confidence in it, so you overdo it from a repair perspective. But you can't repair something like that without degrading its radar performance. So yep. So be honest with you, take the whole cockpit off. If you could have, that would have done it too. There's a cockpit laying on the ground in front of it. That would have been good too.
Yeah, we need to split off, what we think happened from what we would have liked to have happened.
Yes.
Well, we would have frankly liked that whole airfield to have been, thoroughly ablaze, but it wasn't. But at the very least, we can say that, well, it's very plausible for them to have done it, because they need so little little resources in order to make quite a reasonable impact. That is to say, at least take the AWACS out for several weeks probably, right? Thinking of how Russian repairs go.
Some from a visible damage, what you can surmise visibly is that there was some damage to a wing and then damage to the radome, right? And the wing can structurally probably be, repaired, because you're not trying to manage the properties of the repair, but the radome, in my estimation, wouldn't be able to be repaired without significantly degrading radar performance. So hopefully underneath that, there's even more damage from what we know. Yeah. I think the wing damage was more in the trailing edge and some of the control surfaces, which can typically either spared or can be replaced. It was more on the wing spar area up forward a little bit further. That would have been even better, to be honest with you.
Exactly, right. It'd be fantastic. Was it David who said that if there were special forces there, they'd be bringing in some tens of kilograms of C4, and they would have made a mess of the whole place, not just the A-50, but the rest of the aircraft probably as well, or at least a number of them. And they're probably just quite clearly resource limited here, right? Otherwise, they would have gone for more aircraft if they had lots of resources.
This
did a
plane
good job.
Needs an ATACMS. That's all. It needs an
yeah.
ATACMS to hit the dang thing right bang
Absolutely.
in the middle, through the radar, onto the ground, have it explode, burn out, and thank you.
Yeah,
and we need to stop being
like
fiddling around. We need to hit the damn shit. It's enough now.
We need 6 of them, right? That's how many they have, or whatever. So the whole idea of blinding.
We need to take the fucking gloves off. It's enough
Absolutely.
now. We need to hit every single damn asset they have, anywhere and everywhere, and tell Lukashenko to pound fucking sand.
Yep. No doubt about it, Axel.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
$10 into the Daniel FR swear jar.
George.
Yeah, Coleman, since you're up here, everybody's talking to the C4, this, that, the other crap. How about just a damn, a thermite grenade?
Hell, I would have taken, 5 gallons of gasoline and a match would have taken out that radome, to be honest with you. So
yeah, but I'm saying a thermite grenade isn't that heavy, right? You drop a thermite grenade on there, but the only thing is you got to make sure it's something flat so it doesn't roll off or something like that. Just maybe have a sandbag attached to it or something, and that's it. It's going to burn right through it.
Yeah,
it's going to keep burning. It's going to ignite the aluminum.
And you can make your own thermite.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the sandbag, the half a sandbag's going to be.
Well, you wouldn't need that. It would just be strong glue, wouldn't it? You would spray the bottom with strong glue,
like a sort of toffee apple.
I am not going to be critical of the job those guys did. I don't know what resources they had. They disabled an aircraft. We need to do more. We need to do it.
I'm talking about in the future. In the future,
absolutely. Yeah.
And guys, a thermite grenade doesn't weigh much. They're designed so you can throw them. They're designed light so you don't have to. They don't weigh you down. And I'm talking about a sandbag. I'm not talking about a huge sandbag. I'm talking about sand like the size of a half a sock. Just so it keeps it from rolling off once you drop it, like they drop those VOG grenades. That's all.
Yeah, I think we may be talking about guys whose current budget extends to a quadcopter, possibly capable of carrying almost no load whatsoever. I mean, one of those really, really, really tiny ones. So, if you can get the drones to them that can lift a kilogram or 2, then obviously there's a dozen options. But I don't think I don't think this was a drone that's capable of lifting a kilogram.
Yeah, the shame of the whole operation was that If they knew that the place was that vulnerable, you'd have liked to seen 12 drones taking out 12 aircraft, right? Everything that moves, because it looked like they had free reign of the airport from the videos, right? So,
what air defense doing?
Yeah, well,
Napping, I guess. That's what happens when you eat too many potatoes. Speaking of aircraft,
they're in Moscow protecting the big guy.
yes, they're on random roofs around Moscow. The pantsiers are. Latin. Speaking of aircraft.
Yeah, I just saw the thing that you were mentioning there, the tweet that you were that you tagged me on there, Doman, and Goldman. You might want to hang out for this one. I think you might have some input on it. But it's first of all, let me just say that I'm always shocked and angered when people put the wrong picture when they're referring to another type of aircraft. But that's just something that airplane enthusiasts have it's a thing with us, because he has the tweet that you referenced there has a picture of Mirage 3s. This is actually about Mirage 2000s, and so it's the latest information that we have from France, and it does seem to indicate that for sure something is happening with Ukraine. Is being okay. It was a report that came out of French media yesterday. There was a Senate hearing in the French Senate, and one of the senators was questioning the French defense minister and asked him some very specific questions about Mirage 2000 training. This particular senator said that it had come to their attention that approximately 12 aircraft were going to be transferred. These are fourth generation aircraft, right? These are Mirage 2000s built in the 1980s, and that they would be training Ukrainian crews in Poland on these aircraft. That's what this senator, the information that this person had. And the French defense minister responded, well, didn't deny that specific information, and said, okay, we've heard this line many times from European defense ministers, right? That we are working on it, and that there are other priorities right now, specifically ammunition. I think he was kind of referencing artillery ammunition, probably some of the artillery systems that France has provided. But he didn't shoot it down. He definitely indicated that there are ongoing talks about training Ukrainian aircrew. So that's the first official thing that I've heard since President Macron mentioned it. After, I believe that was right after or during President Zelensky's visit to Paris a few weeks ago. So something is definitely happening. No indication of aircraft type, nothing that we can say for sure. Although I thought it was interesting that the senator that was questioning the defense minister apparently had this specific information that we're talking about Mirage 2000s, at least partly. There could be more that's being discussed. But that's what we got. And it's, this is going to be in dribs and drabs again. This is going to be just like with the tanks, hopefully in a shorter time frame. But I think something is coming slowly. It's going to be here at some point.
Maybe I can add a little bit to that. The French Senate, it should be noticed, is not as important a body as the US Senate. Its function is more like the function of the British House of Lords. It's an upper chamber, it's a revising chamber. So it doesn't have the relationship to the executive that the US Senate has. But I'm reading a decent report here in French. So the minister turned up and was questioned by senators. Senator, there are 12 Mirage 2000Cs, which 2000-C, it's a variant, which are currently ready for sale. We were going to sell them. Are you considering giving them to Ukraine or training Ukrainian pilots? Another senator said, is it true that our Air Force is ready to, or is in a position to train our pilots in Warsaw, in Poland. I have been given this information, but I haven't been able to verify it. The defense minister did not confirm that planes had been sent or that pilots were being trained, and kind of changed the subject and said the urgency is about artillery and ammunition. There's an emergency shortage of shells. However, he said there are discussions in progress with the Ukrainians about aircraft and training. The president of the republic, that will be Macron, has already said, he said, there are no taboos, there are no taboo subjects. He stated that the difficulty in supplying planes is as much about logistics and mechanical, capability for maintenance in time periods which in any case are obviously not particularly short term. And then there is, have a look. So that was the discussion. That was the discussion, and then there's a little bit more on another page about the rest of the discussion where it concerns ammunition. So that was the nature of the discussion according to BFM TV. But yeah, the French Senate is a less important body, but it's nonetheless interesting that these senators who are like the U.S. Senate, they're kind of meant to make the Parliament representative of the country as a whole, and to ensure that all the districts are represented, so that it's typically considered the kind of representation more of rural apolitical France, to ensure that the interests of the smaller places on the ground are represented in the parliamentary system, versus the cut and thrust of the elected lower house, which is really where most of the action is. So I hope that's useful.
Latin, do you want to give us a little bit more context about the utility of such jets and so on? I presume that's what you wanted to flesh out a bit more.
Yeah, if this statement from the defense minister makes it clear that something is in the works, and if we're talking about France, that really means 2 aircraft possibility. Is the Rafale and these earlier Mirage 2000s. There's a lot of confusion on Twitter about the, well, sometimes they can't even tell the difference between a Mirage 3 and a Mirage 2000. Maybe I'm being too picky, but the variants matter, and the ones that appear to be in discussion, or that are available, not in discussion, I can't confirm they're part of the discussion, but they would be available, are legacy Mirage 2000Cs, not to be confused with 2000C 5F, which is a more, it's an aircraft that still has a beyond visual range missile capability. Important distinction. The earlier
it's quite clear though, Latin, isn't it? I mean,
what's that?
The difference between the ones that Twitter's confusing, because one set are about 1,997 better.
You lost me, man. What?
Between Mirage 3 and Mirage 2000.
Oh man, math was not my strongest subject. Okay.
You were saying about the Mirage 2000s, about their beyond visual range.
Let me see. Yeah, so the 2000C legacy models that would be offered don't have a beyond visual range missile, because that was retired a few years ago. So what they would have is they still have a pretty decent radar, a pretty decent electronic countermeasures suite, and internal cannon and short range Matra 550 infrared guided missiles. And it's kind of a French equivalent of the Sidewinder. What can they do with that? It's pretty obvious that there's an urgent need for aircraft to help down drones, and that's where they could help. Now, given the choice, probably more MiG-29s would be more immediately useful, because there wouldn't be a transition. But this is an important role that the Mirages, the early Mirage 2000s, could fulfill. And if that's the case, I hope they get moving on it, because there's no reason they can't. And it does have a useful secondary ground attack capability. They're not full multi-mission aircraft. They're not full multi-role, but the French did modify them to carry laser-guided bombs, which are not the ideal weapon given the current air defense situation. But it does give them the option of using that at a later date, of using Western laser-guided munitions. They can also carry Western-made rocket pods, unguided rocket pods and bombs. Little less of a useful thing, I think, again, given the current air defense situation. But because they have the pretty decent ECM suite, electronic countermeasure, jamming, the equipment that can jam radar-guided missiles and surface-to-air missile battery radars, and that they received an update a few years ago. That could be useful on the front line, because the aircraft, the tactical aircraft that Ukrainians are currently using don't have any ECM capability at all. They have no ability to jam a radar-guided missile that's shot at them. So that's another kind of secondary thing. But I would think primarily, if they were offered, the Ukrainians would be very interested in using them as a point defense aircraft to defend critical infrastructure, civilian population against drone and cruise missile strikes.
David, I think, is next.
I've even forgotten what I put my hand up for. Oh no, I know, I remember now. I was just gonna follow on. We've moved on quite a bit from other ways. I did a little bit of looking, and the VOG anti-tank grenades that they drop have around about 400-ish grams of explosives in them, and they take out tanks.
All right, I'll try not to stand under one. Martina.
No.
Hi everybody.
Martina.
Yeah, so I watched a talk show in Germany, Markus Lanz, and there was Roderich Kiesewetter, who's also a member of the Deutsche Bundestag, and he said that Ukrainians have been training on the F-16 since July, and it will take 1 year. And so the way he said it is as if it was already decided that they then get them in the summer, so when they are fully trained. So I thought it was interesting that he was so certain on it.
I'm so sorry, Martina. I was just trying to help deal with Doman having fallen off the panel. Who said that?
His name is Roderich Kiesewetter. He's from the CDU, so from German opposition, and he is a member of the German Bundestag. He's also in the committee of the foreign committee. So I think it's a reliable source.
And sorry, just one follow-up question, Martina. So he said that the training had already started and would be completing this summer?
Yeah, he said the training has started in July last year, and it would take 1 year to train the pilots.
That's very interesting.
It's not going to take a year.
Kiesewetter said what?
He said that the training of Ukrainian pilots on the F-16 already started in July, and will be completed within 1 year. So that it will take 1 year to train them.
Yeah, Mr. Kiesewetter is nice, and if he said that some of the Ukrainian pilots have started training on the F-16, and if he confirms this, that's good. That's good news. It confirms the rumors which we've heard in the past, but it doesn't. Mr. Kiesewetter is not a pilot, and he's not a pilot trainer, and it doesn't take a year necessarily. It can be done much more quickly and much more condensed. But that's not that's by the by. If you want to get them to absolute super say equivalency to what we in the West do, then yes, it takes longer than a year even. But that's just a thing. Typically, and we discussed it with Jarmo Lindberg, and we had Colonel Jeff earlier this morning. There are certain things where you can do conversion in 2 months, but the weapon systems you need to learn, it's harder. And if you have someone who's completely untrained on NATO doctrine and on languages, you need to start earlier. And it depends on the pilot and the likes. But still, hey, if Kiesewetter says that, is he actually, no, Kiesewetter is not on the National Security Council of Parliament. So, but if he has that information in some shape or form, wants to release it, that's interesting.
He is,
I
however,
typically don't try. So what?
Sorry.
Yeah, so
Kiesewetter is, however, a fella. As of 28th of February.
But okay, that's nice to have, but it's irrelevant to this point. Martina, he's not on the NSC.
Yeah, so he's in the Auswärtigen Ausschuss, I think.
Yeah, he's in the foreign committee, and he's not in the NSC. So he's not in the security committee of the German Bundestag. So he does not have information pertaining to say classified information. Therefore, if he says that this is stuff which has been discussed on the foreign committee, which means it's something where the foreign service of Ms. Baerbock may or may not have briefed them. So it can't be a breach of confidentiality. It must be available information. And if that's the indication,
otherwise he would not say it in a talk show, right?
Exactly.
But so the interesting point was how certain he was about it, so that they would get it in the summer, because then it will be completed. So in summer, if it's like May, June, July, it's not like super far away. So I thought it was good.
It confirms the rumors, and that's fine. And we've heard what training has been ongoing. There's only 2 aircraft where training is ongoing at this point in time, and it's completely fine. One of which is F-16s, and none of which is French.
Yeah. So that's all I wanted to say. So I thought that was positive.
Super.
In general, so
Danke.
Axel, what do you think of him? I thought he was like great in the talk show, especially compared to
I didn't watch
Warwick, who was there too. But I thought I like him.
I think Kiesewetter is one of the few people who take this very seriously. That's certainly true. And that it goes across party lines in the parliament. He takes it seriously. He's not stupid. He communicates clearly, normally, and I think he does understand that this is an existential fight for Western civilization.
And he is a former Bundeswehr, Oberst of the Bundeswehr. So he
gets it. But if I'm not quite mistaken, he was Army. Was he not logistics? I have to check. I think he was Army logistics.
Yeah, but Axel, if you were to take, say, 16 Ukrainian pilots that are pretty green, and pump them through, say, a program like NATO Flight Training School, that'd take about a year.
Yeah, of course. As I said, but only if you do it really strictly by the book and the likes. And that is the thing. If really people started out doing this under the impression that they should go through the whole doctrinal road, then they actually end up with 18 months even. But hey, we discussed this to death here. What should I say? If they've started and if they finish, it's fine. Should they accelerate? Yes. Should they do it faster? Yes. Should they do more pilots? Yes. Should they give them access to more aircraft just in order to have more supply trains? Yes. Should we invest more time and effort into it? Absolutely. Should we make it significantly less, extended and probably? I'm not going to go there.
Again, we're met by this, the distinction between should and is, and at least if this is the way he describes it, and in 3-4 months there will be a squadron or 2 of Ukrainians in F-16s flying, protecting Ukrainian skies. That's pretty good. It's not what we want, but it's still far better than we were previously confident of. And at least he's in a position where somebody would have told him that. So that's a good thing. Now, it's not the best thing, but it's still a pretty good thing.
Economists talk about the difference between satisficers and maximizers. I never understood why satisficers has a C and maximizers has a Z. Maximizers are people who are always trying to get the best out of a situation, and satisficers are people who will be, happy with. They want some ketchup, they'll have some ketchup. The maximizers are going to go, it's not Heinz, I can't have the ketchup. And we see in many of the debates in here the interplay between we're all willing Ukraine to be getting the maximum, but I have the impression that Ukrainians are being very grateful for being satisfied, and we should aim for one and accept that there are times when we'll have to accept the other.
I have been decidedly unsatisfied without my fave Dave, but maybe Favid knows where my fave Dave's gone.
Yeah.
Good morning. This is Favid Darrow. A cunning disguise.
Nobody's spotted. Nobody's spotted it, David. Favid.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Thanks,
Nobody's spotted you. You've snuck in under the radar with that incredible a disguise, I would say, worthy of the FSB.
All I need is my Sims 3 PC game. I believe they still sell PCs somewhere.
Yeah.
I could be like a drone in Belarus. I flit in, I flit out. Nobody knows.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you, Nick. It's great to hear your voice, and thanks for hosting, and Doman as well, and everybody who's contributed to the conversation this morning. I wanted to come up and speak about just an observation that the manner in which this aid to our colleagues in Ukraine who are fighting for freedom and liberating their land from the strangling rapists who would enslave them in their imperial Russian ambitions. And it's this following. Yes, it's worthy, and we should agitate and continue to push for for us to be active citizens in our free countries and to maximize the support which we can force our elected representatives to spend on our behalf and send to our freedom fighting friends who will lead Europe in the European Ukrainian century. But we should also be aware that these things are cyclical. So for months, was a magnificent effort to push and have the tanks on the front of everyone's notebook when we were meeting important people and lobbying for leopards. And there was a great hashtag free the leopards. And now we have moved on to airframes. And meanwhile, all the while, Ukraine has been doing its wonderful thing, liberating itself, bleeding the tyrant as they run upon their guns, wave after wave. And they seem to be winning. So the reason I say it is twofold. It's good and worthy for us to pursue these campaigns, but also we should know the pace of the war is being set by Ukraine. It's not being set by what Uncle Sam sends on the boat. That should be kept in the forefront of our minds as we continue to campaign and beat the drum and try and get as much kit out as we can. Why do I say that? So that we don't end up self-defeating and self-hating ourselves. And so that we keep a clear mind that there is a battle plan that is clearly being pursued. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you the Ukrainians are bloody good at it. So the pace of the war is being set to their metronome. They are deciding. And I would think, just as an amateur from listening here to people more expert, I would say perhaps we are going to see a combined arms ground offensive to liberate more land before we'll see airframes donated from the West, not of Soviet design. And why would that be? I don't know. I'm not a military tactician, but I would just think that they have done great work so far without the aid of NATO airframes, as in non-MiGs. And so perhaps they will repeat, and the airframes may appear when French and German senators on the same day. Now, isn't that a coincidence? On the same day, in both talking shops, the upper house, in both senates, the same day, snippets of information. I mean, it could be a coincidence. But if it's not, I wouldn't be surprised. And I don't think it would be very surprising, although we spent a good while the last year gnashing our gums at our French and German friends, it wouldn't be beyond imagination that there may have been a serious and intensive training program ongoing, maybe in more than one type of airframe for the last while. And that's not based on any information that I have or secret knowledge, but just common sense and applying what I've seen in other theatres to this one. So please retweet and share the space. MriyaAid.org is the best place to send your donations, because everything you donate goes to aid, nothing to overheads. And retweet and share the space here for MriyaReport. The more eyeballs we get in, the better we will be able to disarm this information.
Thanks, David. Without wishing to, I think we should probably leave Bryansk until a bit later in the day, but I do note that the Ukrainian Postal Service appears to be claiming responsibility, which I think would be, for those following Twitter. We've had Igor Smolyansky on here, I'm sure, has said it was the raccoon from Kherson on a special mission from Ukroposhta. So, meanwhile, Putin is having a bit of a meltdown. He was going to be addressing Russia, I think, anyway, but he was asked about this incident, and in what one can only consider a very advanced form of projection, he was accusing the whoever the people were of having shot some civilians in a car. So, yeah, major irony there all around. I think
Let's please go to Goldman, then Timo, Pentrolino, and Daniel. Yeah, Goldman.
Hey, just to follow up on the whole training discussion, if it was my Air Force, every one of those training timelines would be true, could be true. There would be a set of pilots that understood English that would be on the 6-month track, followed by the set of pilots who didn't speak English that were on the 1-year track that Jarmo Lindbergh talked about, for transitioning, his experience on transitioning. And there'd be a track for the 3-year pilot, the 18-year-old kid that comes walking in the office, the recruiting office, with his hands in his pocket, says he wants to be a pilot. And he's on a track and he's out there flying, props right now, getting his wings. So I think all of them can be true. And if it was my Air Force, they would all be true. That there's a group that are on the 6-year or 6-month timeline, the 1-year timeline, and the 3-year timeline. Right? That's how you build and sustain an Air Force. So I personally believe all of those timelines are true. And us arguing over which timeline is right is kind of foolish, because I believe they're all true. I do know, because you just deal with facts. It took 2 months to transition pilots from being announced in the Sea King, from time of announcement till they were flying in Ukraine. So that's a fact. So that's probably as short as it could ever be. And I do know that, at least from the United States, there are multiple missiles that have been ordered and promised that don't have a delivery platform that will be delivered by the end of this year. So I would like to believe that there will be a delivery aircraft for those missiles that are being provided. So my timeline is follow the missile. When the missile shows up, chances are the right airplane will show up, right? So I think we don't need to focus so much on the training timelines, because they're probably all right. Every one of them is right, because there's not an infinite number of pilots that know English, and then there's not an infinite number of pilots that want to transition or can transition that don't know English, that have to start with the first 4 months of learning English. Then there's the kid that walks in and says he wants to be a pilot, that is nothing but flown in video games. All of them can be true, and all of them should be true at the same time. That's it.
Thank you, Goldman. And this is why I'm just happy if they're finally ones well on their way to get where they should be getting. Let's go to Timo. The chat has a quick comment, and then on to Pendolino after that. Timo.
Yeah, hi. So regarding the pilot training, since there was the Adam Kinzinger initiative, it got a lot of attention during the last summer in June and July, and it at least passed House, but at least it passed the House vote. But I don't know what happened to it after that. So I think many people would be convinced based on that alone that there is training going on, regardless whether that is true or not, because it got so much attention. But yeah, it's kind of confusing at how much kind of legislature force executives' hands to do something they don't want to do. But that could also be the source of these strong rumors, regardless whether it had led to pilot training or not. Thanks.
Thank you, Timo. Pendelina.
Yes, I wanted to follow up on the statement of Mr. Kiesewetter in German TV regarding the training of pilots on the F-16. So, I mean, he said it fully convinced, but he's also on record of stating fully convinced in, I think it was October or so, that currently Ukrainian soldiers were training on the M1 Abrams. So he got the information from public sources and discussion panels like ours, where we have indications for such, but he has no real knowledge about it. As also Axel stated, he's in the foreign policy committee and not in the defense committee. Maybe he's talking to these guys like Hofreiter or so, but I don't think that he's really into the game. And also, when we look at our past experiences with all these training exercises, we found out that at no point in time there was a training for anyone in Ukraine before the system was committed to Ukraine, neither for any tanks, for any IFVs, or for Patriot systems, or for IRIS-T, or whatever. I hope really that they really change their approach this time. And I'm pretty convinced that we already had people here on the space who might be involved in such trainings because they are now otherwise committed. But I really hope this is to be true, but I would a bit dismiss the statement of Mr. Kiesewetter. And that's was the only reason why I came up here.
Pindelina, the one thing that gives me a little bit more hope for the aircraft is because everybody knows how long the training timelines are, as well as there having been already, last year, an awareness that when Ukraine does exist in some future form, it will need a different air force. That will need to be a Western air force. In that context, I would have thought, maybe they said, yeah, might as well. We have all of these ship them off and have them, be the next Ukrainian Air Force. And maybe at the time the thought was maybe the war will be over quicker, or later, whenever. But the logic kind of pans out of why maybe there would be a different procedure for planes than for everything else. That's the thought.
Doman, your audio dropped for me for about 5 seconds while you were talking there. I don't know if it's me or
No, it's
other
probably
people
me. It
experienced
probably wasn't that
too.
important anyway. Let's go to Daniel.
Okay, David, I love the Yiddish fella. In Zaporizhia will be some rain. I'm not pedologist, so I don't know how much moisture in the soil is, but I can say in 2 weeks probably will be clean up. So from 15 March, expect some hammers kicking the bastards because they love so much the Slavic god with hammers. So this is some hammers. My estimation is middle of March will start. The the Ukrainian army who decide when, how, and where. But in my opinion, it will happen. It probably will be the most unusual one. I think it will be the target nobody expects, Bakhmut. Let's have the fun.
Hey, I'm not a what did you say? Soil scientist either. Let's use English words. And I have no idea. What it seems to me is that this is a soil that loves to be waterlogged, so I have no way of making predictions. Talking about things
If you
where
have wind and sun, you evaporate a lot from the first layer.
Yeah,
In
fair
2
enough.
my land will be very dry.
Fair enough, but you're in the step bit. A lot of these things are one iteration to the north, where it's sort of the mixed one, and where it's
No. I'm
extra
Chernozem
bezdorische.
land. Chernozem land. I'm the flood of Danube.
That's true. Anyway, I'll leave it to the meteorologist to figure that one out. I want to ask Nick, because I've been getting lots of messages, Nick, about what the hell's going on in India. It is India, right? Where the G20 is. And it's a foreign ministers summit. And apparently, there's the highest level meeting, foreign minister level, so Kalantarian and Blinken, who actually spoke this time. And what's going on with that? Is there something important, interesting, or can we just say, well, there has to be a courtesy visit, and Blinken says, "Hi, will you get out of Ukraine?" Lavrov says no. Blinken says, "Well, will you at least rejoin the New START program, or whatever the nuclear weapons reduction program is?" And Lavrov said, "Of course not. Why would we?" And then they went each their merry way. And Blinken was like, "Hopefully he didn't get so close to me to give me any polonium."
So the G20, the foreign ministers of the G20 countries, so Blinken for the US, James Cleverly for the UK, and Lavrov, amongst others. And there was I saw a video panning around the table. The OECD has a seat there. The World Health Organization has a seat there. The World Trade Organization has a seat there. There's a slogan. The slogan is "One Earth, One Family, One Future," which is not a set of alternative lyrics rejected by Queen, but is apparently the slogan of this conference. And so the report is that Blinken and Lavrov had a 10-minute meeting on the sidelines. I don't know whether they sort of had, to what extent this is arranged, and to what extent they kind of bump into each other in the corridor with a coffee and jump into a little side room. Blinken had previously said that he had no plans to meet Lavrov or the Chinese foreign minister, but they decided to have a talk anyway. There was a US State Department official told reporters that Blinken did not get the impression that there would be any change in Russia's behavior in the near term. He also urged Lavrov to get Putin to come back to the New START nuclear arms treaty, and to release Paul Whelan. The Russia's foreign minister said Blinken asked to meet with Lavrov, and the two conversed briefly, but there were no negotiations. Now all of life is a negotiation, but okay, I suppose they didn't go in there with a list and trade-offs to do. It is the first in-person meeting between the two since the full-scale invasion, and the first reported conversation since they last talked in July by phone about the release of Paul Whelan, which didn't happen, and the release of Brittany Griner, which ultimately did. And Blinken has stated or indicated that he doesn't think meeting Lavrov will be terribly productive. But I suppose if you're sitting 50 feet away from the guy in a meeting, it can't hurt. It can't hurt to go and meet him for 10 minutes. So that's what happened. I don't think it's a huge deal. So quite possibly impromptu. They'll be sitting there. They'll be seeing about what the ambience is like at the meeting, who's got time, and I mean, this is why you have these international summits. Most of it is scripted in advance. And the reason you do it is to see who's meeting who in the corridors, whose personal chemistry is up, whose is down. So yeah, Blinken met Lavrov.
Why, Nick? Why the G20 at all? Why is it useful, and why is Spain not a member?
That last question sounds to me like one of your pop quizzes, Doman, because you're going to tell me that it's the 18th biggest it's, I guess, I mean, the G7. I can remember, I'm old enough to remember the G5, which was short-lived, because the G5 was US, France, Germany, Britain, and Japan. And then Italy, at one point, by some measure, overtook the UK. And so that would have been embarrassing. So they expanded it to the 7 and included Canada. And some of us remember also the G8, where they added one v Putin, who didn't last very long. The G20 is, I mean, really, it's just riffing on the same idea, isn't it? A conference of the biggest economies of the world. I'm not certain that it actually brings very much. The G7 are a group of nations who share fundamental aims and views of the world. The G20 aren't. Now, there are lots of other groupings, and of course, nations that don't share a fundamental view of the world should talk to each other. But the G20 thing always struck me as a little bit of a kind of politically correct way to have a rival to the G7 that enabled some of these just below the surface, not quite the top countries, to appear on a bigger world stage. And the G20 never gets the attention, I think, that the G7 does. Now, with your question about Spain, was that a pop quiz, or are you looking at the list of the world's 20 top economies and wondering why Spain is there and not whoever's 20th on the G20 list?
No, I didn't actually have to look it up. I just knew that Argentina, which has a smaller economy than Spain is, but Spain isn't. And Spain is actually marked 15th or something.
I mean, there's a lot of fluctuations with this. It's a bit like the Dow Jones index. Every so often a company becomes bigger and another one falls out of the index, and that actually causes more disruption to the stock market than almost any other individual event. So perhaps at some point they went to Spain and said, look, we're organizing this with the top 20, but look, there's already 8 or 9 European nations represented.
Well, this is it, yes.
Yeah, would it, and someone in Spain would have said, look, we're not going to insist on this. And so again, already the selection of the countries is a sort of political statement about who we want to have in these discussions. And then the question is, well, why isn't this taking place at the United Nations? So these things multiply. I don't think a great deal comes out of it. But again, it provides an opportunity for Blinken and Lavrov to be in the room. And maybe, this time they had a 10-minute conversation, but who knows what other little breakthroughs may take place. So I'm not in favor of particularly of these kinds of organizations, and they tend to get permanent secretariats and blah, 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 blah. But you can never tell which particular throw of the dice, which particular shuffling of the personalities and hotel arrangements will result in something happening. And if you read political memoirs and political biographies, I'm always struck by the banality of the circumstances that lead to some of the most astonishing pieces of history of our time. My personal favorite is of Tony Blair discussing, writing in his book about the Northern Ireland peace process, where the two sides weren't talking to each other. So one of Blair's advisors just went in and told side A that side B was ready to negotiate on this issue, and it was a complete lie. But it ended up bringing them to the table, and they wrapped up the peace agreement. So Tony Blair said, well, you can't say that, it's not true. And the guy said, yeah, but they don't know that. And I think an enormous amount of this, and one of the things I find quite fascinating about high-level politics is these are people who get up in the morning and the first thing they do is go to the toilet like everybody else. And the sheer kind of ordinary human psychology that goes into some of these situations, I think is something we can sometimes forget, because we tend to see these people as, you know, the characters they play on TV, you know, the strong leader in the suit or whatever. And underneath it, you know, we're all just warm-blooded mammals trying to get along. I seem to have gone off on a tangent.
Yeah, basically you have countries in the G20 like Argentina, South Africa, which are clearly by every standard and have always been since the G20 was a thing, smaller economies than say Spain or the Netherlands, but basically it'd be too many European countries otherwise, and there would be continents without representation, and that's why they're there. I just find it kind of amusing that they ended up going that way. But the EU is a member, so that compensates.
Is the EU one of the 20?
Yeah.
Okay. So the EU gets to double dip sometimes.
It counterbalances the fact that, you know, the Spanish and the yeah.
I suspect that will have been what was worked out. They'll have said, look, if we include Poland, I mean, Poland is coming up there as well. You know, at some point we'll have 12, and I think somebody said, okay, well, you know, whatever the top 4, and then the EU. I don't think that's unreasonable. Argentina and South Africa are important countries, at least by their size, if not in terms of their actual dollar GDP per head, so in terms of their size and their planetary impact. So I think it would be an error to simply do it on the basis of GDP.
Yeah, it's just funny because of the way they put it. Anyway, a little bit of news from Moldova. Moldova is now going to be following their constitution. And seems that they're changing the name of the language from Moldovan to Romanian, which is what it was in their constitution all along, but some legislation was not commensurate with that. They did have a nice fight over it in the parliament. I guess that's how you get you know, a work-life balance. Do your exercise at work. A little bit of a boxing match, a spar, so to speak. So there's pluses and minuses in all of that.
I'm glad this happened. I'm glad this happened. Well, I'm glad this happened because quite a few years ago, I said to a Moldovan person, I said, you know, were you speaking Russian or Romanian at the time? And this person, I only knew them briefly, was most upset that I had said Romanian. You know, I was kind of denying the sovereign agency of Moldova, or working at the time, the Council of Europe, and I checked with a couple of friends, and I said, is there really a separate Moldovan language? And they said, no, it's just Romanian with, you know, maybe the odd kind of Russian word dropped into it from the Soviet time. But they assured me that any Moldovan who got upset because I called it Romanian had an agenda. At this point, one of our Romanian/Moldovan speakers will probably come up and tell me that they were horribly wrong too. But I'm pretty sure it's. I mean, different between Dutch and Flemish. The Flemish call their language is interesting actually. The Flemish speakers of Belgium call their language Nederlands officially, although in practice they say Vlaams. So maybe it's a situation a bit like that. There's only one language; they just speak it differently.
Daniel.
Want to explain you speaking differently? What does it mean? A guy from Moldova, which is across the border from me, 30 kilometers from here, he will speak exactly like me. And if he's in the north, he will speak like the guys in Iași or Suceava. That is the huge difference. And of course, they have a lot of Russian words imported. It's like in Ukrainian. When you live with Russians for so much time, of course you import words. For example, in Romania, the problem with the language is very weird. We have a Latin language and we import English words. So Romanian language is becoming very English. You know, if you speak with someone who works in corporate area, you'll have the shock to see most of the words he put on his mouth are not in Romanian, are in English. This idea with different languages happened after, you know, it's so weird to say about one Soviet leader, Soviet of the Soviet Union, not Soviet Socialist Republic of Moldova, Mr. Luchinsky, who became very pro-Moldovan, extremely pro-Moldovan, before the crash of Soviet Union. And because people were in a hunger to enjoy, you know, the native roots, happened in Kazakhstan, in Azerbaijan, in Armenia, everywhere. Everybody wanted, you know, a new Romanization. Very similar what happens with our Pennsylvania 160 years ago. But idea is the Romanization of the minds of the people who live in Moldova happened in 88, 89 to 90, which started the Transnistria War. This started Transnistria War because the guys from Transnistria feel it like the unification with Romania is inevitable. That was the perception. And after that, we have a succession of politicians. Politicians who are so-called pro-unionist until early 2000s, and so-called independent. So-called independent, usually they play a communist card. After communist card will be socialist card. And after that, we see Dodon saying he's socialist, but he had the Putin agenda, you know? Traditional family, anti-gay, and all bullshit, okay? But it is interesting to see anti-Romanian sentiment use it like a weapon of politics, because at one moment, the academy from Chisinau started and printed a dictionary, Romanian Moldavian, which was so funny because if I remember well, I think Mr. Iliescu was in a visit and he received, Iliescu or Năstase, the prime minister, received a copy of the dictionary and he enjoyed a laugh because he's stupid like shit. At one moment, they added translators, you know? It's like, you know, translating from Canadian to America. Extremely important, you know, because people don't understand each other. It's so stupid, but always has an agenda. But now if President Iohannis said, we can donate weapons to Moldova, maybe 100 tanks and 200 BMPs and BTRs will be welcomed because Transnistria are not even close. You just need to put it on the Dniester. Don't need to use it. Don't need to be threatened because, like the Prime Minister of Moldova said, Tiraspol doesn't want escalation like us. They want peace.
Yes, the English-speaking nations can be said to include the United States with a certain generosity of spirit.
You want me to comment on this?
No, it's just what you made me think of when you said they had the Romanian Moldovan translators. So, Daniel, what happened today in the Moldovan parliament? How big a deal is this? The refinery reverting to where we should have been all along?
No deal, because parliament is 100 seats, 60 something is passed. So, you know, does it matter? When you are small when you are insignificant political, when you have problems with your political agenda becoming irrelevant. What do? Making noise, like I made now, because my cat wants food. It's very, 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 very simple to take attention when you're becoming irrelevant. For example, at the end of the year, our extreme right party in Romania, the gold one, the morons with Russian agenda, they have a problem, because to speak good about Russians in Romania is pure suicidal political. So what they do, they start arguing with gendarmes. The leader of the party start arguing with gendarmes. They caught him, I don't know, going above the speed limit in the city. He started to argue with policemen, saying, I'm parliamentarian, I have immunity. The gendarmes appear. This guy puts lives, even in parliament. And I don't know, how can you correlate this? What golden party in Romania does, the short party in Moldova does, because they have the same fucking agenda. These morons act in the same way. We don't want war. They cannot say, I love Putin and I hate gays and I hate Magyars and Ukrainians. No, they try to cover their shit in something palatable, interesting. Maybe somebody go in the hook. And when this shit doesn't work, you start to make noise, huge noise, like they do in the parliament of Chisinau. It's the same idea. They make noise. Why? Because Ilan Shor knows one thing. He allied with the Shield of the People, the paramilitary group, which is led by criminals, pure criminals. Yes, ex-security officers, but criminals, condemned criminals. And they imagined Maya Sandu will flinch, or her prime minister will flinch. He will not flinch. He's, you see Budanov, he's similar. Look at his face. Same idea. Then the Prime Minister of Moldova come at Bucharest, and like from nowhere, President Iohannis signed this paper. What message you need to receive if you are sheriff in Tiraspol, or you are Ilan Shor in Israel? We can try something. Christian has a right place when he said the secret service of Moldova is not efficient, is monstrous. It's small but extremely agile. Is something like SBU. They are very, very aggressive and also have the subtlety of the guys who understand how the KGB worked before. That and no guys with you sell the bullshit. I will come with 80 people, all fit. And what? We will send 800 policemen on the street. It's so simple. And make noise in parliament. You want to scare Maya Sandu. People look at her. This is the stupidity. This is the way Putin thinks. They look at people. Example, Merkel. They look a woman, fragile, timid, restrained. Then they project image, like they projected on Zelensky. He's short, he's a comedian, look at him. You cannot take him serious. And this message was received by me. Same for Maya Sandu. Oh, she's short, he's fragile, he's cute, she's intellectual. No, she's not a force. Is not something aggressive. Russians have a problem in their mind. They project power. They perceive power. They don't understand real power. Real power is when a HIMARS missile comes in your head and you have no warning. That is power. Power is not putting some two big guys to beat you on the street. That is gangsterism. That is not power.
So, Daniel, Russia occupies a chunk of Moldova. It's called Transnistria, mostly the left bank of the Dniester. At the same time, Russia has very strong operations down south in Gagauzia. Why do they need to do that? And why don't we see more activity through these, much closer, much more established proxies? Why need for protests in Chisinau why are they using the same playbook as in Bulgaria or Montenegro in Moldova when these levers that they have with the occupied territory in the east of Moldova, things like that, should have been much stronger? Why have they failed in the use of those levers?
I have one thesis which people usually cannot see. I don't know why they don't see. First, all the politicians are stupid, much stupid than average people. And the Russian politicians, Russian elite, are more stupider than any our politicians. They imagine they are very, very, very smart. In fact, they are not. They don't have fantasy. They are not creative. And we were very scared of them. Very, very scared of them. People were scared by idea of Russia, not Putin, essentially. Putin was admired like the male stereotype, which is a small, bald man. He wear heels. So what they tried in Moldova, because they saw this from outside. What do you see in Moldova? From 4 million Moldovans, there are 2.3 million Moldovans. Most of them are old and older even. Many people live in rural area. Chisinau had a big pro-Russophile minority. I don't know how to tell it, because 15 years ago, if you ask, I will tell you half of Chisinau is Russian. But something happened when Chisinau had their Maidan, when students were beaten with bestiality by security forces, protesting for democracy and to join European Union. The story is the same. The difference is, after this, we had Dodon for a while, but it was a movement in society, in Chisinau especially, when young people enter in the bus, and if someone talk with them in Russian, they answer in Romanian and call them to speak in Romanian, saying, also Romanian, don't use Russian. This is not Russia. And this happened 15 years ago. Maybe that guy I saw recorded and was funny for me at that moment. Maybe now he's in Italy. But that movement changed Moldova forever. And Russia didn't. They didn't accept this, didn't understand what happened in Ukraine. It's similar idea. Because they love to project their expectations. He didn't calculate one important factor. 2.3 million Moldovans, 800,000 are citizens of Romania. This is extremely important. Second, what the sheriff will do when he cannot access Odessa. You cannot export anything via Odessa. You cannot import anything via Odessa. You need to go via secured border by Moldovan police. For example, at this moment, 3/4 of what they make trade is with European Union. So it's going from Transnistria to European Union. For this, they need to go to check by police, border, and all the bureaucracy necessary to enter the European Union. And after a while, probably after a year going on this way, they will say, maybe it's a good idea. You know, we talk each other how can be seductive for Crimea. It's similar idea in Transnistria. You make deals with Europeans, you get more money, no more delays, not like Russians when say, I will give you the money next year, or I will pay you less. You make deals, real deals, and you start wondering, maybe I made a bad choice. Maybe I expected something different. Maybe, look, I get the gas from Romania to produce here in Transnistria, and I export from Transnistria the gas to Moldova. Maybe it's a good deal to act with these guys. Maybe Zelensky have a huge stick, and if I move anything, he will smash my head. Maybe Romanians are not stupid to push anything. They will be nice and, quiet, open their arms to Europe. Putin failed because he failed in Serbia. Look at Serbia. What past 2 weeks Vučić is doing. Right?
See, there I disagree with you, Danny. We went into this a little bit.
They did it first step. They made that peace deal. They write it together. They don't agree, don't sign, but they write it together. Look what happened in Nagorno-Karabakh. Is an European Commission mission there. Where Mr. Putin can move now? In Harbin? Of course, for him is Tiraspol because
Daniel, he can't because Krasnodarsko-Harbinskaya brigada isn't there anymore because it was destroyed in Vuhledar.
Mate, I don't know if is any brigade defending Moscow. Probably he count on Rosguardia and his presidential security service. But I think he'll discover his paranoia feeded heavily by some weird looks, some people not coming at time at work, maybe a fingernail have a problem when he made manicure in the morning. Maybe he will see the doctor changing the medication. Maybe. The future of Putin is not Saddam Ceausescu. I think is very Gaddafi for him. Usually, Ceausescu here was killed by his security services. Security service and military agree is a wrongdoing. They said, okay, let's go with the former dignitary, former communist, former pro-Soviet, and kill this guy, because if he open his mouth, he will say about us, we are with the Russians. So army and security service in Romania killed Ceausescu. Putin is not far from that. He projects, he imagines, oh, I make a bit of stir because people suffer, because it's real. The suffering of Moldovans is real. We tried hard. United States tried hard. European Union tried hard. It is also not so good for PR to say at Berlin, we sent 500 million euros like grant for government in Chisinau to stabilize the situation, because it's the poorest country, is a candidate member, he secured the flank for Ukraine, and we don't need troubles in the middle of Europe, and we need to send a message to Vladimir Putin. I didn't hear this at Berlin or Paris. And maybe it's needed, because we cannot push Romania. Romania give it, if I remember well, 100 million grant, which is not much, but is not less, like electricity, like gas, like firewood. These are not less. But understand, Romania, which GDP has, what GDP Germany had, and be a leader. Help these guys, because these guys will be with us. If you talk about expanding European Union in Bosnia, Kosovo, Serbia, Albania, maybe it's time to look seriously with Moldova, because Moldova has a very, very, very long partnership with the European Union. The East cooperation, I don't know how we call it, is very long. And is manageable. It's not a country difficult to be managed, right? It's not something difficult to solve. But if you expect us to do it, we will start a unification. What the fuck? We'll start unification. What do? If you don't go on this road, help Moldova to preserve their stability, to be a viable state, to help their people, to get some prosperity, because prosperity, people become calmer, less interested for headaches. If you keep people in poverty, people will start, getting problems to your home. Is normal, it's natural. And why Ukrainians are very peaceful? Because they see the future. They are in war, they have a horrible war. They need to manage all the things, but they get help, huge help. And let's not go under the bush. Now is popular everywhere in Western countries to say, I help Ukraine. I don't hear almost nothing about Moldova. Once, 2 months, once a week, if it's a big noise. So what do we need? We need Bucharest to move their feet. Americans, I see, they are interested, but maybe Berlin is closer than Washington, right?
Daniel, a question. Supposing there were polls or a referendum tomorrow in Romania and Moldova to unify the two countries, what would be the percentage of yes in each of the two, do you think?
Less in Romania, more in Moldova. Was different, was exactly the opposite. Was more unification intention in Romania until probably after we entered in European Union, because the speed was so big and the differences are enormous, Moldova via Romania.
What percentage of Moldovans would vote to join Romania today?
Today? I think matters how do you ask. Because if you ask, you want unification today, they will say, okay, what does it mean, this unification?
I mean, including European Union membership, kind of like West and East Germany.
That is automatic, right?
Yeah, that would be automatic. It would be automatic, providing that it was the successor state was
exactly.
So if on the same terms that East Germany joined West Germany, what percentage of Moldovans would vote for that?
I think it's more than 50% in Moldova. Okay. Problem is in Romania.
But just okay. Yeah, no, I understand why Romanians would be reluctant.
You not understand. I will explain you why. Because Bucharest reached their hands to Moldova constantly. Even when Voronin was president of Moldova, Bucharest made it the moves towards Chisinau. And always, you cannot understand how many books left Romania to go in Moldova. How many books, how many money from Bucharest, from the government, gone in Transnistria to keep schools in Romania, in Romanian language, in Transnistria, for example. The openness was not a political issue. It is about nuances. But even the worst politicians, even the worst government, treated Moldova with respect. I think the stick was broke by Dodon when Dodon became president in his stupid party, and after the stole billion by Ilan Shor and Plahotniuc. Until then, I think the good intentions prevailed. But when that happened, after that, all the anti-Romanian chauvinistic issues from these guys, I think people just said, why we need to push this so much? Because we never push on unification. I will explain. In 90s, early 90s, when Moldova dreaming about unification, Romania was very cautious, extremely cautious. And I don't know if we ever been in good position. In Moldova is a mythology of interwar period, a mythology of the Romanian gendarmes who come and beat the poor Moldovans. It is a Soviet propaganda topic, very old, but still effective. And the reality is, in the 20s and 30s, last century, Romania made a huge mistake. Unification was a huge success, but was a huge mistake, the administration, because the plan for all governments was Romanization of the Romania. So to be a coherent people country like Poland, and we succeeded. But also we sent crappy people in Transylvania or in Moldova, in this part of Moldova, which is now Republic of Moldova. And when you send less qualified people who look with disdain because, you know, he come from Bucharest and he come in a small town in other part of the Prut in Moldova, he will look arrogant, he's proud, he's stupid but proud, no? And the people perceive that. And also we made some Holocaust there, of course, and we kill every communist we find, also real. And was a problem in Moldova, more of the communists were Jews. So, you know, Antonescu was a horrible human being who killed a lot of Jews, right? That is fact.
Ioana, can you give us a perspective on this, on the reunification question, or possible reunification question?
Well, there was this question about 2 decades ago. Right now, I think everybody waited for Moldova to enter the European Union. Sorry for the noise, it's my kids. To enter the European Union, and basically this subject of reunification would not matter anymore, because Moldova would have the same advantages as every country that is in European Union. Sorry, again, my kid is giving me a hard time. Yeah, so right now in Romania, I don't think that people expect this reunification to happen anytime soon. And in Moldova, I guess it's not on the order of the day, let's say, anymore, because, well, it kind of faded from the public view in a way. Daniel, you have something to add?
What I want to tell you is something like this, Ioana, will be exactly the plan what Polish have with Ukraine. A commonwealth, you know? Close collaboration, extremely close collaboration. You don't need to make a real unification. It is much
but I think we
simpler.
have this already in a way.
Yes, but go to next level. Integrate all the infrastructure, all what does it mean? Pipelines, electric, make bridges on the Prut, make all the things to work, you know? Romania to receive the goods, agriculture stuff, you export all the industrial goods there. Or why not open factories, because it will be cheaper. The land is cheaper, and you can make things like, you know, you don't need passportation if you go in European Union. You can make steps, necessary steps to go where Poland now planned for Ukraine, to make so close connection, like Baltic Strait in the 90s. But
You know what's funny, Daniel? What's really funny is that if Moldova got into the EU now, it could end up without wine.
without,
Wine.
yes, I know, but also
Because there will be, you know how much money is going to go straight into vine pull-up schemes. They have never seen the money they would get from the cap just to pull them out. It would be the most ironic thing ever.
Let's imagine something. I know it's close to your soul, but Moldova was integrated in Soviet Union, like Ukraine, to become a breadbasket, you know? And sometimes becoming a breadbasket is necessary to feed the population. But like Romania, we have so much fertile land you don't need for. And also, even if you make processed food, you don't get so big input. Moldova needs something very different to create great input, to develop faster, accelerate the system. And I think this is necessary, and people forget about this. And why not? Wine, we had great wine, we destroyed the wine because, how is it called? Phylloxera?
Cotnari.
No, Phylloxera, the fungus.
Yes, it's not fungus. It's a louse, and Nick has a very loud
Okay.
keyboard.
Okay, and this idea of Moldovans saying after entering the European Union, you know, we lost our wine. In Romania, after we enter in European Union, some old farts still talk about communist industry, and I laugh, and is so stupid. In fact, I don't know, 41 times the economy become bigger after the 90s. Imagine the scale. And probably 7 times in 15 years after we enter in European Union. Maybe I'm optimistic, maybe it's just 5 times. It's something about scale. What interesting is for me, I live in Galați, okay? In Galați, we had a huge steel mill. Everybody in this city was proud about steel mill. Was built in the 60s. In fact, city was rebuilt after World War II because people attracted to work in steel mill. And when the steel mill started, had 100,000 employees. Imagine the scale. Now there are 7,000. And people imagine this idea, you produce steel is something important, is something valuable. It's not. It's stupid. It's not. We project, and for Moldovans, what will help them if they can sell wine or fruits? Because European Union don't say you cannot make wine to drink yourself. You cannot probably sell a good price. Who cares? Who cares if you sell I don't know, grains? Really, grains. Everybody talk about grains with Ukraine, and every time I imagined, who cares if in 20 years the grains in Ukraine will be irrelevant? Yes, it's a huge fertile land. Yes, we can make, but there is the big input. There you make the money. I am a bit less interested about this. You know, not I'm not dismissing agriculture, don't understand me wrong, but Estonia, how become a success story?
There are
Right?
different ways. There are different ways, and all the components matter to make a whole. So either way, I was just noting, because something for which they're so famous, they might disappear, which would be a great irony. Not because I think it's inherently important, although in this case I do. It would just be very ironic. Now, what I really wanted to get us back to, because I want Nick's thoughts on this, is the degree to which, and this is to do with the question of Serbia earlier, the degree to which things can be played up for the public, and the public in this case, I would argue, would be various European commissioners and whatnot, in the case of Serbia, that need to be satisfied, right? And what I think that we've been seeing is a lot of people kind of applauding themselves. Look, we've denied Putin Serbia, whatnot. I really don't think that in this case this has really happened, because I reckon that in this case this is much more Serbs just realizing that they have to look like they're doing more or less the right thing, otherwise they are in trouble. So, in the context of that, I'm kind of curious, Nick. Over the years and decades, what have you seen of countries kind of pretending to be doing more than they're actually doing when there was something big at stake? How much deception is there? You keep listening to Gani saying, "No, all war is deception," but isn't this true for diplomacy at a certain level, especially, even much more so than kinetic warfare?
I mean, the process of are you talking about Serbia and EU accession, for example?
Well, what I'm talking about is, let's just forget EU accession as a whole, but just look at the last 6-8 months in Serbia, the disputes that they had with Kosovo, which were at least in part fueled by Russia, the step back away from that, now the discovery of those Grad-ER rockets, which were made in Serbia, sent to Turkey, paid by Canada, then sent to Slovakia, and then on to Ukraine. And the almost the embarrassment that the Serbian government had in front of many of its most ardent supporters, that they were in fact arming Ukraine, things like that. But most importantly, the recent statements coming from the Serbian leadership. No, Russians don't try to recruit our people to go fight for you. That's not what you do to a friendly country. The relative willingness to follow not necessarily sanctions regime, but not far off of that either. Things like that. How much of this can be show, and how much is it good for this to be a show? Because every such show will have a kernel of truth, not a kernel of truth, some actual action in it, just because it has to be.
Well, I mean, the contemporary political order, and I think the EU exemplifies this, is one in which we essentially renounce force as a solution to our problems. In theory, the UN did that, and we have the International Court of Justice as a way of settling disputes between states rather than wars. It's just that most of the time, or quite a lot of the time, states still prefer wars. In Western and Central Europe, I think we have actually got to the point where the vast majority of states accept that we are never again, whatever the nature of our dispute, going to attempt to solve it with violence. Well, never, let's say the next century. I don't think one can look further forward than that ever in human history. But for the foreseeable future, it is inconceivable to do that. To get to that point, I think requires either a catastrophe of the level of the Second World War, or a certain amount of years of maturity. And following the end of the Yugoslav wars, Serbia has clearly not been putting together those years and 4 and 5 year periods and government mandates of rock solid, continuous support for the side of peace, the side of cooperation, and against the side of nationalism. And we need to get our guys, they're just desserts over piddling territorial disputes. So this is part, and when you do that sincerely, when you become a country sincerely devoted to peace, the stuff around the edge, the kind of the solemn declarations follow kind of automatically. The solemn declarations can be an indication that you have become that kind of country. They are not sufficient, but they're certainly necessary. So I don't know whether the current Serbian regime is playing a mature, modern European democracy devoted to peace by doing this, or whether they're just, trying to salvage something. And I don't know how that will be seen, but I think it will be. I don't think the people at the European, I don't think Josep Borrell is going, oh, great, Vucic sent some grads to Ukraine, 75 EU joining points. I don't think that's how it works. What they're doing is a minimal requirement, but I think they have to come a whole lot further and over a longer period of time. It has to be essentially, the next state to join the EU will have to demonstrate that it is essentially inconceivable that they are likely to elect a Viktor Orban anytime soon, because both NATO and the EU have learned that they are vulnerable to something they didn't really think very hard about, which is to say a member state essentially going rogue. And to some extent, some 4 or 5 years ago, it would have been Poland perhaps causing the EU maybe even more worries than Hungary. And Poland is currently totally on side because of Ukraine, but we shouldn't forget also that Poland has 1 or 2 issues where the nationalistic approaches dominate their relationship with the EU. So these kind of things, you have to do it. You have to do it solidly over a long period, and then the positive messages that we see, the things that the news and even social media deems interesting to cover, will be happening, kind of naturally. That table I put up the other day with how the countries have voted in the UN General Assembly resolutions on Ukraine, the 17 resolutions since 2014, and I think I counted 47 countries that have voted yes, i.e. supporting Ukraine on all 17. You have to be one of those countries. You have to be one of those countries before, you're, and Serbia hasn't. Serbia has equivocated on that. And now they have to, when you do that, when you sort of go, oh, well, Russia, maybe not so, well, sorry, back to the queue and restart the process of putting together the hard yards, the years and the months of getting things right and doing things properly, and maybe one day we'll let you join the club. And then, so I see the kind of positive noises as they're what you have when you're doing things right, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you are. So, they're talking the talk, but walking the walk is really what we're looking for. I hope that makes some sense. I'm winging it a little bit here because I'm not fully up to speed on all the stuff from Serbia, but it seems to me that they are. It can't be easy being prime minister of Serbia. You have got to deal with the large pro-Russian, anti-Western, anti-NATO contingent in your country, and you've got to navigate through that to get even if you're the most sincere pro-European in the Serbian government, nonetheless, that is part of the realpolitik of being in charge of Serbia. So I personally don't know to what extent Vucic is sincere, to what extent he's a hostage or negotiating skillfully with the Russian pro-Russian tendency, or to what extent he might sympathize with it. But the proof will be many years of consistently choosing the correct path, regardless of the current political temperature or the way the wind is blowing from Russia.
Thanks, Nick. I think it's interesting to, make sure that people who are in positions of decision-making power, to understand these, let's call them cultural differences of what amount of pretend is acceptable and what amount of pretend is likely. I just think it's often there's not enough of an amount of recognition for the amount of pretend that they're willing to do, which I just caution some politicians to the north and the west against a little bit. Daniel.
Let's add some perspective in this, and I will try to be easy to understand. For example, Nick cannot understand. Nick has moved from Britain to France, Spain. He cannot understand. But someone very, 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 very smart from Romania, which I enjoyed to hear him, is a very good activist. He's called Sorin Ionica. Iona knows him. He's a very well-spoken guy. He addressed a thing which is, something which Romanians complain a lot, because Romania is not looking like Germany. And this idea, he puts, if I quote him from memory, he traveled in Serbia. He traveled in Bulgaria, he traveled in Hungary, traveled in Moldova, in Ukraine. And he said, when you go in these countries and come back, you understand where do you are. How is your life? What's happening? And let's be honest, why Serbia is not pressed, Vučić especially, and all the guys like him, are not pressed looking at your country, Domen, for example, or Croatia, to be, I don't know, was better than Serbia, even in Albania or Italy. The standards of living are high, very high compared to Belgrade. And Belgrade, before the Yugoslav wars, was much better than Romania or Hungary, right? I think this will be a nasty thing. And Vučić is a propagandist. He had this position, right? But also, what will happen when Austria will need to change their attitude and Hungary will be not more Orban? Putin is dead. This he understands very well. That's why he acts like he acts, because he is very easy to project the brotherhood of the Slavic people. I hear that shit. I know that shit. But Romanians live much better than Serbians. And Timișoara, which is at border, Timișoara is much, much better city than Belgrade. So how do you look when around Timișoara and Arad are a lot of enterprises which are working, the city are developing, same happens in Hungary. Now they have a rough patch. Why? Because they bet on Putin. It's an easy lesson to take. You can be proud, but with empty stomach, I don't think it's easy to be proud. Sometimes the simple things can push a lot of society. And I don't mean Vučić is not a snake. I don't say he's honest anyway. I think he just saw where the future is going. And exactly like Tokayev, yes, much later, he saw the direction. For example, Orban, the great politician of Hungary, is still blind. I don't think he says, I cannot maneuver, I made a bad choices, we need to stick with this idea. No, I think Viktor Orban, this Chinese balloon, is so stupid, he don't see the huge pit in front of his eyes. He cannot see. And people like Vucic or Tokayev, which are no friends of democracies, they are not friends of ours. They see the problem. They see the powerful Russia is no more powerful. Why to bet on a dead horse? I think is the most important thing. You cannot bet on a dead horse. You see, how can North America, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, Japan, work together, but also countries like Morocco, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, with all the discussion, all the problems, work together so effective in 360 days. Look at the results. Look how they made Russia to become an irrelevant international actor with their prestige in shatters. Russia is not more important, and political is put it in the knees, and every time they try to project with Lavrov and Putin all their stupid men from Kremlin. What they discover? Weakness, weakness, every day, every action, every Bryansk, every bombing, every incursion, every Crimea bridge, every airport in flames. Project the future. Russia is dead. And I don't think in Belgrade someone say, and when Putin goes and Russia enter in an economic collapse, we'll stick together because we are Slavic friends. I don't think so. Because it's easy to say we are the heroes. We are bombarded by American aviation. We survived. We destroy one invisible bomber. Yeah, today is not the same. At that moment, they put the finger in the water a bit. NATO alliances, especially United States, when they bomb Belgrade. Now they are not full bore, but increase it, the pressure.
You said one important thing in there, and if you check the nest, you'll see how perfect a segue this is, because there's something new on the Crimean Bridge, and by I mean isn't. Nick, what's gone missing?
So it seems that seems there's a chunk of the Kerch. Hello. It seems there's a chunk of the Kerch Bridge that could not be repaired in situ and has been removed, and I presume they'll either be bashing it into shape in a metal factory somewhere, or they'll be perhaps dropping in another segment that they've prepared. But so the Kerch Bridge was attacked in October of last year.
Yep.
And there was a hell
Morning
of a fire.
the 8th of October.
There was a hell of a fire, and I think the Ukrainians got lucky, because I don't think they could have planned for there to have been a train full of fuel going across there at that moment. But maybe it was super good intelligence. So some of that caught fire. Then apparently the Russians tried to put it out with water on a fuel fire. So well done, Russia. And a lot of stuff got buckled. And so while I believe the road bridge is open in both directions, you simply can't ship all of the stuff you need to run a province the size of Crimea, plus all the downstream military. You simply can't run that on roads. And so they are trying to get the rail bridge back up. So we're nearly 5 months since that's happened. So yes, they have removed this segment, but that could be it could go either way, couldn't it? It could be an indication that they've tried to repair it in place and they've said, look, this just isn't going to happen. Or it could be that they have removed it because they've been preparing, the connection points to bring in a replacement chunk. So I don't think we can necessarily say either of those at this point. But presumably the bits of the Ukrainian artillery forces, or perhaps drone forces, or perhaps truck bomb forces that took it out and have been happily doing other things since, maybe considering when they want to go back and mess up the repairs. So we'll see. What do you think, Doman?
Well, I certainly hope that they mess up the repairs, but the repairs need to be done for the repairs to properly be messed up. So what they're doing is there's a segment of the rail bridge where the fire was that just couldn't be fixed up, and they need to take it off, and they did, and they'll put it back in order to, as you said, have it back and running again. I would be very excited because I reckon it's going to take them a while. This isn't kind of we've had a fuse blowout. We just need to fish for another one out of the box and plop it in. This is a little bit more involved. The sheer fact that they haven't done it until now, I think says a lot. And I think once they do, and maybe they were waiting for the road bridge to be open before they did this, so that at least something could be going over it. But it's very interesting. I guess also the longer they take with fixing it, the longer maybe before the next time it's hit. Which I think is an interesting calculation there for, assuming Ukrainians are experiencing some sort of scarcity with it, then also on the other hand, you know what I'm getting at, right?
When you say Ukrainians experiencing a scarcity, do you mean perhaps I was thinking maybe Ukraine, maybe
scarcity of things to hit it with.
Yeah. I mean, if it was taken out by some custom setup, I mean, you can't sort of. If it was some kind of truck-based thing, those things take a lot of time to organize. And we haven't seen any proof of ATACMS since at the time it was everyone, it must be ATACMS, must be ATACMS. How could it possibly be a truck bomb? But I don't think the United States supplied Ukraine with 3 ATACMS rockets, and we don't have any other evidence of ATACMS being in theater as far as I know. So Ukraine will be undoubtedly following this with interest. The thread that we put in the nest suggests that a quick repair is unlikely. They're suggesting that taking the span out should enable them to inspect and, if necessary, replace the bearings on the piers, which would likely have been impossible to do with the span still in place. So I think we've all owned some mechanical device that has received damage, and we took the cover off, and then we looked inside, and it was a lot worse than we thought. So perhaps there are some heads being scratched among the engineers, wondering how they're going to explain to Putin that, oops, it turns out the fire messed up the following 9 items that we're going to have to replace, and that's going to be $240 million and at another 6 months. Perhaps, hopefully, especially since it's going to be, I think, quite hard for them to get the original contractors who built the bridge, who I think were Dutch, to come back and do repairs to it. Although, money talks, so maybe if they pay enough, but I think it's going to be, it would be pretty disastrous for that Dutch civil engineering company to get caught doing this.
I have a strong hunch that they won't be helping the Russians in doing this. It's one thing when Czech, I think it was it or whatever it was. I think it was Czech, a railway company, helping the Belarusians fix up bits of their railway last year. the company that specializes in signals and such for railways. It's a whole other one for somebody to be helping out with something quite as visible as the Kerch Bridge, because as things go in Russia or in Russian occupied territory, I guess half and half, it is just about the most visible thing around.
I also like the thing you just retweeted about Russia banning a number of web-based services for, I don't know if this is Russian government organizations or just or Russian companies as well, Russian government organizations.
So Roskomnadzor is like the Federal Communication, whatever, FCC, is that the communications in the US? It's like Ofcom.
Yeah,
it's Ofcom.
yeah.
That's what it
well,
is.
FCC is Ofcom is Ofcom regulates the supply of. It's kind of the market regulator, whereas the FCC, okay, they're similar. They're kind of similar, yes. All right, yeah. The FCC it also imposes technical standards.
So yes, so this is limiting them. This is fundamentally limiting government-related agencies, public agencies, I think, in this, rather than limiting other ones as well. So they're not banning private actors from using it necessarily, but this is aimed at, say, government agency. Which is funny because of the sheer degree of penetration that Telegram has in Russia and etc.
Yeah, so the list is Discord, which I'm sure the young people and their computer thingies can tell about this. Microsoft Teams. Well, I mean, I've already banned Microsoft Teams from my organization because it's just such a hog. Skype for Business, Snapchat. I'm not sure that many people are using Snapchat for organizational communications, but there you go. Telegram, Threema, Viber, WhatsApp, and WeChat. Now, WhatsApp is interesting because a lot of businesses make use, organizations make use of WhatsApp, and WhatsApp for Business is quite good. Something I'm not seeing on that list is Zoom. Do we know whether Zoom is not supplying in Russia, or because without Microsoft Teams and Skype for Business, that leaves, I guess, Google Meet and Zoom for your video conferencing needs?
I think that if I remember correctly, even before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Zoom banned any interactions for itself. Like Zoom said, we're not going to work with the Russian government, and since these would be Russian government agencies it refers to, I guess it just doesn't matter because they never had it in the first place.
I'm looking at Zoom's website. This is quite good. Restricted countries and regions. This is dated February 24th, 2022, a date that I think triggers a little moment of recognition from us. But no. So according to this, restricted countries or regions, you can start or join a meeting from any international location, and the list of restricted countries or regions is Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Syria, and Ukraine, and then in parentheses, Crimea, Luhansk, and Donetsk regions. And so unless there's another page, but this is the page, product support, Zoom support, advanced network and firewall, restricted countries or regions. And the only relevant limited area is Ukraine, parentheses, Crimea, Luhansk, and Donetsk. Now, plus 1 point to them for saying Crimea is Ukraine, but there is no, according to this, there is currently no limitation on people in Russia using Zoom, according to this. So
I think it was specifically that they said that they wouldn't sell their sellable products to government organizations in Russia, if I remember correctly. So not as a country, but again, since this is from Roskomnadzor and addresses Russian organizations, and I'll try to get someone up to talk more about this, Nick, in a little bit. But then it wouldn't matter, right? If it's the organizations that can't use it in the first place already, not private individuals in the country, but government-related organizations, then it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, except that, you know, if cash-strapped organizations, several of which, you know, some of which are not too far from my mind, you can use Zoom perfectly adequately as long as you don't mind every 40 minutes that people go for a quick bathroom break while you reboot the room. You can use Zoom for free. So I can imagine that a great many Russian government organizations are probably already using Zoom in free mode. And I don't think the fact that Zoom isn't making any money out of that is necessarily a particularly good defense. So I would quite like to see Zoom announce that you can't start a call from within Russia. I don't think that would be, but in addition, yes, there doesn't appear to be anything there. Well, as I say, where so do you think there's a thing saying they're not taking, they're not selling in Russia? I'll go and look for that. But at the moment, you can start a free call within Russia. Okay, I now find another story from last August saying that Russia's state communication watchdog has restricted TikTok and Zoom. So perhaps this latest memo is just completing a previous one. Although it does include, so it says TikTok, Telegram, Zoom, Discord, and Pinterest. So, but in any case, the coercive, no, they haven't banned it. They haven't banned it. So yeah, I'd be interested to know what people in Russia are using for their video conferencing needs. But I've always found Zoom's 40-minute thing quite usable. After 40 minutes, you probably want to get up and stretch your legs anyway.
Well, while I try to achieve things on the telecom side, I have a wonderful question here from a listener asking, can someone provide a little more insight into the Battle of Vuhledar, a loss of 130 plus armored vehicles? I see somebody's been reading a New York Times article. Why do we think the Russians targeted it? Is there any strategic value to it? There are a bunch of questions. I'll take them one at a time. Right. So let's first of all summarize the battle at Vuhledar as Russians repeatedly driving armored vehicles and tanks into minefields, getting them blown up. That's most of the battle. There were lots of other things happening as well, but Ukrainians took great advantage of remote tank mines, remote mining with anti-tank mines. I think RAM munitions primarily, and the Russians just kept driving over mines a lot. That's what destroyed a lot of those armored vehicles. Also, of course, some small Ukrainian infantry units with javelins and the like were probably something to do with it. Artillery did as well. Fantastic. Okay. And I see that George is coming to try to answer more of the questions. And I'm very happy to ask the questions to him. And then George can answer the questions. George, you will be getting a series of short questions. Nick?
A question I'd like to throw in on top of just on top of that, mine, is the purpose of an anti-personnel mine is not especially to kill the individual; it's to wound them so that they are eliminated from combat, but also take up medical resources. Do we know, is the purpose of an anti-tank mine to kill the crew, to totally destroy the tank, or is it generally considered sufficient to sort of immobilize the vehicle, perhaps damage it or blow the track off, and on a similar principle? In other words, if your tank runs over an anti-tank mine, what's the survival probability of the crew before they get out? Obviously, once they get out, all kinds of stuff can happen.
George?
Okay, so your anti-tank mine, it all depends on the tank, right, and how the tank is reinforced underneath. And so, yeah, an anti-tank mine doesn't necessarily have to kill and blow up the whole tank. It immobilizes it, right? So let's go away from the actual individual mines, and let's look at the minefield. So a perfect minefield has a scattering of anti-tank mines interspersed with anti-personnel mines. Why? Because you don't want the enemy sappers to be able to walk into the minefield and just take out all the anti-tank mines, not have to worry about walking on them, because they're not designed to blow up human beings. They need a certain amount of pressure, ground pressure. So what you do is you mix the minefield. The other thing that does is, so let's say now I'm rolling my M1 and bam, the mine goes off and I lose a track. And now it's done. Maybe something catches on fire. I've got to get out of the tank. I get out of the tank and I try to walk out of the minefield. Now there's anti-personnel mines, and now it starts taking me out. That's the best way to have a minefield. And also, there's supposed to be some type of fires. Some type of artillery or machine guns or something like that covers the minefield. So as the tank becomes immobilized, then you can hit it with artillery or an ATGM. It makes it a sitting duck. So the anti-tank mine is not designed to kill a tank per se, mobilize it. But an IFV, because it's lighter, usually not as well protected as a tank, especially the older BMP vehicles, things like that, it'll destroy the BMPs. That's what they're for. And yeah, so if you put a minefield of just anti-tank mines, that's not the best minefield that money could buy.
But it's nevertheless very useful if you can do this remotely, right? Which is what the Ukrainians keep doing. Because when you have just mechanized and armor advancing without any dismounts anyway, it's fantastically useful when you're just trying to deplete all of their kit. Right. George, let's go.
Doman, may I be permitted a 10-second interruption? I am told that there is a red alert for air raids across Ukraine. So I don't know how many of our listeners are in Ukraine and get their information about air raids from this space. I hope not, because I presume there are other quicker ways to get it. But for our listeners elsewhere, there is a new red alert for air raids across the whole of Ukraine, and we will keep you informed about that as things develop. Apologies for interrupting, George and Doman.
No, quite rightly so. Thank you, Nick. And it seems likely that it's another one of those, Kinjal threats, probably from an airfield in Belarus, probably, those are particularly frustrating because there's very little that most air defenses are likely to do against them. George, there's going to be a series of questions about Vuhledar. There's about 15 of them, so they're quite specific. So don't go too far off course for each of them, because it's probably in another question. Then I don't want to. Exactly. Why do we think the Russians targeted Vuhledar?
I have no idea, and that is my God honest opinion. I guess maybe. Yeah.
Because I can actually answer.
Okay, good.
It's pretty simple. There's a MSR near Vuhledar, near where the front line is at Vuhledar. So Russians are trying to get the front further away from a very important east-west MSR across this quote-unquote land bridge to Crimea, which they're currently still occupying, but hopefully not for very long. So that kind of makes sense. And then I'll just answer the next one. Is there any strategic value to that area for the Ukrainians? A little bit, because the closer they are to where the Sea of Azov is, the less work they have to do when they have to push to it.
And really quick, and if the Russians are willing to sacrifice, equipment in a specific area, and the area is deemed quickly defensible by the Ukrainians, then it becomes important for the Ukrainians because of what.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, most battles happen where two big armies meet, as opposed to wherever is the most important place in the war, right? Often it's just because, well, that's where they are. They fight there because they're both there. Right. Can every part of the front, George, have the same level of defenses?
No, and you don't want to do that unless you have unless your front is a very short front. You're talking about you've got the sea on one end and a huge giant mountain range that your enemy can't go. But no, because you want to have a defense that's mobile. In other words, you want to have a reserve forces. You want to be able to pull units off the line and replenish them. And you can't have just everybody on the line and equally strong unless you have absorbent amount of equipment and men to do that. No, that usually what you do is you have your strong points, and remember, a good defensive strategist picks certain strong points, not necessarily because that's where he's scared that that's where he wants the enemy to attack or bypass. It's because you want to channel them to another area where that you have the ground is more in your favor. So there's multiple things that come into play, but no, you don't want to have everything across you.
And further to that, George, could Ukrainians have had advanced intelligence and set a trap at Vuhledar? I don't think they had to, right? Because it was quite clear that the Russians wanted to go there for quite a while now.
Yes, they might have had the intelligence before anybody got a word of it. They might have intercepted some communications if that's where the attack was going to come. And if you get that, then what do? You put those remember those artillery shells, drop the aerial mines, right? That can mine stuff. You move them from another front to that front. Like, okay, we're going to have a surprise for them. Yeah, that could happen.
There we go. And do we know how many Ukrainian armored forces were involved and or lost during this? I think very few, very little, right? It was almost all artillery and mines on the Ukrainian
Yeah,
side.
I didn't see any Ukrainian armored vehicles engaged. It was mostly mines and drone directed artillery, and obviously ATGMs and things of that nature.
And lastly, the question is: were the Russian vehicles mostly destroyed by mines, javelins, artillery, Ukrainian tanks, all of the above? I think we already kind of answered that. Mostly mines,
and
primarily
and
mines.
remember, when you try to do things on the cheap, remember even during one of the Thinnertons, Thomas Thinner, he talked about the plow, the mine plow that was in front of those 2-3 Russian armored vehicles that had the actual mine plow. The mine plow didn't go wider than the tank, and people were like, it just covered the tracks, and people would be like, well, why is that significant? It is because what happens is, remember, these things are activated by ground pressure. Now, if that mine is 3 inches to the left, let's say of your left track, just 3 inches, okay, let's say a few centimeters, right, Dillman? And you drive by it, but that mine is buried. Now that ground pressure, right, even though it's not on top of it, might be enough, especially if the ground is soft, to displace that mine, to push that mine, set it off. And now guess what? That explosion takes out your track. And now you're sitting duck. So if you see the mine plows on Western main battle tanks, they go past the track a certain degree to the left and the right, so that make sure that you push the mines away so that the ground pressure doesn't set them off.
There you go. Thank you very much, George. Oh yeah, one last thing. Would you say that the defense in Vuhledar was a resounding success?
yes, to the tune of 137 enemy vehicles destroyed, yeah, I'd say that's a success.
There we go. And two brigades of naval infantry and two rifle brigades, largely dispensed with. I mean, that's it's just absolutely
we're talking
fantastic.
about what, a couple of thousand, like 3,000-4,000 guys just disappeared. Is that the number we're talking about? Some
and trained ones at that.
Yes.
Trained ones at that. All right. Thank you very much, George. Kerry, go ahead.
Hi, this had more to do with the disinformation, information war side of Crimea. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So there's these, there are these claims going around. A lot of the sort of the Russian troll / disinformation accounts. People like Max Blumenthal and let's see if I can get his name right. Well, anyway, Jackson Hinkle. That there was an NBC story by Kara Simmons claiming that most Crimeans want to remain with Russia, and that I think the more easily dispelled myth is that some of these journalists reporting this, like Simmons, are being added to a kill list, which it turns out I think is actually a Ukrainian NGO that tracks disinformation. I was wondering if you guys or anybody had sort of like a little more insight into this claim that the NBC journalist makes, which is he's sort of like throwing a lot of water on the idea of taking back Crimea on account that it just doesn't look feasible to him in his expert journalistic opinion, and that that it's by and large supportive of Russia, which I would think some of the depopulation would have something to do with that if he's even talking about a legitimate pull. Anyway, that's my question.
Yep, happy to take
Excellent. Thank you.
So first of all, the last thing that you said is very significant here, obviously, right? If Russia occupies a place, a bunch of people who aren't very happy with Russia occupying the place leave because they don't want to be under the Russian thumb and in Russian jails and generally oppressed. And then Russia settles a bunch of new people that they bring from elsewhere in Russia. Yeah, the population there isn't going to be exactly representative of anything legitimate, right? The other part of it, I believe that they sent some American journalists through Russia across the Kerch Strait into Crimea. And then the journalist was reporting from Crimea at the time. I didn't see the thing, but I know Nick did. There's also limits to what they're going to say for reasons of their own, not wanting to go into a Russian prison, right? So that additionally colors things somewhat. I don't think that's a controversial thing to be saying necessarily. And if you also add the proclivities of a journalist who would say, yes, do you know what I think would be a great idea? How about I go talk to the Russians as an American, go to Russia, then from Russia, through Russia into occupied Crimea, and then do a story from there. If you think of what kind of personal proclivities that person might be already experiencing, I think that adds a little bit to it as well. So with all of these things put together, I think we've gotten pretty far on this. I wouldn't say that it's at all impossible. Is it going to be easy? No, of course it's not going to be easy, depending on what the Ukrainians get. But I'd rather listen to General Ben Hodges, who just a few days ago published a piece and then commented on it additionally, saying, this is how I would go about taking back Crimea if I were Ukrainian, and I'd really pretty please ask for lots of ATACMS first, because that would have made it way easier than listening to a chap who clearly has some sort of Russophile tendencies to even have the idea that they're going to travel through Russia into Crimea, then do a piece to camera from Crimea, and also not wanting to go to a Russian jail. That's going to be coverage of that from me. But I think Nick might have something to add, and I think Chef Risona does likewise, and then Gunny as well. So lots of thoughts here, I think. Go to Chef.
I will pass here.
All right, Chef, go ahead.
Mic check.
Very poor.
Let me get in a little better place, guys. Hold on 1 second. I'm at the restaurant, so it's very loud today. Any better?
A little bit better. You're still quite distant from the microphone, but the background noise is lower.
Okay, let me switch over. You know what? I'm just going to cycle down. I'll come back up. Thanks.
Okay, cheers, Chef. Gunny?
Apparently, there's an all clear on the air raid alarm in Kiev. We're waiting for news of the rest of the country. If it is those high-speed hypersonic missiles, perhaps they're on their way and we can.
Yeah, just references journalists. I do wish sometimes people would just stop and think. When you see something like this, stop and think what you're actually seeing. If you see the footage of this journalist who is to defense matters what I am to healthy eating, responsible consumption of alcohol and stylish dress, right? Who is on a tour in a occupied part of another country which has been taken over by a dictator, why would you even watch it and think that it was in any way reputable or worth interest? There's a bit of footage of ships in there. Well, what do you do? Great painted things. I can probably have a look at it and go, oh yeah, it's quite interesting. There's one of them. There's one of them. But it's just a journalist, folks, who hasn't got a clue. He didn't have a clue when he embarked on the transport to get to Crimea. He didn't have a clue what he was saying while he was being recording, and he won't have a clue what he said when he gets home. It's completely immaterial. You don't look at stuff like this and think that it in any way reflects the actual realities on the ground, because he wasn't taken round the defensive works on the neck of the peninsula. He didn't have a look around the tank park. They didn't take him on a tour of the Air Defence Centre. He didn't have a look at the contingency plans for the garrison commander for Sevastopol. They just showed him what they wanted him to see. Therefore, it was a bit of mindless, boring, meaningless footage that meant absolutely zero to me. And they reference this kill list. Brilliant. I mean, that Hinkle idiot, he got himself on it and then decided that he was going to make a bit of a hoo-ha about it. And then it seems to have grown arms and legs a bit, I pretty much promise you that when security services and countries have a kill list, they don't tend to appear on social media. It's really bad for OPSEC if you tell people that they're on your kill list. So again, I just, you're going to see even more of this stuff. And really, I'd just like people to kind of have a look at it. Take 10 minutes if you've got it. Have a look at the people who are banging out this stuff. Have a look at the sources that are banging out. Have a look at the legacy of say, the agency that's putting it out. New York Times, Washington Post, that kind of thing. And then just use a bit of critical thinking and think, is this really worth my attention? And you'll probably come to the conclusion I do about 90% on Twitter, which is no, it doesn't. It's just rubbish. It's just noise out there. The challenge is sifting the noise.
Kerry, did you get everything you bargained for and more?
Way, way more. Thank you.
Well, Gunny, I'm just glad you packaged everything I said even better, and even more persuasively.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, Domin. The thing is, if you're a bit of a doom scroller, and if you haven't got an awful lot of background, sometimes you see stuff and it does grab attention, and it might have 3,000 or 4,000 likes, but you've just got to. It's really essential just to look into the background, the people who are retweeting stuff, and straight away, normally you will start to get a feel for reliability, and especially if it's on military stuff. These people who have hot takes on military, where are you getting it from, you idiot? You're somewhere in Manchester in your shared flat with your mate Ron, thinking about going for a pint after work, and you're coming out with all of this stuff about the tactics and the effectiveness of the equipment. Shut up. Do us all a favour. It gets a bit hard work sometimes, but I'm sure other people listening here have just sort of found that you've got to be very sensible about what you read and what you get worried about. And certainly the past year has been a real introduction to me about just how many bloody idiots are on Twitter talking about stuff that they got no idea. So yeah, just back to it. Man stands in front of warships and declares Sevastopol impregnable fortress. Yeah, all right, mate. Cheers for that. The door's over there. Don't let it bang you on the ass on the way out.
I didn't actually go and watch it, Gunny, because I don't hate myself that way. But I think it was Nick earlier today who said that, maybe someone else. Man standing in a naval base, observing. There are many military types around.
Yes,
Yeah, it was sort of, oh my goodness, there's a lot of ships and they're very big and the men have guns and it's very scary. And it's like, so how will Ukraine ever kick the people out of here? And we can all be skeptical of, or we can all be, questioning of exactly how much military effort it would take. But his idea was basically, ooh, they've got guns. Well, that's that war sorted out then. It was just I said, maybe he was like reporting on politics a week earlier, but I wonder if he wasn't reporting on basketball.
Hey, basketball was hard to report on, okay? Complicated. Anyway, Chef, please.
Any better, guys?
Better. At least there's no background noise, so just shout into your mic.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm at the restaurant today, so it's pretty noisy. The point I was trying to make is it was just sloppy, lazy journalism, which I don't normally expect from NBC because they're normally pretty good about that. They talked nothing about the Crimean Tartars. They talked nothing about how the Russians got there. It was all basically, it was just sloppy, very, very sloppy. I just want to make sure that I got that point out. I'm going to step down. I just want to make sure you understood that.
Thanks, Chef. And I think that at least the part of this, on top of whatever main battle tanky tendencies the whomever this was had already, there must have also been a certain element of a instinct of self-preservation as well, because there are things you don't do when you're, in Russian-controlled territory, right? So it gets complicated. Nick, we're getting one of the better pun handles up for I believe additional commentary on this.
Armadillo fella, excellent name. Please go ahead.
Hey guys, it's been a while since I've popped up to speak. And I only just joined a few minutes ago. I got to a work break and I said, "Hey, I need to tune in." It's been an awesome week with just everyone coming up. I tuned into where I could to the marathon. That was awesome. I missed part of the first bit of the comment about the bad reporting on NBC, but rather than ask who it was or what it was, I think what I want to share first. I was completely blown away. I believe it was last Friday morning. Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show absolutely just put Jake Sullivan on the grill, saying, why aren't we giving Ukraine all the weapons they need to win this war, to bring this to a conclusion as quickly as possible? I mean, I just did not expect that from Savannah Guthrie. I was so impressed and pleased to hear that. It's like she's been tuning in and listening to you guys, here secretly or whatever. But it seems that some people are getting the message. So I just wanted to call that out, and I don't know, it's maybe open that for discussion too. I don't want to necessarily put her up on some ridiculously high pedestal, but I was impressed and surprised by what I saw when she grilled Jake Sullivan recently.
So I would say to that, de la Fella, that it's good to recognize well-performed tasks at least as much as those that weren't. Points to sustain are very, very good as well, and not just that, but giving you a little bit of encouragement to do well rather than just discouragement when something's done poorly.
Okay.
It seems the air raid alerts in Ukraine are all clear. We, I suppose, are going to wait to see if there is any reports of damages, or perhaps the alert was apparently prompted by the fact that the Russians put up a plane capable of firing hypersonic missiles, but perhaps no such missiles were fired, which might be interesting in itself.
Now, you said something funny here, which is hypersonic missiles. And I think Gunny will definitely want to tell us why it's a misnomer to call them hypersonic missiles in the first place. Kinjals, that is.
Well, hypersonic missiles exist. The Americans have just completed the trials period to theirs. The Russians are reputed to have ones, including something called Kinzhal. The Indians claim to have an anti-ship system, and so do the Chinese. So, yeah, I've still not seen. The problem is you've really got to see these things in flight, and if they're hypersonic, it might be a bit difficult to catch one actually flying. So the Ukrainians do think that these things exist. They're extremely difficult from an engineering point of view. These are phenomenally difficult systems to develop because obviously just from the engineering side of it, you're talking about something that needs to attain phenomenal speed, deal with the thermodynamics involved, and somehow retain a degree of maneuverability while they're traveling that fast. That's why you won't see sea skimming hypersonic missiles probably, because of the air density, what comes off the surface of the water. It's too much turbulence, so they have to kind of fly higher up. There's a lot of not fear. There's some concern in NATO about hypersonic glide weapons for going after carriers, things like that. It's going to be a thing, but there's a lot of doom mongering about them as well. Whereas we might have 4 or 5 minutes previously to deal with subsonic anti-ship missiles. No, we're literally going to have seconds, and everyone will die, and it will just be terrible. Well, the thing is, radar detection ranges are going up. Surface-to-air missile ranges are going up. The accuracy of these missiles is going up. And of course, it's all very well having hypersonic missiles on an aircraft, but if someone tomahawks your airfield, you're not getting off the ground. It's all very well having hypersonic missiles on a cruiser, but if someone sticks 2 Mark 48 torpedoes into your cruiser, you're not going to launch them. So, it's the old armor and arms kind of argument. A new thing, they'll still be susceptible to jamming. They will be susceptible to point defense systems. The only thing that's really changed with these is it dramatically reduces your reaction time. And as Thanos was alluding to a couple of days ago, that's why AI and cutting the human out the loop of your reaction, say, on board a ship, is probably going to save you a good few seconds, and these are going to be important. But you know, it's really difficult to assess the effectiveness of these things fired at Ukraine, because I've seen no concrete kind of numbers, and of course we don't know if anyone's tried to shoot them down before. The only real photos I've seen a picture of a KH-22 in a terminal phase, which was a near vertical dive. And to be fair, they do seem to have a little bit more trouble intercepting them. They're big, even though they're big missiles, 2,000-pound warhead, designed to kill carriers, either high explosive or a nuclear warhead. And the Ukrainians have said that, you know, some of these haven't gone through. But if the Russians have got hypersonic missiles, they'll husband them. I would be really, really surprised if more than a handful have been launched on them, to be honest.
For those not totally familiar with the jargon, am I correct in thinking that hypersonic still refers to a speed 5 times or more the speed of sound?
I thought the threshold was Mach 7. I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up. But Mach 5 doesn't. Yeah, probably between Mach 5 and anything Mach 5 and above. I have to have a look at the official designation of it. But of course, they might not go that fast all the time. That might be just in the terminal phase. You know, but at the end of the day, you can still see it. There's nothing. It's just something that goes a hell of a lot faster, unfortunately. But they're very big weapons. And as radar detection ranges increase, you can see further. And of course, if you can see further, you can see it further away. And if you've got the weapons to hand, you can kill it further away. But go after the launch platforms, you don't have to worry about it.
So again,
the thing
Mach 5 would be, sorry, Mach 5 would be 5 times the speed of sound. The speed of sound, when you go above the speed of sound, that's why it's called super. Kind of the rule of thumb, I think, is 300 meters per second. So Mach 5 will be 1,500 meters per second, and for the less metric in the audience, that's pretty much a mile. So if you can imagine a weapon going at a mile a second, you fire it off from a range of 60 miles, it will hit its target in 1 minute. So that isn't a whole lot of time to prepare. And it would mean that, for example, you could be flying in Belarus, in Belarusian airspace, and you could fire a missile that would hit Kyiv in 3 minutes. So, no, 2 minutes. So yeah, that's fast.
What I wanted to highlight here is that while there are claims that they are very, very good indeed, they're just not seemingly as maneuverable as the standard would be generally otherwise. That's all besides the point. I asked Biljana to kindly join us because she put out something very interesting about Roskomnadzor banning a bunch of tech companies and tech platforms in Russia. And I would have loved for her to flesh this out a little bit. What does this mean? Who is Roskomnadzor targeting with that? Is it just because Nick especially had some questions about this earlier? Why is Telegram included? Interestingly, but who is this for? Is it just Russian government agencies, or is this a more broad instruction? And what does this mean? Biljana, welcome back.
Hi, Domen. Hi, everyone. I apologize for bombing the show. It was interesting to listen to the discussion on hypersonics, but this just was brought to my attention. So there's this document, and I'm reading it right now. I just tweeted it or retweeted it from Daniel Cuthbert. So on the 1st of March, Roskomnadzor, which is Russia's internet regulator, state internet regulator, issued this very short document, which also is very atypical for Russia because usually their documents are several pages long. But there's this very short list here, and they say, as of 1st of March 2023, all Russian organizations which use the following international or foreign services should stop using them. They're banned from using them. So the target here is Russian organizations. And the foreign services listed, and just hear the list, there are just 9. We have Discord, Microsoft Teams, Skype for Business, Snapchat, Telegram, Freema, Viber, which also actually is surprising because Viber is used a lot in Eastern Europe, WhatsApp, and WeChat. So something that Domen noticed, I had this question immediately, like, why is Telegram on the list? Because a lot of my colleagues and people that are focusing on the Ukraine war at the moment and monitor Russia's activities in different military domains literally on daily basis. Some of them are on Telegram every day because IT Army on the Ukrainian side operates a lot through Telegram, but we also have a lot of Russian subversive activity and specifically influence operations being staged through Telegram, at least in the case of Ukraine. We know, and I don't know if we brought this up yesterday, Domen, in our discussion, but there is, for example, there is this research that shows that before the Russian government invades a territory conventionally, literally with tanks and artillery, they would start prepositioning infrastructure to influence the discourse of that particular region. And they would do that in Telegram. They would basically set up fake accounts that mimic the local media of the particular locale, and they would start publishing TASS and RIA Novosti and RT news through those channels, mimicking local media to try to basically, I believe the researchers that looked into that think that the objective here is to overwhelm the local population with the Russian narrative and try to convert them to the Russian side in their thinking and their positions. So Telegram, at least in the case of Ukraine, is very useful to the Russians. And also we can talk about Telegram being used also in other countries, not only Ukraine. So domestically, I would imagine Telegram is used a lot. Also, the founder of Telegram, Pavel Dudov, is a Russian. Yeah, he's the platform is right now supposedly stated. I looked it up online. I think it's like the Virgin Islands or somewhere else is where supposedly the headquarters is. So it's not Russia anymore. But the guy is Russian. So why is Telegram on the list? This for me is, and Domen, I'm sorry I don't have answers yet. I've been looking at this for about 40 minutes only. So that's mostly I have questions and answers here, but they're interesting. And then another thing, Domen, that you mentioned is, why is Zoom not on the list? Which is very interesting. And also you pointed out that something that the Chinese just published a parallel policy or policy that touches upon some of these issues. And probably, would you like to elaborate on that?
It wasn't even a parallel policy. It's just a couple of other interesting things. One, WeChat is on it, which is interesting if the Russians are trying to exclude a very heavily Chinese platform. And secondly, AliExpress, which is a separate thing, blocked the sale of DJI and Autel drones in Russia, and also the DJI limited certain functionality for DJI drones in Russia, including the downloading of the DJI Fly DJI. Is that the name of the app? Whatever it is, the app connected to it from Russia as well, which is interesting that all of these things are happening within 48 hours of each other, 24 hours of each other.
Absolutely, and I wonder who started it first. So this Roskomnadzor document is probably from the 1st of March. Let me check. When was the Chinese supposedly unrelated response? And I'm again using air quotes because I would probably presume that there's some like tit for tat here. You ban us, we're gonna basically hurt you back.
Well, I don't even know if it is a tit for tat. I think it could be an unrelated thing. But again, all of this is from today, pretty much.
Okay, the Roskomnadzor document was from 1st of March. So like one day ago at least. Yesterday, that's right. Okay, we see Gani has his hand up. If anyone wants to jump in and propose hypotheses or pose more questions on this or interpret the ban in any way, we welcome comments, or at least I do. Domen?
Gani?
Is it only me, or can you guys hear Gani? I can't hear him.
I think he got it. Yeah, I think Gani got a phone call. The moment he started speaking.
Radio check over.
Now you're better. Go ahead.
Yeah, could this be a means of controlling the internal flow of information? in anticipation of some battlefield disasters coming up. They want to be able to control the narrative and stop people repeating stuff on Telegram that they're hearing off of social media sites.
Oh, this is such a good point. I like this nefarious thought. Yep, that sounds plausible to me. They have been trying to control the narrative for quite a few years, right? But the fact that they're banning all of a sudden all of these social media platforms and for Russian organizations, that could make sense. Gani, that's a really good point. That makes sense to me.
When it says, российских организаций, what does it refer to, Biljana, in this context? What would you say? Your Russian's much better than mine is. What does it mean here? Does it mean government organizations? Does it include private organizations? What would this refer to?
I would say probably both, because Roskomnadzor it's the state regulator, so it has the mandate to impose restrictions on the country. So when they say Russian organizations, that's what I would believe it means. Definitely state organizations, and also private sector entities. That will be my take here. So yeah, both of those.
But not private citizens.
Yeah, it's a good point, right? They say only organizations. So I would imagine no, but any staff that falls under those organizations or works for those organizations here, the particular decree applies to them. So yeah, I would say private citizens, yeah, if you can separate yourself, or if there are individuals who can separate themselves from Russian organizations, probably yes.
Okay, now let's tie in your other set of expertise. No, not the info, but the cyber bit. Could this be an attempt to limit the ability for outside organizations, agents, to use these social media apps or any sort of cyber attacks against Russian companies, Russian government agencies?
Daman, sorry, I was just reading. There was another sentence there in the decree. I was trying to read it as well. I think they're trying to limit communication, and they're trying to limit communication with foreigners as well as domestic entities. Give me another moment to read this. There's yet another sentence, like one more sentence in the middle of this, that talks about those foreign services and talks again about the organizations, Russian organizations. I want to make sure I get it and understand exactly what they're asking. Give me like 2 minutes.
Yep. Let me know whenever it is that you're done. But I think here what's really useful, and I think Nick and Gunn are going to agree with me on this, is reading this not just in a translated form, but reading this in the original, because often you can lose just a little bit in translation, right? You don't want to be a victim of mistranslation. Mistranslation, of course, being the lady that goes around and causes trouble in all manner of agencies, doesn't it, Nick?
I'm agreeing with you on the general principle. What particular translation are we talking about? I was talking something else.
It was. I was trying to make a silly joke of mistranslation
No,
being some sort of an anthropomorphic.
Yeah, apart from the silly joke.
No, that apart from that, it was only in the general. Dryfly, thoughts?
Yeah, I do. Actually, a question: how do Russians get internet? Do they have a internet provider? Would the internet provider be covered under the private organizations? In other words, here in America, if you had a internet service provider who blocked you from getting Telegram, you ain't going to get Telegram unless you're very, very clever to get around it somehow. And I will listen because I am driving. Thank you.
Thank you, Dryfly. I hope Liana got this one, because that's probably a very interesting point. Or not quite yet. Yanis? We'll get back to that, Dryfly, don't worry. Yanis?
Yeah, about this translation, if you want to know. So basically, what they are talking. Okay, we already understood that it is for the companies, but there is special like disclaimer that it is only for cases and communication between like direct messages, and for example, it doesn't apply for apps like Twitter where you post something to available to public. But here's a writing that when you send message to specific person and this message is not publicly available, it's like direct messages which are just supposed to be received by a specific person. I guess it just to prevent some leaks, etc. Because like in public, in Twitter, somebody can follow you, yeah, and then they can check what you are doing. But in this direct message, I guess this is the main idea, because none of these those softs are not like. No, like Twitter, yeah, is the best. You tweet something and it's publicly available. Usually, here it's like a direct communication.
Biljana, is this the thing that you were trying to read again?
Absolutely, yeah. And another thing that caught my attention, Janice, thanks so much. This is exactly how I was reading it as well. Is that they say in that paragraph that this ban applies to a number of Russian organizations, but they don't list which ones. So it may not be, yeah, I know you're laughing. So basically now everyone's like afraid, like, does this apply to me or not? Like, they're not really clear, but they say a number of Russian, or a row of Russian, a number of Russian, series of Russian organizations that this applies to. But it's exactly, yeah, for direct communication, and this is now banned. Exactly. That's the way I read it as well.
So запрет для ряда российских организаций. That's an interesting phrasing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so, sorry to jump in. I guess there is even more interesting, addition to this. You see, the иностранные лица информационных систем, it's like informational systems, and programs for EVM, it's like электронные вычислительные машины. And what does it mean? In theory, it could mean also like TCP/IP protocol, because you like send package directly to like from one machine to other, and I do not know why they like divide those two, like informational systems. It means like ready software, and these programs, yes, programs for computers or something like that, like protocols. I don't know how to translate it. Yeah, so are also very interesting. So basically, I guess, and I know that there was such attempt, and for example, some countries do not allow direct encryption between between two peers in internet, like Saudi Arabia, etc., etc. So they have limits. Yeah, you cannot encrypt your communication in any way. So maybe it is also something like that. They just do not allow. It just to prevent a leak, information leak, so everyone can be traced what they are doing, etc., etc.
Thank you, Yanis. Ioana?
Yes, I'm not sure, but the idea is that the majority of this application allow group talk, and I'm wondering if they are not trying to prevent such group talks. Yes, I'm puzzled because it's supposed to be for organizations, not for private persons, but even so. And another question is about Microsoft Teams. We noted that Zoom and Google Meet are not among the applications that are interdicted. Microsoft Teams during the pandemic offered very good packages for educational institutions. at least in Romania, but I know that in other countries too, we had like free packages from Microsoft Teams for schools, universities, and so on, and interdicted this for organizations, which may mean universities. I'm wondering if it has an impact. I don't know. It's just pure speculation, just some thoughts.
Domen, can I jump in?
Please.
Joanna, this is a really great observation, and I completely agree. I'm looking at MS Teams, and I wonder why didn't they have an equivalent ban for Google? Because if we look at who's been supporting Ukraine and from the international IT community, I'm actually working on with Kenneth Jeers, Robert Koch, and Greg Rattray. Today, we're doing some final edits on a paper that we're going to present at NATO PsyCon exactly about foreign IT support for Ukraine. And Google has done so much. Microsoft has done so much. There are a number of companies whose platforms are widely used, and they're not really listed here, but maybe we shouldn't really give clues to Roskomnadzor because probably they're updating their list based on this. Domen, are we being recorded?
Yes.
Okay.
You can see in the top left corner, there's a REC blinking.
It.
Yes, we are.
Okay,
So,
I'll stop
quick question. Earlier, we had a question which I think you missed, which was, how does Russian internet work? Does this effectively apply to ISPs, and therefore would this ban? Would this be a workaround for how to ban the access to these things to private individuals? Any thoughts?
I honestly don't know. I don't want to weigh in on this because this is big and important, and I'm not sure. But for me, this is a way to control information, and specifically person-to-person communication here. I love, was it Yanis who said that this is for personal communication, and this is how I'm reading it. It's specifically for the recipient. I'm reading it, the recipients for these messages. And I do assume, because some of those chats provide encrypted communication, the Russian government is trying to go around this and make sure that whatever communication is happening through private channels, it could be monitored through SORM and the other technology that the Russian government has been using to take control of information. That's what I think they're trying to do here. And again, an example from Ukraine is that whenever they go into a new city, or specifically the ones that are in eastern Ukraine, other research has also shown that they try to take over the communication frameworks and even distribute SIM cards to local populations. So they're using Russian internet providers and telecommunication providers so that the Russian government most likely can control or monitor that communication. I think that's the objective here.
Excellent. See, this is good. We're getting somewhere. Let's go to Yanis, then to Euler, and then to David. Yanis, go ahead.
Yes, I have a little bit more details and why and how. So basically, there is those limited organizations are, so quote, it's banks, brokers, non-государственные пенсионные фонды, like pension. I don't know how it's translated. Depositories and
retirement funds, like all pension funds that are focused on that.
Yes, and insurers. And it looks that they specifically want to stop integration of different payment stuff via those platforms. And as an example, there was like a VTB bank who enabled like money transfer via Telegram, like Telegram bot. So basically, it looks that they are trying to somehow control money flow, because in Russia there is like centralized. For example, card payments are processed centrally. Also, interchanges between banks, etc., etc. So, and if you start to use those like money bots, maybe it's not visible. Like, did you know that, for example, if you are doing any purchase in the internet, during this payment, there is online link to Russian tax agency, and everything is accounted and controlled. So when you start to use different those payment options in like Telegram, Viber, and etc., it's like under the radar. So it looks that it is just to control money flow outside the country, and it's huge problem for them.
Yanis, if I may, this is actually a really great point, and it ties into some statistics that I saw a few months ago about how much money has flown out of Russia since the beginning of the war, and especially since in I think that was the 21st or 20th of September, Putin announced mobilization when so many Russians fled the country. They also took a lot of the money out of the country. So this is a really good point. Maybe that's a way for them to try to stop that outflow of cash from the Russian Federation.
Yes, because they are trying to implement those control measures. They start to do it just after first invasion in Crimea in 2014. Yes, they try to implement those central processing system because they were afraid that Visa Mastercard will disable processing for them, etc., etc. And everything, this NSPK, it's called, yes, and everything, every steps from that time was directed to somehow increase control. So everything is, even international card organizations are processed via local Russian processing center. It's unique situation, and it's never it's unique. Like it's happened only in Russia. Yeah. So, and also I just reading in background. Yeah. So basically they all also mentioned that those messengers cannot be used for like card not present payments. It's like not cash payments, so e-com and such stuff, and it was used widely to pump money out of Russia, like buying anonymous prepaid cards, etc., etc. And yeah, you're right. It started some year and a half ago. There was huge interest suddenly about those China Union Pay cards, etc., etc., and yeah, also like Baltic banking sector felt this interest was overwhelming. So money is running out of Russia for sure.
Euler, go ahead.
Hi there. So in the spirit of speculation, as was requested, the two things that I had in mind. So they could potentially expect these services to go down, whether it's because of them employing sort of like a great firewall like China does, or perhaps foreign agents making those changes for them, and they don't want to cause major disruptions in organizations that they deem critical. So proactively banning it allows these organizations to adapt to different communication channels that they deem less prone to simply going down in the future. The other point that I had, I'm not sure if it's still, and the organizations are only applicable to financial services, but if it's not, then it could be an attempt, a really poor attempt, to plug an intelligence leak that is due to technical exploits in these communication systems.
What do you think, Biljana?
Domen, I apologize. I was looking at the Little Mermaid's the defacement of the statue. Can you please repeat? And I apologize.
So Euler's proposing this could be like a soft way of instituting, not quite like a Great Firewall of China, but a soft way to wean companies and organizations off of using these non-Russian based communication channel.
Totally, and a great point. And the Russians have been doing this for a few months with the nationalization of technology and trying to sponsor domestic the building of their domestic tech sector. That actually has been going since Skolkovo and Medvedev's announcement of nanotechnology and all of that stuff. Whether it was successful or not is another story. I've been to Skolkovo. It looks great. They have a few incubators that mimic Silicon Valley's idea of what a space that's conducive to the development of conducive to technological innovation looks like, but they still have a lot of government restrictions, oversight, and all of that is stifling innovation. So from what I have seen, they're forcefully trying to innovate. Forceful innovation with government centralization doesn't seem like a recipe for success to me. But right now they are very...
Oh no, so the key part is they expect major disruptions in the future, and on these specific services. So they're trying to preempt major disruptions to critical organizations.
Absolutely, yes. And they have been trying with controlled shutdowns to see how it works and whether their infrastructure can manage. Yes, absolutely, I agree with that.
Excellent. Axel, good evening.
Hello. Right, given the fact that I haven't been talking enough today quite yet, since early morning hours, I don't know, it seems like a meandering stream. I just thought I'll bring one thing to you, and given the fact that obviously Biljana is here, is extremely helpful in that regard, because the trend to buy burner cards, try to push additional means of conveying funds, closing businesses, selling businesses in Russia, taking cash abroad, buying gold, and all sorts of little mechanisms. But many of them also tied into digital finance, let's put it this way, were observable beginning April, May 2021. Let that sink in. Right at the end of the preparations for Zapad 2021, the mechanisms started taking hold, and a series of very highly gifted, very well equipped, very well informed Russians who work abroad for many years, who live abroad for many years, who have businesses stretching from Russia into the UK, Germany, France, Italy, but also, and specifically so, the United States of America, Silicon Valley and the likes, have been taking out cash, have been closing their businesses in Russia, selling part of their shareholdings in Russia. So to say, how should I put this? Putting your ducks in a row right after the preparations for Zapad 2021, which, as we all know by now, led to the troops never actually withdrawing, remaining in place. And from October onwards, it was pretty damn clear that the rather spooky observations NATO nations and their intelligence services, their SIGINT and their HUMINT had made were sufficient in order to trigger significant alarm bells everywhere where people were willing to listen. That, of course, excludes a few nations and a few polities, but it was clear. And we said so. Biljana, how do we deal with this kind of information backlog? How do we dissect this afterwards? What should regulators do, and what can we do in order to trace it back, just in order to get the origin story of this right, and maybe actually start tracing those movements and tracing them to those Russians who live abroad, have their companies abroad, and now keep mum, respectively, still work with their money? Because it sounds, and it somehow smells eerily similar to what the KGB did in the early 1980s by creating slush funds everywhere.
Axel, hi. I am really glad you joined us. It's those questions are fantastic, and you brought up so many important points. And my warning indicators brain right now is so happy, and it's literally there are several light bulbs coming in. So this is exactly what we should be using as predictive analytics to identify the next conflict. Because you're right, then they were before that there was prepositioning of soldiers around Sochi that also didn't leave the area. So these are the types of warning indicators, the types of movements and policies that we should be monitoring. And by we, I mean the international community and the intel community. And we should be introducing those into frameworks that predict conflict. And the flow of financing and the putting the ducks in a row, the way you put it, of key individuals should be a part of this predictive analytics framework. So I love the fact that you brought this up. I do agree that these are the types of policies that could be used to suggest that there's a serious invasion in the works. And during the Cold War, this whole idea of predictive analytics and warning indicators, the United States was very seriously looking into this and developed a few frameworks through their intelligence community. And they initially applied them to trying to understand, will the Russians launch an intercontinental ballistic missile? So they had very similar frameworks of how to identify a decision before the decision has been announced by looking at prepositioning of forces, movements of certain even they were indicators that were related to how is the whole Russian economy putting itself on a war footing. And they were talking about, apart from recalling reservists and prepositioning forces, they were looking at Russia's economy and whether they were commandeering bakeries to ensure that there is steady food supply for soldiers if there's a war that's coming. Like, all of these are indicators that I know the US government and other governments have been looking at, but what you brought right now, the financing aspect, is super important. And I don't know if that's an indicator anyone's looking at yet. I think it has to be one of those indicators that's added to the list. So yeah, great points all across the board.
Did you have any indicators like that as well, or did you encounter the same? Because there's a number of my friends and colleagues who are quite annoyed by the ubiquity of this.
Absolutely, yeah. Because I've been looking at at information warfare, I've been trying to focus, and this is basically my passion for over the past 7 years. I've been trying to understand how can we predict Russian cyber attacks and specific subversive activities, such as the sponsoring of protests, such as the sponsoring of coup d'etats in different countries that Russia is not actively at war with. They're both basically democracies in NATO. I've been looking at that and trying to understand what predictive indicators can we look at there. And one of the big things that I've discovered, and others can also confirm that with research, is that usually the Russian government, or usually in some cases, the Russian government uses the volume of disinformation or strategic messaging campaign before they escalate. So I'm looking at whether there is a spike in the volume of disinformation or strategic messaging across Russian state-sponsored media before a major cyber attack. In all 4 waves of DDoS attacks against Estonia in 2007, there was a disinformation or strategic messaging spike just before the DDoS attacks hit. That's also the case in a few other case studies that I looked at. I know in Ukraine, in some cities before the Russian government invaded, there was also a spike in disinformation, in the volume of disinformation, or basically Russian propaganda, if you prefer to call it this way. So I think we have to start looking at indicators that exist in the media space, in the information space, that I don't think we have been paying attention to for as long as we have at other more classic indicators. So this would be one. And then Axel, the final one that I wanted to say is the flow of money. Basically, which parties or subversive groups is the Russian government sponsoring in different countries? Like, where is their funding coming from? Right now, Domen sent me something earlier today, I haven't translated yet, about the fifth column in Moldova. I would love to talk about this. And they're Russian, basically pro-Russian supporters and actual Russian individuals in Moldova that have been basically helping to stage a revolution and destabilize the country internally. And I would love to be able to trace who pays their salaries, because a lot of patriotism can be bought. So these are specifically the financial flows and the information flows are two big indicators that I would love to see more work on.
In countries where there is the means to pay, say, cashless, what has been seen recently is an uptick of the distribution of gift cards, with which people can then turn those gift cards into cash and pay for services.
That is, yeah, very smart. Go figure from where the gift card is coming. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised. So basically, actually, you're saying,
Well, you issue them.
yeah,
You issue them in one country, and as it's cashless, you can distribute them and then move them all across Europe, and you pay with them. And the registration of those gift cards, because they're below a threshold level, could be as far as going up to 500 euros.
great. So basically, we're not really monitoring, or we're not really even collecting information on the indicators that could tell us where there could be another disruptive activity. Yeah. Well, those are the types of loopholes I really hope we could close somehow, or governments can pay attention to and close. But yeah, all great points. Anyone has a question or Domen?
I was just trying to figure.
Is it just me, or did Dom break
I
up
guess
then?
Timeo Danaus, Dona Cardo Ferentes.
Domen, we lost you for a second.
Did I come? Sorry, I was making a very silly joke trying to modify Timeo Danaus and Dona Ferentes to fit gift cards. So I'm guessing it's if my declensions are right, it would be Timeo Danaus and Dona Cardo Ferentes. Either way, but I didn't have anything particularly intelligent to comment on this.
So you don't want the Dana gifts.
Gift
What
cards.
is it with you and the Trojan horses? Yeah, I know. I got it. It's okay. I actually read my Iliad, but not in Latin.
Yeah, so I'm trying to work the gift cards in instead of the gifts. That's the improvement. That's the topicalness.
See, this is what I come here for all the time, to play some highly, say, erudite classical banter.
It's exquisite, Axel. I totally understand you. So I have a few more minutes before I have to jump. Is there any other question? Anything else you want to discuss, guys, about the Roskomnadzor's decree?
What do you think is the purpose of this? Or do you think it's just one of those things that, the Russian bureaucracy churns, spits something out as it does every so often, or is there something more of a the sea change might be an overstatement, but
I think they're really trying to control the narrative, and I love what Yanis was explaining about, or Janis. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If I'm not,
Yanis,
Yanis,
Latvian,
yes.
so be a Yanis.
Yanis, great to be in touch with you. I really love his explanation and his hypothesis that they may be trying to also prevent money flows going out of the country through banning those apps or the direct messaging. Or those apps being used for direct messaging by certain Russian organizations. I also believe that the hypothesis that they may be preparing for disruptive activity where they would like to limit communication can also be a potential scenario here. But I think it's also very interesting, as you and I discussed, Domen, it's very interesting which apps they have decided to ban. And it's almost as interesting as which apps they haven't decided to ban. So I think that's we'll probably see more orders around banning further apps. I think also the idea of trying to stimulate the use of domestic apps and trying to limit the use of foreign apps is very much in line with Russian technology nationalization policy. So I think all of those are viable hypotheses as to why this is taking place.
Interesting. Yeah, you have the cyber criminal of the world, or the cyber criminal state of the world, trying to do the sort of things, limit the sort of things that you one would have thought they would be able to control through their own criminal means already, and they wouldn't need to further control the population organizations or whatnot within the country.
Also, actually, this shows you that the Russian population that still is remaining in Russia is not that patriotic. If they actually have to ban the use of all these foreign apps instead of just rely on their very pro-Russian, ridiculous media narrative about how they need to prop up the use of domestic apps and how they need to rebuild domestically the Russian technology sector and all of that, which supposedly, of course, is thriving based on what they're saying, which of course is not true. But the fact that they have to introduce such forceful measures to wean people off of foreign, as they call it, them foreign services, literally in the document, I think also tells you that their domestic propaganda machine isn't working.
So, interesting suggestion here from one of our friends, saying, what if preventing banks and the like, because this was right, Yannis fleshed it out a bit, right? There's a lot of banks, financial institutions that were banned from using these messaging apps. Could the ban on these messaging apps not so much be there to prevent the flow of money, but the information about money situations? Maybe the situation is just much worse than it was previously thought, or maybe they're trying to add friction to money flows to prevent the situation from getting worse than it is.
Both of those sound very reasonable objectives to me. Absolutely.
Marcus?
Yeah, just to be amusing. Remember when we heard the other day that all the young people in Kyiv and Odessa and what have you were taking pictures of themselves eating out with the lights on and good food, and they were posting it up to social media to show the Russians what a lovely time they were having. They were literally trolling the Russians by having a good time. And I just thought maybe there's an awful lot of that going on. They don't want people to see it, but it's a bit of a flippant comment, really. But it is true that the youngsters were all over the Instagram showing the Russians just how effective they're trying to destroy the electrical grid has been.
Oh my. So, Biljana, if they're banning Telegram, what does this say about how much they can control Telegram? Is their control over Telegram a lot weaker than we thought?
This is a great point. Maybe, but also remember what we said, that they're banning the peer-to-peer communication. They say literally in the decree that it is for personal communication. That's the feature that they're banning. So so the ability to post and still be a part of public forums, I think, is not banned through this particular decree. So I think it's more about, okay, we're gonna see those messages floating for Telegram, and then we're gonna go and have our separate chat about how hilarious they are and how inefficient the Russians are at this awful war that they unilaterally started. So I think here it's more about personal communication than the distribution of information publicly.
But it also means that they don't feel like they have either good access to all the details, in good backdoor into Telegram, or it might mean that they have that they don't feel confident in being able to. filter through everything that they have access to?
Oh my God, I would love someone to answer this question for me, and I have been asking it for over an year. who has access? Who has access to Telegram and all the information flows there? Domin, seriously, like, when you're asking me, yes, I would love someone to answer this.
Dzerzhinsky Square.
Because yeah, like the Ukrainians are using it, the Russians are using it. Okay, who is controlling it? Because someone must be controlling that information flow. It's really shocking to me that the Russians have been using Telegram so much. And I would love to have someone actually investigate that issue. I would love to speak to the founder and be like, hey, what's up? You founded this thing in Russia. Like, how often are you communicating with the FSB? Like, who are you talking to? Who are you giving data to? What are your agreements?
And
they sit on their servers. They sit on their servers. They sit in their offices. That ship has sailed. It's not a safe system.
Axel, I think you're right. I think Dzerzhinsky Square has complete access to all the data that goes through Telegram, including DMs, right? But my question here is, well, if they have all of the access, why would they be banning it? What I think they have a problem with is actually filtering through all the stuff that flows through Telegram. Right? It's not that they can't open any of the pipes when they want to, in this giant room full of pipes. Is that they have no way of reading through all the stuff. They don't have an effective way of combing through it. I think this is more of the problem that they're facing. It's a technical problem of how do you read this giant library as opposed to, going to the library.
It could be, Dom, and I'm not excluding that as a possibility. It could be, but also they have this problem with any sort of media that they're monitoring. And Axel, thank you for the comment there. I suspected that this is the case, but I don't have the evidence, or I haven't really seen any report on this from a reputable source. So for now, it's speculation, but I would think that this is exactly the case, that they already have access, and the Ukrainians and IT army and all the other actors that are using Telegram are just accepting the fact that this is all public anyway. The point is well taken, but I still think if the issue was that if the main objective was to restrict certain functions or ban certain functions because they have hard time analyzing the data, I think we would have seen more of a large scale ban, like that would include other platforms as well, and not just personal communication. So it could be one of the objectives, but I don't think it's the primary one.
It's almost as though that, even if they can know about it post festum, the problem is that it happens, right? The problem that they have with the communication is that communication happens, as opposed to knowing what was in the communication, because communication happening has effects in itself. So even if they can read it, even in real time, that as long as they can't actually preventing somebody from learning of it at the same time, even if they can learn of it at the same time, already that has that has negative externalities for them. Maybe it's as simple as that. But I'm sure that other people might have thoughts on this as well. Yanis?
Yeah, thank you. Same topic. It can be also so simple, like preventing someone for asking for donations, because they explicitly say that they do not allow to provide via those channels information required to make payment. Like you are working in some very secret organization, you leak something, and then you are dumb enough to send your card. You know that there is enough to send card number in order to somebody to pay on it. Yeah. Or like how Navalny, for example, collect money. So they just drop the card number and ask for donations. Yeah, this actually technically this will be not possible anymore. Maybe this is idea, and why especially those channels are not, for example, Zoom or Microsoft. I'm not 100% sure, but there is such thing as additional plugins or APIs of those systems. For example, we use those chatbots. Like everyone basically can create this chatbot in Telegram, which will do something. Yeah, it's up to you. The API is open, but it's not the case for Zoom and Microsoft. So you cannot like put on this API some functionality which will like drop your card time to time, and somebody can very quickly donate something to you. It's happened so quickly that even if FSB can read it, it will be too late. Yeah, just a matter of seconds. It will be too late. Yeah. So I guess those donations can be also the reason for this one.
Yeah, exactly. Just knowing something happens isn't enough for them, right? They want to actually cut lines. They don't want to just tap telephone lines. They want to actually cut telephone lines. They want to prevent the communication from happening in the first place.
But something, Domen, can I comment on this? And great point.
Yeah.
But something that the Russians have, they know this well, that if they ban one platform, whoever wants to find a way to communicate via other channels, they will. So this is almost like we're going to ban a platform here that we know exists and will basically create more work for ourselves, because now we have to look at what is the next thing that the people that we wanted to ban from using this platform are using. But I guess it's just delaying, in a way it's delaying the inevitable. I think probably we'll have more of those orders in the future banning the next platform that's being used for the same purposes.
It's about introducing friction into it, right? It's limiting ease of use.
Absolutely.
It's making it harder. So if people start being more dispersed into more places, well, then the town square effect kind of goes away. And yes, you say, oh, but the town square is still allowed. Yes, but well, the town square is still allowed. If you cut off, everybody's now silent except for the person up there with the microphone, right? And everybody else is just receiving, and then they have to wait for their turn to be up in the middle of the town square where there's a microphone, but they can't talk to each other while in the crowd. That's still limiting the total volume of communication that happens, and unless they can pass notes to each other, and it takes a lot longer to scribble a note. This is really a tortured metaphor at this point. It's actually lessening the volume of communication. That has an effect in itself, right? Communication doesn't happen.
Right. Yeah, I agree on that. Yeah, the introduction of friction, even if it has temporary effect, like DDoS attacks, we're gonna DDoS the whole country here. We know in a few days it will recover, but we will do it, and the media is gonna cover this as cyber warfare, and we'll show how mighty we are because we've disrupted operations temporarily. Yeah, I get it. It's a temporary effect. It has its benefit, but in the long run, I don't think it's gonna work in the way they're planning for it to.
Euler.
This is a brief comment on the interception of communications for Telegram. So in the case of the peer-to-peer communications, unless you find a way to break the cipher or find a technical exploit in its implementation, you're unlikely to be able to intercept any kind of communications. I can't say whether or not the peer-to-peer messages are sent via a server. If it isn't, then sure, you can glean some metadata, as Domen indicated, regarding which two peers could potentially be communicating with each other, but it's super complex to do that.
Thank you, Euler. Volpert, Volpert, I think you had something good to add to.
Yeah, I hope you guys can hear me well.
All good?
Yeah, for Teams, I think there's an obvious security concern because commercial Teams has predefined interfaces to export chats. So they might be concerned that Microsoft cooperates with security services, which Microsoft is not going to do unless they have extensive back and forth with lawyers. but they might also be concerned about getting hacked. If a customer area is getting hacked and people know what they're doing, they will be able to forward these chats in around 20 minutes, and then they are human readable. That is a very obvious concern for them because they themselves know how to hack Microsoft customers, so it seems an obvious conclusion. Else, I would actually go with what you suggested, Doman, that with Telegram, it really depends on the architecture. If the owner hasn't prepared the controls that they need, it might just be too difficult for them, or they might think, hey, if they change it in a way to control it better, that it just takes too long. And else, it has the feeling really, as you already discussed, of controlling what goes to the outside, and feels a lot that they are just going after the ones which are the biggest problem now, because really the list, from my feeling, it doesn't make too much sense. As Dr. Lilly said, why create an issue where you are going to do whack-a-mole? You're blocking 10, then people use another 10. Why not just tell people what they could use? And the last information is from what has been published by Ukrainian hackers, which joined a meeting call of occupation authorities. Someone identified the setup as a self-hosted Zoom. So they must not necessarily use technology created in Russia. They can use these self-hosted programs, because I assume that it's very likely that a lot of them do not have a good control by the company to prevent the Russians installing and running it. And last but not least, they can use free software like Jitsi as an alternative. So it won't disrupt their own meeting too much. So it really points a lot to communication control. That's all I have to say on that topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Walper. Biljana, any last thoughts?
No, this was all very interesting. I'll have to go. Walper, it's great to meet you. And I think those are really good points. I wanted to make one point to someone commented on my post on Twitter, why not Facebook? Facebook has been banned in Russia for a while. So they didn't need to include it because it's not being used anymore. I just wanted to make this point if the person is in here, and I'm going to make that comment also on the post just to make sure that we have the accurate information here. But this was awesome, and I look forward to be back. And don't ping me anytime with anything like this. If I have time, I'll jump on. And great to meet you all.
Thanks,
you very
Biljana.
much.
Nice talking to you.
Home away from home.
Exactly. All right. Mockers, you weren't. Oh, Yanis has something to finish on this one. Yanis, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, just small comment about this encryption. Just for general understanding of stuff in Russia in those encryptions. Yes. Fun fact. Precisely 5 years ago, it was like March, beginning of March 2018. There was Russian Supreme Court ruled out, and it was trial against Telegram, that they should provide all encryption keys used in service to FSB. Otherwise, the service will be blocked. As you can imagine, such court cases were initiated almost against all services which provide similar functionality, and just look which are still allowed to work in Russia, and you can figure out why, because they agree to do that. So there is no privacy during communication via those platforms anymore in Russia, at least. Keys are officially provided to FSB.
Thank you, Yanis. well, there you go. Full of stuff like this. All right, Mockers, you were not around, not up here most of the day. What did you spot that none of us got to?
Well, I have a statement by the Armed Forces of Ukraine here that long-range artillery hit and destroyed overnight 2 concentrations of manpower and equipment, 2 ammunition depots, and 3 important military objects, whatever they may be. I have also seen something which I will send to you now, which is the most incredible MacGyver. Where is it? There it is. It's a drone. Oh, sorry. It's to take down drones, and it is 4 Maxim machine guns mounted on well, what appears to be a movable base, and yeah, it looks pretty MacGyver if you ask me. Or either that or the A-teams got back together. But I've seen some of what they call the technical vehicles that they've created, like, you know, non-standard vehicles, shall we say? And
Is this the one George posted at some point?
Yeah, yeah.
The one that was a bunch of timber kind of loosely strapped together.
Yeah. But this gun, it looks pretty cool. It looks like something you'd build in a computer game.
I mean, all I'll say is well done to anyone who is this like a Mad Max the Lumberjack?
It is pretty Mad Max, actually. Yeah, yeah, it is pretty Mad Max. It's just amazing what they come up with. You know, the fact that they can just sort of build these things, just like, why not? If they've got the stuff and they've got the time and the tools, they just start putting stuff together, don't they? And it's incredible what they come up with, the ingenuity. Just think it's fun that they've got this big gun. Apparently, over 500,000 people were likely mobilized in Russia, despite the government's claim that no more than 300,000 would be mobilized. This source is coming from Russian media outlets, but has reference to the number of expedited registrations of marriage. It's something that they apparently there was an awful lot of marriages just before they went away, so that their wives could receive, you know, their money in case they were deceased. That's the nice way of putting it. Yeah, so apparently a lot more actually mobilised than they stated, which is
No, really?
a lie. Yeah, they fibbed. Really naughty of them.
They lied. I don't believe her. Actually, there's no way that's true. I think she's making it up.
I understand that it is shocking stuff. It's too much to bear that the Russians might have lied. Talking of lies, that thing in Bryansk, pretty much nobody believes it now. They believe it was a stunt of some kind, and it's not been a good day for Russia today. Not really. The test of the military transport aircraft went wrong, didn't it? Crashed into its hangar. Apparently, it killed one person and destroyed the plane. And then this evening, just to make things even better, 2 military trucks crashed into each other on the Baltic Highway. And there's a couple of pictures of them looking quite sorry for themselves there. There is still not loads of detail about what's going on with the Ukrainian military. They are being quite quiet, but I hear rumours of heavy things appearing in places. I think that's about as much as I can say at the moment without actually knowing more.
Heavy things moving in places. Sorry, is that despite gravity, or what's the idea there?
I keep seeing talk of heavy armor, more vehicles appearing in places that Ukraine might want to use them. 3 different places I've heard suggested, and I'm not going to say much more unless there's actually some information, because it might just be people getting excited.
Ooh.
Well, that's exactly what I said. I went ooh, and decided to keep an eye on it. So that's all. So we shall see. We shall see. Ukraine's situation has taught me an awful lot of patience these days, and I'm not a terribly patient person at all. But it is something that we will keep an eye on, and we will update you as soon as the sort of media blackout has finished. Pretty
You
much.
exude, Marcus.
I know.
Marcus, you exude a level of northern stoicism which is absolutely magnificent.
No, I just, well, you can't do much, can you? You've just got to wait. It's just one of those things. And yeah, we hear about reinforcements being sent to Bakhmut, so that's always a good thing. I'm quite sure that we've all noticed that the mud has become well, it's making itself known an awful lot now because the weather's warming up, and it's exceptionally muddy. I've seen a picture today of a vehicle trying to get through some mud, and the back wheel, well, it looks like a potter's wheel. It just looks like clay has been put all on the wheel, and you could actually, I reckon, if you just put the car on its side and just spun the wheel, you could actually carve yourself a nice pot. Yeah, so it's pretty bad.
And it's going to stay like that for quite a while, right? Even if it stays dry, the temperatures just aren't going to be high enough to evaporate just the volumes of water that are in this mud. So yeah, it's going to not be very easy for any sort of motorized, mechanized armor forces to go anywhere for a little while, which is fine. You know, Ukrainians are polishing up their skills, often Poland, Germany, wherever, and when the time is right, when everything's nice and dry, they can push forward on nice, solid, fixed ground, and go and make sure that equipment makes a difference in the best way, most thorough way possible. There was a video going around yesterday of a trench completely flooded, like 1.5 meters of water in a trench, and there were bits of ice floating, like chunks of ice floating in the trench. What does that mean? That means there's snow melt. It's warm during the day. Water flows downhill to the lowest point, which is the trench, right? If there's a flat land and you dig a 2.5 meter deep trench in it, then suddenly the lowest point in that land is going to be the trench, and as soon as there's water, it's going to be a lake, right, or a pond, kind of a long, narrow pond. And there were bits of ice floating in it, which means that during the night, it freezes. There's a layer of ice that forms on the top, and then during the day, more snow melts, more water flows into the trench, and the ice kind of breaks apart, melts, whatnot. So this water isn't going away anytime soon. It's a very, very heavily waterlogged soil at this point. There you go. Not fun. Not
the
fun
guy who was diving for his ammunition.
Exactly. That's exactly the video I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, He literally had to put his head underwater and everything. It was, yeah, he looked a bit chilly. There's also, we have Nuno Felix coming up at the top of the hour. Is that right?
In just 8 minutes, and he can talk all about diving in freezing water is really something the Portuguese do. Swimming in muddy waters, that's probably something you must have learned at some point.
Yes, and Doman, given the fact that I'm still stuck doing what I sent you that I'm doing, essentially, I will need you to start with me because I can't do it by myself lonesome.
Yeah, that's quite all right. For anybody who's not aware, what Axel is doing is he's waiting for his butcher to finish the andouillette. And andouillette takes a while, right? It's a very involved process, rolling it all up, stuffing it all in. And that's why he can't, because he's helping the butcher with the andouillette, and that rather requires at least the one hand to be unsanitary in the process, right, Axel?
If only, if only.
Axel, andouillette or nduja? What do you prefer?
Nduja.
See, I tried to trick you out, but I couldn't. That's how you know it really is. It really was good.
I'm just taking notes. So, folks, would you like a little recap of anything that I can tell you about today? I'm sure
Mockfish, let's do the MOD update. We've done it in the morning, but I think it's far too good and far too interesting to ignore today.
I agree. Let me find it. There it is. So, yeah, the MOD update. As Ukrainian forces continue their defense of Bakhmut, Donetsk Oblast, rising temperatures are now creating muddy conditions known in Ukrainian as bezdorija. Bezdorija. Limiting
without roads. It is.
Limiting cross-country movement. Poor cross-country movement typically provides some military advantage to the defending forces. Daytime soil temperatures have risen and are now largely above freezing. As expected since mid-February 23, overnight freeze and daytime thaw remain likely until next week. Forecast warmer than average conditions for the remainder of winter and spring will further reduce the cross-country movement. It is almost certain that by late March, cross-country movement will be at its worst following the final thaw. This will further friction to ground operations. This will add further friction to ground operations and hamper the off-road movement of heavier armoured vehicles, especially over churned-up ground in the Bakhmut sector. So, just what we were saying, basically. It's going to be extremely muddy, and they expect it to stay so up until, well, at least for a couple of weeks, until the end of March.
I'm just glad to see that the Ministry of Defense, the UK Ministry of Defense, agrees with my assessment. I mean, they must be right if they agree with me.
Absolutely. And, you know, in a way, nature and the weather